Chapter 1. The Automatic Mastery of Conqueror's Haki. Naval Headquarters Base. Roya removed his coat, adorned with the insignia of a major, and casually hung it on the coat rack by the window. A group of new recruits shouted slogans as they dashed past outside, leaving a puddle of sweat in their wake. A refreshing sea breeze wafted into the room, dispelling the oppressive heat of summer. Roya stretched lazily, turned around, and reclined, resting his head on his arm, feeling drowsy. Has it been nearly 3 years since I traversed into this world? In his hazy state, memories of the past 3 years flooded his mind. Initially, he had been inexplicably transported to the world of One Piece, leaving him utterly bewildered. It is essential to understand that this world is quite inhospitable to commoners, rife with pirates at every turn. Moreover, most of them are ruthless brigands who resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Only pirates like Straw Hat Luffy, who embody kindness, can be considered rare creatures. To ensure his survival, Roya enlisted in the Navy and subsequently entered Naval Academy. After 3 years of rigorous training, he finally acquired some semblance of self-defense skills. Unexpectedly, he also awakened a unique power: Conqueror's Haki. This extraordinary ability, which is said to manifest in only 1 in a million, caused quite a stir at Naval Headquarters. As a result, Roya was promoted directly from ensign to naval major. However, what delighted him most was not the elevation in rank, nor even the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. It was the activation of the system. Ding! The automatic cultivation system has successfully bound to the host. Host, Roya. 6 styles, shave ability level, beginner. Conqueror's Haki ability level, beginner. On the day he unexpectedly awakened his Conqueror's Haki, the mechanical prompt of the system resonated abruptly in his mind. As a traveler, Roya instinctively understood the implications of this phenomenon. Suppressing his excitement, he returned to his quarters and began to scrutinize the system's functions. Automatic cultivation system. By mastering a certain ability or fulfilling the prerequisites for its cultivation, one can establish a corresponding training program and activate automatic cultivation mode. Moreover, unexpected events can also trigger the establishment of training programs. Once an ability reaches its maximum level, a mysterious reward awaits. Roya's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The abilities he possessed could not only cultivate automatically, but also promised mysterious rewards upon reaching their zenith. Such fortuity is rare indeed. System, tell me quickly, do I already have any established training programs? Roya inquired with a hint of impatience. The system responded promptly, providing the answer. The host currently has established training programs for 6 styles, shave Conqueror's Haki. Both of these are abilities I've already mastered, Roya nodded. His talent was merely average, and after 3 years of diligent training, he had barely managed to grasp shave and the thrust. It seems I must train even harder from now on. I need to swiftly master the other 5 styles. Roya clenched his fists, silently resolving within. From that day forth, he doubled his efforts in training, and finally, after more than 3 months, he successfully mastered all 6 styles, elevating them to an intermediate level. Additionally, the Conqueror's Haki, which he had activated earlier, also reached the intermediate level a few days ago, allowing him to wield it freely. According to the system's explanation, aside from a few exceptional abilities, most abilities are categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, superior, and maximum. The speed of automatic cultivation for each ability correlates with its strength. It took only about a month and a half to reach the intermediate level for the 6 styles, yet the Conqueror's Haki required over 3 months. I have no knowledge of the specific cultivation methods for the other 2 types of Haki armament Haki and observation Haki. Feeling somewhat agitated, Roya rose, his drowsiness vanishing entirely. He understood the principles behind cultivating armament and observation Haki, but lacked a concrete, systematic approach to training. Both abilities necessitated a mentor to guide the way. Furthermore, given his average talent, comprehending them independently would prove exceedingly challenging. I must find an opportunity to learn these 2 types of Haki. Roya gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, his thoughts resolute. Outside on the training grounds, Recruits who had enlisted less than a year ago were still running back and forth under the blazing sun. 3 years prior, Roya had been one of them. Wow. Suddenly, a new recruit on the training field appeared to teleport, covering 100 meters in an instant. Is this the mastery of six-style shave? Roya watched the ecstatic recruit outside, astonished. Talent is indeed an inexplicable phenomenon. He had toiled for 3 years to barely grasp 2 techniques of the 6 styles. Yet, someone else had achieved mastery of shave in less than a year of training, truly a genius. It matters not what does it matter if one is a genius. As long as I successfully establish my training programs, even geniuses shall be surpassed by me. Roya was not disheartened, rather, his resolve intensified. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. The host has been stimulated by the genius, greatly increasing his determination. The 6 styles abilities have been inspired by the host's determination, resolving to train even harder. Ding! The automatic cultivation speed of all 6 styles abilities has increased tenfold. Roya was initially taken aback. Then he felt the strength of his 6 styles abilities steadily augmenting. Previously, he had been unable to perceive such subtle changes. This was evidently the effect of the tenfold increase in the cultivation speed of the 6 styles abilities. What is happening? My abilities have been influenced by my determination? Do they possess thoughts and feelings as well? Roya was filled with joy, quickly inquiring further of the system, discovering that these abilities possessed basic emotions and could sense changes in their surroundings. When subjected to sufficient external stimuli, their emotions would fluctuate, triggering various unexpected events. An increase in cultivation speed was one such occurrence. If heaven has feelings, then it too shall age. This is truly remarkable. Roya marveled with delight. The fact that abilities possess emotions implies that there will be many opportunities in the future to further accelerate their cultivation speed. I should try to stimulate Conqueror's Haki further. Having tasted this newfound advantage, Roya immediately focused on Conqueror's Haki. This was the most formidable ability he currently possessed. If he could cultivate Conqueror's Haki to an exceptionally high level, he would be able to wield it as an enveloping force. Its power would far surpass that of armament Haki. Alas, no matter how he attempted to provoke it, Conqueror's Haki remained unresponsive. Perhaps the rank of Conqueror's Haki is simply too high, making it less susceptible to emotional changes? Roya speculated, frowning. Just as he was racking his brain to devise a method to stimulate his Conqueror's Haki, a voice called from outside the door. Major Roya, Vice Admiral Garp requests your presence. Chapter 2. Garp takes notice. Armament Haki comes knocking. Garp wishes to see me? Roya's first reaction was one of astonishment. After all, Garp is the legendary strongest Marine. Rather than exhausting himself pondering how to stimulate his Conqueror's Haki, it would be far more prudent to meet with Garp. Perhaps Garp might present an opportunity for him to enhance his Conqueror's Haki as well. Very well, I shall come at once. With that thought, Roya readily agreed and pushed open the door, following the Navy soldier who had come to relay the message, swiftly making his way to the hall of Naval Headquarters. Inside the hall, dozens of sailors stood in formation, creating a striking scene. At the center stood the white-haired Garp, munching on a bag of senbei, flanked by 2 young men. Haha, you must be Roya, right? I've heard that you've awakened Conqueror's Haki and mastered the 6 styles. As Garp approached, still munching on senbei, his face lit up with a broad grin. Despite Garp's current jovial and somewhat irreverent demeanor, Roya could still sense an aura of authority emanating from him. Perhaps that is the innate presence of a true powerhouse. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Roya did not conceal his admiration, standing tall and saluting. Very good. Indeed, a promising talent, Garp remarked, circling around Roya, inspecting him with satisfaction before nodding approvingly. Before Roya could respond, Garp declared decisively, Roya, come aboard my ship. I happen to need a captain. Upon Garp's pronouncement, the entire hall erupted in astonishment, and the sailors began to murmur among themselves, for Garp's standards for selecting subordinates are notoriously high. Moreover, many who gained fame after serving under Garp, including the current Admiral Akiji, were once his subordinates. Is it true? Vice Admiral Garp is recruiting him as a captain. This is truly a rare opportunity. This kid is incredibly fortunate. However, with Roya being so young and directly appreciated by Garp, subsequently promoted to captain of Garp's ship, his future prospects appeared boundless. Thus, the sailors felt not only jealousy, but also admiration and envy. Even Roya himself was momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, the system's voice resounded. Ding! The host has caught the attention of a legendary hero of the Navy, Garp, resulting in a surge of fame, and Armament Haki has come seeking him. Congratulations to the host for initiating the automatic training program for Armament Haki. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Luo Ya was filled with immense joy. Is it possible that there are abilities that seek one out? It's akin to the famous generals of the Three Kingdoms pledging their allegiance to a lord. Indeed, Garp serves as a pivotal opportunity. Although he did not attain the automatic training of Conqueror's Haki, the unexpected activation of the Armament Haki training program is undoubtedly a delightful surprise. I extend my gratitude to Rear Admiral Garp for his recognition. Immersed in joy, Luo Ya did not forget to salute Garp in thanks. Suddenly, one of the young men who had just been beside Garp approached. Rear Admiral Garp, isn't this against protocol? Is this individual truly that formidable? Neither Koby nor I are lacking. Why elevate him directly? The young man shot a glance at Luo Ya before turning to Garp with his inquiry. Balumeb, must you make a fuss? Another young man hurriedly intervened, apologizing to Garp. I apologize, Rear Admiral Garp. Balumeb was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. These two were indeed Koby and Balumeb. What jest? Rear Admiral Garp, I am quite serious. I cannot believe he is truly that strong. I wish to challenge him. Balumeb pressed on aggressively, his arrogant demeanor persistent despite having trained under Garp for some time, a trait of his wealthy upbringing. Upon saying this, Balumeb immediately turned to Luo Ya with a taunt. So, what say you? Are you brave enough to duel me? Very well, I accept your challenge. Not allowing Rear Admiral Garp the chance to reprimand Balumeb, Luo Ya readily agreed. This was the perfect opportunity, as his mastery of the 6 styles and Conqueror's Haki had yet to be put to practical use. Now, he could not only test his skills, but also impress others with his strength. Excellent. Then you two shall have a duel. Balumeb, let me witness the fruits of your training. Seeing the spirited demeanor of the two young men, Garp acquiesced to their request. Rest assured, Rear Admiral Garp. I must inform you, I have undergone devilish training under Rear Admiral Garp. Prepare yourself. With a scoff, Balumeb confidently drew 2 cutlasses from behind and charged at Luo Ya. 6 styles, iron block. Facing Balumeb's onslaught, Luo Ya remained supremely confident, having no intention of dodging, instead opting to employ one of the 6 styles, iron block. Clang! The sound rang out sharply as the 2 cutlasses struck what felt like impenetrable steel. After all, Luo Ya's mastery of the 6 styles had reached an intermediate level under the system's 10-fold automatic training. How could someone like Balumeb, who lacked even the ability to use Armament Haki, possibly harm Luo Ya, who had deployed Iron Block? What? This is impossible. Your Iron Block has reached such a level? Balumeb exclaimed, astonished. 6 styles, finger gun. Luo Ya would not waste time on idle chatter. He swiftly unleashed the finger gun technique, mercilessly piercing Balumeb's left arm, causing a spurt of blood to fly forth. Clatter! As the 2 cutlasses clattered to the ground, Balumeb knelt, clutching his bleeding arm, howling in agony. At that moment, all the Marines observing the duel were transformed from envy to sheer shock. They stood agape at the unfolding scene, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Luo Ya's terrifying strength. A single finger gun had brought Balumeb to his knees. As for Garp, he continued to leisurely enjoy his senbei, clearly unfazed by the outcome. After all, he had trained Luo Ya himself, fully aware that Balumeb had yet to master the 6 styles, let alone Armament Haki. Thus, it was evident that he stood no chance against Luo Ya, who had already mastered both the 6 styles and Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, the system is truly remarkable. The intermediate 6 styles, trained under the automatic 10-fold regimen, have attained such power. What a pity such a lackey offers me no challenge, and the system fails to trigger any rewards. Luo Ya murmured to himself. Balumeb. Koby rushed to assist Balumeb, shouting at Luo Ya, "What have you done to my friend? Do not worry, he shall not perish." Luo Ya responded dismissively, waving his hand nonchalantly. "You scoundrel! You've injured my friend so severely, and yet maintain such an attitude. Rear Admiral Garp, I request to challenge him." Upon hearing this, Garp not only refrained from intervening, but nodded in tacit approval. Chapter 3. Koby's Challenge. Balumeb. Koby rushed forward to help Balumeb, yelling at Luo Ya, "What have you done to my friend? Do not worry, he shall not perish." Luo Ya replied, completely unconcerned, dismissively waving his hand. "You wretched scoundrel." Koby seethed with anger at Luo Ya's demeanor, gritting his teeth. However, Luo Ya paid him no mind. Initially, it seemed that this matter would conclude as it typically would with the timid and cowardly Koby. But unexpectedly, Koby spoke up, stating, "Rear Admiral Garp, this time I wish to challenge him. I want to ascertain the extent of my mastery over the 6 styles." "Very well." After nodding, Garp turned to Roya and inquired, "What about you, Roya?" "I am fine," Roya replied with a nod. "Excellent. Koby, engage in combat with Roya. It will serve as a perfect opportunity to assess the extent of your mastery over the 6 styles," Garp commanded this time with an authoritative tone. "Yes, Admiral Garp," Koby responded immediately. Having trained under Garp for some time, Koby had now acquired proficiency in the 6 styles. It was no wonder Garp wished for him to spar, as his strength must surely surpass that of Barimabur. In essence, this was not merely a test for Roya, but rather an evaluation of his disciple's current capabilities. Indeed, it was quite fitting. Roya had already devised his approach. Immediately, Koby became serious, entering a state of combat. 6 styles shave, Koby shouted, suddenly vanishing from before Roya in the blink of an eye. Quite impressive, mastering shave, yet alas, still too slow. Roya remained unfazed, even allowing a cold smirk to escape his lips. Though he had yet to master observation Haki, he could effortlessly discern Koby's position. As expected, Koby had appeared behind him, poised to strike. However, rather than retaliate with the 6 styles, Roya stood his ground, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, an immense, invisible pressure erupted from Roya's form. Just as Koby was about to land his attack, his eyes turned white, and with a thud, he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Not only that, but several spectators among the Marines also succumbed to the same fate, collapsing around him. Even Garp, who had intended to merely observe, couldn't help but furrow his brows. This fellow, having awakened Conqueror's Haki for barely 3 months, has reached such a level of mastery? What is happening here? Hey, wake up. Why are you all fainting? The remaining conscious Marines began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, what Roya had just exhibited was the power of his Conqueror's Haki. Is this the true might of Conqueror's Haki? If I could cultivate it to an advanced level, I would be able to utilize it for entanglement. The power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement is genuinely terrifying. Roya was astonished by the formidable power of his Conqueror's Haki, as this was his inaugural experience utilizing it in combat, and its potency had far surpassed his expectations. Garp commanded the medical personnel to attend to Koby and the seamen who had been rendered unconscious by Roya's Haki. At that moment, the expansive hall of the Navy headquarters was left with only Roya, Garp, and a handful of seamen. "Roya, I must inquire. How long has it been since you awakened your Conqueror's Haki?" Garp asked. "Approximately 3 months," Roya replied candidly. "To master the awakened Conqueror's Haki within just 3 months? You are certain you are not deceiving me?" Garp exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Roya. To ease the tension, Roya scratched his head and chuckled. "I wouldn't dare, Vice Admiral Garp. It truly has been just over 3 months." Garp fell silent, inhaling deeply, his brow furrowing in contemplation. As one of the few masters in the world of One Piece, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivating Conqueror's Haki. If Roya's claims were indeed true, it could only imply one thing. He was an extraordinary genius. The emergence of such a prodigy within his naval ranks filled Garp with immense relief. Otherwise, should Roya join forces with his 2 unfilial sons and unfilial grandsons in the Revolutionary Army or among pirates, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for the Navy in the future. Thus, Garp made a decisive resolution. "Roya, you are truly a genius, and I take a liking to you. I shall temporarily assume the role of your mentor and guide you in the use of Haki. You must not squander my goodwill." Garp stated earnestly, patting Roya on the shoulder. "Really? That would be wonderful, Vice Admiral Garp." Roya could hardly refuse. Although he possessed a system, Garp was a legendary figure in the Navy, a paragon of strength. Receiving his guidance on Haki usage, combined with the system's automatic training, would be an exquisite boon. Thus, there was no way Roya could decline. The few seamen present in the hall gazed at him with envy. For receiving instruction from Vice Admiral Garp would undoubtedly accelerate his strength tremendously. Suddenly, the voice of the system resounded once more. Ding! The host has caught the attention of the legendary hero Garp, causing a surge in fame within the realm of abilities. The observation Haki is now eager to learn. Congratulations. Host, you have unlocked the automatic training program for observation Haki. Could it be that he had now mastered all 3 types of Haki? At this moment, Roya found himself at a loss for words to express the elation swelling within him. Just as he thought it was over, the system's voice echoed again. The host's display of Conqueror's Haki power has left an impact. Observation Haki and Armament Haki are determined not to lag behind and resolved to train diligently. Ding! Congratulations, host. The automatic training speed for Observation Haki and Armament Haki has been enhanced. After listening to the conversation, Roya was filled with immense excitement. The acquisition of the Observation Haki alone was a delightful event. Little did he expect that it would simultaneously stimulate the Duel Haki, enhancing the rate of his automatic training. What can one call this? The joy of having a system is beyond your comprehension, not to mention receiving a double portion of happiness directly from the system. Well then, Roya, come to find me tomorrow morning. Formal training will commence. I shall take my leave now, Garp concluded with a final admonition. Very well, Admiral Garp. See you tomorrow. Roya nodded in agreement. Chapter 4. Garp's Guidance, the Haki Power of a Naval Hero. At the naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku had completed his tedious paperwork and approached Garp, swiftly snatching the bag of senbei from his hands. Ah, Sengoku, you old codger, you've stolen my senbei, Garp exclaimed. Rising in indignation, unfazed by Garp's anger, Sengoku leisurely settled onto the sofa, enjoying the senbei. Garp, is what you just said true? That Marine named Roya has indeed mastered the Conqueror's Haki in just over 3 months, as you mentioned? Sengoku inquired. After parting ways with Roya, Garp had hastened to share Roya's remarkable feat with Sengoku. Sengoku, how can I even begin to address you? You are the Admiral. Yet you remain oblivious to the capabilities of the Marines under your command. I truly wonder how you managed to uphold your position, Garp retorted, swiftly reclaiming his senbei and indulging in a bit of mockery. You still remember I am the Admiral, huh? With so many Marines at the headquarters and an abundance of pressing matters to attend to, do you expect me to know every single Marine? If you are so capable, perhaps you should be the Admiral. Sengoku shot back, irate. Ha ha ha, I wouldn't want that. I relish my current position as a Vice Admiral, enjoying my freedom and comfort. Unlike you, who, despite having white hair, insist on dyeing it black. At your age, can you not be so pretentious, Sengoku? Garp continued his playful taunts. Silence. You are just as ancient. Garp, if that Roya truly is a genius, you must ensure he receives proper training. Our Navy is counting on this new generation. Upon finishing, Sengoku reached out to snatch Garp's senbei bag, only to discover it had already been devoured. Suppressing his frustration, Sengoku calmed himself and asked, by the way, Garp, have you heard about the recent pirate activity in the East Sea? The following morning, in accordance with their agreement, Roya arrived at Garp's training grounds. However, the first individuals he encountered were Koby and Barumabur. Hello, Brother Roya. I am Koby, and this is my friend Barumabur. We sincerely apologize for our reckless behavior yesterday. We are truly sorry. Koby, pulling Barumabur along, bowed his head in apology, his demeanor genuinely earnest, while Barumabur appeared somewhat reluctant. It's quite all right. So, are you both unscathed? Roya responded courteously. Brother Roya, I heard from Vice Admiral Garp that the strength you used to defeat me was the Conqueror's Haki. A power possessed by only 1 in a million. You are truly remarkable, Koby exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. Humph. Barumabur, standing nearby, remained unconvinced, insisting. It's merely the Conqueror's Haki. I surely possess it as well, just not awakened yet. As for Barumabur, Roya dismissed him entirely, choosing instead to engage in light conversation with Koby. Before long, Garp arrived. What are you all doing here? Shouldn't you be training? Garp chastised sternly. Vice Admiral Garp. Loya and Koby both respectfully called out. Koby, Barumabur, your performances yesterday were utterly disappointing. Today's training will be doubled, no, tripled, if you fail to complete it. Do not expect to eat or sleep, roared Garp. Koby and Barumabur found themselves unable to refute his words and could only begrudgingly proceed with their training. Loya, come with me, Garp instructed Loya. Roya nodded silently, following Garp's lead as they exited together. Soon, Garp guided Roya away from the Navy headquarters to a desolate mountain. Though uncertain of Garp's intentions, Roya chose not to inquire, simply accompanying Garp to this location. Roya, your aptitude is remarkable. In just over 3 months, you have mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki, which is truly exceptional. However, Conqueror's Haki is innate and cannot be acquired through later training. Therefore, in battles, we predominantly utilize the other 2 forms of Haki, Observation Haki and Armament Haki. Today, I have brought you here to demonstrate and explain these 2 types of Haki. Garp explained earnestly. Of course, Roya was already familiar with this foundational knowledge, yet he refrained from interrupting, as a sign of respect. First, observe Observation Haki closely, Garp instructed, as he picked up a massive stone and effortlessly shattered it into rubble with a single punch. He then wrapped the debris in cloth and tossed it into the air. As the stones rained down like a torrential downpour, Garp calmly closed his eyes, exuding an air of tranquility, without exception aided by his Observation Haki. Garp dodged every falling stone with ease, not a single one touching him. Roya was not surprised by this display, as he had already acquired Observation Haki, and the system had initiated automatic training for him. After a night of such training, he believed he could reach a similar level of proficiency. This is the essence of Observation Haki. If one can refine it to the utmost, they can foresee brief moments of the future. But I shall refrain from demonstrating further. Garp elaborated. Next came Armament Haki. First, let me show you how Armament Haki envelopes. Besides enhancing one's strength, Armament Haki can also be used to restrain users of Luo Ya-type Devil Fruit powers, Garp stated, clenching his prized iron fist. In an instant, his fist became entirely enveloped in a dark aura, indeed, the manifestation of Armament Haki. This is merely the foundational demonstration, he added. Now, I shall demonstrate the formidable power of advanced Armament Haki. Garp chuckled confidently, walking toward a distant small mountain. As he approached, he exhaled onto his fist for preparation, then launched his punch at the mountain. With a thunderous roar, the entire mountain trembled and shattered. Remarkably, Garp's fist never made contact with the mountain. Instead, an invisible force erupted from his fist and struck the mountain, disassembling it in merely a second. Wow! Is this the legendary power of the Navy hero? Chapter 5. Acceleration of Haki Training Speed. Roya was profoundly astonished by Garp's recent display. Although he understood that mastering the Busashoka Haki could indeed be a formidable strength, he never anticipated that Garp's demonstration would be so terrifying. While Roya stood there, dumbfounded, the voice of the system resonated. The host has been stimulated by the Haki demonstration of the legendary Navy hero Garp. Both Kinbunshika Haki and Busashoka Haki have been significantly impacted, igniting a determination for even more rigorous training. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The automatic training speed of Kinbunshika Haki and Busashoka Haki has increased tenfold. The current automatic training speed for Kinbunshika Haki and Busashoka Haki is now 12 times. Upon hearing this system notification, Roya's heart blossomed with joy. So, it turns out that the emotional fluctuations from external influences can indeed enhance the automatic training speed of the skills I possess. Roya was filled with elation, as if he had just unlocked the gates to a new world. In the midst of his joy, he did not forget to experience the intensity of the dual-colored domineering energy coursing within him. The tenfold training speed stimulated yesterday had already brought about a qualitative leap. Now, with the dual-colored domineering energy enhanced to a 12-fold training speed, Roya felt as if he were swimming in water, his confidence soaring. Vice Admiral Garp, you are truly remarkable. Roya could not help but give Garp a thumbs up. His admiration for Garp's strength was sincere and profound. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. I merely provided a small demonstration. I wouldn't dare create such a commotion, lest that old fellow Sengoku come looking for trouble. Garp chuckled as he approached. Upon hearing this, Roya took a deep breath. To flatten a mountain with a single punch, could this truly be deemed a mere demonstration? The true extent of Garp's strength remained an enigma, especially considering even the celestial dragons dared not provoke him. Of course, their reluctance stemmed not solely from his power but from other factors, which were not for Roya to ponder at this moment. Subsequently, true to his decisive character, Garp wasted no time engaging Roya in rigorous training. Given that Roya had already mastered the 2 forms of Haki, his proficiency manifested swiftly. At this juncture, Garp could only describe Roya as exceptionally gifted. He had not anticipated that Roya could so effortlessly grasp and utilize the 2 forms of Haki in such a short span. However, Reflecting on Roya's ability to wield Conqueror's Haki with ease after merely over 3 months, Garp found it understandable. Furthermore, both observation Haki and armament Haki could indeed be cultivated through diligent practice. Anyone could train in them, given sufficient time. Thus, in the days that followed, Garp dedicated himself to instructing Roya on the application of the 2 forms of Haki in combat, with Roya possessing an automatic training speed 20 times greater than normal. He adapted remarkably quickly, and under Garp's guidance, acquired numerous combat techniques. Throughout this process, Garp seamlessly integrated the 2 forms of Haki into the Marine 6 styles, providing step-by-step instruction to Roya. He even arranged for several capable Marines to spar with Roya, who, unsurprisingly, triumphed in every encounter. After all, with Roya's automatic training system and Garp's meticulous mentorship, his strength was bound to escalate rapidly. Garp's prowess as an instructor was undeniable, after all. Luffy's indomitable spirit and regenerative capabilities were a testament to Garp's early training. It was likely that Dragon had also endured Garp's rigorous tutelage in his youth. Garp felt a sense of satisfaction at Roya's remarkable progress in just a few days. He encouraged Roya to choose a combat style to specialize in. Whether to pursue pure hand-to-hand combat like Garp, master swordsmanship, or consume a devil fruit, Garp favored the idea of Roya following in his footsteps with unarmed combat. Recalling how he had once defeated the legendary Pirate Rocks with nothing but his fists. Ultimately, however, Roya decided against following Garp's path. Vice Admiral Garp, I have made my decision. I wish to pursue the way of the sword as my primary combat style, Roya declared. For him, having already mastered the 6 styles and with his automatic training system bolstering his physical prowess, he believed that relying solely on martial arts would not suffice for his aspirations. Thus, he opted for swordsmanship. As for consuming a devil fruit to become a user, he dismissed that notion for the time being, fully aware that doing so would curse him with the inability to swim. Swordsmanship, you say? That reminds me of an old friend, Garp mused thoughtfully. What? Who are you thinking of, Vice Admiral Garp? Roya inquired. It's nothing. Your martial arts, aided by the 6 styles, are solid. Choosing to specialize in swordsmanship is commendable, though I am not an expert in the art. However, having fought many top swordsmen over the years, I possess some foundational knowledge. I shall teach you the basics of swordsmanship, and later, I will find some skilled swordsmen within the Navy to further your training, Garp explained, shaking his head. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Vice Admiral Garp, Roya replied. Garp then procured 2 swords and commenced Roya's swordsmanship training. As he had stated, while not a master, Garp's extensive battle experience equipped him with the necessary foundational skills. Chapter 6. The Awakening of Automatic Swordsmanship Training. Thus, several days passed. Under Garp's guidance, Roya had acquired basic swordsmanship. Coincidentally, Garp was summoned back to Navy headquarters for a meeting, allowing Roya to train independently. To his surprise, he discovered that the intricacies of swordsmanship demanded a far higher level of skill than martial arts. It seems I must double my efforts and swiftly establish a training regimen for swordsmanship. With that, becoming the world's greatest swordsman shall be within my grasp. I shall not flinch even before Mihawk, let alone Roger. After practicing for a while, Roya paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, contemplating and fortifying his resolve. Meanwhile, the host's fervent desire and determination for the power of swordsmanship deeply inspired the swordsmanship itself. Swordsmanship resolved to tirelessly train day and night. Ding. Congratulations, host. Automatic swordsmanship training has commenced. What? This is possible? Oh, dear system, how I adore you. With the initiation of automatic swordsmanship training, Roya began to sense a surge in his internal strength. System, please review my current training regimen, Roya inquired. Host, Roya Marine 6 styles, ability strength intermediate, 10-fold automatic training. Observation Haki, ability strength intermediate, 12-fold automatic training. Armament Haki, ability strength intermediate, 12-fold automatic training. Swordsmanship strength, ability strength swordsman level, automatic training. Swordsmanship is categorized as swordsman, great swordsman, grand swordsman, world's greatest swordsman, corresponding to other abilities beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tiers. Conqueror's Haki, ability strength intermediate, automatic training. Upon reviewing the system's notification, Roya was filled with exhilaration. With the addition of swordsmanship strength, he had established 5 training projects, and aside from the newly acquired swordsmanship, the other projects had reached an intermediate level under the automatic training system. Roya felt immense satisfaction with this progress. However, he remained undeterred in his training. understanding that he must become even stronger. After all, in the world of One Piece, it was a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong. And everything was resolved through strength. Without it, one's life could be in peril at any moment. Therefore, to firmly establish himself in this world, Roya had but one objective: to become stronger. Thus, driven by his conviction, Roya embarked on a relentless journey of training. In the blink of an eye, over 4 months had passed. Each day of rigorous training had afforded Roya unique advancements. How swiftly time flies. His Marine 6 styles had reached the pinnacle. While both observation Haki and armament Haki had ascended to an advanced level, and his swordsmanship strength had attained an intermediate level, placing him among the ranks of great swordsmen in this world. Most importantly, my Conqueror's Haki has experienced a significant enhancement. I can now fully wield it to inflict tangible damage at will. Roya felt the surge of his own power whispering within him. His swordsmanship had ascended to the level of a master swordsman, a result that left him quite satisfied. The rapid enhancement of his observation Haki and armament Haki, along with the Navy's 6 forms, could largely be attributed to the system that had activated a 10-fold automatic training speed. As for the advancement of his Conqueror's Haki, even in just a few months, it had begun to inflict tangible damage, marking a qualitative leap. However, Roya felt that this power was still far from sufficient. He believed he needed to elevate both his observation Haki and armament Haki to their pinnacle. It appeared he must seek opportunities to further stimulate the training speed of these 2 Haki forms. Having relished the benefits of the system's automatic training, Roya's immediate thought was to pursue this avenue. Engrossed in his contemplations, he failed to notice that Garp had approached. "Roya, what are you daydreaming about?" Garp inquired. As Roya snapped back to reality and glanced at Garp, an idea struck him. "Vice Admiral Garp, I have a request. Would you consider sparring with me so I can assess the extent of my power during this period?" Roya asked. Although Garp frequently provided guidance, they had never engaged in a substantive battle. Thus, Roya's intention was to see if fighting Garp could stimulate an increase in the automatic training speed of his Haki. After all, the last time his training speed had surged was when Garp showcased the power of his dual Haki. "I thought it was something significant. It turns out to be this." "No problem. Let me evaluate the level of your power," Garp replied, readily agreeing this time. Seizing the opportunity, Roya was filled with joy and quickly entered a combat stance. Faced with the legendary Vice Admiral Garp, he had no intention of holding back and unleashed his full strength. He first reinforced his body with iron block, then enveloped his sword with armament Haki, and with a top-tier technique from the Navy's 6 forms, he vanished from sight and lunged at Garp. In response to Roya's assault, Garp remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting the attack with his observation Haki. And with a fist imbued with armament Haki, he shattered Roya's iron block, forcing him to retreat. Truly, Garp's prowess was remarkable. Nevertheless, Roya was not one to concede easily. He launched another offensive, this time opting to utilize advanced armament Haki. Just as Roya's sword was about to pierce Garp, Garp dismissed it, confident that his Haki would render him unharmed. To his astonishment, the sword, which he had anticipated would miss, unleashed an invisible force that struck him directly. With a thunderous boom, even Garp, fortified by Haki, was pushed back 2 steps by the force emanating from Roya. Indeed, this was the power of advanced armament Haki, capable of external manifestation. Unbelievable. In just a few months, you've refined your armament Haki to the point of externalization. I must admit, I underestimated you, Garp praised Roya. "Thank you for the compliment, Vice Admiral Garp," Roya responded. However, not far away, 2 spectators, Koby and Helmeppo, had accompanied Garp and were left utterly astonished. "Well then, it's my turn to strike. Watch closely," Garp declared with a smile. No sooner had the words left his lips than he made his move. Clenching his fist, he leaped into the air, his cape emblazoned with the word justice billowing in the wind, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength that bore down on Roya. What? At that moment, with the perception granted by his observation Haki, Roya quickly reacted, deciding to envelop himself entirely in armament Haki to at least provide some defense. Remarkably, he managed to withstand the blow. In light of this, considering that Roya's armament Haki had reached an advanced level, Garp's punch had merely employed Haki hardening. Thus, Roya was not taken aback. Simultaneously, leveraging the insights from his observation Haki, Roya sought an opening. Seizing the moment, he raised his sword without hesitation to counterattack Garp. He came perilously close to injuring Garp, yet ultimately, Garp evaded the strike, being a top-tier warrior with unparalleled dual Haki. Unyielding, Garp retaliated with a punch, and thus, The battle continued. Roya and Garp were engaged in an exhilarating battle, the intensity of which was palpable. Observing the clash, Koby marveled. To think that brother Roya can withstand so many rounds against Vice Admiral Garp without faltering. What astonishing power has he cultivated in just a few months? Meanwhile, Balumber remained speechless, his entire body trembling as memories of his audacious challenge to Roya months prior flooded back. Thankfully, Roya had merely imparted a minor lesson at that time. Otherwise, he might have lost his very life. After several rounds, both Roya and Garp retreated to their respective positions, locking eyes in mutual respect. Well done, young man. I had not anticipated that within such a brief span, you would master the 6 forms and the 2 colors of Haki to this degree. You have indeed surprised this old man, Garp praised. With that, a formidable aura erupted from Garp, signaling that he was prepared to unleash his true prowess. Roya, not one to shy away, resolved to summon his full strength, even readying his Conqueror's Haki. In a flash, Garp vanished before Roya's eyes, his speed transformed, seemingly tenfold compared to moments before. Roya widened his eyes, immediately activating his observation Haki to discern Garp's position and attack strategy. However, he soon realized that his efforts were utterly futile. The next moment, before Roya could react, a powerful fist came crashing towards his chest, accompanied by a resounding thud. Roya was propelled outward until he came to a halt upon colliding with the wall. Is this the legendary might of the Navy, the formidable power of Garp? Roya, having experienced the unparalleled prowess of Garp's supreme Haki, could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Roya quickly regained his composure and promptly rose to his feet. Under the enhancement of advanced armament Haki, he sustained only minor injuries, which did not hinder his combat capabilities in the slightest. Initially, Roya intended to press on with the fight. However, Garp halted him, stating, "Enough, Roya. Your strength has grown remarkably. There is no need to continue. You have truly astonished me, managing to cultivate your dual Haki to such a level in a mere few months." Although it appeared that Roya had been defeated by Garp, in truth, he had earned Garp's respect. "I must express my gratitude for your guidance, Vice Admiral Garp," Roya humbly acknowledged. Thus, the contest came to a close. Nevertheless, Roya found himself intrigued by one particular aspect. After experiencing Garp's immense armament power, he realized that his own training regimen had not been stimulated in the slightest. Could it be that having already been inspired by Garp once rendered the same method ineffective? The only explanation that Roya could conceive was this. Before he could ponder further, Garp approached him. I almost forgot to mention, I'm here to inform you that Admiral Sengoku wishes to see you. Come, I shall escort you to him," Garp declared. Admiral Sengoku desires to meet with him? To be frank, Roya was astonished upon hearing this news. After all, he was merely a junior major at this point. It would be unreasonable for someone of Sengoku's stature to be aware of his existence, let alone summon him. Yet, the fact that Sengoku sought an audience with him suggested that Garp must have spoken highly of him in private. Despite their frequent banter and quarrels, Garp and Sengoku shared a bond of deep camaraderie. If Garp truly wished to introduce a newcomer to Sengoku, it would be a trivial matter for him to do so. Very well, Admiral Garp. Though unaware of the reasons behind Sengoku's summons, Roya certainly would not decline. Garp nodded and then led Roya away towards the Admiral's office. Having previously arranged a rigorous training regimen for Koby and Barumabur. At the Navy headquarters, within the Admiral's office, Sengoku addressed him directly. "So you are Roya, are you? Garp has spoken quite a bit about you. You are indeed the first young man to have captured Garp's serious attention." The words of Admiral Sengoku were firm and resolute. As Roya had surmised, Sengoku's interest in him was undoubtedly linked to Garp. However, after more than 4 months had elapsed, why was Sengoku summoning him at this particular moment? Roya sensed that matters were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. "Major Roya, in light of your performance and capabilities, you have been exceptionally promoted to Rear Admiral of our Navy headquarters. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Rear Admiral Roya, and all matters may be reported directly to me." At this juncture, Sengoku turned to glance at Garp, smiling as he added, "Had it not been for Garp's unwavering recommendation, I would not have elevated you in such a manner. I hope your performance will be commensurate with this extraordinary promotion." Upon hearing this, before Roya could respond, Garp, munching on a rice cracker, burst into hearty laughter. "Roya is a match for me in combat. With such prowess, he could easily serve as a Rear Admiral at Navy headquarters." Sengoku was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. However, seeing Garp's resolute expression of affirmation, he realized that his old friend was not misleading him. Has it really been less than 4 years since Roya enlisted? His talent is simply astounding. Sengoku couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Meanwhile, Roya was still slightly bewildered by the unexpected promotion, which left him somewhat at a loss. However, he soon deduced the reason for Garp's earlier willingness to spar with him. It was to assess whether his abilities warranted the rank of Rear Admiral. And the outcome had indeed garnered Garp's approval. Thank you for your kind words, Admiral Sengoku. Roya was not one to be overly sentimental. Since a promotion had been bestowed upon him, he accepted it gracefully, immediately saluting in return. Admiral Sengoku, you summoned me not merely for the matter of my promotion. Am I correct? Roya inquired, voicing his curiosity. Rear Admiral Roya, you are indeed as astute as Garp described. Correct. There is a mission I need to assign to you. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement as he regarded Roya. It was evident that such a promotion was not granted without reason. A task awaited him, a conclusion that was anticipated. Please, give your orders, Admiral Sengoku. Roya affirmed eagerly. I require you to journey to the Grand Line, specifically concerning 2 pirates, Sengoku stated. The Grand Line? To apprehend 2 pirates? Roya was somewhat curious. Which 2 pirates are you referring to? I wonder if you've heard of Port Asti. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku replied. Upon hearing that name, Roya was momentarily taken aback. Port Asti, Ace, the son of the pirate King Roger, the sworn brother of Straw Hat Luffy, and the adopted son of Whitebeard. How could Roya possibly be unaware of him? Yet, he feigned ignorance, displaying a puzzled expression. Before Roya could inquire further, Sengoku continued. The other pirate is also a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach. Chapter 8. The Mission to Retrieve the Prisoner Ace. Marshal D. Teach? Isn't that Blackbeard? Wait a moment. Ace and Blackbeard? With Garp heading to the Grand Line at this time, it meant he was going to Water City to find Luffy. While Roya pondered this, Sengoku elaborated. A couple of days ago, during a meeting at the Navy headquarters discussing the vacancy of the warlord position held by Crocodile, Ghost Security Officer Lafitte suddenly appeared, recommending Marshal D. Teach. He had a bargaining chip in hand. They had captured Fire Fist Ace, besides being the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace is also the only child of the pirate King Roger before his demise. As Sengoku spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. I understand, Admiral Sengoku. What do you require of me? Roya nodded. Lafitte came as Teach's messenger. They have formed the Blackbeard Pirates, and he intends to use Ace as leverage for a trade with us. First, they want the warlord position, and secondly, they demand 1 billion berries. This matter has been discussed and approved in the meeting, and they require that no officer above the rank of captain be sent. Otherwise, they will refuse to negotiate with us. Therefore, I need you to take 1 billion berries to negotiate with Teach and successfully escort Fire Fist Ace to Impel down. Sengoku stated gravely. It seemed that the decision to negotiate with the pirates was not sanctioned by Sengoku alone, but likely determined by higher authorities. 1 billion berries? Hearing that amount startled Roya. After all, in this world, aside from rare and special types of devil fruits, an ordinary devil fruit in the black market typically circulates for around 100 million berries. Thus, 1 billion berries could potentially procure 10 devil fruits. No problem, Admiral Sengoku. I assure you I will accomplish the task. Roya said earnestly. Yes, remember, it is imperative to complete this mission. Ace is of great importance to our Navy, and be cautious of the Blackbeard Pirates, particularly their captain, Marshal D. Teach. Fire Fist Ace is formidable, and if they manage to capture him, it is certain that their strength is considerable, Sengoku began to advise. Understood. Roya nodded. Prepare yourself. We will depart shortly. The 1 billion berries have already been arranged. The trading location is on the island of Dabanaro in the Grand Line. Remember, exercise caution. These pirates are treacherous and cunning. Sengoku added one last warning. Not long after Roya left the Admiral's office, the door was pushed open once more. Oh dear, the Blackbeard pirates, how frightening. A voice filled with flippancy echoed through. Indeed. The newcomer was Admiral Kizaru from the Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku, are you sure you want that kid Roya to go alone? He asked, dealing with the Blackbeard pirates, which is quite terrifying. Although this young man is favored by Old Man Garp, what if he encounters danger? Should I accompany him? Kizaru said with a cheeky grin. No. If I could let you go, I would have done so already. Teach's demand stipulated that no officers above the rank of captain from the Navy headquarters could accompany him, allowing only a major to take a warship. This is also the directive from above. Sengoku promptly refused and clarified. Well, It seems Blackbeard is rather cautious, Kazara chuckled. Roya should be fine. He is already a major in the Navy headquarters now. If Teach is wise, he certainly wouldn't dare to engage him, Sengoku stated. Soon after, Admiral Roya arrived at the port where the naval vessels were anchored. Admiral Roya, greetings. The warships and marines are fully prepared and await your command. A marine approached as soon as he spotted Roya. Very well, let us set sail. Roya commanded. Hoist the sails. Subsequently, the warship that Roya commanded gradually departed from the naval headquarters, swiftly vanishing into the vast expanse of the ocean. The number of marines assigned to Roya by Admiral Sengoku was not substantial, totaling fewer than 100. However, this did not concern Roya. Instead, he was preoccupied with the reason why Blackbeard demanded the sum of 1 billion berries. By the way, where is the 1 billion berries arranged by Admiral Sengoku? Roya inquired promptly. Admiral Roya, please follow me, a marine replied, leading him into the ship's hold, which was brimming with bags of gleaming gold berries. Report, Admiral Roya. The entire sum of 1 billion berries is contained here. The leading marine saluted respectfully. Very well, you may leave now, Roya gestured dismissively. As he gazed at the 1 billion berries before him, Roya fell into contemplation. In truth, Sengoku was correct. Pirates were indeed treacherous and cunning individuals. And Blackbeard Teach epitomized all the vices of piracy. Simultaneously, Roya understood that Blackbeard sought to leverage Ace in exchange for a position among the warlords of the sea, thereby facilitating his entry into Impel Down to recruit henchmen for his nefarious schemes. Yet, Roya could not fathom the purpose behind Blackbeard's additional demand for the 1 billion berries. Despite his confusion, Roya's mind began to formulate a plan. After several days of drifting at sea, the marine announced, Admiral Roya, we are about to arrive at Bonero Island. Roya was examining the nautical chart in the captain's cabin when a marine entered to report. All right, I understand. Roya nodded in acknowledgement. Stepping out onto the deck of the warship, he gazed ahead and, as expected, they were approaching an island. Beside the island lay a vessel constructed from several wooden planks, proudly displaying the flag of the infamous Blackbeard. Moreover, thick plumes of smoke billowed from the island. The roads were utterly desolate, and many plants had withered to a sickly yellow. Undoubtedly, this devastation was the handiwork of Blackbeard and his crew, who had likely slaughtered and plundered the entire island. However, Roya remained unfazed, for this was the harsh reality following the path of pirates. What captured Roya's attention were the figures already standing at the edge of the island. Among them were Bayas, Van Augur, Lafitte, Poison Q, and Blackbeard Teach, along with Ace, bound by sea stone. Haha. Look, lads, their warship has indeed arrived. Our billion berries will soon be within our grasp. Blackbeard proclaimed with a sinister grin, his arms wide open, revealing his incomplete set of teeth. Chapter 9. The Arrogant Blackbeard Pirates. Captain, shouldn't we discard that wretched raft? Asked Bayas, the crew member, with a sly smile. That would be splendid. We wouldn't have to risk being swept away by the waves on that dreadful contraption, Bayas exclaimed with excitement. Of course. Aside from that billion berries, the warship will be ours as well, Blackbeard responded with unwavering confidence. It was evident that Blackbeard had meticulously orchestrated this plan. His request for Sengoku to send only one warship was undoubtedly motivated by more than just the billion berries. He had designs on the ship itself. After all, the destination for Blackbeard and his crew was Impel Down, a place they could not reach relying solely on their flimsy raft. Unfortunately for them, this time, it was Roya who had arrived. On the deck of the warship, a marine approached Roya. Major Roya, those individuals are members of the Blackbeard pirates. Should we proceed closer? Advance towards them, Roya commanded decisively. Understood, Major Roya. We will maneuver the ship closer immediately, the marine directed. By the way, Major Roya, should we prepare to hand over that billion berries now? The marine inquired further. Billion berries? Who said we were giving them a billion berries? Why would we bring it out? Roya smiled as he spoke. It was evident that he had no intention of acquiescing to Blackbeard's demand for 1 billion berries. Just as Sengoku had cautioned him repeatedly, these pirates were cunning and insatiably greedy, especially someone like Blackbeard. Major Roya, this isn't in accordance with the rules. Is it? The naval soldier did not finish his sentence before Roya interrupted him, shooting a fierce glare and stating, not in accordance with the rules? Not at all. You are at my command, Major Roya. The soldier trembled involuntarily. After all, Roya was a major and the leader of the mission, leaving no room for dissent. He couldn't fathom why Roya would act this way, considering they were dealing with ruthless pirates. However, Since Roya had spoken, they merely needed to execute the orders. Before long, the warship docked. All the sailors disembarked, forming two neat lines to respectfully welcome Roya ashore, a scene reminiscent of the grand entrances of high-ranking officers. The members of the Blackbeard pirates watched. "This is our Major Roya," announced one sailor at the front. "Haha, you finally arrived. I was about to lose my patience." Blackbeard laughed heartily, his demeanor brash and dismissive, clearly underestimating Roya. This was characteristic of Blackbeard Teach, arrogant and conceited. His words bore a hint of provocation towards Roya. Simultaneously, Blackbeard, accompanied by his crew, pushed forward Ace, who was shackled with sea stone restraints, his body marred with wounds and his hair disheveled, head bowed in silence. Facing Blackbeard, Roya chose not to engage in futile banter. Instead, he lifted his head and stood tall, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Blackbeard? Mock me? Then shall I not impart upon you a lesson?" As he stepped down from the warship, Roya unleashed his Conqueror's Haki with a slow, deliberate stride. Boom. An invisible pressure swiftly enveloped Blackbeard and his crew. By now, Roya had mastered the art of Conqueror's Haki, capable of imposing its influence on selected targets and even manifesting it as a physical attack. However, he refrained from unleashing his full strength or employing the tangible form of his Haki. Yet, even this moderate display was sufficient to astonish Blackbeard and his crew. Conqueror's Haki? This fellow is formidable. Blackbeard's jovial expression faded instantly, his brows furrowing in concern. Despite having been merely an ordinary crew member aboard Whitebeard's ship, he was adept at feigning weakness. His prolonged stay on Whitebeard's ship was a calculated wait for the dark fruit. The moment he sensed Roya's Haki, his instincts screamed that Roya was not to be trifled with. The question lingered in his mind. How could someone so young wield such formidable power? His crew, too, felt the tension. Had they not possessed some degree of strength, they might have succumbed to the overwhelming aura of Roya's Haki. Not only them, but Ace, too, looked up with disbelief, muttering, "Is this guy also a user of Conqueror's Haki?" As the sole son of the pirate King Joel D. Roger, Ace had awakened his own Haki at a young age, making him acutely sensitive to its presence. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers who had accompanied Roya aboard the same warship were in awe of him. Crack. Then Oka, a member of Blackbeard's crew, quickly raised his rifle, aiming it at Roya. "Wait. Venoka, don't act rashly. This man is not ordinary." Blackbeard Teach swiftly intervened. Had Roya not showcased his Haki, even Blackbeard might have been tempted to strike first. However, being the cunning individual he was, Blackbeard recognized the strength of his opponent and knew better than to let his men act recklessly. Moreover, his objective today was not to annihilate Roya and his sailors, but rather to secure the title of warlord and the 1 billion berries. Until he executed his grand scheme, he would refrain from openly antagonizing the Navy. So, Major Roya, your strength is quite impressive, and I have taken a liking to you. Let us discuss business. The ace you desire is right here, and I trust you have brought the warlord title and the 1 billion berries as promised?" Blackbeard inquired bluntly. "Of course. But as per our agreement, you must first hand over Fire Fist Ace to us," Roya affirmed with a nod. "All right, buyers, bring Ace over," Blackbeard commanded. "Understood, Captain." Buyers moved to escort the bound Ace forward, and several sailors hurried to take custody of him. Once Ace was successfully transferred to the warship, Roya glanced at Blackbeard Teach and stepped forward with measured strides. "Teach, your title as warlord has already received approval from our Navy headquarters. As for that 1 billion berries as Luo Ya spoke," he deliberately left a pause, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "The higher-ups have indeed agreed to it, but I have not given you my consent." Chapter 10. Seizing 10 billion. Blackbeard's fury upon hearing Luo Ya's words. Blackbeard Teach's expression instantly turned grave, his fists tightening gradually, a glimmer of murderous intent evident in his gaze. Luo Ya's actions had completely derailed his meticulous plans. Initially, Blackbeard had explicitly forbade any Admiral-level Navy personnel from approaching, intending to avoid any confrontation with the Navy. After all, he had just assumed the position of a Shichibukai. Engaging in the murder of high-ranking Navy officials at this juncture would undoubtedly result in the Navy pursuing accountability. If such a scenario unfolded, it would severely hinder his aspirations to exploit his Shichibukai status to accomplish his ambitions. However, at this moment, Ace had already dispatched those naval officers to the warship, leaving him devoid of any leverage. If this were indeed the case, Blackbeard would have no choice but to take action. Yet, being a cunning strategist, he would not act recklessly. Instead, he began to contemplate Luo Ya's character. "Haha, Have the Navy learned to play tricks as well? Or do you personally have designs on that 10 billion berry? Blackbeard Teach exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in a display of arrogance as he extended an invitation to Luo Ya. In his eyes, Luo Ya bore the potential to be just as greedy and ambitious as himself, otherwise, given his understanding of the Navy. The promise of 10 billion berries from the Navy headquarters would be unbreakable. The only explanation was that Luo Ya was akin to him, a kindred spirit. Indeed, in any world, such individuals exist, and the world of One Piece is no exception. Thus, Blackbeard quickly connected the dots. Coupled with the display of Conqueror's Haki that Luo Ya had just exhibited, if they were truly of the same ilk, why not simply recruit him? This would bolster his crew with formidable strength. As a result, Roya dismissively waved his hand, casually stating, I have no interest. At that moment, Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened. As an overwhelming intent to kill began to simmer beneath the surface, ignited by a burgeoning fury, it was evident that Roya intended to seize the billion berries that rightfully belonged to him. Crack! Van Oka, standing beside Blackbeard, once again raised his spear, aiming its tip directly at Roya. This time, Blackbeard did not intervene, seemingly conceding to the notion of engaging in battle with Roya. However, the Navy soldiers surrounding Roya displayed no signs of fear. They were all seasoned personnel from the Marine headquarters, trained for the very purpose of combating pirates. Sensing the imminent conflict, the sailors raised their weapons in unison. Hundreds of gun barrels were aimed squarely at the entire Blackbeard crew, creating a striking tableau of confrontation. Roya, I give you one last chance. Surrender the billion berries, and we shall go our separate ways. Otherwise, you shall not leave this island, Blackbeard Teach declared, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Roya remained silent, merely gesturing with his fingers to indicate to Blackbeard that he should not entertain such thoughts. This action thoroughly provoked Blackbeard's ire. While one might expect Blackbeard to retaliate immediately, it was instead championship fighter Bagus, standing by Blackbeard's side, who suddenly leaped into action. His muscular arms tightly clenched into fists. Bagus bellowed, Captain, allow me to teach this fellow a lesson. As he spoke, he charged forward, unleashing his right fist with all his might towards Roya. This so-called champion, Bagus, erupted with unexpected ferocity, yet Roya, equipped with the foresight granted by Observation Haki, had already anticipated this move. Observation Haki allows one to perceive the emotional fluctuations and life force of others, thus predicting their actions. With a smirk of disdain, Roya simply curled his lip at Bagus, dismissing him with a cold laugh. Subsequently, he activated his armament Haki, encasing his arm in hardened energy. Just as Bagus's fist was poised to strike, Luo Ya struck. Similarly, it was a blow for a blow. Bang! Crack! Following a muffled thud. A crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed in the air. A single strike, and it was a decisive victory. Roya's power shattered the bones in Bagus's arm with a single, devastating blow. With a thud, Bagus collapsed to the ground, contorted in agony as he clutched his shattered limb, his screams piercing the air. All present were left in stunned silence, including Blackbeard Teach, who knew well the strength of his crew member Bagus. Despite the apparent might of Roya before him, he never anticipated such a swift defeat. Could this man truly possess such formidable power? Teach pondered silently. At that moment, gunfire erupted. Van Oka, standing beside Blackbeard, fired first at Roya. Utilizing his advanced observation Haki, Roya effortlessly evaded the bullets. With the guns fired, the battle officially commenced. The Marine soldiers, though not particularly strong, were nonetheless seasoned fighters from the Marine headquarters, displaying considerable resolve as they held their ground against Van Oka, Lafitte, and the notorious members of Blackbeard's crew. Roya and Blackbeard stood amidst the chaos, locking eyes. Roya, your strength is commendable. Have you not considered joining us? Together, we could seize this world. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard exclaimed, undeterred by the presence of the other Marines. I have no interest, Roya replied, shaking his head. Ha ha ha. If that is your choice, then allow me to show you the true essence of darkness. Blackbeard, enraged by the refusal, declared. Chapter 11. Defeating Blackbeard Teach, Part 1. Blackbeard spread his arms wide, dark energy enveloping his hands, while a column of darkness surged skyward behind him. Ah ha ha ha. Rear Admiral Roya. My power is the mightiest of all natural-type devil fruits, the Yami Yami no Mi. Since you are so obstinate, I shall demonstrate a force that devours all in its path. Everyone, retreat. Blackbeard commanded confidently. Observing Blackbeard's display, Roya recognized the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, a force that had previously led to Ace's downfall. A man once acknowledged by the Navy for his strength. Quickly, We must leave. The captain is furious and will unleash chaos. Then Oka urged as he carried the injured Bagus away, followed closely by Lafitte and Poison Q. Suddenly, the dark energy erupted from the ground like a surging tide, spreading ominously. What is this? What should we do? Rear Admiral Roya. Many Marines were taken aback by the bizarre phenomenon, feeling a sense of helplessness. All Marines, swiftly retreat to the ship. Roya commanded without hesitation. Roya understood that the infamous Blackbeard, Teach, was no paragon of virtue. If he were to be left unchecked, he would undoubtedly slaughter all the Marines. Moreover, rather than allowing these soldiers to hinder him in this critical moment, it would be more prudent for Roya to order their immediate return to the ship. The Marines, having witnessed Roya's formidable conqueror's Haki, did not hesitate. Trusting in the capabilities of Rear Admiral Roya, they believed he possessed a means to confront Blackbeard. Consequently, as the dark substance began to encroach upon their feet, they swiftly commenced their retreat. Once the Marines had fully evacuated, the dark matter unleashed by Blackbeard had completely enveloped the periphery of the island. Amidst the surging darkness, countless stones and trees appeared to be devoured, gradually sinking into the abyss. Roya too stood amidst this dark matter, yet it posed no threat to him. Come, allow me to unveil to you the true essence of dark power. Liberation, Blackbeard bellowed. In an instant, the dark matter began to coalesce, gathering upon Blackbeard's head. Within mere seconds, the stones and trees that had just been consumed were hurled towards Roya like a barrage of gunfire. Calm and composed, Roya's piercing gaze flickered, and the overwhelming might of his conqueror's Haki was unleashed in an instant. A thunderous boom resonated as stones and trees, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, were obliterated, reduced to mere fragments as if struck by cannon fire. The tangible force of his Haki surged forth relentlessly, colliding with the torrent of dark matter unleashed by Blackbeard. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The manifested conqueror's Haki momentarily staved off the all-consuming darkness. This spectacle left the Marines aboard the warship utterly astonished. Major Roya, what formidable strength! Without even moving, he neutralized the terrifying offensive power of Blackbeard's devil fruit ability. Even the members of Blackbeard's crew, who were hiding nearby, were taken aback. Is this Navy Major truly that powerful? Surely, our captain won't be defeated by this fellow. Will he? What are you thinking? Haven't you noticed that the captain hasn't even exerted his full strength? Fire Fist Ace is no match for him. Do you really believe this Navy Major can measure up? How could you have cultivated your conqueror's Haki to such a degree? Blackbeard Tiki was visibly taken aback. To others, the nature of the power Roya had just displayed might have been unclear. However, Blackbeard Tiki, a seasoned expert who had concealed himself aboard Whitebeard's ship for years, could instantly discern the essence of Roya's strength. It was the manifested power of Conqueror's Haki, a force comparable to that of the Yonka red-haired Shanks. What? Has my Haki frightened you? Blackbeard? Roya taunted with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard Tiki exploded with rage. You little brat, if only you had agreed to join us. We could have surely reshaped this world. Alas, you chose to reject me. Your display of strength has indeed astonished me, since you cannot become my ally. You shall inevitably be my greatest adversary. Therefore, here and now, I shall take your life. Blackbeard Tiki's sharp gaze was filled with murderous intent, and as he spoke, he unleashed his power once more. Blackbeard, have you ever heard the saying? Roya inquired leisurely. What? Blackbeard responded, puzzled. Villains perish due to verbosity. No sooner had the words left his lips, Roya vanished without a trace. Blackbeard furrowed his brow, and just as he regained his senses, Roya had already materialized above him. Immediately thereafter, Luo Ya's legs began to sway, and several sharp beams of light descended from the heavens, striking directly upon Blackbeard in that fleeting moment. Roya displayed a stunning amalgamation of the three forms of the 6 styles: shave, moonwalk, and gale foot, all seamlessly intertwined with the formidable Haki cloaked in armament. This combination inflicted grievous, life-threatening injuries. In a mere single strike, Blackbeard was drenched in his own blood, collapsing into a pool of crimson, writhing in agony. Despite the formidable prowess endowed by the dark fruit, Blackbeard's abilities were not without significant drawbacks. Foremost among these was the inability to elementalize as a Logia-type fruit, and secondly, he experienced pain at double the intensity of an ordinary person. Witnessing this outcome, all onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished by the might of Rear Admiral Roya. How remarkable! He has honed the Marines' 6 styles to such an extraordinary level. With just one blow, he has felled a pirate of Blackbeard's caliber, a man capable of vanquishing the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Meanwhile, the members of the Blackbeard pirates exchanged glances, their expressions dark and filled with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that their captain had been so easily bested. Their sole thought now was to devise a means of escaping with their captain in tow. What is this? Blackbeard teach. Is this the extent of your power? I have yet to reveal my true expertise. Roya unsheathed a sword and slowly advanced towards Blackbeard teach, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. Wait, don't kill me. I am a warlord of the sea. If you spare my life, I will forego the billion. Blackbeard, gritting his teeth against the pain, lay on the ground, pleading for mercy. Chapter 12. Defeating Blackbeard teach. A warlord of the sea? And what of it? Roya replied with a cold smirk. This title indeed instilled fear in the hearts of most naval soldiers, for the warlords of the sea are sanctioned pirates recognized by the world government. In the realm of One Piece, they were once considered one of the three great balancing forces of the world, alongside the four emperors and the navy. However, the status of warlord held little sway over Roya. He harbored no such trepidation. Roya was acutely aware that a treacherous and cunning individual like Blackbeard teach would never so easily beg for mercy. There was certainly a sinister plot at play. Moreover, how could the man who effortlessly vanquished the captain of the Whitebeard pirates and subdued Ace possibly be so swiftly defeated? As expected, Roya's suspicions were validated. Seizing the moment, Blackbeard teach sprang to his feet, drawing two pistols from his waist with lightning speed and aiming them at Roya, pulling the triggers with a resounding bang. Bang! The bullets surged toward Roya like ferocious tigers. However, with his advanced observation Haki, Roya deftly evaded the projectiles. Having witnessed Roya's formidable strength, Blackbeard teach understood that a mere 2 bullets would not suffice to eliminate him. This was merely one of his tactics. Dark water, he bellowed, extending his hand, shrouded in dark matter, towards Roya. Suddenly, Luo Ya felt his body lurch forward uncontrollably, as if propelled by an unseen force towards the palm of the Blackbeard. In an instant, Roya was ensnared by Blackbeard's grasp, immediately met with another of Blackbeard teach's powerful fists striking heavily against his abdomen. Do you feel it? This is the might of darkness. Beyond its capacity to consume all, darkness wields the power to manipulate gravity. Of course, you are not a devil fruit user. Were you one, in the presence of my dark waters, all your abilities would be rendered null and void. Blackbeard, believing himself to be in a position of advantage, began to speak with a tone of arrogance. Witnessing this scene, the sailors aboard the naval ship stood in stunned silence. The members of the Blackbeard pirates, who had initially contemplated retreat, now regained their confidence, bolstered by their faith in their captain, Blackbeard teach. Although Roya endured a blow from Blackbeard teach, it seemed utterly inconsequential, akin to a mere tickle, as he continued to mock. So what? In truth, under the heightened perception of his advanced Kinbunshika Haki, Roya had long anticipated Blackbeard's move. The moment he was ensnared by the dark gravitational force, he activated his advanced Busashoka Haki for defense. And by combining it with the Marine 6 Styles iron block technique, Blackbeard teach's punch was nothing more than a trivial annoyance to him. In essence, Roya intentionally allowed himself to be ensnared by that dark gravity, aiming to test the strength of Blackbeard teach. The outcome of this comparison revealed that Blackbeard's punch was significantly weaker than that of Garp. At that moment, Garp was capable of propelling himself away with a single blow. Perhaps it could be said that Blackbeard teach has become overly confident in his dark fruit abilities, leading to a sense of reliance. What? You mean to say you are completely unscathed? Blackbeard exclaimed in astonishment. Roya did not waste words with Blackbeard teach. He raised his sword and struck at Teach's chest. At such close proximity, even if Teach reacted, there was no way to defend himself. With a sharp sound, a gory wound rapidly appeared on Teach's chest, and the excruciating pain forced him to release Roya, stepping back several paces. Gasping for breath, Teach clutched his injury, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. However, he quickly used the darkness emitted by his dark fruit abilities to cover the wound. It is worth noting that Teach's dark fruit cannot dissipate attacks like other Logia-type abilities. Even if he could elementalize, it would be futile, as every strike from Roya was enveloped in his Haki. In the face of Haki, elementalization offers no advantage unless one possesses an exceptionally strong observation Haki, akin to that of Marine admirals, allowing them to predict and evade attacks in advance. Otherwise, it is utterly meaningless against Haki. Damn it, you little brat, you have truly enraged me. This time, I will not let you go. Teach roared once more, clearly infuriated. Dark hole. Dark water. Teach unleashed darkness, covering the ground with a broader range than before, evidently aiming to envelop Roya in shadows. On the other hand, having understood Teach's strength, Roya felt it was not particularly daunting and thus lost interest in prolonging the battle. He decided to bring this confrontation to an end. Although Teach's dark water could manipulate gravity to draw people in, it was not insurmountable. As long as one's observation Haki and armament Haki were sufficiently powerful, it could be countered. Consequently, the same tactics held no sway over Roya. He exerted himself to resist the pull of dark water and unleashed several sword strikes, slicing through the dark matter of Dark Hole as if it were mere tofu. The sword energy cleaved through the darkness, surging toward Teach. Thud. Teach collapsed to the ground, his body riddled with wounds, blood spilling forth. Major Roya had emerged victorious. The sight was terrifying. The sheer power was astonishing. All the Marines were taken aback. Initially, they had harbored concerns about whether Major Roya could withstand Blackbeard Teach. Now, they held nothing but deep respect for him. Captain. The remaining members of the Blackbeard pirates shouted nervously, intending to rush over to rescue their captain, Blackbeard Teach. However, the outcome was already sealed. Roya turned around, his piercing gaze fixed with fierce intensity, unleashing an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki. This was a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki even more formidable than before. Thud. Thud. The likes of Poison Q and others were swiftly rendered unconscious, collapsing onto the ground. The tangible force of the Conqueror's Haki revealed its true might, far beyond what they could withstand. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Due to Blackbeard Teach being utterly overpowered by the host, the power of the dark fruit felt profound shame and sought to ally itself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability of the dark fruit and activating its automatic training program. Chapter 13. The perfect version of the dark fruit ability. What a revelation! The dark fruit's ability seeks to join me? Such a miraculous turn of events. Upon hearing this notification from the system, Roya was momentarily astounded. However, a wave of concern swiftly washed over him, prompting him to question the system. System, if I have obtained the ability of the dark fruit, does that not mean I have become a devil fruit user, thus turning into a drowned duck? In the world of One Piece, those who consume devil fruits are invariably cursed by the sea, rendering them unable to swim ever again. The thought of this dilemma left Roya in a state of distress, necessitating clarification. Host, what you have acquired is merely the corresponding ability, not the direct consumption of a devil fruit. Therefore, you need not worry about the curse of the sea associated with devil fruits. The benefits of having the fruit's ability come without the usual drawbacks? How splendid! Roya was filled with exhilaration. Shortly thereafter, still in a state of euphoria, Roya once again heard the system's voice. Ding! Due to the remarkable swordsmanship displayed by the host during the recent battle, the Marines' 6 powers have been successfully stimulated. The Marines have resolved to train with even greater diligence. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The automatic training speed of the Marines' 6 powers has increased tenfold. The current automatic training speed stands at 20 times. This is truly fantastic. I never anticipated that the training speed of the Marines' 6 powers would escalate once more. At this current pace, he believed that reaching an advanced level in the Marines' 6 powers would soon lead to the pinnacle, and beyond that, the maximum level. Whereupon he would receive a mysterious reward from the system. Although he remained uncertain about the specifics of this mysterious reward, it was surely something of great value. Now, possessing the ability of the dark fruit felt like divine assistance, as its powers could completely counter those of devil fruit users. At that moment, however, Blackbeard Teach subordinates began to approach Roya. We must save the captain. They had just regained consciousness from the shock of the Conqueror's Haki, but the residual effects lingered, rendering their movements cumbersome. Nonetheless, undeterred, the likes of Bagus, Van Augur, Lafitte, and Poison Q bravely charged towards Roya, intent on rescuing Blackbeard Teach from his side. Roya would not allow them to have their way. While dealing with Blackbeard Teach required some effort, subduing these few individuals was a mere trifle. In a matter of moments, Roya effortlessly subdued them all, subsequently instructing the Marines to bind them with sea stone and escort them aboard the naval vessel, preparing to return to the Navy headquarters with their captives. During the journey back aboard the naval ship, the news of Luo Ya's triumphant defeat of the entire Blackbeard pirate crew on Banero Island has already been reported back to Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters by the accompanying Marines. In the Grand Conference Room of the Navy headquarters, a high-ranking meeting is underway, attended by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and all the vice admirals. Understood. I will promptly arrange for personnel to meet you at the port. Moreover, this matter must be suppressed. The media should not be informed. Sengoku hung up the din-din mushi. Initially, his expression reflected astonishment, but it soon transformed into one of resignation and frustration. Fleet Admiral, what has transpired? Admiral Akainu inquired, noticing Sengoku's change in demeanor. Well, Sakazuki, it appears we need to make some adjustments to our meeting agenda. Sengoku nodded solemnly. The assembled naval commanders remained silent, their gazes fixed on Sengoku. Recently, I trust you are all aware of the incident involving Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach capturing Fire Fist Ace. At Blackbeard's request, I dispatched a newly appointed Rear Admiral, Luo Ya, to take charge of Ace's transfer to Impel Down. However, I have just received reports from the Marines accompanying Rear Admiral Luo that circumstances have altered, Sengoku said, rubbing his forehead. What? Did Blackbeard attack our Marines? Akainu exclaimed. I warned against yielding to these pirates. Our justice demands their complete eradication. No. Sengoku shook his head. Sakazuki, do not jump to conclusions. The reality is that our Rear Admiral Luo has defeated all members of the Blackbeard pirate crew and is now escorting Fire Fist Ace back to the Navy headquarters. What? A newly appointed Rear Admiral managed to vanquish the Blackbeard pirates, who were capable of overpowering Whitebeard's second-in-command, Fire Fist Ace? The revelation sent shockwaves through the conference hall, leaving all naval commanders astounded. While many may not fully grasp Blackbeard's true strength, they certainly understood the prowess of Fire Fist Ace, who had once been invited to join the 7 warlords of the sea. The strength required to receive such an invitation was well known, and it was evident that, aside from the admirals, most vice admirals present would likely be no match for Ace. Consequently, the ability of Blackbeard to capture Ace indicated that he possessed strength surpassing that of Ace. Thus, the notion that a new Rear Admiral, Luo Ya, could defeat the formidable Blackbeard was indeed astonishing. Oh my, this Rear Admiral Luo possesses such formidable strength? How frightening. Admiral Kazara remarked with a chuckle. All others fell into stunned silence. Sengoku raised his hand decisively and stated, this is a critical moment. We must effectively utilize the strength of the warlords of the sea. Therefore, the news of Blackbeard's defeat must be kept confidential and absolutely not disseminated. Additionally, we must reassess the situation in the New World. In the first half of the Grand Line, after drifting at sea for several days, the naval vessel commanded by Roya has returned to the port of the naval headquarters. However, Roya did not disembark. Instead, he instructed several Marines to escort the Blackbeard pirate crew ashore, while he himself received orders to continue escorting Ace to the underwater prison, Impel Down. Roya found it rather inconsequential. After all, remaining at the naval headquarters was quite tedious. It would be refreshing to witness the so-called largest underwater prison in the world. Impel Down. To his surprise, Empress Hancock did not disembark, but chose to accompany Roya instead. This inevitably stirred speculation among the sailors aboard the ship. Unfortunately, Hancock maintained a stoic expression, leaving them unable to discern her true intentions. Before long, the warship aboard which Roya is traveling set sail once more, its next destination, Impel Down. Chapter 14. The Notorious Pirates of Level 6. On the journey to Impel Down, Roya sensed the transformation within himself after several days of diligent training. His efforts, coupled with the automatic enhancement of his cultivation, had allowed him to elevate his mastery of the dark fruit to an intermediate level. The intensity of his abilities had progressed from novice to intermediate, achieved in a remarkably brief span of time. System, reveal the training regimen I have established. Roya inquired. Host, Roya Navy 6 forms. Ability intensity top tier. 20-fold automatic training in progress. Observation Haki. Ability intensity advanced. 12-fold automatic training in progress. Armament Haki. Ability intensity advanced. 12-fold automatic training in progress. Swordsmanship power. Ability intensity swordmaster level. Automatic training in progress. Conqueror's Haki. Ability intensity superior. Automatic training in progress. Dark fruit ability. Ability intensity intermediate. Automatic training in progress. Upon reviewing his training projects once more, Roya felt a considerable sense of calm. This is still insufficient. I must become even stronger, he resolved silently. At that moment, a Marine approached to report. Major General Roya, we have traversed the gates of justice and are nearing Impel Down. Following his battle against Blackbeard, Roya's status had soared, and the Marines accompanying him held him in deep admiration. Their tone was imbued with respect as they delivered their report. Very well, I understand, Roya responded succinctly. Stepping out of the cabin, he gazed toward the magnificent structure of Impel Down before him. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Impel Down, the Warden Magellan awaited with a substantial contingent of guards. This was a crucial operation, as they were to detain the notorious Fire Fist Ace. The Navy headquarters had already coordinated with Magellan to ensure that no errors would occur, given Ace's level of threat. The directive was to confine him in the 6th level of Impel Down, the Infinite Hell. Within the Infinite Hell, the most heinous pirates were imprisoned. As the warship docked, Magellan approached. Major General Roya, I am aware of your purpose here. Please allow our men to take over the prisoner, Fire Fist Ace, Magellan stated coldly. The guards beside him were prepared with new sea prism stone shackles. Certainly, Roya nodded, gesturing for the Marines behind him to escort Fire Fist Ace down. With both Roya and Magellan present, the transfer proceeded without a hitch. Soon, the guards were leading Ace toward Impel Down. All right, Major General Roya, we will take this prisoner into custody. You may return now, Magellan signaled dismissively. Wait, Warden Magellan, per Admiral Sengoku's orders. I must accompany you inside to confirm the incarceration of Fire Fist Ace before I can report back, Roya insisted. Rest assured, Impel Down is fortified like a fortress. Any criminal who enters cannot escape, Magellan replied confidently, yet he nodded in acquiescence. However, since Admiral Sengoku has made a request, you may accompany us, Major General Roya. Initially, upon hearing Magellan assert that no criminal could escape, Roya contemplated making a remark about the infamous Golden Lion Shiki. Nevertheless, apart from this legendary pirate, no prisoner had ever successfully escaped from Impel Down throughout its history. In the next moment, Roya followed Magellan into Impel Down. The warship temporarily docked at the makeshift pier. Along the way, Magellan maintained a degree of warmth, introducing Roya to the structure of each level of Impel Down, albeit with a somewhat distant tone, as if keeping him at arm's length. Upon entering Impel Down, the first floor was where prisoners entered. This level did not house any inmates. After passing through the main gate, there was an iron barrier leading to the area for the interrogation and processing of offenders prior to their imprisonment. They then proceeded through the first level of Hell, the Red Lotus Hell, followed by the second level, the Beast Hell, the third level, the Hunger Hell, and finally, the fourth level, the Heat Hell. The first two levels contained prisoners with less severe crimes and average strengths, so Roya found himself less intrigued by Magellan's descriptions. As for the third and fourth levels, they were somewhat more interesting, particularly the fourth level, the Heat Hell. However, they still failed to capture Roya's interest. Moreover, the inmates in each corresponding level had been subjected to such torment that they resembled shadows of their former selves, remaining mute in the presence of Magellan. Upon reaching the fifth level, the Extreme Cold Hell, the prisoners here were notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. At least considered minor figures within the world of One Piece. Ultimately, they arrived at the sixth level, the Infinite Hell. This level housed truly formidable individuals. It was reserved for those sentenced to death or life imprisonment, notorious pirates whose crimes had been so heinous that their existence was expunged from history. The inmates here were nearly legendary figures, facing either execution or life in confinement, the severity of their crimes often concealed by the government, with even newspapers deliberately omitting their stories. Upon entering this level, the prisoners, unlike those in previous levels, did not show the same trepidation toward Magellan. Instead, they taunted him. However, many of them gasped in astonishment upon seeing Fire Fist Ace. The criminals in this level were exceptionally notorious, particularly those in solitary confinement, who had caused considerable uproar, with some having had their very existence erased. Magellan spoke gravely, gesturing toward the cells one by one. At the end of this corridor is the cell housing Douglas Bullet, known as the Demon God Heir. He nearly caused the Navy's extermination order to fail, he declared. In the solitary cell to the right is the formidable Red Count Ludofield, a contemporary of your Navy hero Garp. His infamy rivaled that of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. The massive cell at the far end contained only one occupant, giant battleship San Juan Wolf. These notorious pirates, now largely forgotten by the outside world, were once fearsome figures. Hancock, the empress who accompanied Roya into Impel Down, had heard of these names. Her icy demeanor gradually shifted, revealing a glimmer of shock in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, as the rumor suggested, the sixth level of Impel Down was home to true monsters. She pondered internally. Meanwhile, Roya, being a time traveler, was well aware of the notorious names of these pirates. Yet, seeing them reduced to prisoners, he found little to fear. Nonetheless, given the ferocity of these pirates, it was no wonder they felt no trepidation, even daring to challenge Magellan. Hey, Magellan, what brings you to this level today? Oh, you've brought along a pretty girl, one prisoner exclaimed. Isn't that Fire Fist Ace from the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division? How did he end up captured? Ha ha ha, this is delightful, They dared to capture someone from the Whitebeard pirates, especially a second division captain. Whitebeard will surely not let this slide. Perhaps if Whitebeard were to cause a commotion and storm into the city, we might have a chance to escape together, my brothers. The malevolent criminals in this lair burst into raucous laughter upon hearing this. However, for Magellan, accustomed to such chaos, he chose to ignore it and instead turned to Major Roya, stating, "Major Roya, we have arrived. This is the infamous Impel down. The warlord has decreed that Ace shall be imprisoned here." Upon hearing these words, the prisoners redirected their attention towards Roya. How is it that a Navy major accompanies us? Has he subdued the great Fire Fist Ace? They wondered. What are you thinking? That is Fire Fist Ace. Without strength, could anyone possibly lead the Whitebeard pirates? They scoffed. Indeed, this major is likely just a lackey. What can a mere major accomplish? Do you believe he possesses any real power? The prisoners began to unleash their scorn upon Roya. The noise was unbearable. Roya furrowed his brow and cast a glance at the surrounding inmates. Suddenly, Luo Ya suddenly struck, his piercing gaze igniting the manifestation of his Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 15. The Conqueror's Haki dominates the arena. The tangible force of his Conqueror's Haki erupted violently, a formidable aura sweeping forth like a tempest in all directions. Boom, following a resounding thud. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground ensued. This time, the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Roya transcended mere psychological suppression. It materialized into a tangible force, inflicting actual harm upon the prisoners. At this moment, Roya's mastery of the Conqueror's Haki had reached a remarkable level, classified as advanced. The concept of Conqueror's Haki piqued the interest of Barrett first, as he sensed the power emanating from Roya, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. To his surprise, after all these years, the Navy had indeed made considerable progress. Even a mere rear admiral had acquired the ability to wield Conqueror's Haki. The Red Count Redfield chuckled as well. Other infamous pirates present shared similar sentiments. Even Magellan looked at Rear Admiral Roya with astonishment, as if seeing him in a new light. Initially, Magellan regarded Roya with indifference. Despite providing introductions, it was merely a gesture of courtesy. Like the others, he had assumed Roya was just an ordinary Rear Admiral with average strength. However, after witnessing the Conqueror's Haki that Roya had just displayed, he found himself compelled to reassess his opinion. Magellan lamented the fact that this new generation of Navy personnel was so formidable. A young Rear Admiral possessing such potent Conqueror's Haki was indeed impressive. Most of the prisoners were intimidated into submission by Roya's displayed prowess, facilitating Ace-S transfer without incident. Nevertheless, led by Barrett, a few prisoners remained defiant, sneering. So what if it's just Conqueror's Haki? What is so remarkable about it? In the New World, there are many who can wield it. You were merely fortunate enough to cultivate it to a tangible level. But alas, what can mere Conqueror's Haki truly prove? After all, the prisoners confined in the depths of Impel Down were not ordinary individuals. While most had been subdued, a faction remained resistant, likely strong and possibly unaware of the external circumstances due to their prolonged confinement, thus resorting to mockery. So, you remain unconvinced? Roya scoffed. Indeed, we are unconvinced. What will you do about it? It's just Conqueror's Haki. Do you truly believe yourself to be an admiral? Before Roya could respond, it was Magellan's turn to act. He activated his poison fruit abilities, conjuring 3 purple dragons of venom behind him. In an instant, the toxic dragons surged forth, and one particularly defiant prisoner was immediately engulfed by the corrosive poison. The prisoner fell to the ground, writhing in agony, and without an antidote, he would succumb to his suffering. Magellan, of course, had no intention of providing him with one. Witnessing Magellan's intervention, the prisoners fell silent, their respect for his strength unquestionable. Even Roya was momentarily taken aback by the potency of Magellan's abilities. However, Roya had no intention of allowing Magellan to steal the spotlight. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase his intermediate mastery of the dark fruit. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Roya began to put his plan into action. Instantly, dark matter erupted from within him, spreading throughout the vast expanse of the infinite hell in mere seconds, enveloping everything in its shadowy embrace. What is this? As the majority of the prisoners marveled at Roya's dark fruit abilities, the dark matter began to stir like a rising tide. Those ensnared by the darkness found themselves trapped as if they had stepped into a quagmire, their limbs rendered immobile, left to await their inevitable engulfment by the encroaching shadows. Having cultivated the dark fruit to an intermediate level, Roya's technique, Dark Abyss, exhibited a range and potency that far surpassed that of Blackbeard teach. Minutes passed, Roya has reclaimed his powers of the dark fruit. At this moment, numerous prisoners have succumbed to its enveloping force, having fainted from the overwhelming effects. Some have even suffocated to death. Is he still a fruit user? How terrifying. What manner of ability is this? The remaining few prisoners are gripped by sheer terror. And this time, they are genuinely subdued, ceasing their mockery. They comprehend that the Roya before them is not only formidable but also decisive in his actions. Should they continue their taunts, their demise would be inevitable. At this moment, Magellan gazes at Roya with furrowed brows, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. He muses inwardly, what kind of ability does this individual possess? When those dark substances enveloped me, I felt a chilling sensation creeping up my spine. As if I too were about to be consumed. Coupled with his recent display of Conqueror's Haki, he has nearly reached the prowess of the three admirals. It is truly terrifying. At this juncture, Magellan begins to genuinely acknowledge and admire Roya's strength, even feeling a profound sense of threat. Indeed, the power of the dark fruit is remarkable, yet it still lacks the requisite strength. It appears I must strive even harder. As Roya reflects on the might he just unleashed, despite having astonished everyone, he remains unsatisfied, for his aspirations demand greater strength. Just then, the voice of the system resounds once more. Your suppression of the prisoners on the 6th level has astonished the poison fruit ability, which now believes you to be its destined master, coming forth to pledge allegiance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have established an automatic training program for the poison fruit ability. Your recent display of Conqueror's Haki has greatly stimulated both Observation Haki and Armament Haki. Both Observation and Armament Haki are determined to train even harder. Ding. Congratulations, host. The training speed of your Observation and Armament Haki has increased tenfold. The current speed of your Duel Haki training is now 22 times. Your diligent practice of Observation and Armament Haki has evoked dissatisfaction from your Conqueror's Haki, which believes itself to be the true sovereign and is resolute in its determination to train harder. Ding. Congratulations, host. The training speed of your Conqueror's Haki has also increased tenfold. The current speed of your Conqueror's Haki training is now 10 times. Chapter 16. New Mission. Summon Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon hearing this series of system prompts, Roya could not contain his joy. He never anticipated that his arrival at Impel Down would yield such remarkable rewards. In addition to acquiring the powers of the poison fruit, he found himself invigorated in all other training endeavors. Notably, his mastery of Conqueror's Haki had finally reached a remarkable tenfold training speed. Currently, Roya had attained an advanced level of Conqueror's Haki, and with this newfound speed, he was confident that he would soon transcend to the ultimate stage. Should he achieve this pinnacle, it would signify a substantial enhancement of his prowess. Magellan, now that I have confirmed Ace's imprisonment, I shall take my leave. Roya stated as he bid farewell. With his objectives accomplished, he had no desire to linger any longer. Very well, Magellan replied with a nod. As he observed Roya's departing figure, Magellan was lost in contemplation. In his estimation, with Roya's formidable strength, the seas would undoubtedly witness a resurgence of turmoil in the future. Having departed from Impel Down, Roya returned to the warship. Luo Ya arranged for the return to the naval headquarters, deeming it essential to report to Sengoku. Within the ship's cabin, Roya still harbored doubts. System, you mentioned that I have acquired the abilities of the dark fruit. And now I possess the powers of the poison fruit as well. Doesn't this create a conflict? After all, in the world of One Piece, each individual can only consume a single devil fruit. Beep. Host. What you have obtained are merely corresponding abilities. There are no adverse effects associated with the fruits. Conflicts between fruit abilities are indeed classified as a side effect. Oh, I see. Roya nodded in understanding. He then began to immerse himself in the newly acquired powers of the poison fruit, which proved to be rather intricate. He could sense that he had indeed gained the ability of the poison fruit, along with an immunity to toxins. After all, he could now be regarded as a master of poison. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated again. Beep. Your dark fruit ability feels that the training of the poison fruit ability is exceedingly vigorous and is thus greatly stimulated. The dark fruit ability, not to be outdone, resolves to train even harder. Beep. Congratulations, host. The automatic training speed of the dark fruit ability has increased 5-fold. Goodness. I never anticipated that the dark fruit would also be stimulated. This is advantageous, as the time required for the dark fruit ability to advance will be significantly reduced. A few hours later, Roya successfully returned to the Marine headquarters. Within the office of the Fleet Admiral at the Marine headquarters, Roya has arrived here and has informed Sengoku that Fire Fist Ace has been imprisoned in the depths of hell. Furthermore, Roya recounted without reservation his previous confrontation with Blackbeard, in which he emerged victorious. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the matter of the billion berries. Well done, Roya. Admiral Sengoku expressed his approval. This acknowledgement from Sengoku was not merely a commendation for successfully apprehending Fire Fist Ace and bringing him to Impel down. It was also a recognition of Roya's formidable strength. After all, Blackbeard had previously defeated Fire Fist Ace, so Roya's ability to vanquish Blackbeard indicated a prowess that far exceeded Sengoku's expectations. You have performed admirably this time, and I have every confidence that you will excel in the forthcoming mission. Sengoku smiled and nodded. Originally, this task should have been assigned to at least a vice admiral. However, the news of Fire Fist Ace's capture has escalated tensions in the New World, necessitating the deployment of the 3 admirals and a majority of the vice admirals to monitor the movements of the Yonko. Furthermore, as you are aware, Fire Fist Ace, being the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, will not let his capture go unchallenged, and it is likely that the Navy will face direct confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates. This is precisely why we have agreed to Blackbeard's acquisition of the Warlord title. By becoming a Warlord, he is obligated to respond to our summons and serve as an asset to our forces. Sengoku elaborated. In truth, Roya understood all of this. Yet he chose to listen to Sengoku's words, merely nodding in agreement. Thus, Sengoku continued, to combat the Yonko Whitebeard, we require the strength of the Warlords. The Vice Admirals remaining at headquarters have already departed to summon the Warlords, and your next mission is to travel to the New World, specifically Rosa, to enlist Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the Warlords. No problem, Roya nodded in affirmation. Since there are no issues, you may depart at once. Sengoku nodded in agreement, but then added a cautionary note. Be mindful, Doflamingo is a formidable adversary, and his strength is considerable. Roya responded with a word and then turned to leave. In his heart, he was still somewhat astonished. During his recent conversation with Sengoku, the latter had refrained from mentioning the matter of the 1 billion berries. Could it be that Sengoku was unaware? That seemed implausible. Blackbeard Teach had been sent back to Marine headquarters at that time, and besides, so many Marines had accompanied Roya. How could Sengoku possibly be oblivious to the issue of the 1 billion berries? So why did he choose to remain silent? It was evident that Sengoku had tacitly approved of his actions, perhaps as a form of reward. 1 billion berries is a substantial sum for an individual. Yet it is merely a trifling amount for the Navy. Roya mused to himself that he would seize the opportunity to further enhance his personal wealth in the future. Not long after Roya's departure, a naval rear admiral in the conference room expressed some concerns to Sengoku, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, that Doflamingo has recently been drawing quite close to the Yonko Kaido, and this individual has always been defiant of the Navy's orders. If only Rear Admiral Roya goes. Could there be any issues? Indeed, I have heard about Doflamingo. It is indeed a tricky situation. However, this time, Roya is conveying a summons from the world government, and he is more than capable of handling it. Sengoku reiterated his confidence in Roya. Perhaps initially, when Garp recommended Roya, Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, harbored some skepticism. Yet, through Roya's subsequent performances, particularly his defeat of Blackbeard and his actions within Impel Down, Sengoku had received reports. Therefore, he was thoroughly convinced that entrusting this task to Roya was the most fitting choice. Moments later, at the Marine headquarters port, the warship of Roya set sail once more. This time destined for the New World, specifically the island of Rosa. Several days later, in a certain maritime region of the New World. Major Roya, we are on the cusp of reaching Rosa. A panting Marine burst in to report. But what? Roya inquired. We have discovered a pirate ship at the port of Rosa. The naval soldier exclaimed in a flustered manner. A mere pirate ship, what has the fuss about? Roya replied, somewhat exasperated. As a member of the Navy, had they never encountered a pirate vessel before? This particular pirate ship is rather unique. It belongs to Jack the Drought. The mention of Jack the Drought, one of the 3 calamities under the Yonko Kaido, piqued Roya's interest. A faint smile graced the corners of Roya's lips. Chapter 17. Confiscating the Artificial Devil Fruits. Stepping out of the cabin, he stood on the deck, peering through the telescope. As expected, it was indeed the pirate ship belonging to Drought Jack, marked by its iconic mammoth head. Roya also observed that the vessel was docked at the port, where an array of peculiar toys were busily transporting crates onto the ship. Additionally, a few pirates wielding whips were directing these toys in their labor, yet Drought Jack himself was nowhere to be seen. It had long been rumored that Don Quixote Doflamingo had clandestine dealings with the Yonko Kaido, and it appeared to be true. Major Roya, should we refrain from approaching and report this to the Navy headquarters first? One of the sailors inquired. It was understandable that the presence of Drought Jack, one of Kaido's 3 top executives, instilled a sense of trepidation among the sailors. However, for Roya, there was no cause for alarm. No, we will dock immediately. Once ashore, everyone is to inspect the contents of those crates. If they contain contraband, we shall confiscate everything. Should anyone dare to resist, we will take them into custody. After all, he is merely a subordinate of a Yonko, not a source of fear. Roya decisively commanded. Understood, Major Roya. Upon hearing his orders, the sailors' morale surged. They had witnessed Roya's prowess firsthand, and with his assurance, their concerns dissipated. The warship sped towards the port, swiftly approaching its destination. Once the vessel docked, all sailors armed themselves and began their operations. Inevitably, a skirmish ensued, but it was merely with a handful of ordinary pirates. The Navy held the advantage in numbers, rendering Roya's intervention unnecessary. Before long, 2 sailors brought a crate before Roya and opened it. Major Roya, these crates are filled entirely with devil fruits. Roya cast a glance at the peculiar fruits adorned with strange patterns within the box, and indeed, they were devil fruits. However, these were not authentic devil fruits, but rather artificial creations. Doflamingo had long been engaged in illicit activities, among which the trafficking of arms to various nations was but a minor venture. His principal enterprise lay in the production of artificial devil fruits, which he supplied to the formidable Kaido. Until now, the Navy had merely harbored suspicions, lacking concrete evidence. Yet now, the proof was indisputable. Seize everything, and apprehend anyone who dares to resist, Roya commanded sternly. In the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo was engaged in a congenial conversation with the calamity known as Jack. Doflamingo, the quantity of fruits you've provided recently is insufficient. Kaido is rather displeased. You must increase production, for during our next transaction, I expect to see a greater number of devil fruits. Jack intoned somberly. Fu. The current trading volume is already at its limit. If you wish to boost production, we can discuss it next year. And do not forget, Jack, we are merely partners. Refrain from addressing me in such a commanding tone. Doflamingo retorted with a disdainful sneer. Though he harbored some trepidation towards Kaido, he was not intimidated by Kaido's subordinates. As Jack, the brute, felt his anger rise at Doflamingo's contemptuous demeanor, a member of Doflamingo's family rushed in, breathless. Young master, trouble. A naval ship has arrived at the port, and the Navy is conducting searches, confiscating all our goods. What? Upon hearing this news, both Doflamingo and Jack sprang to their feet in unison, their fury palpable. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead, a clear indication of his extreme rage. Doflamingo, this is your territory. How could such a thing occur? Jack inquired, furrowing his brow. Calm down. Let us go see for ourselves. I am eager to discover which Navy officer possesses such audacity. Doflamingo's tone was laced with menace. At the port, all the pirates had been subdued by the Navy, and crates upon crates of artificial devil fruits had been confiscated and loaded onto Roya's warship. As for the toys responsible for the transportation, Roya did not impose any hardship upon them, allowing them to depart unscathed. Who dares to seize my possessions? Came Doflamingo's furious voice from afar. It was he and Jack who had arrived, accompanied by members of the Don Quixote family. Their arrival was most timely. Roya stepped forward and coldly declared, Doflamingo, I am Rear Admiral Roya from the Naval Headquarters. I am here to summon you as one of the 7 warlords to return with me to the headquarters. Should you cooperate, I may consider overlooking the violations occurring here. Doflamingo, already seething with anger, was nearly beside himself upon hearing Roya's words. After all, what was Doflamingo's stature? When had it ever been the prerogative of a mere Rear Admiral to dictate terms to him? For one who valued his reputation as much as Doflamingo, this was nothing short of an affront, especially with Kaido's subordinate, Jack the Drought, standing beside him. However, Doflamingo was not the type to act impulsively without thought. So you are Roya? I have heard of you, and I understand why Sengoku sent you to summon me. It is because the Navy has captured and imprisoned Port Gasti. Ace, and you fear a confrontation with Whitebeard, am I correct? Doflamingo remarked. Such matters were not lost on Doflamingo. After all, he had informants within the naval headquarters. Long before he learned of any policies or even Roya's name, he had already received word of these developments. Yet, another reason held Doflamingo back from acting rashly. He had heard of Roya's formidable strength, having defeated Blackbeard, who was capable of capturing Ace, soon after attaining the rank of Rear Admiral. A direct confrontation would likely result in mutual destruction, and Doflamingo merely wished to ensure that the artificial devil fruits could be taken away by Jack, thereby avoiding Kaido's wrath and safeguarding his own interests. Otherwise, if the wrath of the Yonko Kaido were unleashed, Doflamingo had no confidence in withstanding it. However, if it were merely a matter of addressing inquiries from the Navy, he had ways to navigate that, for his identity extended beyond that of a mere warlord. Thus, Doflamingo devised a plan and proposed a deal to Roya. Roya, let us strike a bargain. If you return my goods to me, I shall immediately accompany you back to the naval headquarters. What say you? A bargain? Roya retorted. You, Doflamingo, have unlawfully manufactured artificial devil fruits, which is already a violation of regulations, and you wish to negotiate with me. I refuse. To be precise, you lack the standing to engage in such negotiations. Roya's response was resolute. Chapter 18. The Awakening Power of the Line Fruit. Indeed, Doflamingo's actions have undeniably transgressed the regulations of the Navy. As a Rear Admiral, Roya not only possesses the authority to refuse Doflamingo's proposed deal, but is also empowered to apprehend him. Are you truly being so audacious? Doflamingo sneered. Doflamingo, your illicit arms trafficking and the creation of artificial devil fruits are all blatant violations of the law. Furthermore, regarding this nation and these toys, if I am not mistaken, they were originally residents of Dressrosa, transformed into their current state by your doing, correct? Therefore, in light of your numerous offenses, your status as a warlord of the sea is hereby revoked. Roya scoffed and rebuked, casting a glance at the petite girl beside Doflamingo. This young girl was Sugar, an officer of the Don Quixote family and a wielder of the Hobby fruit, the creator of all the toys in the kingdom of Dressrosa. Haha. Do you really think you can revoke my warlord status? Doflamingo threw back his head in raucous laughter. Even the subordinates surrounding Doflamingo joined in the boisterous mirth. Who is this naval brat with such audacity? I cannot recall how many of your kind I have crushed in a year. The calamity known as Jack the Drought looked down upon Roya with disdain. Not only will I revoke your warlord status, but you will also accompany me in this time. It is not to the Navy headquarters. Instead, we are headed to Impel down. And you, Jack the Drought. Roya's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. Haha. Do you think you can capture me? You must be dreaming. At this moment, Doflamingo's laughter grew louder as he approached with an air of indifference. Do you really believe I am merely one of the 7 warlords? If I were to reveal my true identity, you would be compelled to kneel before me. Doflamingo began to issue threats. Soon, someone will indeed kneel, but that person will be you. Roya retorted with a cold laugh. How dare you speak to our young master like that? Do you know who he is? He is the king of Dressrosa and bears the bloodline of the celestial dragons. The highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, Treble, and Pica, spoke furiously. Young master, you need not lift a finger. We shall teach this insolent fool a lesson. As they launched their attacks, Roya, refusing to be lenient, narrowed his eyes and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. A wave of invisible power erupted from within him. With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere trembled, and members of the Don Quixote family in the distance were knocked unconscious by the sheer force of his Haki. Even the high-ranking officers were momentarily stunned, unable to move. This Marine has mastered Conqueror's Haki? Disaster Jack furrowed his brow, feeling as though he was facing Kaido himself. Meanwhile, Diamante, immobilized, was filled with dread. This guy's Haki seems even stronger than our young master's. Indeed, while Doflamingo also possessed Conqueror's Haki, it was evident that Roya's was superior. Enough. Cease this at once, Doflamingo shouted. Yet, instead of heeding his command, Roya intensified his Haki, transforming its intimidation into tangible damage. In less than a second, with a sound akin to thunder, Diamante, Treble, and Pica collapsed, unconscious. The widespread effect of his Haki even caused cracks to appear in nearby buildings and vessels at the port, causing Doflamingo and Disaster Jack to tremble involuntarily. Substantial? Doflamingo was taken aback. He has managed to wield his Haki to such an extent? Disaster Jack's expression grew grim. Could this fellow's Conqueror's Haki truly rival that of our Captain Kaido? He assumed a combat stance, acknowledging Roya's prowess. Roya, you are formidable. I never expected you to refine your Haki to this level. However, do you believe that Haki is the ultimate power in this world? Witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, Doflamingo roared in fury, veins bulging in his temple as he descended into madness. In the next moment, Doflamingo raised his hand, as if manipulating something unseen. The ground before him began to writhe with strands of white. Observing Doflamingo's transformation, Disaster Jack nodded in understanding. I see. Doflamingo has awakened his devil fruit powers. Though he had intended to battle, Disaster Jack now held back. While he believed Roya was strong, he recognized that with Doflamingo's awakened abilities, dealing with a mere marine major would be a trivial task. Meanwhile, the enraged Doflamingo unleashed the powers of his awakened string fruit, sending white strands racing towards Roya's feet. Oh? Roya smirked coldly, believing that the awakening of his fruit's power guaranteed his victory. Suddenly, Doflamingo unleashed his Haki, entwining it around the white threads. He soared into the air, and the ground transformed into sharp lines that lunged toward Roya. Doflamingo intended to eliminate Roya with a single strike. However, it was far from a straightforward task to slay Roya. With a thunderous crash, the awakened string fruit's attack created a substantial crater where Roya had stood, yet he remained unscathed. In that fleeting moment, Roya had adeptly evaded the assault by employing one of the 6 styles, shave. Immediately after, in the next moment, Roya appeared before Doflamingo. Before Doflamingo could react, Roya unleashed a punch imbued with armament Haki, striking Doflamingo squarely in the face. Chapter 19. A savage beating for Doflamingo. Bang! With that punch, Doflamingo was sent crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Curse be it! How could he be so fast? I also wielded observation Haki. Rising to his feet, Doflamingo wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression exceedingly grim. Indeed, Doflamingo had utilized observation Haki. Logically, one possessing such an ability should have been able to evade such an assault. However, he never anticipated that Roya's speed would surpass his own perception. This guy is formidable. Jack the Drought, who was spectating, narrowed his eyes in surprise. Doflamingo, you are no match for me. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Kneel and beg for mercy. And I shall not make things difficult for you, as long as you comply and follow me, Roya coldly declared. Kneel? I am a world noble with the bloodline of the celestial dragons. If anyone is to kneel, it shall be you. Doflamingo roared once more. In the next instant, he retaliated, utilizing his string fruit abilities to soar into the air. 16 holy bullets, divine execution. With a furious shout, 16 strands of white threads, imbued with powerful armament Haki, shot toward Roya at an astonishing speed. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Even Jack perceived the extreme danger emanating from Doflamingo's attack. Nevertheless, Roya remained rooted in place, his demeanor remarkably composed. As the 16 threads, entwined with armament Haki, were about to strike Roya, a surge of dark energy erupted from within him, forming a barrier before him. This dark substance resembled a black hole, directly opposing the onslaught of the 16 threads, while gradually devouring the power of Doflamingo's string fruit. What is happening? Is this guy also a devil fruit user? No, Verk said nothing about him being one. Doflamingo was taken aback. Indeed, Roya was employing the powers of the dark fruit, augmented by armament Haki. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, the 16 threads, entwined with armament Haki, shattered like shards of glass, falling to the ground. Simultaneously, Doflamingo, suspended in midair, crashed heavily to the ground once more. However, this time, Roya had no intention of engaging in further banter. He swiftly extended his hand and activated the dark fruit's ability. Much like Blackbeard's technique, Dark Water, a powerful gravitational force drew Doflamingo closer. Subsequently, Roya unleashed a stream of darkness that struck Doflamingo, rendering his abilities seemingly ineffective. In the next instant, Roya gripped Doflamingo's arm tightly, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, while his other hand balled into a fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Doflamingo had no avenue for escape and could only brace himself for the impending strike. However, Doflamingo was indeed a tenacious fighter. Despite the assault, he remained silent, desperately attempting to break free from Roya's grasp. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not summon the power of his string fruit. Doflamingo's eyes widened in disbelief. Frozen in shock, my fruit ability. Your ability is useless against mine, Roya sneered. Impossible. How could this be? Did you use Sea Stone? No, if it were Sea Stone, you would be unable to utilize your own powers. Not Sea Stone, yet capable of restraining my powers? What is this ability of yours? Doflamingo bellowed in anger. Do you wish to know? Then prepare to endure a beating first. Roya firmly seized Doflamingo and initiated a relentless assault. To be candid, Doflamingo is profoundly reliant on the powers bestowed by his devil fruit, rendering him powerless in the absence of his string fruit abilities, leaving him with no recourse but to endure a barrage of blows. What manner of devil fruit could grant such an effect, nearly akin to that of sea prism stone, nullifying others' abilities? Even Jack the Drought, standing nearby, found himself perplexed by this phenomenon. After all, this brute had no inclination to meticulously memorize the devil fruit compendium. How dare you harm our young master? Release him. The high-ranking officials, Diamante, Treble, and Pica, who had just been rendered unconscious by Roya's overwhelming force, gradually began to regain their senses. Upon witnessing Doflamingo's dire condition, they were consumed by fury and surged forward, intent on rescuing him from Roya's grasp. Alas, their efforts proved futile. Would Roya extend an opportunity to them? Certainly not. Once again, a potent surge of Conqueror's Haki erupted, even more formidable than before, rendering all of Don Quixote's subordinates unconscious. Curse be Roya. Don Quixote Doflamingo intended to voice his thoughts, yet Roya silenced him before he could utter a word, delivering a relentless beating. Mere minutes later, Doflamingo had succumbed to complete unconsciousness, devoid of any awareness. Observing this, the Marines accompanying Roya hurriedly approached with sea-stone handcuffs, ensuring not only Doflamingo was restrained but also his other subordinates were not spared, just as it appeared that Roya would escort Doflamingo away. The calamity known as Jack could no longer contain himself. This man, with a bounty of 1 billion, stepped forward with a stern visage. Stop right there. Who granted you permission to take him? His intervention was not born out of a desire to assist Doflamingo, but from the knowledge that Doflamingo's capture would sever the supply of artificial devil fruits for the beast pirates. The moment that supply ceased, the Emperor Kaido would undoubtedly erupt in fury, and once Kaido was enraged, none could stand in his way. Therefore, how could Calamity Jack allow Roya to take Doflamingo under his very nose? I almost forgot about you. Roya cast a glance at Jack the Drought, one of the calamities of the beast pirates, and said, You too, join Don Quixote Doflamingo, and head to Impel Down. Go to Impel Down together? Ha ha ha. Do you think who I am? Jack's expression darkened ominously. Chapter 20. Jack the Drought with a bounty of 1 billion. As he spoke, Jack swiftly drew his prized scimitar, a weapon resembling 2 curved swords, now enveloped in armament Haki. With a thunderous roar, he swung it down at Roya with lightning speed. However, Roya was no ordinary adversary. He swiftly unsheathed his sword, which was also cloaked in high-intensity armament Haki, to meet Jack's strike. Clang! The sharp clash of blade against blade rang out, followed by a thunderous explosion. The shockwave from the impact surged outward, causing many onlookers to stumble and fall, while distant Navy soldiers struggled to withstand the force. In the midst of battle, although Jack possessed the ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit, granting him immense strength, it mattered little to Roya. He deftly pushed aside Jack's blades and struck at his chest with his own sword. At such close proximity, Jack could not evade. And after taking the blow, he staggered back several steps. Jack the Drought, renowned for his 1 billion bounty, was reduced to this? Roya mocked coldly. You scoundrel! I will kill you. Jack bellowed angrily, and in an instant, his body transformed into a massive elephant, his Zoan form, the mammoth. As Jack's roar echoed, his weapons once again enveloped in armament Haki, the ground beneath him shattered under his power. Moreover, Jack's mighty roar sent waves crashing violently against the nearby port. Is this the strength of a calamity with 1 billion bounty from the beast pirates? The sight struck fear into the hearts of the soldiers, as the warships rocked perilously in the turbulent waters. Yet, Roya remained unfazed, his expression filled with mockery as he regarded Jack's mammoth form. Die, you brat, Jack shouted, his colossal foot wrapped in Haki, crashing down toward Roya. This time, however, Roya was fully prepared, charging forward with his sword similarly clad in armament Haki. Boom. Before Jack could even make contact, he was sent flying several meters away. How is this possible? Is that flowing cherry? Jack was momentarily stunned. Indeed. What Roya had just unleashed was the external application of armament Haki, known in Wano as flowing cherry. In Wano, those who could master and skillfully wield flowing cherry were considered formidable, and those who could form internal destruction with Haki powers were akin to powerful figures like Odin. Despite Jack's brash demeanor, he was no fool and was deeply shaken by the display of power from Roya. This guy possesses Conqueror's Haki and has refined armament Haki to such a degree. Can he truly be just a mere rear admiral? Jack mused. At that moment, several figures approached Jack, one of whom, the true commander of the beast pirates, Cypher, urged, Jack, should we retreat? We must report Doflamingo's capture to Kaido before making further plans. The suggestion only fueled Jack's fury further. Retreat? What nonsense is that? Allowing Doflamingo to be taken under my watch while I flee? If I return like that, not only will Kaido punish me, But even brothers like Jin and Queen will mock me. Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? This battle is mine to fight. With that, Jack erupted in rage, unleashing all of his armament Haki, causing Cypher to stumble in fear and fall to the ground, trembling in silence. The adage that wise men avoid immediate losses did not apply to the likes of Jack. To flee in such a situation would be the greatest humiliation of his life. Of course, even if he wished to escape, Roya would not allow it. Without waiting for Roya to react, Jack launched another attack, fully aware of the challenge before him. This time, he unleashed all his might, his massive trunk pounding the ground with ferocity, each strike leaving craters, embodying the very essence of destruction. Now this is interesting. This feels like the strength of a billion-buried pirate, Roya mused, impressed despite himself. Onlookers were left speechless, and Doflamingo, bound and seated on the ship's deck, had regained consciousness. His expression grim as he watched the battle unfold. Why? Why does this Roya possess the qualities of a king? Has Conqueror's Haki become so common? Doflamingo muttered, furrowing his brow. After enduring a round of Jack's assaults, Roya began to feel a sense of tedium. Is this all the strength you possess, Jack? Can you not bring forth something new? Roya taunted. If you have no new tricks, I shall show you no mercy. Chapter 21. The Power of the Poison Fruit. You insolent fool. Only dodging my attacks. How dare you be so arrogant? Show me the abilities you used to defeat Doflamingo. Otherwise, you will surely fall before me. Jack dismissed Roya's taunts as mere bluster. Indeed, a brash fool's thoughts and actions were predictable. Moreover, it is perhaps within the mind of the formidable Jack the Drought that the sole reason for Roronoa's triumph over the awakened powers of Don Quixote Doflamingo is attributed to his peculiar abilities. Jack, possessing the ancient mammoth Zoan fruit, harbors an unshakable confidence in his brute strength, as it is indeed a rarity surpassing even that of the natural types. Meanwhile, Roronoa is eager to unleash his powers, not to employ the shadow fruit, but rather to experiment with the capabilities of the poison fruit. After receiving the poison fruit and undergoing a period of automatic cultivation, he has yet to apply its abilities in a practical combat setting. Thus, he intends to utilize Jack the Drought as the inaugural test subject for his poison fruit powers. How utterly arrogant! Perish before me! Jack bellowed, once again enveloping himself in a high-intensity armament Haki as he launched an assault towards Roronoa. In contrast, without further ado, Roya casually retracted his sword and unleashed a violet liquid substance from his hands, a manifestation of the toxic capabilities bestowed upon him by the poison fruit. In the face of the relentless assault from Jack the Drought, Roya initially employed the powers of the poison fruit to conjure a toxic barrier that effortlessly absorbed the onslaught. He then utilized his advanced observation Haki to repel the attacker. In an instant, the tide turned, and Roya transitioned from defense to offense. With a single, graceful motion, the previously static barrier transformed into a serpent-like entity, reminiscent of a king cobra, surging towards Jack with lethal intent. Taken aback by the venomous apparition lunging towards him, Jack widened his eyes in surprise. However, his instinct, sharpened by his mastery of observation Haki, prompted him to cross the two weapons in his hands, intertwining them with armament Haki to forcibly withstand Roya's assault. After a strenuous effort to fend off the attack, Jack realized that the violet venom he had managed to block began to disperse ominously around him. To his horror, the droplets that fell to the ground exhibited a corrosive property, gradually eroding the surface and creating numerous pits. Witnessing this alarming spectacle, Jack was genuinely unnerved. Why does your fruit's ability differ from before? Do you possess two devil fruit powers? But how is that possible? Jack's face reflected sheer astonishment and deep skepticism regarding the power displayed by Roya. He discerned that the toxic abilities recently unleashed were entirely distinct from those exhibited against Doflamingo. It was only natural for Jack to be astonished. Moreover, it was not just Jack who was taken aback. Even Doflamingo, bound aboard the warship, wore a look of incredulity. Having previously experienced Roya's dark fruit powers firsthand, he was now acutely aware that Roya was unveiling another distinct capability. Impossible. This cannot be. Has this man consumed two devil fruits, gaining dual powers? Doflamingo's expression darkened considerably. It is a well-known fact that a person who has already consumed a devil fruit will perish if they attempt to consume another. Thus, the existence of someone wielding two powers simultaneously is unfathomable. Doflamingo, as a devil fruit user himself, was well aware of this fundamental truth. Likewise, Jack shared the same sentiment in their battle. However, unbeknownst to them, Roya had not actually consumed a second devil fruit. There was no need for him to provide explanations or reveal his true nature to them. "Who are you, really?" Jack demanded, furrowing his brow. "I am Rear Admiral Roya of the Navy headquarters," Roya replied calmly. Roya ceased to indulge in trivialities and once again unleashed the formidable powers of the poison fruit. Much like Magellan's skill, Poison Dragon, he transformed the essence of his ability into a dragon-like form emanating from his very being. However, the dragon conjured by Roya was undeniably far more imposing and majestic than that of Magellan. Confronted with the overwhelming presence of Roya's poison fruit, the calamity that is Jack felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and impending peril. Without the luxury of awe, Jack instinctively assumed a defensive stance, his heart racing with trepidation as he faced the colossal poison dragon. Suddenly, in that moment, with a powerful surge, Roya unleashed the poison dragon conjured from the abilities of the poison fruit, crashing it down. Initially, the drought-inflicted Jack valiantly attempted to resist using his armed Haki, appearing formidable enough to withstand the onslaught. However, as Roya intensified his effort, he enveloped the colossal poison dragon with armed Haki as well. Ultimately, following a thunderous impact, Jack could no longer endure and was engulfed by the poison dragon. As the toxic haze gradually dissipated, Jack was revealed in his human form, both knees fully collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back, seemingly devoid of consciousness, though his body convulsed uncontrollably. The residual venom clinging to him appeared to slowly erode his physique, the absence of armed Haki protection rendering him vulnerable. Victory! Major Roya triumphed over the notorious Drought Jack, a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion under the banner of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Such overwhelming power. The naval officers aboard the warship exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, pale-faced, found himself at a loss for words. Seeing this, the Beast Pirates captain, Sip's Head, and Jinrami rushed forward, eager to rescue Jack. However, as they approached, the venom pooling on the ground hissed ominously, exuding a terrifying aura that immediately deterred them. "Lord Sip's Head, Lord Jinrami, Jack has fallen. What shall we do?" The other pirates on the ship cried in panic. "Let us retreat. We must return and inform Lord Kaido." After a moment of hesitation, Sip's Head and Jinrami made their decision. Consequently, the pirate ship swiftly altered its course and fled in disarray. Chapter 22. The 6 Forms Mastered. Mysterious rewards emerged as the pirate ship receded further into the distance. A naval lieutenant hurriedly approached, asking, "Major Roya, the pirates are escaping. Should we pursue them?" "Escape? Not a single one shall get away. Fire upon their ship and sink it." Roya resolutely issued his orders. The naval officers, captivated by the display of his formidable power, felt their morale surge at his command, prompting all the sailors to spring into action. As for the remaining minions, Roya found them beneath his notice, too trivial to warrant his attention. Instead, he reveled in the newfound mastery of his 2 powers. The first, the dark fruit, had attained an intermediate level, revealing myriad intricacies in its application. Regarding the second, the poison fruit, Roya harbored a particular fondness for its capabilities. Once unleashed, it could dispatch foes with remarkable efficiency and strength. Merely wielding the lower-tier potency of the poison fruit allowed him to execute the poison dragon technique, which had swiftly vanquished the drought-ridden Jack. One could only imagine the terror he would unleash upon fully mastering the poison fruit, or even awakening it. Meanwhile, obeying Roya's command, the soldiers maneuvered all the cannons aboard their warship, aiming them at the distant Beast Pirates vessel that was hastily retreating. A cacophony of cannon fire erupted. Under the relentless barrage of cannonballs, no matter how resilient the ship was, it was obliterated, sinking to the ocean's depths. It is worth noting that a majority of the pirates aboard had consumed artificial devil fruits. Even though these fruits were man-made, they still bore the curse of the sea that afflicted all devil fruit users. Consequently, these unfortunate souls found themselves unable to save themselves upon falling into the sea, left only to await their fate. The few pirates untainted by the artificial fruits possessed insufficient strength to survive in the water, thus sealing their doom. Essentially, the members of the Beast Pirates, led by the drought-ridden Jack, faced near total annihilation. As for Jack, once the toxic fumes of the poison fruit dissipated, he was shackled with sea stone by the sailors and taken aboard the warship. Moreover, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, met the same fate. All his subordinates were apprehended alongside him. According to Sengoku's plan, Doflamingo, bearing the title of warlord, was to be summoned back to the Navy headquarters. However, fate intervened, leading Roya to encounter Jack, who was engaged in clandestine dealings with Doflamingo. Initially, Roya had no intention of meddling in their affairs, but Doflamingo and Jack's provocations left him no choice but to act. Thus, Roya resolved upon their next destination, not the Navy headquarters, but Impel Down. Indeed, he would proceed directly to Impel Down to imprison the warlord Doflamingo and the drought-ridden Jack. A promise made must be kept. He would ensure they were confined within those walls. Upon his return to the warship, Doflamingo cast a mocking glance at Roya, taunting, "Fu-fu-fu. Do you truly believe you can imprison me in Impel Down? I possess knowledge that assures my release by the higher-ups. Is that so?" Roya merely cast a glance at him, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "That is your concern. Regardless, I shall confine you to Impel Down. If you possess the ability, then find your way out from within. However, each time I encounter you thereafter, I shall send you back in. And I am curious to see how many times you can escape. Roya, do not overstep your bounds. You must understand that the entity you have offended this time is not merely myself, but also the beast pirates. How dare you capture Drought Jack? Let me make it unequivocally clear. Kaido will not let you off the hook. Do not be so naive as to believe that defeating us will enable you to confront Kaido. He is one of the 4 emperors." Doflamingo, ever concerned with his reputation, bellowed in fury. Roja disregarded him entirely, merely waving his hand dismissively, and then all of Doflamingo's associates had already been taken inside and imprisoned. Thus it was. Roya steered the warship, racing once more across the vast expanse of the ocean. The 4 emperors? Are they truly formidable? And so what? Roya remained unfazed. Meanwhile, the voice of the system resonated, announcing, "Ding. Your Conqueror's Haki believes that a true sovereign must embody fearlessness. The resonance of your Conqueror's Haki has significantly increased. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your Conqueror's ability has transcended, granting you the power of Conqueror's binding. Ding. Your 6th form, Shave, has been stimulated by the breakthrough of your Conqueror's Haki, finally overcoming its last constraints to avoid hindering the prowess of your Conqueror's Haki. Congratulations, host. Your 6th form Shave has reached its maximum level. What? The Conqueror's Haki, which had remained stagnant, has actually advanced. Previously, it could already manifest tangible attacks, and now, post-breakthrough, it can extend and bind outward akin to armament Haki. It is worth noting that among the powerful wielders of Conqueror's Haki, only a select few can master such an ability. Most importantly, the Navy's 6th form has also reached its pinnacle. In the entire pirate world, Roya is likely the sole individual capable of mastering the Navy's 6th form to its fullest extent. After all, others lack the system's assistance. Just as Roya reveled in his joy, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host. The 6th form Shave has reached its maximum level, and the automatic training project has been completed. The system has unlocked a mysterious reward for the host. Ding. This mysterious reward is interdimensional lottery. Would you like to participate in the lottery now? Let the drawing commence. Roya confirmed without hesitation. He never anticipated that this mysterious reward would be an interdimensional lottery. If not now, when would be the right time? As the saying goes, he who does not seize an opportunity is a fool. The lottery was underway. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the ability of the Byakugan from the world of Naruto. Congratulations on establishing an automatic training project for the Byakugan ability. Upon hearing this reward, Luo Ya's initial reaction was one of bewilderment. Byakugan? He was perplexed. Wasn't this one of the 3 great ocular techniques from the world of Naruto? Had there been a mix-up, or was the script simply misplaced? However, there was no need for a system introduction. As a seasoned manga enthusiast in his previous life, he was undoubtedly aware of the Byakugan's capabilities. The Byakugan, in essence, is an ocular ability that allows one to perceive the opponent's chakra pathways, acupoints, and the flow of chakra within the human body. It serves as a penetrating gaze that can discern distant objects and possesses remarkable observational prowess. Among the members of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan offers a comprehensive 360-degree field of vision without blind spots. In the context of the pirate world, however, its significance seemed rather limited. When it comes to perception and insight, the top-tier observation Haki can foresee brief moments of the future. Regarding the enhancement of strength, he possessed the ability of armament Haki and could now even wield Conqueror's Haki in a wrapping technique. Moreover, one need not mention the impending mastery of the 6 powers of the Navy and 2 distinct devil fruit abilities. Unless, of course, this Byakugan could evolve. The more Luo Ya contemplated, the more he deemed the White Eye technique to be rather superfluous, of the kind that is regrettable to discard, yet futile to retain. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated once more. Ding. Your ocular technique, White Eye, has been disparaged, and upon sensing the overwhelming prowess of the Conqueror's Haki and other abilities, it has been profoundly stimulated, plunging into a state of despair akin to suicidal thoughts. Yet, before succumbing to such desperation, an unexpected mutation occurred, culminating in the transformation into the Rebirth Eye. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the ocular technique, Rebirth Eye, and initiating the automatic training program. Chapter 23. Once again to Impel the city. Loyalty was momentarily taken aback. The Byakugan that had just been dismissed with disdain had, in an instant, transformed into the Rinnegan. This was indeed a remarkable surprise. It is important to note that the Rinnegan, in the world of Naruto, is an ultimate ocular technique that can only be awakened through the fusion of the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan and the Byakugan of the Hige clan, possessing the powers of destruction and creation. With the ability to manipulate both gravitational and repulsive forces, its might is so profound that it can even control the moon. Now, with all of his formidable abilities, the 6 forms of the Navy, and 2 fruit powers, combined with this Rinnegan, he felt as though he were endowed with divine assistance. After the excitement subsided, Luo Ya commenced his cultivation, as the warship sped across the ocean for several days. Luo Ya had just paused his cultivation to take a brief respite when the system's voice resonated in the air. Ding! Congratulations. The host has achieved a breakthrough in the abilities of the poison fruit to the intermediate level. Ding! Congratulations. The host has attained an advanced level in the abilities of the dark fruit. What a remarkable turn of events. Both fruit abilities have been enhanced simultaneously. Truly a double blessing. However, the system's notifications did not cease there. Immediately following, ding! Your poison fruit has been stimulated by the breakthrough of the dark fruit. In its aspiration to become one of your many formidable abilities, the poison fruit has resolved to strive even harder. Congratulations. The automatic cultivation speed of the poison fruit has increased 5-fold. Incredible! Can even this be provoked? Nevertheless, Luo Ya found this development quite agreeable and praised the system. Luo Ya, we have arrived at Impel Down, a Marine reported. Excellent. Luo Ya responded with a single remark and then stepped outside. As he descended from the ship, he commanded the Marines to escort both Drought Jack and Don Quixote Doflamingo down as well. However, it was not Magellan who awaited Luo Ya, but rather a mere jailer. Halt. What brings you to Impel Down? We have not received any notification from the Navy regarding the transport of prisoners. The jailer interjected. Indeed, there are established protocols at Impel Down. Even for transporting prisoners, prior notification is required. Although Luo Ya held the rank of Rear Admiral, he had not presented any such notice upon his arrival. Summon Magellan and inform him that Luo Ya has arrived. Luo Ya glared at the jailer. The jailer, intimidated by Luo Ya's gaze, realized that anyone capable of addressing Magellan by name was not someone to be trifled with, and thus hastily went to relay the message. Before long, Magellan, accompanied by his subordinates, rushed out. Rear Admiral Luo Ya, what brings you here on this fine occasion? Magellan inquired with a smile, though the expression appeared somewhat forced, as if it were a strained effort. Since their last encounter, where Magellan had witnessed Luo Ya's formidable strength, his demeanor towards him had shifted significantly. Under normal circumstances, Magellan would not have been so prompt to greet any standard naval officer, irrespective of notifications, let alone extend a warm welcome. Yet, Luo Ya was different. Magellan recognized the profound depth of Luo Ya's capabilities. Forging a friendship with such a powerful individual could only yield benefits for him. In response to Magellan's demeanor, Luo Ya offered a courteous nod. Rear Admiral Luo Ya, I am curious about the purpose of your visit. Is it concerning Fire Fist Ace? Rest assured, Fire Fist Ace is safe with me, Magellan stated. It is not a matter concerning Fire Fist Ace. Roya shook his head and turned to face the notorious Doflamingo and the calamity known as Jack, declaring, today, I have brought several prisoners who must be confined in the infinite hell. Prisoners destined for infinite hell? Yet, I have not received any communication from the Navy headquarters. Magellan expressed his confusion. It is well known that those imprisoned in the infinite hell of Impel Down are formidable pirates of great renown. If that were the case, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly have communicated in advance, much like the prior capture of Port Asti, Ace. However, this time, no such notification arrived. Yet, when Magellan turned to observe Doflamingo and Jack, he was rendered speechless. The warlord Doflamingo? And the calamity Jack of the Beast Pirates? Magellan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are these two to be confined in infinite hell? While Magellan could rationalize their imprisonment, given that both were indeed notorious pirates and dangerous individuals, one a warlord and the other a member of the 4 emperors with a bounty of 1 billion, he was perplexed. If such notable figures had indeed been captured and were to be confined and impelled down, he would have expected prior notification. Not only had he not received any such warning, but he also doubted Roya's account. His gaze bore a look of incredulity as he scrutinized Roya. Indeed, I apprehended them. Initially, I sought to summon Doflamingo and dress Rosa, only to discover he was clandestinely engaging in dealings with the four emperors, which constituted a violation of the law. Hence, I seized the opportunity to arrest them. Roya calmly elucidated, effortlessly discerning Magellan's skepticism. You apprehended them effortlessly? Are you jesting? Magellan thought incredulously. One is a warlord, and the other is a calamity under the four emperors. You simply gloss over their capture as if it were trivial? How ironic. Yet, at that moment, Magellan could not help but admire Roya's prowess. Doflamingo and Jack are indeed some of the most formidable pirates in this world, and witnessing Roya, unscathed, led Magellan to genuinely believe that with such strength, it was entirely plausible for him to have effortlessly apprehended them. Subsequently, they exchanged no further pleasantries. As the warden, Magellan acknowledged that since the criminals had been brought before him, regardless of their former influence, within the confines of Impel Down, they were merely prisoners in his eyes. Thus, the matter was settled. Roya once again accompanied Magellan to the 6th level of the Infinite Hell. Upon their arrival, the notorious pirates within the depths of this infernal realm became visibly tense at the sight of Roya. Their apprehension escalated upon witnessing the captured Don Quixote Doflamingo and Jack the Drought, leaving them utterly speechless. Chapter 24. The Trembling Marine Headquarters. What is the magnitude of fame that Doflamingo and Jack the Drought possess? They are indeed of the caliber of great pirates, particularly Jack the Drought, who is one of the 3 calamities renowned throughout the Beast Pirates, serving as one of Kaido's highest-ranking officers. Thus, it is inconceivable that the numerous great pirates imprisoned in this notorious hell would be unaware of their identities, having previously witnessed Roya's formidable power. They were now astounded to learn that he had apprehended these 2 notorious figures and delivered them to Impel Down. What a terrifying display of strength. Even if the Marine headquarters were to dispatch an admiral, it would be improbable for them to capture these individuals so effortlessly. Consequently, the pirates could only express their astonishment, too intimidated to utter another word. After Don Quixote Doflamingo and Jack the Drought had been confined, Roya nodded in satisfaction. Magellan, I leave these 2 in your capable hands. I shall take my leave, Roya stated. Rest assured, Major Roya, Magellan replied with a nod. And then, Roya then departed, returning to the naval headquarters. Roya was promptly summoned by Sengoku. In the office of the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral Sengoku, besides the newly arrived Roya, there were also Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Kizaru, who had just returned from an external mission. Upon seeing Roya, Sengoku's immediate reaction was to slam his hand on the table and rise to his feet. Roya, what on earth have you done? I tasked you with summoning Don Quixote Doflamingo back to the headquarters, yet you imprisoned him and Impel Down? And how did you manage to provoke the Beast Pirate's calamity, Jack? Sengoku's demeanor appeared to be one of anger, though it was laced with a sense of helplessness. Oh dear. How terrifying. Roya, you actually locked up those 2 formidable individuals and Impel Down. You are indeed the more fearsome one. Kizaru jested from the side. Fleet Admiral, I do not believe my actions were erroneous. Doflamingo and Calamity Jack were engaged in illicit dealings involving artificial devil fruits. Should we turn a blind eye simply because Doflamingo is a warlord of the sea, or because Calamity Jack is a subordinate of the Yonko Kaido? Luo Ya spoke with unwavering conviction. Moreover, he had prepared in advance, commanding the Marines to transport the artificial devil fruits he had confiscated to this location, thereby ensuring that both witness and evidence were abundantly present. In truth, these artificial devil fruits held no intrigue for Luo Ya. Observing the assortment of these fruits laid out before him, Admiral Sengoku's expression noticeably turned grave, as if a myriad of thoughts swirled within his mind. In reality, how could the Navy remain oblivious to the existence of artificial devil fruits and the clandestine dealings between Don Quixote Doflamingo and the Yonko Kaido? It was merely the absence of concrete evidence that had hindered their actions. Furthermore, while others in the Navy may lack understanding, surely Sengoku himself was not blind to the pressures he faced as the fleet admiral. Despite his outward anger at Luo Ya's actions, deep within, his sense of justice supported and tacitly endorsed Luo Ya's conduct. After all, as the fleet admiral, when Luo Ya apprehended Doflamingo and the calamity known as Jack, Sengoku could have easily notified Luo Ya via Den Den Mushi on their way to Impel Down, yet he chose not to. This silence spoke volumes about his implicit approval of Luo Ya's actions. At this moment, Garp rose, exclaiming with hearty laughter, Luo Ya, you've done splendidly. I wholeheartedly support you. Keep up the momentum, and next time, go straight for Kaido's lair and imprison him and Impel down as well. Garp beamed and gave a thumbs up to Luo Ya, while even Admiral Kizaru expressed his support, stating, I share the same sentiment. Well done, Luo Ya. Loya stood there, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. Enough, Garp, Borsalino, cease your antics. He had no intention of blaming Loya. Rather, the occurrence had disrupted their original plans. Moreover, Loya had now entangled himself with the beast pirates. Sengoku spoke with a furrowed brow. Sengoku, I understand your concerns, Garp interjected, his demeanor suddenly serious. You are worried that instead of welcoming Whitebeard, we might first encounter another emperor, Kaido of the Beast, correct? Sengoku met Garp's gaze in silence. Their bond as old comrades evident. Indeed, that was the case. Sengoku's directive for Loya and the admirals to summon the warlords of the sea stemmed from the anticipation of an impending monumental event. This significant occurrence was intrinsically linked to the four emperors, specifically Whitebeard. However, due to Loya's actions, the navy found itself embroiled with yet another emperor, Kaido of the Beast. Owing to the incident involving Fire Fist Ace, the Whitebeard pirates had undoubtedly begun to secretly mobilize their forces. Sengoku's decision to summon all the warlords and draw elite personnel from naval branches worldwide was primarily to prepare for Whitebeard. Yet, it now appeared that we might have to confront not only Whitebeard, but possibly Kaido before Whitebeard even arrived, Sengoku mused thoughtfully. As Rear Admiral Luo Ya, he not only imprisoned the formidable drought jack of the beast pirates in Impel down, but also disrupted the trade of artificial devil fruits between the Yonko Kaido and Don Quixote Doflamingo. Severing their exchange of these artificial fruits undoubtedly weakens the source of power for the beast pirates. Given Kaido's temperament, it is certain that he will erupt in fury. Kaido, known as the strongest creature, he has faced defeat 7 times, captured 18 times while challenging the Navy and the Yonko alone, and has endured over 1,000 brutal tortures, receiving the death sentence a staggering 40 times. Even when subjected to hanging, he would tear through the chains. When brought to the guillotine, he could shatter the blade. And when pierced by spears, it would result in the weapons breaking instead. He has sunk as many as 9 colossal prison ships, and no one has ever succeeded in killing him, not even himself. Thus, when hearing the name of Kaido from Sengoku, all present were momentarily stunned, including Admiral Kizaru. However, Luo Ya remained unfazed. Kaido? What of it? Roya is exceedingly confident in the powers he currently wields. Should Kaido truly arrive, he would not mind engaging in a few exchanges with him. Ha ha ha, Kaido, let him come. Garp also laughed heartily, displaying no trace of concern. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from outside the Navy headquarters. Chapter 25, Kaido's Assault. Surrender Jack and Doflamingo to me, or I shall obliterate your Navy headquarters. This furious cry reverberated across the heavens, causing even the office where Roya and his companions resided to tremble as if struck by a minor earthquake. Simultaneously, the aftermath of a formidable conqueror's Haki surged forth, palpable to Roya and the others. The sudden shock of this power caused Sengoku to furrow his brow, as if he had already discerned the situation. Even Admiral Kizaru wore a grave expression. Soon after, another roar echoed in. Sengoku, Garp, come out. This shout carried with it a hint of a dragon's roar. Garp approached Sengoku, wiping his fists, and calmly remarked, I didn't expect Kaido would actually arrive just as we mentioned him. After all, this beast Kaido was no stranger to provoking the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Garp and Sengoku had battled him before, thus they immediately recognized his aura. Indeed, he has come. But does Kaido truly believe our Navy headquarters is so easily breached? This time, we have summoned the elite forces of the world's navies, alongside all the power of the 7 warlords, precisely to confront the 4 emperors. Since Whitebeard did not arrive as anticipated, Kaido's early appearance shall serve as a rehearsal. Regaining composure from his initial surprise, Sengoku smiled at Garp. His tone was filled with vigor, devoid of any hint of fear towards Kaido. Oh dear, how frightening indeed, Mr. Sengoku. Admiral Kizaru quipped before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from sight. Garp, Roya, let us proceed. Sengoku commanded. Let us go. Garp and Roya nodded in unison. Garp then turned to Roya and inquired, now that Kaido has come knocking, do you regret capturing Doflamingo and Jack? Regret? Indeed, I do feel regret. Regret that I did not eliminate both of them when I had the chance. Luo Ya spoke with a calm demeanor. Ha ha ha, you share my sentiments, young man. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Garp laughed heartily. At Marine headquarters, in the square of Marineford, a colossal azure dragon soared through the sky. creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. Below, countless Navy soldiers had gathered. Kizaru stood at the center, accompanied by several vice admirals, including the Weasel vice admiral. However, the two admirals, Akainu and Akiji, were currently occupied with missions outside the headquarters and were absent at this moment. Thus, Kizaru was the sole admiral present at Marine headquarters. Oh my! What a giant dragon! The four emperors Kaido, how terrifying! Kizaru teased mockingly. Furthermore, in response to the Navy's summons, several warlords of the sea had also arrived. Dracula Mihawk, Boa Hancock, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, and Blackbeard Teach were all there, absorbing the awe of Kaido's dragon form. Upon catching sight of Kaido, Gecko Moria's teeth clenched in irritation. Is this truly the so-called strongest creature, the four Emperor Kaido? Boa Hancock furrowed her brow. Hee, Whitebeard hasn't arrived yet, but it seems we have an unexpected nuisance. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Blackbeard Teach chuckled sinisterly. Only Mihawk and Kuma remained remarkably composed, gazing up at Kaido's dragon form. Soon, Sengoku, accompanied by Luo Ya and Garp, also made their appearance. All the warlords temporarily shifted their attention to Sengoku, though their curiosity remained more focused on Luo Ya. After all, news of Luo Ya capturing Don Quixote Doflamingo and the drought-inducing Jack had spread throughout Marine headquarters. The other warlords regarded Luo Ya with a sense of intrigue. Except for Blackbeard Teach. Upon seeing Luo Ya, his brow furrowed in displeasure. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Luo Ya, though he concealed it well. As for Luo Ya, he was aware of Blackbeard's presence, but chose to ignore him entirely. In Luo Ya's eyes, only the swirling Kaido captured his attention. Is this four Emperor Kaido truly as formidable as they say? This was the solitary thought that occupied Luo Ya's mind. As Sengoku and the others emerged, Kaido let out a furious roar, unleashing a terrifying breath of dragon fire. Sengoku, hand over Don Quixote Doflamingo and Jack, and that young major named Luo Ya as well. If you refuse, I shall annihilate Marineford today. Following his roar, the dreadful dragon fire erupted onto the square, resulting in a massive explosion that carved a deep chasm into the ground. Kaido, it has been too long. Do you yearn for my fists? Before Sengoku could respond, Garp stepped forward, eager for confrontation. Despite Kaido's previous challenges to the Navy, they had never managed to kill him, but each encounter had left its mark. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Kaido laughed heartily, showing no sign of retreat in the presence of the legendary Marine. Garp, is that so? Then let us see. Garp cracked his knuckles, clearly ready for a fight. Haha. Garp, you are merely a remnant of a bygone era. What do you think you are? Kaido declared arrogantly, disregarding Sengoku and the others entirely. Once more, I demand you surrender Doflamingo, Jack, and that young major named Luo Ya. Otherwise, I will surely raise Marineford and slaughter every Marine here. Kaido, cease your arrogance. You think you can massacre our Navy? This headquarters shall not tolerate your insolence. I refuse to comply with your demands. Sengoku retorted with unwavering resolve. Chapter 26, The Strongest Creature. For Emperor Kaido. Roaring in response to Sengoku's firm rejection, Kaido's notoriously volatile temperament flared up once more as he gathered his dragon breath. This time, the potent energy he amassed left everyone at Marineford in shock. Kaido's target was the Marine headquarters itself. This Kaido has truly lost his mind. His attack possesses enough power to obliterate an entire island. If he succeeds, our headquarters will be utterly destroyed. Sengoku's expression hardened, his fists clenched, fully prepared to act. As the fleet admiral, he could not stand idly by while a pirate threatened to demolish the Marine headquarters. Sengoku, leave this to me. Before Sengoku could take action, Admiral Kizaru swiftly intervened, uttering a decisive statement before transforming into a beam of light and shooting towards the sky. In the meantime, Kaido had completed his charge and unleashed his dragon breath towards the Marine headquarters with devastating force. However, Kizaru had already ascended into the air, his hands pressed together, and unleashed a dazzling laser beam that collided with Kaido's dragon breath. The ensuing explosion was monumental. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming pressure erupted throughout Marineford, causing many Marines to collapse under its force. Is this the power of the four emperors and the admirals? Everyone was astonished, including the warlords of the sea. Without further ado, Admiral Kizaru launched another assault. He leaped into the air once more, and a brilliant flash illuminated the scene as he activated his signature move, the Yada no Kagami, unleashing a barrage of radiant light projectiles. In his massive dragon form, Kaido was unable to evade the attack, and the projectiles converged upon him. The sound of explosions echoed as thick smoke enveloped Kaido's position. Kizaru's attack had proven effective. It seemed the 4-Emperor Kaido was not invincible after all. The might of the Navy admirals was truly formidable. On the Marineford Square, the multitude of Marines erupted into cheers upon witnessing the spectacle. Yet, among them, the admirals and those of higher ranks were expressions of deep concern, seemingly unperturbed by the seemingly favorable circumstances. This sentiment extended to the formidable warlords of the sea, including Dracul Mihawk and the Empress Hancock. It must be noted that their adversary was none other than Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea, renowned as the most powerful being across land, sea, and air. How could a mere attack from Admiral Kizaru, considered rather commonplace, possibly inflict harm upon him? Kaido was no stranger to causing chaos at the Marine headquarters. If he could be so easily vanquished, what emboldened him to repeatedly challenge the Marines, even threatening to obliterate the entire headquarters this time? As anticipated by all the seasoned warriors, when the thick smoke dissipated, Kaido emerged unscathed before the onlookers. Yet, this did not fail to elicit gasps of awe. Was this truly the defensive prowess of the strongest creature, Kaido? Hancock was the first to express her astonishment. Even the usually taciturn Mihawk broke his silence, remarking, "Indeed, Kaido is formidable." The other warlords echoed similar sentiments. It is essential to recognize that the previous assault was executed by the Marine headquarters' most potent force, Admiral Kizaru, an attack that would be beyond the capacity of an average individual to endure unscathed. The elite Marines were left utterly astounded by Kaido's formidable presence. "Borsalino, it's been a while. Your power remains unchanged. What, are you here to tickle me?" Kaido taunted, dismissing Admiral Kizaru with a haughty demeanor. "Oh, how terrifying, indeed." The 4 Emperors. Kizaru chuckled in response. Soon after, the Admiral launched another assault. In mid-air, the photon-transmuting Kizaru clashed repeatedly with Kaido in his dragon form, creating a scene of breathtaking intensity. The astonishment was palpable not only among the Marines, but also among the likes of Sengoku and Garp, as well as all the powerful warlords. Even Law exhibited a hint of excitement. So this is the power of an admiral against a 4-Emperor? Quite intriguing. Roya appeared to be brimming with anticipation. Initially, it seemed that the two combatants were evenly matched. However, gradually, the formidable Admiral Kizaru began to falter. In a moment of unguardedness, Kaido decisively struck the Admiral down to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido dove downward, his colossal form crashing onto the earth. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke billowed skyward. Yet, once the dust settled, the imposing silhouette of Kaido and his dragon form vanished, just as confusion swept through the crowd. The smoke began to dissipate, revealing a resounding shout, "Thunder Bagua!" In that fleeting instant, Kaido had reverted to his human form, wielding his spiked club with authority. Bang! Before Kizaru, who had been knocked down, could regain his composure, the club, imbued with Haki, struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying several meters away. Nevertheless, Kizaru quickly reacted, photonizing back to Sengoku's side. However, he was visibly panting, bearing numerous wounds. "Kaido, one of the 4 Emperors, is truly terrifying." Kizaru gasped. "You have performed admirably, Borsalino," Sengoku replied, understanding Kizaru's capabilities yet recognizing the insurmountable challenge posed by Kaido, the strongest creature known across land, sea, and air. At that moment, a crisp sound of a sword being drawn echoed. All eyes turned to one of the 7 warlords, Dracul Mihawk. Chapter 27, The 4 Emperor Kaido vs. the 7 Warlords. Apart from his status as a warlord, Mihawk is also known as the world's greatest swordsman. Witnessing the restless Mihawk, a wave of astonishment washed over the spectators. The world's greatest swordsman is preparing to intervene? Many gasped in disbelief. Even Sengoku was taken aback. Could it be that Mihawk was truly stepping forward? Mihawk. Who would have thought you would choose to confront Kaido? Blackbeard remarked with a sardonic tone. It is well known that Mihawk, as the finest swordsman, has always walked his own path. Although he answers the call of the Navy as a warlord, persuading him to lend his assistance is a rare feat yet, this time. Mihawk was poised to take action, leaving everyone in disbelief. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to test whether my slashes can penetrate the defenses of this most formidable creature. Mihawk replied coolly. Without further ado, Mihawk leaped into the air, his hands firmly gripping the black blade, Yuru. With a powerful downward stroke, a massive wave of green sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at the now human Kaido. Truly, Mihawk lived up to his reputation. Even Sengoku could not help but commend Mihawk's sword strike. If Kaido were unable to counter it, not only would he be cleaved in two, but the entire Marineford could be at risk of being split apart. The other naval vice admirals echoed their astonishment. Humph, Mihawk. Do you truly believe that such a strike could harm me? Kaido bellowed with arrogant laughter. Facing the violent sword energy, Kaido remained unfazed. Swinging his spiked club through the air with a resounding crack, enveloped in arcs of crimson lightning, the sword energy was upon him, yet with a thunderous roar. It was effortlessly dispelled by Kaido's might. The crowd gasped in awe. Indeed, Kaido had just exhibited the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki, enveloping his attack with it. It is rare on the vast seas to find someone who can wield Conqueror's Haki, let alone master it to such an extent. However, Mihawk appeared unfazed by the outcome. Seizing the opportunity, he charged directly at Kaido. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, but ultimately, Mihawk found himself at a disadvantage as Kaido, empowered by his Haki, repelled him several meters back. Just when it seemed that the clash between the 4 Emperor and the 7 Warlord would conclude, a massive shadow stealthily emerged behind Kaido. Kaido, it's time for you to die? With a booming voice, the shadow transformed into a swarm of bats, hurtling towards Kaido. Indeed, it was another warlord stepping into the fray, Gecko Moria. Moria had a history with Kaido, having endured a fierce battle in the past. Though he had been defeated, he survived and was invited to join the warlords. Now, facing his old adversary, Moria would not miss any opportunity. Moria, you fool, have you not learned your lesson? Kaido scoffed disdainfully as the swarm of bats released from Moria's shadow fruit approached. In the next heartbeat, Kaido did not budge an inch. He unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, shattering the swarm of bats into oblivion. Immediately after, Kaido's spiked club came crashing towards Moria. Thunder Bagua. This time, Kaido too had enveloped his strike with Conqueror's Haki, sending Moria sprawling as he crashed to the ground, unconscious. To everyone's astonishment, Blackbeard Teach seized the moment. He unleashed the powers of his dark fruit, ensnaring the mighty Kaido within its grasp. Heh, for Emperor Kaido, allow me to witness the true extent of your power. Blackbeard cackled malevolently. Dark water. Without further ado, Blackbeard harnessed the gravitational pull of his fruit, drawing Kaido closer to him. Remarkably, Kaido's immense form was indeed pulled toward Blackbeard, who gripped him tightly. The spectators were left speechless. What manner of ability was this, capable of capturing the 4 Emperor Kaido without a scratch? Hey, Kaido, do you see? This is the power of the dark fruit, which can indeed counter those who rely entirely on devil fruits. Just as Blackbeard was pridefully attempting to show off, bang. Kaido's fist, enveloped in both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, struck heavily against Blackbeard Teach's face. Without any resistance, Blackbeard was sent flying. After all, the dark fruit can deal with those who are completely dependent on devil fruits, but against someone like Kaido, who has mastered Haki to its utmost limit, it seems rather futile. Moreover, Kaido's own fruit ability is merely of the Zoan type. Simultaneously, Kaido spat derisively. What is this? Flamboyant nonsense. The punch landed squarely on Blackbeard's cheek, causing one of his already few teeth to fall out. Witnessing this scene, everyone was once again astounded. Is this truly Kaido? The man reputed as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air? Not even the 3 warlords of the sea could stand against him. At this moment, among the 5 warlords present, 3 had already fallen, leaving only 2, Hancock and Bartholomew Kuma, who had yet to make a move. However, it seemed they had no intention of intervening, for they understood that even if they did, the outcome would remain unchanged. After all, the Yonko Kaido is indeed formidable. What warlords of the sea? Is this the extent of your abilities? It appears that your Navy headquarters truly lacks any capable strength. Kaido laughed heartily, his tone exceedingly arrogant. Chapter 28. Garp and Sengoku join forces against Kaido. How outrageous. To be so brazen at our Navy headquarters. All elite Navy personnel, charge forth and defend our dignity. Many vice admirals could no longer tolerate Kaido's arrogance and rushed out in a frenzy. Observing the vice admirals so spirited, the elite Navy forces summoned from around the world naturally felt compelled to follow suit, launching their own assault. Ha. Come on, you ants. No matter how many of you come, the result will be the same. Facing countless Navy vice admirals and elite personnel, Kaido, as a Yonko, stood alone, not in disarray, but rather exhilarated. Soon, chaos engulfed the entire Marineford Square, as Kaido single-handedly wielded his Kanabo, leaving no survivors among the Navy. At this moment, the remaining warlords of the sea remained unmoved, seemingly devoid of any desire to join the fray. After all, Hawkeye Mihawk's prior intervention was merely a test of Kaido's defenses, not an earnest attempt to engage in a bloodbath, so he now observed the battle with an air of indifference. As for Blackbeard Teach and Gecko Moria, both had sustained severe injuries and thus lacked the heart to continue fighting. Even Admiral Kazara had sustained minor injuries and understood that his re-entry into the fray would not alter the outcome. Unless all three admirals of the Navy headquarters joined forces simultaneously, there remained a glimmer of hope. Therefore, throughout this tumultuous battle, Kaido maintained the upper hand, instilling terror in the hearts of countless Navy soldiers. At this point, the typically taciturn Garp shed his Navy cloak and unfastened the buttons of his chest, his expression growing serious. "Sengoku," Garp called out gravely. As his old comrade, Sengoku immediately understood Garp's gesture, also removing his clothing and stretching his arms. Smiling as he remarked, "Garp, how long has it been since we last stretched our limbs?" "Indeed, what? Afraid you can't keep up?" Garp replied with a grin. "I'm more concerned about you, Garp." Sengoku chuckled in response. Indeed, these two were about to make their move. All the Navy personnel were astounded by this sight. It should be noted that the partnership between Sengoku and Garp dates back over 20 years, during which they jointly defeated the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. At the Navy headquarters, an event that shook the world. They are making their move. Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku are taking action. The two legendary figures of the Navy have joined the fight. Victory is surely ours. The Navy personnel erupted in cheers. Even the usually silent Luffy, who had been spectating, was taken aback. He knew Garp's strength, and with Admiral Sengoku's power added in, perhaps Kaido might truly be unable to withstand them. Roya smiled gently, preparing to witness the unfolding battle. Shortly after, Garp and Sengoku synchronously leaped onto the Marineford Square. The Navy officers, who were previously engaged in combat, parted to create a path for the two. Thus, Garp and Sengoku advanced towards Kaido with matching strides, a scene and aura so formidable that words could scarcely capture it. Garp, Sengoku. Upon seeing them, a flicker of trepidation seemed to flash across Kaido's eyes. It is essential to note that Kaido had battled both Garp and Sengoku before, fully aware of their might. Although they lacked the power to slay him, they possessed the capability to suppress him. "Kaido, I had no intention of intervening, but your audacity is beyond measure. This is the Marine headquarters. You cannot act with impunity," Garp declared with righteous indignation. "Indeed, Kaido. Do not even think about fleeing this time," Sengoku echoed, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. "Ha ha ha ha. Garp, Sengoku, you two relics of a bygone era, mere old fools. Dare to threaten me?" Kaido laughed, his arrogance unabated. One would expect that facing Garp and Sengoku would temper his arrogance, yet he only seemed more brazen. "In that case, allow me to teach you a lesson today." Garp's countenance hardened as he enveloped his fist with the might of the strongest Haki, unleashing a powerful strike towards Kaido. Sensing the threat of Garp's punch, Kaido began to take the encounter seriously, brandishing his kanabo. The collision of fist and weapon produced a tremendous shockwave, sending all present reeling. The two combatants held their ground for less than half a minute before stepping back momentarily. Next, Admiral Sengoku made his move. Acknowledging Kaido's status as one of the four emperors, Sengoku unleashed his devil fruit ability, human fruit, mythical Zoan, Buddha form. In an instant, Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, unleashing a powerful shockwave towards Kaido. The violent wave bore down on Kaido, rendering him momentarily immobile. With a thunderous crash, the spot where Kaido stood was blasted away, leaving a substantial crater filled with rising smoke. Just as the gathered Marines believed Sengoku's attack had succeeded, a raucous laughter erupted from the smoke. "Ha ha ha ha. Garp, Sengoku. Is this all the strength you old relics possess?" As Kaido's derisive words faded, he leapt from the smoke, his kanabo tightly gripped, and swung it at Sengoku. In that instant, Garp was not idle either, once again tightening his fist to strike. Thus, a cataclysmic battle ensued among three extraordinarily powerful beings, leaving all in attendance agape. Even the formidable Mihawk and Hancock, members of the 7 warlords of the sea, held their breath in awe. Is this the pinnacle of power? Mihawk pondered quietly. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, who had just been knocked down, rose to his feet, clutching his face, his expression dark and grim. "For emperors, Marines, it seems I still fall short. I must fulfill my ambitions. I must acquire the tremor fruit." Blackbeard Tiki gasped, resolutely vowing to himself. At this moment, the clash of 3 of the world's mightiest warriors was nothing short of earth-shattering. The elite Marines present were left in a state of stupor. Throughout hundreds of exchanges, Kaido, standing alone against the 2 legendary Marines, showed no signs of faltering, maintaining his unscathed demeanor. Truly, he deserved the title of the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. exhibiting a defense that was indeed rare. The proud warlord Hancock found herself astonished. Is this the true strength of the Emperor of the Sea? Even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, silently mused, his gaze sharpening to an eagle-like intensity. Ultimately, after a fierce confrontation, the three warriors momentarily separated. Ha 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 ha. I told you. You two relics of the past are no threat to me at all. What now? Shall we continue? Garp Sengoku? Kaido bellowed, raising his kanabo triumphantly, his tone dripping with arrogance. Garp and Sengoku exchanged glances. Although they bore no injuries, they understood that persisting in this confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. Sengoku. Garp hesitated, seemingly poised to express something. Just then, Roya stepped forward, swiftly employing the Navy's sixth style and moonwalk to reach the side of Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, please take a moment to rest. Allow me to take a turn. Roya took the initiative, a confident smile playing upon his lips. Roya, do not be foolish. Step back. This is the formidable Kaido of the Four Emperors. You stand no chance against him, Admiral Sengoku immediately countered. Despite having acknowledged Roya's formidable strength following encounters with Blackbeard, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the drought-inducing Jack, Sengoku remained adamant. After all, they were facing Kaido, the strongest creature known on land, sea, and air, an entity so powerful that even Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp combined could not inflict a scratch upon him. As the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku could not allow such a promising young officer to face harm. Unexpectedly, Garp interjected, Sengoku, let him give it a try. Garp, you. Initially, Sengoku was infuriated. But upon seeing Garp's resolute gaze, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Roya, you may attempt to test his strength, but do not push yourself too hard, understood? Garp advised. Understood. Vice Admiral Garp, Roya replied with a smile, striding confidently forward. Witnessing Roya's self-assurance, everyone present was taken aback, murmuring among themselves. Who is this guy? Is he out of his mind? Look at his rank, just a rear admiral. He is confronting Kaido, a being against whom even Sengoku and Garp cannot prevail. Is he courting death? The seven warlords, Dracula Mihawk, Boa Hancock, and Bartholomew Kuma, watched Roya in silence. Only Blackbeard, Teach, bore an exceptionally grim expression as he observed Roya preparing to strike. Roya, are you finally going to make your move? Blackbeard whispered, bearing the weight of having felt both Roya's and Kaido's power. Ha! Is there no one left in your navy? You dare send such a child to confront me? You little brat, state your name and how you wish to perish. Kaido scoffed derisively as he eyed Roya approaching, utterly dismissing him. Kaido, did you not come here seeking me? I have now made my appearance. Roya smirked. Are you the one who captured Don Quixote Doflamingo and Jack? Kaido's expression shifted dramatically, and as his rage surged, the ground beneath him began to fracture. Kaido's arrival here was entirely due to Roya's apprehension of Doflamingo and the drought-causing Jack. Now that the culprit had appeared, Kaido erupted in fury. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, Kaido unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the area like a shroud of darkness. Fueled by his anger, it was evident that Kaido had escalated his Conqueror's Haki to its utmost limit. As this tempestuous force radiated from him, countless Marines could no longer withstand its intensity and collapsed in despair. Just as I desired. After a cold smirk, Roya suddenly lifted his head, unleashing his own Conqueror's Haki. Unlike Kaido, the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Roya was drenched in a crimson hue of slaughter, rivaling that of Kaido. The two ferocious manifestations of Conqueror's Haki clashed violently, equally matched, overflowing with an overwhelming aura. This confrontation resembled a battlefield of Azura. The first to be taken aback was the Empress Hancock. Even the admirals present and the other Shichibukai felt a bead of cold sweat form on their brows as they sensed the ferocity of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. The three admirals, along with Sengoku and Garp, wore expressions of grave concern. At that moment, both Roya and Kaido appeared to the onlookers as if they were dark overlords hailing from the depths of hell, exuding sheer terror. This brat seems to possess even greater strength than before, Garp couldn't help but remark. The clash of their Haki persisted for a while before dissipating, leaving remnants of their Conqueror's Haki lingering in the air. Yet, both Roya and Kaido remained unscathed. You two possess Conqueror's Haki? Do you aspire to become a king? Just based on what? Kaido bellowed, his voice resonating like the roar of a dragon, echoing across the skies. In the next moment, Kaido tightened his grip on his kanabo and charged forward, the weapon enveloped in his fierce Conqueror's Haki, aiming a devastating blow at Roya's head. Roya once again smirked. In the face of the frenzied Kaido, he exhibited not a trace of panic, swiftly drawing his sword. Similarly, having cultivated his Conqueror's Haki to a high level, Roya unleashed the external manifestation of this formidable power. The clash resonated. A sharp, muffled sound echoed as sword met mace. Following this, the entire Marineford square trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The two entwined Conqueror's Haki collided with a force exponentially greater than the mere external aura previously displayed. Chapter 30. Kaido's Dragon Form. This time, numerous Marine soldiers succumbed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. These were elite Marines summoned from across the nation, each capable of commanding a naval division, with strengths equivalent to that of a Navy colonel. Yet, they were still overwhelmed and rendered senseless. One can only imagine the sheer ferocity of these two Conquerors' Haki. The sky seemed to tear apart. Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, looked up, his composure wavering. Indeed, as Luo Ya and Kaido unleashed their Conqueror's Haki simultaneously, the entire Marineford trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and the very heavens transformed in response to their might. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumbling thunder, the clouds appeared to be cleaved asunder, creating a scene of profound terror. What sort of power could rend the sky itself? Could it be that this individual surpasses even Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku? The Weasel, a Vice Admiral of the Navy, was rendered speechless at this spectacle, muttering incessantly to himself. Luo Ya. Blackbeard Teach clenched his fists, his teeth gritted in tension. Garp, do you truly comprehend Luo Ya's genuine strength? Sengoku inquired. Initially, I believed I understood, Garp replied, shaking his head. The weariness etched upon his face bore the marks of both nostalgia and astonishment. At first, Garp had recognized Luo Ya's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki and held him in high regard. After months of mentorship, Garp had witnessed Luo Ya's meteoric rise. Yet now, he felt as though he had only just begun to grasp the true essence of Luo Ya. Even Sengoku was taken aback. To defeat Blackbeard Teach, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and even the calamity known as Jack at such a young age was already astonishing. Yet now, Luo Ya's prowess was revealed to be on par with the Four Emperor. Kaido. Perhaps, at this moment, Sengoku's heart was filled not just with surprise, but also a deeper sense of concern. Boom. The earth-shattering clash between Luo Ya and Kaido had persisted for several minutes, ultimately culminating in a violent explosion that forced both to retreat to their respective positions. You have already mastered the Conqueror's Haki? Kaido's expression revealed a hint of surprise. It is worth noting that in this world, only 1 in a million possesses the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, among those who have mastered it, the ability to wield it to its fullest extent, known as coiling, is exceedingly rare. In Kaido's eyes, Luo Ya, being so youthful, could not possibly achieve such a feat yet. He had indeed done so, and his strength was formidable enough to rival Kaido's own, which took him completely by surprise. After all, even the legendary marine hero, Garp, had been unable to contend with him, and now he found himself gripped by a profound sense of dread in the presence of Luo Ya. Initially, the mere fact that you could harness Conqueror's Haki was astonishing to me. I even contemplated having you join my ranks. However, it seems now that you, Luo Ya, must perish. Kaido's fury ignited. He understood that with such terrifying power at such a young age, should Luo Ya continue to grow, he would inevitably become a rival beyond Kaido's reckoning. Thus, Kaido resolved to eradicate any potential threats in their infancy. Is that so? Perhaps you should consider that the one destined to perish may very well be you. Luo Ya scoffed mockingly. Humph, do not be so arrogant. Listen closely, you insolent brat. I shall reiterate. This world does not require an abundance of those worthy of kingship. Kaido began to roar with fury. Thunderbagwa. Immediately thereafter, Kaido wielded his spiked club, striking towards Luo Ya with astonishing speed, enveloped in the might of his Conqueror's Haki. Roya was acutely aware of the formidable power of this attack and, naturally, would not allow himself to be struck. Thus, he drew his sword and initiated his offensive. Clang, clang, boom, boom. A flurry of lightning-fast swordplay erupted, accompanied by explosive sounds, marking the commencement of their fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows over 100 times, leaving the already ravaged Marineford Plaza in utter disarray. What astonishing speed! What incredible strength! Countless onlookers gaped in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Moreover, amidst this relentless exchange, Kaido had not only failed to gain any advantage, but was gradually finding himself at a disadvantage beneath Roya's blade. Is this truly your strength, Kaido? Roya even dared to mock him. Shut your mouth, you insolent brat. At that moment, Kaido's eyes turned crimson with rage, his mind consumed by a singular paramount thought, the desire to slay Roya. Subsequently, Kaido leaped backward, his already colossal form transforming into a magnificent azure dragon. But this transformation was not yet complete. Kaido's draconic roar continued unabated as his immense dragon body began to shift once more. Indeed, Kaido had unleashed his most formidable dragon form. This fellow is finally resorting to his dragon form? Admiral Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. It seems Kaido is genuinely enraged, Garp remarked with a furrowed brow. The aura emanating from Kaido in his dragon form was now even more terrifying and oppressive. Remarkably, during the earlier skirmish with Garp and Sengoku, Kaido had not been compelled to reveal his dragon form, yet now he chose to showcase his most powerful transformation before Roya. Clearly, this battle had escalated to a point where it was a matter of life or death for either combatant. Indeed, now it becomes truly interesting. Roya chuckled, even extending a hand in a provocative gesture. Dragon Slayer, Inalok. With eyes reddened by fury, Kaido refrained from further banter and, with a colossal leap, spun his iron staff, enveloping it in his Conqueror's Haki. He then descended upon Roya with the force of a meteorite. Such a powerful move right from the onset. It was evident that Kaido was truly pushed to his limits. His speed was astonishing, leaving no time for evasion. It seemed he would have to endure the onslaught head-on. Roya raised his sword, this time not merely entwining it with Conqueror's Haki, but also enhancing it with armament Haki. A thunderous explosion ensued. The very ground of Marineford Square cracked beneath the impact, creating a gaping hole where Roya once stood, shrouded in billowing smoke, obscuring his position from sight. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a collective pang of apprehension. Chapter 31, The Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. Many spectators marveled, is this truly the pinnacle of the Dragon Man form? The strongest being across land, sea, and air? With just a single strike, it has the power to shake the very earth. It was utterly terrifying. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the abyss-like crater came into full view, yet no one could discern Roya's whereabouts. Only Kaido remained, standing triumphantly nearby. It appeared to be over, affirming the title of the strongest being across all realms. Tightening her brow, the warlord Boa Hancock lamented, "What a pity, such a promising talent for the Navy." Even Dracul Mihawk sighed, shaking his head in dismay. Only Blackbeard Teach, gritting his teeth, interjected, "Do not underestimate that lad, Roya." He had personally felt the weight of Roya's formidable strength and, considering Roya's recent display, Teach surmised that the power used to defeat him was likely only a fraction of what he possessed. Haha, I have said it before. This world needs no multitude of kings. Kaido roared with laughter, as if proclaiming his victory. Kaido, I shall slay you. Garp's fists clenched in fury. After all, Roya was akin to a half-disciple to him, and he had consented to the battle against Kaido, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Wait. Just as Garp prepared to act, Admiral Sengoku interrupted. Garp, look. It seems Roya is unscathed. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, two hands emerged from the abyss-like pit. Indeed, it was Roya. In the next moment, he propelled himself upward, landing gracefully, revealing that apart from some tattered clothing, he bore no visible injuries. What? This fellow is unharmed. How is that possible? The onlookers gasped. It was inconceivable that even the combined might of the three admirals might not emerge unscathed from such a ferocious attack. Not even Vice Admiral Garp or Admiral Sengoku could withstand such a blow without sustaining injuries. The ranks of Navy Vice Admirals and elite officers stood in astonished silence. Even Bartholomew Kuma, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke. This man is a monster. In Kuma's mind, a thought emerged. It was necessary to convey this information to Dragon. This young man truly possessed remarkable prowess. Garp, too, chuckled at the unexpected outcome. How can you still stand? Kaido was left dumbfounded, his confidence shaken. He had been certain of the potency of his ultimate move. After all, few could withstand its might over the years. Even the Apex warriors could not escape unscathed from such an attack. Thus, disbelief painted Kaido's visage. Kaido, is this truly the extent of your power? I find it rather underwhelming. Roya brushed off the dust from his attire, casting a disdainful glance at Kaido, his words laced with boundless provocation. In truth, Luo Ya indeed sensed the terrifying power of Kaido. However, the reason Luo Ya could arrogantly provoke him was that he had already devised a strategy. Kaido, renowned as the mightiest creature across land, sea, and air, possesses an indisputable defensive capability, a fact that Luo Ya does not deny. Therefore, to truly defeat Kaido, relying solely on Haki or the capabilities of the poison fruit or even the shadow fruit, would prove insufficient. Thus, Luo Ya has resolutely decided to seize this opportunity and thoroughly test the power of the Rebirth Eye. In a fit of rage, Kaido roared once more, brandishing his spiked club to launch another assault. In the face of Kaido's onslaught, Luo Ya remained unperturbed. He slowly closed his eyes, skillfully evading Kaido's attacks with the aid of his observation Haki. Subsequently, Luo Ya abruptly opened his eyes, and the once black pupils had now transformed into the blue Rebirth Eye. Immediately thereafter, Luo Ya's body erupted with a surge of vibrant green energy, enveloping him entirely. Even as Kaido's formidable club, imbued with the might of Conqueror's Haki, struck Luo Ya, he remained utterly unfazed. This was the manifestation of the Rebirth Eye's chakra mode. Immediately thereafter, Roya commenced his counterattack. With arms outstretched, he released gravitational forces, causing the debris of Mariford's square to levitate, swiftly hurling them down upon Kaido. What is this power? Kaido was momentarily taken aback, retreating repeatedly, yet ultimately, he was buried beneath the tumultuous rocks. Is Roya a wielder of abilities? The fleet admiral inquired. Logically, it should not be so. Garp shook his head. After all, Garp had instructed Roya in the fundamentals of Haki for several months, and he genuinely had no knowledge of such capabilities possessed by Roya. Naturally, at this level, it could not inflict any substantial harm upon Kaido. Boom. Kaido, buried under the rubble, unleashed his strength, propelling the stones away, revealing his formidable dragon form once more to the onlookers. However, before Kaido could erupt in fury again, the spectators gasped in astonishment once more. What is this? Such terrifying power. Countless Marines were in awe. Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, furrowed his brow, taken aback by the spectacle before him, before contemplatively stating, a slash, perhaps? Kaido, intrigued, gazed upward, where a radiant light, akin to the blazing sun, shone down upon him, its shape resembling a colossal sword. Yet, it was Roya who wielded this magnificent sword of light. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. This was indeed the technique of the Turning Eye. The Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Without the slightest hesitation, Roya bellowed fiercely, bringing down the colossal sword towards Kaido. The entire scene trembled as if the very earth itself shook, causing the sky to quiver in response. What? This tremendous force? Kaido's eyes widened, and for the first time, he felt a profound sense of danger. He understood that it was utterly impossible for him to withstand this attack, and thus, he needed to evade. Alas, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion was not only immensely powerful but also remarkably swift. Before Kaido could react, the giant sword had already descended upon him. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as Marineford was cleaved in two. Chapter 32. The battle is decided. The final strike. As Marineford split apart, the ground began to tremble violently, causing many to lose their footing and fall, with some nearly tumbling into the chasm created by the split. Yet, at that moment, Roya maintained his stance, suspended in midair, channeling the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Gradually, the severed Marineford stabilized, and Roya looked down. Gasping for breath, Kaido struggled to support himself with his kanabo, while his other hand pressed against his chest. Damn that brat. Kaido gritted his teeth, feeling a trickle of blood seep from his chest and drip onto the ground. Observing the blood on his body, Kaido's expression darkened, and memories of formidable adversaries who had once harmed him flooded his mind. Indeed, Kaido was injured. The creature renowned as the strongest on land, sea, and air, who had never been harmed even by the legendary Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, had sustained an injury. What? That slash actually wounded Kaido? The first to be astonished was Dracul Mihawk. It is well known that Mihawk, hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, had previously battled Kaido, and his strongest strike had failed to inflict any damage on the man reputed for his unparalleled defense. And now, it was Roya who had succeeded in wounding him. What kind of power does this fellow possess? Even Hancock, the Empress, was taken aback. Oh dear, Major Roya, how terrifying. This is remarkable. Even Admiral Kazara had fully acknowledged Roya's strength. The other Marines began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions filled with admiration and cheers rather than mere astonishment. Well done. Major Roya, you have defeated Kaido. Indeed, Major Roya, defeated Kaido. Countless Marines erupted into jubilant shouts. What formidable power this is. The one providing this evaluation was Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku. Even Garp's brow furrowed deeply, pondering aloud whether even the two of them, should they combine their strength, could withstand such an onslaught from Roya. Garp, known for his straightforward demeanor, seemed to imply something deeper in his words, though he did not articulate it clearly. As his old comrade, Sengoku understood and nodded, responding, yes, Garp, I sense your concern, and I share it. Given that Roya has just unleashed such a powerful technique, can he endure the toll it takes on his body? Sengoku found himself worried for Roya. How about it, Kaido? What do you think of my power? Roya taunted. Damn brat, don't get too smug. Such a powerful technique must have drained all your strength, right? What a pity. If you could use it once more, I would surely be unable to withstand it. I suspect you can't unleash it a second time, can you? Kaido, still gasping for breath, refused to concede defeat. His haughty tone unchanged. In truth, Kaido had already felt an overwhelming fear. He had fled with all his speed. But he never anticipated the speed of Roya's golden wheel rebirth explosion. Even as he exerted himself to evade, he was still struck and injured in an instant. Kaido was acutely aware that had that attack fully connected, he would have been gravely wounded. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced of his defeat. He believed that since Roya had expended such formidable power, he must have exhausted all his strength. Thus, Kaido was gambling, betting that Roya could not summon the energy for a second golden wheel rebirth explosion. Descending to the third world, Kaido refrained from unnecessary words, enduring the pain coursing through him as he gripped his kanabo tightly. He leapt into the air once more, unleashing his own mightiest technique. Since you choose to gamble your life, I shall oblige you. Roya sneered, gathering his strength anew as that terrifying golden sword reappeared in the sky. At that moment, all spectators held their breath, silencing their voices, fully focused on the unfolding finale. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Roya unleashed the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, colliding with Kaido's most formidable move. This time, not only did the earth tremble and the sky darken, but the clash of these two immeasurable forces was akin to the power of a small atomic bomb. Retreat. All Marines, quickly find a safe place to hide. Sengoku immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and shouted his command. Unfortunately, this reaction came too late. Boom. The original distance had spared the Marine headquarters building from the shockwave, but now, as the two powers collided, even the remaining distance could not safeguard the headquarters. The structure began to crumble as if it were experiencing an earthquake of unprecedented magnitude. The Marines present had no choice but to flee in panic, obeying Sengoku's orders to seek safety. Only a handful of true warriors remained, Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, and the 7 warlords, standing resolutely to witness this final confrontation. At first, Kaido appeared to withstand Roya's Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion with his immense strength. However, that moment of resistance was fleeting, as Roya intensified his assault. Kaido's Conqueror's Haki was completely shattered, and the golden blade struck directly at him. No, this is impossible. Kaido's eyes seemed to reflect the specter of death. With a roar, he fell to the ground, blood spilling from his wounds and staining the earth around him. Lying in a pool of his own blood, he had lost all strength, reverting from his dragon form to his human shape. This time, Kaido had endured the full force of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, his chest torn open, revealing bone beneath a grotesque wound. Nevertheless, Roya also descended to the ground, having dispelled his Rebirth Eye form. Yet, he did not relinquish his offensive. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of the grass. Upon landing, Roya executed the Marine 6-style Saru, rushing towards the fallen Kaido with astonishing speed. Just as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Kaido shouted, "Wait, I concede. I surrender." Chapter 33, imprisoning Kaido and Impel down at those words. The murderous intent that had filled Roya dissipated. Is this it? The 4 Emperor Kaido? Roya mocked. In response to Roya's derision, Kaido showed no sign of his former dominance, repeatedly stating, "I admit defeat. I surrender." Indeed, Kaido, the so-called strongest creature on land, sea, and air, felt the chilling call of death emanating from Roya. He understood that if he did not swiftly surrender, his life would come to an end. However, Kaido's surrender was not merely a desperate bid for survival. He harbored ulterior motives. He had once believed that with time, he could conquer the world through his own strength. But witnessing Roya's prowess left him profoundly shaken, and a devious scheme began to form in his mind, one that revolved around Roya's power. Although the turmoil in Marineford subsided, the crowd erupted in excitement. Kaido had surrendered? Good heavens! Major General Roya had triumphed. Hancock, the Empress, was left speechless. "Roya, this individual is terrifying," Mihawk remarked, furrowing his brow. "I must see my plans through. I cannot falter now." Blackbeard, Teach, felt a deep-seated fear of Roya solidify his resolve. Upon hearing Kaido's voluntary surrender, Sengoku approached Roya, nodding in affirmation. "Roya, well done." In response to Sengoku's praise, Roya smiled but said nothing. Sengoku then turned to Kaido. Kaido, your choice to surrender to the Marines is the wisest decision you could make, he declared with righteous authority. However, before Sengoku could finish, Kaido's fierce gaze locked onto him. Sengoku, do you think I am surrendering to you Marines? Don't be naive. I am not yielding to the Marines. I am surrendering to Roya, a true master. What does that have to do with you? Kaido's contempt was palpable, his anger directed squarely at Sengoku. Sengoku's face flushed with embarrassment as he was met with Kaido's furious retort, ultimately commanding the other Marines to bring Haki cuffs to secure Kaido. At that moment, Admiral Kazuru, Borsalino, arrived using his Pika Pika no Mi abilities. Sengoku, how shall we handle Kaido's crimes? Should we execute him publicly or imprison him and impel down? He inquired. This was indeed a pressing question. Logically, publicly executing a four-emperor like Kaido would be a significant victory for the Marines. However, despite Kaido's defeat, executing him would still pose a challenge, unless the executioner were Roya, the only one capable of overpowering Kaido. Given their ongoing plans, the timing for an execution was not ideal. Thus, Sengoku made a swift decision. Roya, if possible. Would you escort Kaido to Impel down? What do you think? Sengoku asked, his tone more of a negotiation than a command. This was a testament to strength. Garp, though silent, nodded in agreement. They all understood that Kaido was a cunning individual. Entrusting his escort to anyone else could lead to his escape. Only someone like Roya, who could subdue him, was fit for the task. Very well, Admiral Sengoku. I have no objections, Roya replied. He truly felt indifferent, after all. He was familiar with Impel down, and for him, regardless of the location, he could never escape his automatic training. Upon hearing the plan to head to Impel down, Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with excitement. Sengoku, since we are escorting Kaido to Impel down, let us 7 warlords accompany you, he proposed. Indeed, let us go together, Moria added, casting a fierce glare at the bound Kaido. In truth, both Blackbeard and Moria harbored their own agendas, feigning goodwill to assist the Marines for their own ends. I am merely here to witness the power of a four-emperor. I have no interest in going to Impel down, Mihawk turned and departed. Neither do I, Hancock echoed. The Empress Hancock is no exception. As for Bartholomew Kuma, he remained silent, clutching the book in his hands before turning away. Sengoku cast a glance at Blackbeard Teach and Moonlight Moria, pondering for a moment as he was about to acquiesce to their request. However, Luffy interrupted Sengoku directly, stating, They are unnecessary. I am sufficient alone. In truth, Luffy was well aware of the intentions harbored by Blackbeard Teach and Moonlight Moria. He found their thoughts uninteresting and had no desire to thwart them. He simply preferred to avoid their incessant annoyance. Luffy, do not presume that you can disregard Moonlight Moria. What did you say? Roya did not indulge him, turning his head with a piercing gaze that unleashed a formidable aura, instilling a sense of dread. Observing this, Moonlight Moria trembled, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, utterly reluctant to utter another word. Similarly, Blackbeard Teach wore a stern expression, not daring to speak further. After all, Roya was the one capable of forcing the beast Kaido to surrender. They were no match for him at present. If Roya truly lost his temper, they would be lucky to withstand even a single strike from him. Very well, it is decided that Roya will personally escort him. We shall set forth, Sengoku declared. Thus, Kaido was escorted to the Navy's headquarters port. Before departing, Kaido left behind a boastful remark. Sengoku, Garp, do you think you can confine me and Impel down? One day, I shall return and raise your naval headquarters to the ground. The warship carrying the Yonko Kaido had unfurled its sails. This incident could be considered as reaching a conclusion. In the cabin, Roya reminisced about the recent battle with Kaido. The power of the Rinnegan was indeed formidable, yet regrettably, its current potency remained insufficient. Roya sighed, acknowledging the truth of the matter. If one could fully harness the might of the Rinnegan, the technique known as the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion could potentially cleave the moon asunder. However, during his confrontation with Kaido, despite employing the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, its impact fell woefully short. No, I must become even stronger. Roya clenched his fists, silently vowing. Chapter 34, The Astonishment of Magellan. Just as Roya had made his pledge, the long-awaited system notification resonated. Ding! The profound prowess of swordsmanship, stimulated by the terrifying force of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, felt inadequate and resolved to no longer hinder its host, resulting in a tenfold increase in swordsmanship training speed. Ding! In the clash against the four-emperor Kaido, the armament Haki, recognizing the terrifying strength of its opponent, was deeply motivated and, in an effort not to impede its hostess' power, Experienced a tenfold increase in training speed. Ding. A series of system notifications echoed. In addition to the significant enhancement of both swordsmanship and armament Haki training, all other training disciplines received a boost of 1 to 3 times in speed. Even Roya's Renegade experienced a doubling in training speed. Indeed, the system. What an abundance of surprises you bring me. Roya could not help but smile in admiration at the system. However, as these training programs undeniably accelerated his cultivation speed, they also served to intensify his desire for personal growth. Simultaneously, Roya remarked, I must say, the physique of the 4 Emperor Kaido is truly monstrous. If only I could possess such a physique. Before his words had fully dissipated, the voice of the system resounded once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the essence of combat with the 4 Emperor Kaido. Your insights are profound, and your physique cultivation has awakened autonomously, solely to contribute to your journey towards becoming the world's strongest. The cultivation of physique has now commenced with a 5-fold automatic training speed. By heavens, this truly is a cultivation of physique. Not only has it appeared before me, but it has also activated a 5-fold automatic training speed. Truly, the heavens are on my side, Roya exclaimed with exhilaration. Immediately thereafter, Luo Ya was not overwhelmed by joy. Instead, he resolutely embarked on an intense regime of cultivation, driven by a fervent determination to advance the city. The warship of Roya has once again arrived at this location. This time, the Vigilant Guard, having recognized Roya's vessel, promptly reported to Magellan. After all, they had witnessed Roya personally apprehending several notorious pirates to advance into the city. And even their warden, Magellan, had to extend a degree of respect towards Roya. He dared not be negligent. Therefore, as Roya's ship was about to dock, Magellan had already come to greet it, accompanied by numerous guards. Major General Roya, have you captured another notorious pirate? How is it that you managed to apprehend such formidable foes so consistently? Magellan inquired as he approached. Logically speaking, the news of Roya's triumph over the 4 emperors, Kaido, has already spread. However, due to the slightly delayed communication from Impel down, and the fact that neither Roya nor the Marines had the opportunity to inform them beforehand, it is only natural that Magellan harbors some doubt. Magellan, it's a pleasure to see you again. This time, I have brought you a delightful surprise. After several encounters, Roya has grown comfortable enough to jest with Magellan. A surprise? What sort of surprise? It wouldn't happen to be another notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Would it? Magellan inquired, perplexed. Given Roya's remarkable capability to capture even the formidable Drought Jack, a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, Magellan found the notion of a pirate with an even higher bounty entirely plausible. You'll soon discover the answer for yourself. With a smile, Luo Ya commanded, bring that fellow down. Immediately, there came a series of resounding thuds, bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps echoed from the warship, causing the vessels docked in the harbor to tremble. Accompanied by an overwhelming aura, a massive, shadowy figure emerged before the crowd, instilling a sense of gravity. Magellan's first thought was that this individual was no ordinary person. However, as the silhouette revealed its face, it utterly shattered Magellan's perceptions. His eyes widened, and his mouth agape. He exclaimed in fear, Kaido of the 4 emperors. The moment Magellan's alarmed voice rang out, countless prison guards were equally astonished. Could it truly be the 4 Emperor Kaido? Was it possible that this naval rear admiral had actually apprehended Kaido? Observing Magellan's demeanor, it appeared to be the case. What kind of strength did this naval rear admiral possess? Even if news from Impel down was slow to circulate, it was inconceivable for anyone to be unaware of the 4 great emperors of the sea. Thus, once they confirmed that the apprehended individual was indeed Kaido, the guards erupted into fervent discussions. What do you think? Surprised? Roya gazed at Magellan with a smile. Is this the person you apprehended? Magellan could scarcely believe his eyes. Roya certainly did not deny it. He shrugged indifferently, implying his acquiescence. At that moment, Magellan was utterly astounded, his mind in complete disarray. Roya, what kind of monster are you? This was the singular thought that occupied Magellan's mind. Wait. Magellan seriously took note of the indelible wound on Kaido's body. Major General Roya, did you inflict that injury on Kaido? Magellan inquired tentatively. Oh, you mean that wound? Yes. Is there a problem with it? Roya replied nonchalantly. Is there a problem? Your words are nothing short of ironic. Magellan was left speechless. It is crucial to understand that the 4 Emperor Kaido is renowned as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. The number of individuals capable of inflicting harm upon him can be counted on one hand, let alone causing such a grievous wound. At this moment, Magellan truly felt a profound respect for Roya. Ha 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 ha. Roya, kid, do you think locking me up and Impel down will be the end of it? I assure you, we will meet again soon. Kaido, shackled with sea prism stone, laughed maniacally. Perhaps Kaido was right. With his strength, it was unlikely that Impel down could truly contain him. It was evident that he harbored ulterior motives. However, that was irrelevant to Roya. Even if you have a scheme, what does it matter to me? We can settle it with another confrontation next time. Shut up. Roya shot Kaido a piercing glare. As expected, Kaido fell silent, though a sinister smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Magellan, I'll leave this troublesome fellow to you. I'm a bit tired and don't want to fuss around. I wish to rest, Roya said lazily as he turned to depart, watching Roya's retreating figure. Magellan mused. This time, the entire world is about to be turned upside down. Chapter 35. A world in turmoil and Impel down. At the 6th level, the infinite hell. The notorious pirates in this layer were unusually quiet, as they were all once famous pirates with their own pride, naturally ignoring one another. However, when Magellan arrived, the crowd erupted in astonished chatter. What is going on? How did this guy end up here? No way. Even he has come here? Look at that scar on him. What kind of terrifying power could create that? Could it be that the 3 admirals and Garp have all taken action? Impossible. Look at that scar. It's a sword wound. Countless pirates were left speechless. Of course, their astonishment was not directed at Magellan, but at the 4 Emperor Kaido trailing behind him. Kaido. Don Quixote Doflamingo was taken aback. Even the drought-stricken Jack, imprisoned in the same level, was astonished. Boss Kaido, how did you end up here? As for the other pirates, like Barrett, they remained silent, but their expressions were grim. After all, Kaido was a powerhouse who surpassed them all, who could match the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Yet now, he bore a terrifying wound that seemed to have been inflicted by inhuman strength. Could it be that Roger had come back to life? This was Barrett's first thought. However, reason quickly reminded Barrett, it couldn't possibly be Roger's resurrection, even in Roger's prime. He might not have been able to inflict such a wound. For Barrett, his lifelong ambition was to surpass Roger, and through countless challenges, he understood Roger's power. Likewise, he was well aware of Kaido's strength. After all, how could a man who became one of the 4 emperors lack substantial power? Apart from Barrett, even the infamous Red Count, Left Field, and the giant warship St. Juno were equally astonished, sharing Barrett's sentiments. Seeing the pirates' shock, Magellan surmised their thoughts. Indeed, it was impossible to ascertain who had inflicted such injuries on Kaido based solely on their reactions. However, Magellan was acutely aware that it was all at Roya's behest. Strangely, at this realization, Magellan felt a flicker of superiority within himself. Perhaps, for Magellan, being associated with a powerhouse like Roya brought him a sense of glory. Nevertheless, he had no intention of disclosing this information to the other pirates. Let them speculate. Humph. Noticing his subordinate Jack's astonishment, Kaido merely snorted coldly, offering him no favorable response. Then, Kaido turned to Doflamingo, his expression shifting dramatically, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Doflamingo, Kaido bellowed. Despite being shackled with sea prism stone, his roar still reverberated throughout infinite hell. Observing this scene, Doflamingo furrowed his brow, instinctively trembling with fear. Yet, he remained silent, perhaps already grasping the underlying reasons. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he understood that Kaido had undoubtedly placed the blame for this incident squarely on his shoulders. Meanwhile, Roya was aboard a Navy warship, having departed from the gates of justice and was en route back to Navy headquarters. This time, Roya chose not to continue his training but instead opted for rest. Having engaged in intensive training and battles with countless formidable foes without a moment's respite, he deemed it prudent to take this opportunity to relax and recuperate. However, as he fell into a deep slumber, Roya remained oblivious to the fact that the entire world was undergoing drastic changes due to his actions. At Navy headquarters, countless sailors and workers were diligently repairing the island that Roya had cleaved in two on Marineford Square. Many sailors were also reinforcing their defensive weapons, as the Navy anticipated that they would soon face even greater challenges. However, this time, Admiral Sengoku did not remain in his office. Instead, he visited the office of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong, the former Navy headquarters admiral and current commander-in-chief of the world government, sat conversing with Sengoku. Kong. This is how events unfolded. After the discussion concluded, Sengoku lifted his teacup and took a sip. It turned out that while Kaido was wreaking havoc at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Steelbone Kong was still attending a meeting with the 5 elders in Mariehua. Thus he was unable to witness the chaos firsthand. However, upon hearing of Kaido's assault on the Marine headquarters, Steelbone Kong hastened back. For as the supreme commander of the military, his experience surpassed even that of Sengoku and the others. How could he possibly be unaware of Kaido's formidable prowess? To his astonishment, by the time he arrived at the Marine headquarters, the outcome had already been determined, and Kaido had been dispatched to Impel down. Consequently, to ascertain the full sequence of events, Sengoku appeared here, and as a party involved, he unreservedly recounted the entirety of the Kaido incident to Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong was initially taken aback after hearing the entire account. To be honest, he had assumed that it was Garp and Sengoku who had subdued Kaido. But to his utter disbelief, it was a mere young rear admiral who had managed to not only restrain, but also injure Kaido. This was indeed hard to fathom. However, having known Sengoku for so long, Steelbone Kong was well aware that such matters could not be fabricated. Moreover, during his hurried return from Mariawa, he had overheard several Marines mention the name of Rear Admiral Roronoa. Rear Admiral Roronoa? Who would have thought that someone so young could possess the strength to defeat Kaido? Truly, the youth are to be feared. Sengoku, your proposal is excellent. I accept it. Furthermore, the subsequent matters must be handled by you, as this is a significant event for our Navy and indeed for the entire world. Steelbone Kong, worthy of his stature as the Supreme Commander, despite his astonishment, maintained his composure. Rest assured, as the Fleet Admiral, I will see to it that this matter is handled appropriately. I have already made arrangements, he affirmed. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 36. Two major news stories shocking the world. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, beneath the radiant sunlit sky, whether in the east blue, west blue, north blue, south blue, the Grand Line, or even the New World, countless posters were disseminating the day's monumental news. Look at today's headline. The Four Emperors Kaido wreaked havoc at Marine headquarters, but has been defeated and has surrendered. What? This is monumental news. The Four Emperor Kaido has been defeated, surrendered, and imprisoned in Impel down. Across innumerable islands, the inhabitants rejoiced upon reading the news, for in the eyes of the common folk, most pirates were notorious for their malevolence, bringing destruction and pillage wherever they went. For long, the populace had harbored deep-seated loathing for these marauders, and now, the mighty Kaido, the Emperor of the Seas, had been vanquished and captured, naturally eliciting their elation. However, while the common folk celebrated, many pirates and those aspiring to become pirates were gripped with terror. For alongside the news of Kaido's surrender, another headline sent shockwaves throughout the world. The Marine headquarters has appointed a new Fourth Admiral. The one who subdued the Four Emperor Kaido is none other than the new Fourth Admiral, Roronoa. Did you see that? It was this Fourth Admiral Roronoa who severely injured and apprehended the Four Emperor Kaido, thus earning his promotion. What? Someone capable of injuring Kaido? How terrifying must this Fourth Admiral's strength be? Kaido, renowned as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, was a foe even the combined might of the three admirals could scarcely contend with. Just how formidable must Roronoa be to not only injure Kaido but also compel him to surrender? In this manner, the world was abuzz with shock and discussion. Simultaneously, Roronoa's name resonated throughout the globe, garnering admiration from the populace and instilling dread among pirates. In the New World, a certain island teemed with unrest. The Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates lay anchored at the shore, where Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was gathered. Having perused the day's newspaper, his weathered visage was etched with concern. The Marine's Fourth Admiral, Roronoa. Who would have thought such a troublesome figure would arise, capable of inflicting such harm on Kaido? Whitebeard mused, for he had previously sailed alongside Kaido and was well aware of his strength. Hence, he could scarcely believe that Kaido had been bested by Roronoa. Old man, what shall we do about our plan? Inquired the immortal Marco. The plan remains unchanged. We must rescue Ace. However, given the current circumstances, it seems we will need to gather additional manpower, Whitebeard declared with authoritative resolve. Meanwhile, on Whole Cake Island, under the dominion of the Four Emperor Big Mom, within the castle, she sat upon her throne, indulging in her lavish feast. This tranquility was abruptly interrupted when her eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, rushed in, newspaper in hand, visibly anxious and panting. Mother, something terrible has happened. Humph. You dare disturb my enjoyment of desserts? What could be more important than my delightful treats? Big Mom glared menacingly at Perispero, as if warning him, before returning to her cake. Perispero, though startled by Big Mom's ire, soon gathered himself and replied, Mother, It's Kaido. He caused a ruckus at Marine headquarters, suffered severe injuries at the hands of an admiral, and has surrendered. An admiral injured Kaido? And he surrendered? What nonsense! Do you think those fools could ever harm Kaido? Was it Fujitora, or Kazan, or perhaps Akainu? Big Mom scoffed, her confidence in Kaido's might evident. It wasn't them. It was the Marine's 4th Admiral, Roronoa. Mother, here's today's newspaper. You must see this. Perispero implored, presenting the paper. Taking the newspaper dismissively. Big Mom's expression shifted drastically as she glanced at it. The report not only bore the bold headline, but also depicted scenes of Kaido's defeat and images of his wounds. Upon seeing the grievous injury inflicted upon Kaido, Big Mom recognized that this 4th Admiral Roronoa was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Roronoa, that so-called 4th Admiral. I shall have your head. Shortly thereafter, Big Mom erupted in a furious roar. Concurrently, she unleashed her Conqueror's Haki, casting a profound pressure across the entirety of Cake Island. After a considerable interval, Big Mom ceased her outburst and, with a gaze steeped in murderous intent, directed her attention towards Perispero, commanding, prepare his ship at once. I must head to Impel down and rescue Kaido. Yes, Mama. Perispero dared not defy Big Mom and promptly set about fulfilling her orders. In a certain maritime region of the New World, a magnificent pirate ship was navigating the waters. It was none other than the Red Fourth ship belonging to the red-haired pirates. After perusing the newspaper in his possession, Shanks, the captain, took a hearty swig from his bottle, his expression darkening with visible concern. Beside him were Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo, the 4th Admiral, Roa. To inflict such injuries upon Kaido is indeed remarkable, Jesus Burgess exclaimed, astonished. Captain, are you worried that this 4th Admiral's strength poses a threat to us? Lucky Roo inquired while gnawing on a chicken leg. The newspaper he held bore the shocking headline of Kaido's surrender and capture today. Not at all. That is not my concern. As pirates, we are accustomed to facing the resolve of the Navy. What truly worries me is something else, Shanks explained, shaking his head. At that moment, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, approached Shanks, calmly lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. Shanks, I understand your concerns regarding Port Asti, Ace, and the Whitebeard pirates. Even without the emergence of this 4th Admiral, the situation is dire. Yes, I am aware, Shanks replied, casting a resolute glance at Beckman. Let us go and meet Whitebeard in person. Chapter 37, The 4th Admiral, Roa. Aside from the upheaval among the 4 emperors in the New World, the other 2 admirals assigned to monitor their movements were also apprised of the situation. The Admiral Kazan, who had been cycling across the sea, halted to read today's newspaper. Goodness, this Roa is truly formidable. To inflict such damage on the beast Kaido is no small feat. Indeed. Anyone recognized by Garp must possess extraordinary capabilities, Kazan remarked, astonished. The newspaper clearly depicted Kaido in a severely injured state, and those of great strength could readily discern the implications of such power. Yet, Kazan pondered whether Roa's swift promotion was somewhat hasty. After all, the Navy headquarters had traditionally maintained the positions of 3 admirals, and this unprecedented elevation of Roa was news even to those admirals currently on assignment. But what of it? Sengoku and Kong must have their reasons for this decision, he mused. Perhaps with an additional admiral, our tasks may become a tad less burdensome. After considerable reflection, Kazan ultimately dismissed his concerns, stowing the newspaper away and resuming his journey across the sea on his bicycle. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, a crackle resonated as he finished reading the newspaper. In a fit of rage, he crumpled the paper in his hand, allowing his magma fruit abilities to incinerate it to ashes. What is Sengoku thinking? It was ludicrous enough to promote this Roa to Rear Admiral. But now he has been elevated to Admiral? The 3 admirals have become 4? Absurd. Sakazuki seethed, deeply dissatisfied with Sengoku's decision to promote Roa to the rank of 4th Admiral. Just wait until I return to headquarters. I refuse to believe that this Roa truly merits the position of Admiral. I shall personally test his strength. Back at Navy headquarters, Roa, who had escorted the captured Kaido, had returned. The first order of business upon his return was a summons from Sengoku. Roya, of course, did not decline and proceeded directly to the office of Admiral Sengoku. Along the way, he was unexpectedly greeted by numerous Navy personnel, including several Rear Admirals and Vice Admirals, who saluted him. This surprised Roya somewhat, but he did not dwell on it and continued on his path to Sengoku's office. Upon entering, Admiral Sengoku immediately welcomed him. Admiral Roya, here is your uniform. You shall wear this from now on. Your dedicated warship has also been arranged. Sengoku handed Roya a cloak symbolizing his rank as an admiral. To be honest, upon hearing Sengoku address him as admiral, Roya was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly connected this promotion to his recent victory over Kaido. He had not anticipated such a swift elevation to the rank of admiral. He had merely expected a promotion to rear admiral at best. Moreover, with the cloak and the dedicated warship, it was clear that the title of admiral was now inescapable for him. Perhaps Sengoku, fearing that Roya might refuse the promotion like Garp, decided to take the initiative. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, there was no reason for Roya to decline. Thus, he accepted the admiral's cloak, officially assuming the role of the 4th admiral of the Navy headquarters. Roya, now that you have become an admiral, I shall not conceal matters from you. The reason we have summoned all the 7 warlords and elite Navy personnel from around the globe back to the Navy headquarters is not to target the Emperor Kaido, but rather another emperor, Whitebeard, Sengoku proclaimed with resolute authority. Before Roya could respond, Sengoku continued, as the son of the Pirate King, Port Asti, Ace. We have decided to publicly execute him. Whitebeard will undoubtedly come to his rescue, making our target the Whitebeard pirates. In truth, even if Sengoku had not explained, Roya was already well aware of the situation. However, he was indifferent and had no desire to concern himself with such matters. For him, the enhancement of his own strength was of paramount importance, and these events were entirely extraneous to his interests. I will gradually fill you in on the specifics, Sengoku said as he began to elaborate extensively. The following moments unfolded with an extensive discourse. At last, Luo Ya found a moment of tranquility. Nevertheless, he remained unwavering in his dedication to training each day. After several days of rigorous practice, Luo Ya's mastery over his powers had reached new heights. System. Please review my current training regimen. He summoned the system. Host. Luo Ya Marine 6 styles, strength level top tier, 23 times automatic training engaged, observation Haki, strength level top tier, 35 times automatic training engaged, armament Haki, strength level top tier, 45 times automatic training engaged, swordsmanship training strength level advanced, 15 times automatic training engaged, Conqueror's Haki, strength level advanced, 13 times automatic training engaged, dark fruit ability strength level advanced, 15 times automatic training engaged, poison fruit ability strength level advanced, 15 times automatic training engaged, reincarnation eye ability strength level beginner, 1 time automatic training engaged, physical training strength level beginner, 5 times automatic training engaged. Through this period of training, the primary enhancements were observed in the poison fruit ability and swordsmanship. Yet, the progress in swordsmanship training still seemed insufficient. It appears that I must devise a strategy to accelerate my development. Roya shook his head with a hint of dissatisfaction and sighed. After all, one must forge their own strength. It is impractical to rely on the reincarnation eye in every battle upon encountering various characters. Thus, Roya harbored a desire to elevate his swordsmanship to a higher level. Suddenly, a panting marine burst into the room. General Roya, this is dire. There is a grave situation occurring at Sabaody Archipelago. A pirate has assaulted a celestial dragon. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp are in urgent discussion about the matter. The marine reported anxiously. Sabaody Archipelago? A pirate has attacked a celestial dragon? Could it be the Straw Hat Pirates? Roya pondered. No worries. You may withdraw now. Roya paid it no mind, for he understood that the incident involving the celestial dragons in the Sabaody Archipelago would be addressed by Admiral Kizaru Borsalino, under the orders of Sengoku. It had nothing to do with him. He was better off diligently honing his swordsmanship. Thus, the outcome was, at this moment, the exclusive telephone bug of Luo Ya began to ring. Chapter 38, The Supernovae of the Comoros Islands. Roya cast a glance at the transponder snail, only to discover it was Sengoku calling. This was perplexing. Shouldn't Sengoku be organizing Admiral Kizaru's deployment to Sabaody Archipelago at this hour? Why would he be contacting him? With a sense of bewilderment, Roya answered the call. Roya, the supernova pirates at Sabaody Archipelago have attacked the celestial dragons. The situation has escalated significantly. An admiral must be dispatched for assistance. Sengoku spoke in a flurry before Roya could utter a word. Isn't it swifter for Kizaru Borsalino to go to Sabaody? Roya retorted. Due to Kaido's capture, Borsalino has been assigned to monitor the beast pirates to avert unrest in the New World. Kazan and Sakazuki are still en route back from the New World, and time is of the essence. Your intervention is imperative. Furthermore, The science division has already led the pacifistas to the scene, Sengoku hurriedly clarified. Roya paused momentarily. Was the timeline altered? Just a few supernovas. And the pacifists could handle them without requiring the intervention of a vice-admiral, he remarked languidly, implying that he had indeed declined Sengoku's request. After all, he held no interest in the supernovas from the Sabaody archipelago, primarily because their strength was insufficient, rather than squander his time on them. He preferred to remain here and delve deeper into the intricacies of advanced swordsmanship. Moreover, why should he, a vice-admiral, deign to protect those despicable celestial dragons? Roya, you are a vice-admiral now. Sengoku's impatience was palpable. At this moment, Roya was feeling increasingly vexed. He contemplated hanging up the phone, considering it a final resolution. He was well aware that although he currently held the rank of admiral in the Navy and Sengoku was ostensibly his superior, in a real crisis, Sengoku would be unable to genuinely express his anger towards him. This highlighted the significance of one's own strength. Suddenly, Roya had a thought. Wait, the Sabaody archipelago. Isn't the former vice-captain of the Pirate King, Silvers Rayleigh, residing there? Silvers Rayleigh once was a master swordsman. If I could find him and exchange a few techniques, perhaps it could reignite my training and enhance my swordsmanship at an accelerated pace. With this thought in mind, Roya promptly agreed. Very well, Admiral Sengoku, I shall make my way to the Sabaody archipelago at once. Sengoku, taken aback by Roya's swift response, had intended to employ some sugary rhetoric, but he did not anticipate such a quick acceptance. Very well, then, the Sabaody archipelago is in your hands. Remember, you must ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Before Sengoku could finish his admonition, Roya abruptly ended the call. Ensuring the safety of the celestial dragons? What concern is that of mine? Luo Ya merely seeks to find the underworld king, Rayleigh. Thus it is. Roya donned the cloak of a great general and boarded his exclusive warship, setting sail for the Sabaody archipelago. The naval headquarters was not particularly distant from the archipelago. In less than an hour, Roya, the fourth admiral of the Navy, had arrived at the Sabaody Islands. At this moment, the archipelago was engulfed in the smoke of battle, as the Straw Hat pirates had dared to confront the celestial dragons, prompting the Navy to take decisive action. Prior to Roya's arrival, numerous elite naval forces and the scientific troops developed by Vegapunk had already been dispatched to the area. Roya surveyed his surroundings, pondering the course of the auction in this region. The purpose of Rorino's arrival here is unequivocal. He is neither here to rescue the celestial dragons nor to apprehend these supernovas. His sole intention is to seek a confrontation with the Dark King, Rayleigh. However, Roya had just set foot on the island when countless pirates recognized him. Is that the Marine Admiral? The fourth Admiral of the Navy. Roya. He is the very Admiral who severely wounded the Yonko Kaido. Why are you still standing there? If you don't want to die, run. A myriad of pirates began to flee in panic. After all, Roya's photograph had recently graced the headlines, making it easy for these pirates to identify him. These pirates would flee even at the sight of a pacifist, let alone a Marine Admiral. However, in this vicinity, two supernovas took notice of Roya as well. Drake and the enigmatic monk, Urich. They had just collaborated to defeat a pacifist, and their appearance was somewhat disheveled and breathless. What bad luck, encountering the fourth Admiral Roya. Drake furrowed his brow. Oh dear, this is the man capable of injuring the Yonko Kaido. He is no opponent for us. Urich echoed the sentiment. They both had a keen sense of self-awareness. Even at their peak, they could not hope to match a Marine Admiral, let alone after their recent battle with a pacifist. Therefore, they chose to discreetly retreat, hoping to avoid drawing Roya's attention. Yet, through the power of his observation Haki, Roya had already detected their presence. However, he dismissed them entirely, continuing his search for the location of the first auction venue. Meanwhile, the fleeing pirates had spread the word that the fourth Admiral Roya had arrived at Sabaody archipelago. The first to receive this news was one of the supernovas, the magician Basil Hawkins. He swiftly drew his cards for divination. Fighting success rate, 0. Life-threatening danger, 0. It seems he is not coming for us. Hawkins calmly interpreted the results and relaxed. However, the news spread rapidly, and other supernovas, including Apo, Bonnie, and Becky, also received the information. What? The fourth Admiral has mobilized? It seems he is heading towards the first auction venue. Let us go take a look. On the other side, the supernovas Eustace Kid, Trafalgar Law, and Killer also received the news. Before them lay a defeated pacifist. The fourth Admiral? The one who severely injured Kaido? How interesting. Eustace Kid appeared somewhat excited upon hearing of Admiral Roya's arrival. The fourth admiral seems to be heading towards the Straw Hat crew. Trafalgar Law remarked. Kid, let us leave. This admiral seems formidable, Killer urged. Beside Trafalgar Law, Bepo also advised, Captain, we should depart. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation with an admiral. Chapter 39. The overwhelmed supernovas. As a result, Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law surprisingly reached the same conclusion. Not leaving. I want to see just how strong this admiral is. The one capable of defeating the Yonko Kaido. They both declared in unison. Then, with fierce glares exchanged, they fell silent and turned back towards the direction of the first auction venue. Observing their reckless captains, their crew members, Killer and Bepo, could only follow their respective captains reluctantly. In the vicinity of the first auction venue, the Straw Hat pirates, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had just worked together to defeat a pacifist and stood there, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper wiped away their cold sweat. Roja successfully found her position here, just in time to catch sight of Luffy and his companions, Zoro and Sanji. Roya instantly recognized them. Finding them meant that he could soon locate the formidable Admiral Rayleigh. Thus, he slowly approached, intending to inquire about Rayleigh's presence. However, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates also immediately recognized Roya. The first to express astonishment was Nico Robin. What? The fourth Admiral? Is he the one who recently severely injured the Emperor Kaido? Frankie exclaimed. Then, we should run. Luffy, quickly. The timid trio, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper simultaneously exhibited expressions of sheer terror. An admiral? How terrifying. My eyes are about to pop out, even though I don't have eyes. Brook exclaimed, joining in the panic. Yet, Luffy had no intention of fleeing. Zoro, Sanji, he declared earnestly. Upon hearing Luffy call their names, Zoro and Sanji instantly understood. Zoro wrapped his bandana tighter and bit down on his sword, while Sanji dusted off his suit and lit a cigarette. At that moment, the other two supernovas arrived, Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law. As expected, the Straw Hats are indeed engaging the Navy Admiral. Law remarked. Killer, you should test this Admiral's strength. Kid urged Killer, who simply nodded in response before hurling two curved blades towards Roya. Devil Wind Kick. 3 sword style. 3,000 worlds. Without hesitation, Zoro and Sanji of the Straw Hat crew launched their attacks. Faced with the Navy Admiral, they showed no signs of slackening, unleashing their ultimate moves right away. Simultaneously, Killer also made his move. I merely wish to inquire about one person. Is this really necessary? Roya shook his head in resignation. In the next moment, Roya abruptly raised his head, his piercing gaze fixed ahead. Boom. A tremendous wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from within him, and in an instant, the three who were about to approach were repelled as if colliding with an unyielding barrier, soaring back several dozen meters. Is this the power of the fourth Admiral? How terrifying. No wonder he could injure the Emperor Kaido and force him to surrender. What should we do? Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, the frightened trio, were utterly petrified by Roya's might. Conqueror's Haki? Such terrifying Conqueror's Haki. This fourth Admiral Roya truly lives up to the rumors. In truth, this area was no longer just occupied by the Straw Hats and a few supernovas. Hawkins, Appa, Drake, Bonnie, Becky, and Urki, all renowned supernovas, had gathered. But they had no intention of intervening. They merely observed the fourth Admiral from a distance. Witnessing Zoro and Sanji's fall, Luffy could no longer contain his fury. You dare lay a hand on my crewmates? I don't care what rank you are. I will send you flying. Gear 3rd. Elephant Gun. Luffy leaped into the air, biting his finger and exhaling forcefully, activating Gear 3rd. Room. Butcher's Block. Trafalgar Law also unleashed his surgical fruit abilities, attempting to cover Roya with room, transforming the area into his battlefield. Mechanical Arm. Naturally, competitive Kid would not miss this opportunity, swiftly transforming into a mechanical arm using his magnetic powers. Their sole target was Roya. I ask you, can you not exhibit some decorum? This is our first meeting, and without exchanging a single word. You wish to engage in combat? Roya expressed his irritation. Since they had opted for combat, he would not hold back. Facing Luffy, Law, and Kid, 3 exceptionally powerful supernovas, Roya remained immobile, unleashing a surge of Conqueror's Haki that was several times more potent than before. This wave of Conqueror's Haki, infused with a murderous intent, exploded forth. Boom. Following a deafening crash, Luffy, Law, and Kid found their powers nullified and fell heavily to the ground. Not only did Luffy and his companions collapse, but even the distant supernovas, who had been observing from afar, were not spared. They too were knocked down by Roya's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. What kind of power is this? How impressive. Due to the side effects of the gum-gum fruit, Luffy, having activated Gear 3rd, had shrunk to a tiny form, feeling utterly inferior in the face of Roya's displayed strength. Conqueror's Haki? He has cultivated it to such a degree? Kid, lying on the ground, furrowed his brow. Even Law shared the sentiment. No wonder he could defeat the Emperor Kaido. They could hardly believe that the 4th Admiral Roya was so extraordinarily powerful. They understood that, in their current state, they were no match for him. Roya is not at all interested in apprehending them or even taking their lives. If that were the case, given the current strength of these supernovas, he could have easily annihilated them with a single move, rather than merely suppressing them. Chapter 40. The Underworld, King Rayleigh. The legendary blade remains sharp. Hey. Can you all behave normally? Straw Hat Luffy, I would like to inquire about someone. Roy approached Luffy, feeling a sense of dread. Oh no. Luffy is about to be captured by the Marine Admiral. What should we do? The others cried out in unison. It seemed that, faced with such a formidable Marine Admiral, they were rendered deaf, completely oblivious to Roya's words. However, at that moment, a wave of Conqueror's Haki surged toward Roya from a distance. Utilizing his observation Haki, Roya swiftly responded, releasing his own Conqueror's Haki to collide with it. The clash of these two distinct forces of Haki created a terrifying aura that once again suppressed Luffy, Roya, Kid, and everyone else present. Has it appeared? A faint smile crept across Roya's lips. He could already surmise the identity of this formidable presence. In the next instant, a white figure, resembling a streak of lightning, rushed forth, accompanied by a flurry of flashing blades. The intensity of this onslaught forced even Roya to retreat repeatedly. After a brief moment, as the fierce sword light subsided, an elderly man with white hair, a scar across his eye, draped in a tattered cloak, and wielding a sharp long sword, appeared before Roya. Upon the sight of the elder, both Law and Kid, along with the onlooking supernovas from a distance, were momentarily taken aback. This was none other than the famed Dark King, Rayleigh. A wave of astonishment swept over all present. When Luffy and his companions laid eyes on the elder, their expressions transformed into radiant smiles. Rayleigh, Luffy exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, the figure before them was the illustrious Dark King, Rayleigh. The recent display of Conqueror's Haki and the formidable sword technique that had repelled Law was truly the masterpiece of Rayleigh himself. Luffy, take your comrades and retreat to safety. Regroup at a secure location. As for you little ones, you should do the same. I shall hold the line here. Rayleigh declared to Luffy and his group before turning his gaze towards Law. The Navy's 4th Admiral. Your strength is undeniably formidable. No wonder even Kaido is unable to contend with you. With a smile directed at Law, Rayleigh remarked, the Dark King, Rayleigh. Truly a name that lives up to its reputation. Roya engaged in a playful exchange of compliments with Rayleigh, all the while unsheathing his sword. Meanwhile, under the protection of the Dark King Rayleigh, Luffy and his companions commenced their escape. Roya had no intention of putting Luffy and his companions in a difficult position. After all, the reason he had agreed to come to Sabaody Archipelago was to seek out the legendary Rayleigh and engage in a few exchanges of skill. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no reason to trouble Luffy and the others. He had long heard of the formidable swordsmanship of Rayleigh, and he was eager to experience it firsthand. Holding his sword, Roya declared his intent, simultaneously enveloping the blade in a layer of armament Haki. It had been quite some time since he last wielded a sword, and he felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. Rayleigh also raised his long sword, offering a courteous remark. Immediately afterwards, Roya suddenly charged forward, his sword tip aimed directly at Rayleigh. In response to Roya's fierce assault, Rayleigh became serious, swiftly preparing his defense. With a resounding clang, the swords of both Roya and Rayleigh met in a fierce clash. Although neither of them employed the Conqueror's Haki, the mere confrontation of their armament Haki generated a powerful shockwave that reverberated through the surrounding environment. Roya had no intention of uttering a word. Instead, he withdrew his sword and launched another assault on Rayleigh. This time, Rayleigh transitioned from a defensive stance to an aggressive offensive. Thus it unfolded. The sword duel between Rhea and Rayleigh has officially commenced. Their combat is fiercely reciprocal, unleashing tremendous shockwaves that wreak havoc on the surrounding environment. Rayleigh is remarkably powerful. Thankfully, with Rayleigh's presence, our escape is feasible. As Luffy and his companions continue their frantic flight, they glance back at the unfolding battle, each of them expressing their astonishment. Is this the nature of combat among the formidable? It is overwhelmingly intense. Had we remained, the clash between them would undoubtedly have ensnared us as well. Even Law and Kid cannot help but furrow their brows in contemplation. The other supernovas, having witnessed the formidable strength of the fourth admiral, Roya, are also in a mad scramble to flee. Although Rayleigh is currently holding him at bay, their instinct for self-preservation compels them to forego witnessing this epic confrontation. Meanwhile, after dozens of exchanges in their swordplay, Roya found himself unable to gain any advantage, instead being slightly subdued by Rayleigh. However, this did not imply that Roya was incapable of defeating Rayleigh. Rather, he chose to engage solely in swordplay, refraining from employing any other powers. After all, Roya's intent was to witness and learn from the swordsmanship of the Dark King Rayleigh, thereby enhancing his own skills. It would be rather unsporting to unleash other abilities in such a context. Indeed, Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, demonstrated formidable prowess. Roya could not help but admire Rayleigh's strength. "Roya, you truly are impressive. I find myself somewhat overwhelmed," Rayleigh remarked. This was indeed the case. Although Rayleigh held a slight upper hand in their swordsmanship contest, Roya could distinctly sense that Rayleigh's stamina was waning. Nevertheless, even in his diminished state, Rayleigh was still able to best Roya through sheer skill. It was difficult to fathom just how formidable the young, peak version of Rayleigh must have been. "Delightful. Dark King Rayleigh, continue," Roya exclaimed with excitement. "Very well. It has been ages since I have enjoyed myself so thoroughly." Rayleigh chuckled in response. His willingness to engage stemmed from his desire to rescue Luffy and his companions, who had already distanced themselves, and he felt no heavy malice emanating from Roya. Thus, the two embarked on yet another breathtaking duel of swordsmanship. After a considerable time, they finally separated from their entanglement, at which point the System S voice echoed. "Ding. The swordsmanship cultivation has recognized the formidable threat posed by Dark King Rayleigh. It is utterly astonishing that a remnant from an old era possesses such powerful sword skills. The swordsmanship cultivation vows to strive relentlessly, determined to surpass all sword masters in this world. The speed of cultivation has once again increased tenfold." Chapter 41. Stepping on St. Charlos. "Well done." Roya could not help but praise. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the stimulation from Rayleigh's formidable swordsmanship propelled his own cultivation speed to new heights. With the remarkable enhancement of tenfold automatic cultivation speed, Roya began to perceive the transformative effects of his swordsmanship training. Thus, the journey continued. Roya did not strike again at Rayleigh. Instead, he quietly reveled in the exhilarating sensation brought forth by the enhancement of his swordsmanship training. Meanwhile, although Rayleigh was puzzled by Roya's cessation of attacks, he seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat. Rayleigh was acutely aware of his current stamina. Should he continue to engage, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he recognized that during their recent confrontation, Roya had not unleashed his full potential. Should Roya truly decide to exert himself, Rayleigh, with his frail physique, might not withstand the onslaught. Having successfully executed his plan to rescue the Straw Hat crew, he felt it was prudent to withdraw. Observing Rayleigh's retreat, Roya chose not to pursue. After all, both had achieved their respective objectives. Roya had come to Sabaody Archipelago to expedite his swordsmanship training through his encounter with the Dark King Rayleigh. Since the aims of both parties had been fulfilled, there was no need to impose further upon one another. Thus, Roya has been reveling in the exhilarating acceleration of his swordsmanship training. Undoubtedly, this battle has sent all the supernovas fleeing, yet one individual remains a silent observer, Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. During the fray, Roya had already discerned his presence. Despite Kuma's adept concealment, he could not elude Roya's formidable observation Haki. However, Roya understood Kuma's intentions, since he had refrained from intervening. There was no need for Roya to instigate trouble. At Sabaody Archipelago, in the infamous Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, Luffy and the others had long since returned, anxiously awaiting Rayleigh's return. At last, Rayleigh pushed open the door and entered. "Rayleigh, are you all right? We owe you so much. I never imagined you were so formidable. You must have vanquished that Marine Admiral, right?" Luffy exclaimed as he rushed to greet him. "That Roya is extraordinarily powerful. I was no match for him. Primarily, he did not exert his full strength. Otherwise, my old bones would hardly suffice," Rayleigh remarked with a sigh. The revelation left the others astounded. After all, Rayleigh was the right-hand man of the former Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. If even he could not triumph over this opponent, how terrifying must the adversary's strength truly be? At this moment, Luffy, too, was no longer his brash self. Having felt Roya's might, he recognized that his own capabilities were sorely lacking. Had Rayleigh not arrived in time, he might have lost a companion. Luffy, the Marine Admiral has arrived. This incident is more serious than anticipated. For safety's sake, you all must disperse and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. I will expedite the coating of your ship so you can depart swiftly, Rayleigh stated with gravity. Ultimately, the Straw Hat crew heeded Rayleigh's counsel and began their scattered escape. Loya has returned to the naval base within the Chambered Islands. The pacifist, Bartolomeo, is also present here. Admiral Loya, you have returned. Have you captured the Straw Hat crew? Bartolomeo approached Loya immediately, his tone imbued with profound respect. After all, Loya is now the 4th Admiral of the Navy, possessing the formidable strength to defeat the Yonko Kaido, which has earned him the utmost respect from all ranks within the Navy. Oh, I didn't catch them. They escaped. Loya replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. What? They managed to escape? Such cunning individuals. Rest assured, Admiral Loya, I will continue the search with PX-1 and the others. They cannot have gone far. I will certainly capture them, Bartolomeo said, his voice tinged with indignation. Roya cast a glance at Sabaody and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, for he was well aware of the events that were destined to unfold. At that moment, an unsightly figure, bearing severe facial scars and a runny nose, stormed towards Roya, brandishing a firearm. Why haven't you apprehended them? Did you not see how they assaulted me? You are utterly worthless. If you fail to bring them back, then you might as well perish. The grotesque individual spoke with an air of arrogance, his finger poised ominously on the trigger, the muzzle directed squarely at Roya. The surrounding Marines tensed, lowering their gazes in palpable fear of this man. Indeed, this was none other than the celestial dragon, Charlos, who had recently been bested by Monkey D. Luffy. Step aside, Roya warned, his expression darkening. At that moment, all the Marines stood in stunned silence. Charlos was a celestial dragon. It was unthinkable for anyone, let alone an officer of the Marines, to speak to a celestial dragon in such a manner. Even the fleet Admiral Sengoku would not dare to address them so boldly. The gravity of Roya's words could lead to a death sentence. Sabaody, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Just because others feared the celestial dragons did not mean that Roya had to cower before them. In truth, the sight of Charlos made Roya feel nauseated. And the audacity of this man to point a gun at him was nothing short of suicidal. What did you say? I am a celestial dragon, Charlos exclaimed, taken aback, hastily invoking his esteemed lineage to threaten Roya once more. Without uttering another word, Roya's piercing gaze suddenly narrowed. In an instant, a formidable aura of Conqueror's Haki was unleashed by Roya. The figure of St. Charlos before him turned pale, collapsing to the ground with a thud at Roya's feet. In the next moment, Loya directly stomped on the head of the unconscious Charlos, overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki. Chattering incessantly, you are truly insufferable. Do you not understand human language? Be gone. Loya spat in disdain, cursing repeatedly in impatience. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of all the Marines present nearly bulged from their sockets, and they trembled uncontrollably with fear. Chapter 42. The situation has escalated. What a ridiculous celestial dragon. Nothing but a worthless fool. Roya trampled fiercely on the head of St. Charlos. General Roya, please stop. The opponent is a celestial dragon. At this moment, all the Marines present trembled in fear. Some attempted to dissuade him, while many others secretly wished to flee at the earliest opportunity. After all, the celestial dragons are regarded as beings of supreme authority in their eyes. Yet, as a Marine Admiral, Roya was expected to serve the celestial dragons, and here he was, audaciously laying hands upon one, with the very head of the celestial dragon beneath his foot. This was an event that would send shockwaves throughout the world. Though it was one thing for a reckless pirate to assault a celestial dragon, it was entirely another for a member of the Marines, particularly one of the 4 admirals, to do so. Such occurrences were unprecedented. Thus, aside from their fear, many Marines hastily rushed off to spread the news. Assaulting a celestial dragon is a grave offense, one that even an admiral cannot escape unscathed. After St. Charlos was struck by Luffy, he immediately summoned several bodyguards. These sycophantic guards, upon witnessing their master being attacked, rushed forward to confront Roya. However, the short-tempered Roya would not tolerate their insolence. He swiftly lifted his head and unleashed a fierce burst of Conqueror's Haki, instantly incapacitating the bodyguards. General Roya, you mustn't. You are a Marine Admiral, and St. Charlos is a celestial dragon. Jean Tomer hurriedly approached to intervene. Before he could finish his plea, Roya turned to glare at him. And if I do? What then? So what if he is a celestial dragon? Is he not merely a worthless being? Is the so-called justice of the Marines merely to serve as lapdogs for the celestial dragons? Loa spoke with a commanding presence, his gaze imbued with an aura of terror. These words left Zhang Taowang momentarily speechless, primarily due to his apprehension of Loa's formidable strength. Had it been Admiral Kizaru present, Zhang Taowang might have dared to retort. However, standing before Loa, he found himself genuinely hesitant to argue, for Loa was the one capable of vanquishing the 4 emperors, Kaido, and compelling his surrender. Moreover, the palpable killing intent emanating from Loa made it clear that any display of insensitivity on Zhang Taowang's part would only invite unwelcome consequences. At the Navy headquarters, within the Marshal's office, the Marines stationed in Sabaody Archipelago had reported the incident involving Loa and St. Charlos. With a resounding slap, Fleet Admiral Sengoku abruptly rose, forcefully striking the table and shattering it into pieces. That troublesome brat, Loa, tasked with managing the pirates assaulting the celestial dragons. And yet he himself has struck a celestial dragon. This is utter madness. Sengoku's face flushed with anger, disregarding his usual composure as he erupted in a tirade. Haha. This kid, Loa, truly has guts. He actually took down that scum. Garp chuckled heartily from the side. Garp, how can you find humor in this? Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? Were it you, would you dare lay a hand on a celestial dragon? Sengoku retorted furiously, directing his ire at Garp. Indeed. As Sengoku pointed out, aside from Loa, Garp was perhaps the only one in the Navy audacious enough to defy the celestial dragon's orders and openly denounce them as trash. Yet, regardless of Garp's disdain for the celestial dragons, he could not afford to strike them. As a legendary hero of the Navy, Garp's actions would alter the very nature of the situation should he resort to violence against the celestial dragons. As expected, Garp's expression gradually darkened. Loa has acted too impulsively. So what shall we do next, Sengoku? Garp inquired. This time, we must intervene personally. However, prior to that, to prevent Loa from potentially killing a celestial dragon, which would lead to irreparable chaos, I will send Akainu, Kizaru, and Kazan to intervene and halt Loa as best as they can. Sengoku declared, gritting his teeth in urgency. Meanwhile, the 3 admirals on assignment received Sengoku's orders. Kazan, still riding his bicycle on the open sea, was among the first to receive the news. Oh dear, this fellow is quite remarkable, daring to strike a celestial dragon. Although I'm already en route to the headquarters and feeling a bit lazy, I suppose I'd better go. Otherwise, Sengoku will surely scold me, Kazan mused, hastening his pace. The waters he traversed froze beneath him, transforming any sea creatures foolish enough to attack into ice sculptures. On the other hand, Akainu was also en route back to the Navy headquarters. The news of Loa's confrontation with a celestial dragon nearly ignited his magma fruit powers, threatening to incinerate the entire ship. Loa? I am heading to Sabaody Archipelago right now. I shall witness your capabilities firsthand, even if you possess extraordinary strength. Having struck a celestial dragon provides me with ample justification to confront you, Akainu declared, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, the closest admiral, Kizaru, upon receiving Sengoku's orders, had already arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Moshi, Zhang Taowang, are you there? Kizaru called into the transponder snail. In a short while, Zhang Taowang responded, Old man. Have you arrived? We are at. He relayed their precise location to Kizaru. After confirming the details, Kizaru hung up the transponder snail, glanced in the direction given, and, in a flash of light, vanished from sight. Roya continued to stand upon the head of Charos, yet at that moment, he was seated upon a chair, surrounded by trembling Navy officers who dared not move or utter a word. Oh dear, Admiral Roya, you are truly terrifying, came the voice of Admiral Kizaru Borsellino from a distance. Chapter 43, The Great Battle with Admiral Kizaru. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed before the eyes of the onlookers. Admiral Kizaru Borsellino materialized directly in front of Roya. It is Admiral Kizaru. The arrival of Admiral Kizaru. There is hope that he may persuade Admiral Roya. Upon witnessing the presence of Admiral Kizaru, many Navy officers felt a sense of relief. After all, Roya had struck a celestial dragon and had been standing upon the head of one, which was an immense disgrace for the celestial dragons. If no one intervened to dissuade Roya, they would all face the wrath of the celestial dragons. However, they lacked the capability to do so themselves. Thus, when they saw Borsellino's arrival, a glimmer of hope ignited within them. Kizaru? What brings you here? Are you also here to persuade me? Roya cast a disdainful glance at Kizaru and inquired. Although Roya also held the rank of admiral, he had seldom exchanged words with other admirals, resulting in a lack of familiarity. Indeed, your actions are quite alarming. Do you comprehend the dire consequences that may ensue? Moreover, Roya, you are currently an admiral of the Navy, Polusolino remarked. Admiral? Are the admirals of the Navy headquarters merely the hounds of the celestial dragons? Roya, utterly dismissive of counsel, resorted instead to mockery. It appears that persuasion has proven futile. Admiral Roya, are you aware of the orders I have received? Though I acknowledge your formidable strength, I wonder if you have ever been struck by the speed of light. Borsalino pouted as he uttered these words. In the next moment, Borsalino indeed lifted his leg, transforming it into a radiant beam of light directed towards Roya. A thunderous crash ensued. A dazzling light was unleashed from Borsalino, akin to a laser cannon. However, it did not strike Roya but instead obliterated a massive tree with its tremendous force. At this juncture, Roya's observation Haki had reached its zenith, granting him the ability to foresee fleeting moments of the future. Thus, even though Borsalino's light fruit allowed for extraordinary speed, landing a hit on Roya was no simple feat when bolstered by his observation Haki. The instant Borsalino unleashed his kick, Roya deftly evaded using the pinnacle of Marine's 6 styles, shave, and positioned himself beside Borsalino. Are you certain you wish to engage me? Roya inquired with a seemingly cold smirk, while secretly grasping his longsword. In no Murakumo, Borsalino's tacit agreement was evident. He swiftly turned, creating distance between them, and brought his hands together, which ignited with a brilliant radiance. This light coalesced in his grasp, forming a sword of light as his weapon. Without uttering a word, he swung down fiercely towards Roya. Clang! Roya deftly parried Borsalino's Amatsukuyomi sword, a testament to the prowess of the Marine Admiral, Kizaru, whose swordsmanship could rival that of Rayleigh. Roya mused silently to himself. However, having made the decision to engage, he showed no mercy, unleashing a ferocious assault on Borsalino. In an instant, the area transformed into a battlefield between the 2 illustrious Marine admirals. Run for your lives. The admirals have begun their clash. The cry resonated through the ranks, prompting many sailors to flee in panic, eager to distance themselves from the perilous confrontation. Even Charo's saint, who had been rendered unconscious, was discreetly whisked away to safety. As anticipated, the battle between Roya and Borsalino intensified, yet gradually, Borsalino found himself at a disadvantage. Under duress, Borsalino, in order to evade Roya's strikes, resorted to the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, retreating to a safer distance while simultaneously unleashing a beam of laser light towards Roya. Unfortunately, Roya effortlessly cleaved the laser attack in twain. Boom! The severed beams exploded around Roya, creating a violent upheaval that even affected the nearby Marines, causing them to stumble and fall. Is it possible? After countless exchanges, the old man seems to have gained no advantage whatsoever. This is the first time I have witnessed him being so thoroughly overwhelmed. Is this truly the man capable of delivering a grievous blow to the Yonko Kaido? The Admiral Roya, exclaimed Watamaru, who wielded a massive axe, utterly astonished. Indeed, from the perspective of the lower-ranking Marines, this clash between 2 admirals appeared evenly matched. However, for those like Watamaru, who possessed a modicum of strength, it was evident that in their numerous sword clashes, Borsalino exhibited no edge. Rather, he was the one being pressured. Otherwise, he would not have had to utilize his powers to retreat. How terrifying. Admiral Roya, your strength is akin to that of a monster, Borsalino remarked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Deep down, Borsalino recognized that he could never hope to match Roya, especially since Roya had yet to reveal his true capabilities. However, there was no alternative. As an admiral of the Navy, he was compelled to engage. Borsalino, shall we continue this fight? If so, unleash your true prowess. Roya brazenly mocked Borsalino. Very well, Admiral Borsalino. I am keen to test the extent of the disparity between a creature like you and an old man like me. Borsalino, showing no mercy, instantly transformed, his form shimmering in a radiant light as he crossed his arms. Ichakayata no Kagami. With a thunderous declaration, he unleashed a torrent of luminous projectiles, raining down upon Roya like a deluge. In the face of such a ferocious assault, a faint smile crept upon Roya's lips. In an instant, he activated his observation Haki, armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki simultaneously, causing the very atmosphere of the battlefield to tremble with the surge of his 3-colored Haki. Undeterred by Borsalino's overwhelming attack, Roya remained unscathed. In a climactic moment, he raised his head, channeling his Conqueror's Haki, which surged forth like a ferocious tiger, charging towards Borsalino. Fortunately, Borsalino had anticipated this and had already elementalized. Otherwise, Roya's Haki would have surely sent him crashing to the ground. After a considerable pause, Borsalino reassembled before Roya. Just as he was about to utter a word, suddenly, 2 ice spears, dubbed two-pronged ice spear, hurtled towards him from a distance. Not only that, but a molten arm, manifesting as Hellhound, also lunged at Roya with remarkable speed and extraordinary force. Chapter 44, Celestial Dragons. Death. Confronted with such a formidable and savage onslaught, Borsalino extended his hand, releasing a beam of laser light towards Roya. Yet, Roya remained unfazed, his head bowed in a chilling smirk. Ah, Akainu and Akiji, the 3 admirals have all gathered? How intriguing. With that, a resounding boom echoed across the battlefield. In the position where Roya stood, fireworks erupted amidst rolling clouds of smoke. The formidable admirals, Akainu Sakazuki and Akiji Kazan, soon materialized before the gathered crowd. To everyone's astonishment, all 4 admirals were present. The murmurs among the marine soldiers grew louder. However, as the smoke began to dissipate, Roya emerged unscathed before them. Naturally, this outcome was hardly surprising to the 3 admirals. After all, Roya was a force capable of defeating the Emperor Kaido. If he could not withstand such an assault, how could he possibly possess the terrifying strength to conquer someone like Kaido? Ah, Roya, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Your reputation precedes you. The first to speak was Admiral Kazan, who appeared rather lethargic, as if he had been reluctantly pulled into work. Kazan, you are not too shabby yourself. Roya responded with a smile, engaging in light-hearted banter. Roya, do not assume that defeating that scoundrel Kaido will earn you a promotion to Admiral, even if Sengoku acknowledges you. I do not. Akainu Sakazuki shouted at Roya. His long-standing disdain for Roya's ascension to the rank of Admiral was apparent, and it was only natural that he would voice this grievance upon their meeting. What? Are you feeling defiant? If so, go and defeat Kaido yourself. Ah, it's not a monumental task. Roya retorted, completely disregarding Akainu's provocation and even turning it into a mockery. Instantly, Akainu's expression darkened, his fists, clenched tightly, radiated with intense magma, signaling his growing anger. Admiral Roya, you've fought enough. It is time to cease hostilities, Borsalino urged once more. At that moment, the recently rescued St. Charlos regained consciousness and, with his battered visage, stormed forward, brimming with rage. Akainu, Kazan, and Borsalino, you have arrived just in time. Hurry and eliminate this scoundrel. He dared to strike me and even tread upon my head. Kill him at once. I am a celestial dragon. Should you slay him, I will reward you handsomely. Emboldened by the presence of the 3 admirals, the arrogant Charlos brazenly demanded the demise of Roya. Yet, Akainu and the others paid him no heed. While it was uncertain how they felt about the celestial dragons, they certainly served them. Their inaction was not a sign of submission to Charlos, but rather a cautious respect for Roya's prowess. They understood that any rash action could endanger not only the Marines present, but also the innocent civilians of Sabaody Archipelago. While Akainu's thoughts remained unknown, Kazan and Borsalino were likely averse to harming civilians. Otherwise, Borsalino would have unleashed his full power against Roya, fearing that if he did so, Roya might retaliate with equal intensity, resulting in catastrophic consequences for the residents of Sabaody. After all, Borsalino had witnessed Roya's Golden Wheel rebirth explosion, a force capable of cleaving Marineford in half. Unleashing such power could very well submerge the entire Sabaody archipelago beneath the waves. Roya, I offer you one final opportunity. Will you choose to engage us in battle, or will you surrender? Akainu pressed again, his tone now decidedly aggressive. For Akainu, the desire to confront Roya was palpable. He remained unconvinced that Roya possessed the strength to defeat Kaido and deserved such an extraordinary promotion to the rank of the 4th Admiral. Surrender? To worthless celestial dragons like you? Do you truly believe that is a possibility? The confrontation was inevitable. However, before the battle commenced, Roya declared, I must first settle one matter. Roya shook his head and spoke. What needs to be resolved? Sakazuki was about to inquire when, to his astonishment, Roya suddenly vanished into thin air. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in utter astonishment. Even Kazan couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Oh dear, it seems something monumental is on the verge of happening, remarked Borsalino. In the next moment, Luo Ya's sudden appearance took everyone by surprise, as his location was utterly unexpected. What do you intend to do? He inquired. I must inform you. I am a celestial dragon. St. Charles gazed at Luo Ya with a look of sheer terror, his voice trembling as he spoke, his legs quaking uncontrollably, and cold sweat streaming down his pig-like visage. Indeed, Roya, utilizing one of the highest techniques known as shave, materialized before St. Charlos, brandishing a sword whose razor-sharp blade was pressed against the latter's throat. "Roya, please stop," exclaimed Sakazuki and Kazan in unison, their eyes wide with alarm. "Admiral Roya, you mustn't," echoed the other Marines, their voices filled with desperation. Striking a celestial dragon is a grave sin, but taking the life of one would be a capital offense. After all, Roya, esteemed admiral of the Navy, had apprehended numerous notorious pirates, including the formidable Yonko Kaido, whom he personally incarcerated and impelled down. While a mere assault on a celestial dragon might warrant leniency, the act of murder would carry entirely different ramifications. Alas, Roya is utterly indifferent. Upon witnessing this, the three admirals, Sakazuki among them, immediately rushed to prevent Roya from making a grave mistake. Celestial dragons? What of it? You are far too noisy. Unfortunately, before the three admirals could reach Roya, he uttered two phrases and took action. With a swift motion, the blade fell cleanly. Moments later, with a thud, the celestial dragon Charlos collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless. Indeed, Roya had slain a celestial dragon. All the Marines stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality of the scene before their eyes. "Roya, have you any idea of the colossal mistake you have made? In this situation, no one can save you." Sakazuki roared in fury. Chapter 45, Are You Lackeys of the Celestial Dragons? Following Sakazuki's furious shout, a massive fist of magma surged toward Roya. Just as it was about to reach him, the magma transformed into the shape of a dog's head, lunging at Roya. Dog bite Red Lotus. Sakazuki was making his move. Humph. With a cold snort, Roya turned abruptly, the sword stained with the blood of the celestial dragons enveloped in the aura of armament Haki. Facing the formidable magma dog, he exhibited no signs of trepidation and resolutely braced himself. A thunderous explosion echoed, and Roya successfully withstood the assault from the magma dog, causing molten lava to splatter on either side of him. As the lava cascaded to the ground, it instantaneously melted the surface beneath. Although Roya managed to deflect the move known as Canine Bite Red Lotus, he was forced to retreat a couple of steps, illustrating that even the Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki possessed considerable strength. "Well done, Sakazuki," Roya remarked with a smile. However, before Roya could fully comprehend the situation, Kazan had already appeared behind him, extending his arms to envelop Roya. Freezing moment, Kazan uttered nonchalantly, exhaling a breath of icy mist. In an instant, Roya was entirely encased in ice, resembling a magnificent ice sculpture. This was the remarkable power of Kazan's ice fruit. Admiral Roya. Could it be that Admiral Roya has been frozen by Admiral Kazan? Wait, look, that ice sculpture of Admiral Roya is actually smiling. The onlooking Marines exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, many Marines hoped for Roya's victory. However, a greater number were those who had accompanied him on various missions. They were well aware of the formidable pirates they had vanquished alongside Admiral Roya, particularly recalling the moment they witnessed him triumph over the Yonko Kaido at Marineford. Thus, in their hearts, they held a genuine admiration for him. As for Roya's act of killing a celestial dragon, it initially shocked them, for all harbored a deep-seated fear of the celestial dragons. Yet, fear did not equate to disdain. To put it plainly, many ordinary people refrained from defying the celestial dragons solely due to their lack of strength. Hence, when Roya dispatched a celestial dragon, aside from astonishment, many felt a sense of secret delight. However, they were not mistaken. The frozen Roya indeed bore a smile. Soon after, Borsalino made his move, unleashing fierce laser beams from his fingertips aimed directly at the frozen Roya. Just as Borsalino's attack seemed poised to shatter the ice sculpture, a series of cracking sounds echoed as the ice began to fracture, revealing a restored and unscathed Roya before the crowd. Boom. Without hesitation, Roya unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, not only nullifying Borsalino's assault but also sending Kazan, who had been relying on his strength, flying. Likewise, the surrounding Marines were not spared. The overwhelming majority succumbed to unconsciousness under the pressure of Roya's Haki. Has this fellow's Conqueror's Haki truly reached such heights? Kazan furrowed his brow at the sight. After all, few could repel him with such ease. Yet, the fact that Roya could effortlessly send him flying merely by releasing his Haki exceeded Kazan's expectations. Having chosen to engage in battle, I shall gladly partake in a fierce contest with you all. The smile on Roya's face gradually solidified, leaving only seriousness. Very well, Roya. I shall grant your wish. The first to act was Sakazuki, who was already displeased with Roya's promotion. since he had already taken the step of eliminating a celestial dragon. It was only natural for him to turn his hand against Roya. Suddenly, Sakazuki's magma-infused fist struck towards Roya's face. Despite the overwhelming might of Sakazuki's power, Roya effortlessly parried the blow. Observing Roya's ease in deflecting his attack, Sakazuki, unwilling to concede, retreated a few steps before transforming his arm into a colossal fist of molten lava. Meteor Volcano. With a low growl, Sakazuki unleashed a barrage of massive lava fists into the sky, which then rained down like a meteor shower. This technique possessed the potential to turn the entire land into a sea of molten fire. You are far too dangerous. You cannot be allowed to live, or you will surely become a calamity, Sakazuki declared with righteous fervor. Disaster. Everyone, run. The Marines shouted in a panic, realizing the destructive capability of an admiral's attack. Countless seamen fled in terror. The shock was not confined to the Navy. Even the pirates hiding in the corners of Sabaody Archipelago became aware of the battle. All eyes turned to the sky, questioning what was transpiring. What terrifying power! Who could be fighting over there? I want to see. Are you mad? Do you wish to witness such a fierce battle? What of your life? The pirates who had not yet set sail from Sabaody were fully engrossed in the unfolding chaos, including the likes of Straw Hat Luffy, Trafalgar Law, and Captain Kidd among the supernovas. Naturally, a few reckless pirates began to approach, eager to witness the earth-shattering confrontation. Kazan, are you truly going to let Sakazuki wreak havoc like this? This place cannot withstand his attacks. It was rare to see Admiral Kazara take things seriously. Indeed, Sakazuki was causing unprecedented chaos. As Kazan gazed at the impending lava descending, he shook his head and leapt into the air. In midair, Kazan released an expansive wave of freezing cold, quickly encasing the area where Roya and Sakazuki stood, effectively creating an icy battleground. In the face of Sakazuki's assault, Roya remained unfazed, even sheathing his sword. So fond of using your devil fruit abilities, are you? As if no one else has them. Roya spread his arms wide and began to wield the powers of the dark fruit. A dark substance surged upward from behind him, resembling a towering column of water, swiftly coalescing into an immense net of darkness. All the magma descending from Akainu was drawn into the abyss of Roya's dark matter. Chapter 46. The Battle of the Four Admirals. What? You are also a wielder of powers? Akainu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight. Witnessing the manifestation of the dark fruit's abilities in Roya's hands, even Borsellino was taken by surprise, muttering, "Oh my, what a terrifying power." Yet, this ability feels oddly familiar. Without further ado, raised his hands as if performing a circle of Tai Chi, causing the dark matter infused with countless magma to swirl in response, ultimately forming a terrifying black hole directed at Sakazuki. In the next instant, innumerable colossal stones erupted from this fearsome void, hurtling towards Sakazuki with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Confronted with the barrage of immense boulders, Sakazuki furrowed his brow and swiftly activated the elemental transformation of the magma fruit to evade the onslaught. In truth, these boulders were merely the magma that Sakazuki had just conjured, drawn into the black hole by the fruit's dark powers, rendering the searing magma concealed and transformed into stone. Although Sakazuki successfully dodged the barrage, the ice walls crafted by Kazan were unable to withstand the assault, despite their seemingly solid nature. The colossal stones relentlessly breached the icy fortifications. Roya remained unfazed, instead pressing the advantage. As he spread his hands once more and executed the technique known as dark water, altering the gravitational pull in the vicinity. Sakazuki barely had time to react before he felt his body inexplicably drawn towards Roya's outstretched hand. Just as Sakazuki intended to unleash his magma fruit powers, he found himself ensnared by Roya's palm, which was shrouded in dark matter, rendering him incapable of employing his abilities due to the nature of the dark fruit. What on earth is happening? Sakazuki's expression was one of disbelief. However, the answer to Sakazuki's confusion came in the form of Roya's fist, now enveloped in armament Haki. With a thunderous crash, Sakazuki was propelled through the air, crashing into an ice wall before finally coming to a halt. Is this all the strength you possess, Akainu? Roya taunted, his mockery echoing in the aftermath. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Why can't I utilize my powers? Logically, even if I had elementalized, there is no way this guy should be able to inflict harm on me with armament Haki, Sakazuki fumed. Kazan, Borsellino, are you two just going to stand there? I'll remind you, Roya has slain celestial dragons. If the higher-ups take notice, you won't escape unscathed either. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Sakazuki acknowledged Roya's formidable strength, and turned to shout at Kazan and Borsalino. There was no choice. Since Sakazuki had voiced his concerns, it would be unreasonable for the two admirals to remain inactive while allowing Roya to wreak havoc, especially since they had witnessed him kill celestial dragons firsthand. Thus, Kazan and Borsalino sprang into action simultaneously. At this moment, Roya found himself confronted by the three admirals, bombarded relentlessly by the combined powers of magma, ice, and light. The onslaught was indeed fierce, but under the influence of Roya's dark fruit abilities, each attack was effortlessly neutralized. While Roya's own strikes intertwined with Conqueror's Haki. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of their intense battle shattered the icy battleground crafted by Kazan, reducing it to rubble. What's more, the surrounding islands bore the brunt of their fierce confrontation, fracturing under the strain. It is essential to note that the Sabaody archipelago was formed from the roots of the colossal Yarchi mangrove, with 79 trees that served as the foundation for towns and facilities, hence the archipelago's designation. However, the ferocious clash among the four admirals had already caused 3 of the smaller islands to succumb to the depths of the sea. Consequently, many Marines and a significant portion of the residents were unable to escape the ensuing disaster. Terrifying. The battle of the Navy's 4 admirals is wreaking havoc. The devastation wrought by their conflict has obliterated 3 islands. Should this battle persist, will the entire Sabaody archipelago not become a relic of the past? That must be Admiral Roya, the man who vanquished the Emperor Kaido. How astonishing that he remains unscathed amidst the combined assault of 3 admirals. Just how formidable is his strength? A few audacious pirates gathered nearby, witnessing this monumental clash, expressed their astonishment and even terror. Even the Marines were no exception. My heavens! The might of the 4 admirals is truly formidable. Yet, I dare say, Admiral Roya seems to possess even greater power, standing his ground against the other 3 admirals without yielding an inch. However, this cannot continue. Someone must intervene, lest the entire Sabaody archipelago be consumed by the sea. Along with ourselves, countless Marines anxiously debated, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, yet no one dared to confront the 4 admirals. Roya, I must concede, you are indeed powerful. To face our combined might alone and not falter is no small feat, alas. Your heart lacks justice. You cannot be of service to the Navy. Should you be allowed to continue, your strength will inevitably plunge the world into chaos, Sakazuki declared. Justice? Sakazuki, what do you mean by justice? Is it merely to serve the celestial dragons as their hound? Loya let out a cold chuckle, casting doubt on the situation. Indeed, ever since that celestial dragon met his demise at Loya's hands, Sakazuki had been relentless in his attacks, making Loya's skepticism towards him entirely justified. Meanwhile, Kazan and Borsalino remained silent, particularly Borsalino, who recognized that Loya had yet to unleash his full potential in this confrontation. He understood that their trio of admirals had been unable to contend with Loya's prowess. After all, Borsalino had witnessed Loya's battle against Kaido firsthand, and he knew that Loya had not even utilized his Rinnegan yet. If Loya were to get serious, it was uncertain whether the 3 admirals could withstand his might. Stop your futile arguments, Sakazuki bellowed, once again unleashing the power of his magma fruit. It appeared another round of battle was imminent. However, at that moment, an authoritative voice resonated from a distance. Loya, Sakazuki, cease this at once. It was none other than Admiral Sengoku, accompanied by Vice Admiral Garp. What a relief! Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp have arrived. The eyes of all the Navy personnel turned towards Sengoku and Garp, as if they had witnessed a beacon of hope, and began to cheer with excitement. This is bad. With Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Vice Admiral Garp present, it seemed that a fight would not ensue. Those who wished to avoid capture by the Navy hurriedly began to retreat. The pirates, who had been silently observing the confrontation, also started to flee in disarray upon seeing the arrival of Sengoku and Garp. Roya, along with Sakazuki and others, has ceased all intentions of continuing the battle. Sakazuki, Kazan, Borsalino, what is the meaning of your actions? I summoned you to dissuade Roya, yet you resorted to violence, destroying 3 small islands in the process. The moment Fleet Admiral Sengoku approached, he delivered a stern reprimand to Sakazuki and his companions. Meanwhile, Garp positioned himself beside Roya. Before Garp could utter a word, Sakazuki interjected with a fierce tone, Fleet Admiral, is this the 4th Admiral you personally promoted? He dares to openly kill a celestial dragon. What? At this shocking revelation, both Sengoku and Garp were taken aback. Subsequently, as Sengoku turned to gaze at the body of the celestial dragon Charlos, still guarded by numerous Marines, he was utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he had presumed that Roya had merely assaulted a celestial dragon, never anticipating that the situation had escalated to such a grave extent. At this moment, Sengoku's expression was one of deep concern. Had it merely been an assault, perhaps there would have been a chance to persuade the higher-ups to show leniency towards Roya. However, if Roya had indeed killed a celestial dragon, then the matter would undoubtedly be far more complicated to resolve. Roya, you have truly become a source of distress for Sengoku, who cast a glance at him, hesitating to find the right words. Roya, what were you thinking? Why did you resort to killing a celestial dragon? Garp inquired. Celestial dragons? Those scum, what does it matter if they are killed? Roya did not perceive his actions as erroneous. Ha ha ha. You speak the truth. I have long wished to thrash them myself. However, there was no need for you to kill them. A mere display of your Conqueror's Haki would have sufficed, as these worthless beings could not withstand it. Ha ha ha. Garp, rather than reproaching Roya, erupted into laughter, even jesting with him, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Garp. Sengoku was on the verge of exasperation. Roya, regardless of your reasoning, your act of killing a celestial dragon will undoubtedly provoke repercussions from Mariewa. Remember, we, the Navy, are subservient to the world's dominion. Your actions are in direct violation of your responsibilities as an admiral. Sengoku chastised Roya. Fleet Admiral. Is the duty of an admiral merely to act as a lapdog for the celestial dragons? If that is the case, then I shall gladly relinquish my title as admiral. Without a moment's hesitation, Roya retorted with unwavering resolve. For him, the position of admiral held little significance. He had merely become a member of the Navy upon his arrival in this world, and he had simply been following that path ever since. Now, with his abilities having advanced remarkably, remaining in the Navy had lost its particular relevance. Sengoku had initially intended to reprimand Roya, but suddenly, his din-din mushi began to ring. Upon hearing the call, Sengoku furrowed his brow and, after a brief moment of hesitation, stepped aside to answer the phone. It was undoubtedly a call from Mariewa, and the five elders were likely displeased. Garp's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After glancing at Roya, he continued, Kid, you've really gotten yourself into a significant predicament this time. In response to Garp, Roya merely smiled and remained silent. The five elders? What of it? After a considerable time, Sengoku returned to face Roya, his expression gravely serious. Garp wished to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Sengoku. Garp refrained from saying anything. He then turned his attention to Roya. Roya, your situation is extremely serious. However, I have managed to secure an opportunity for you, for the time being. You must be confined and impelled down. Sengoku gritted his teeth as he spoke. Confined and impelled down? What if I refuse? Roya replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, a powerful aura of Conqueror's Haki surged within him, akin to a beast unleashed. If not restrained in time, it would erupt uncontrollably. Truth be told, should Roya decide against compliance, none present, be it Garp, Sengoku, or the three admirals, would be able to restrain him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Garp quickly placed his hand on Roya's shoulder, shaking his head in a gesture of caution. Both Garp and Sengoku were acutely aware that should Roya truly turn against them, none present would likely be able to subdue him. Roya, remain calm. I trust that Sengoku has secured the best possible chance for you. Beyond Sengoku, I will do everything within my power to assist you. I pledge my lifelong honor that we, the Navy, will never be the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Garp declared emphatically. Indeed, Roya, rest assured, it's merely a temporary stay and impel down. I will certainly find a way afterward, Sengoku echoed in agreement. Clearly, both Sengoku and Garp held Roya in high regard, recognizing that the Navy, both now and in the future, required the infusion of powerful new blood like his to maintain its standing. They had witnessed Roya's formidable strength firsthand, and given his youth, his potential was immeasurable. Seeing the earnest expressions of Sengoku and Garp, Roya ultimately restrained his aura, shrugged, and adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Very well. I shall grant you this favor and temporarily visit Impel down, Roya stated. Chapter 48. The Grand Lottery reignited. Observing this, Akaina quickly approached, eager to make his presence known. Bring the sea stone handcuffs over here. Restrain him, Akainu commanded. Soon after, several Marines approached Roya with the handcuffs in hand. However, these Marines hesitated, their eyes reflecting complexity as they regarded Roya. Admiral Roya, they began, fully aware that given Roya's strength, they were mere mortals before a terrifying force capable of obliterating them with ease. Are you attempting to restrain me? Roya scoffed, his piercing gaze locking onto them. The Marines, intimidated by his stare, began to retreat. The reason why Roya chose to compromise primarily stemmed from the heartfelt attitudes of Sengoku and Garp. Had Sengoku and Garp personally insisted on shackling Roya, he might have had no objections, after all, with his formidable mastery of the 3 types of Haki. The Sea Prism Stone handcuffs would hold no power over him. Moreover, his abilities derived from the dark fruit and the poison fruit would remain unaffected by the Sea Prism Stone. Unfortunately, this proposition came from Akainu, and thus Roya could not simply allow him to flaunt his authority. How infuriating. You bunch of useless fools. I will take matters into my own hands. Akainu seethed as he approached, intent on seizing the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs and advancing towards Roya in a furious manner. Akainu, stop this at once. Garp intervened immediately, obstructing Akainu's path. There is no need to shackle Roya. I will bear any consequences. Garp stood resolutely before Roya. What's this, Garp? Akainu glowered at Garp, evidently displeased with his defense of Roya, his teeth clenched as if he wished to strike Garp. What is the matter, Akainu? Are you looking to fight me? Garp retorted, his demeanor confrontational. Faced with Garp's challenge, Akainu hesitated for a moment, his fists clenched tightly. Yet he refrained from actually attacking Garp. After all, Garp was a legendary figure of the Navy, his strength indisputable. Furthermore, Akainu had just expended considerable effort battling Roya, and it was not worth it to engage Garp. Enough. There is no need to shackle Roya. Let him proceed to impel down as is. Akainu, Kazan, Borsalino, and Garp. You 4 will accompany me to Mariewa. Sengoku, in his capacity as Fleet Admiral, issued a decisive command. With Sengoku's order given, Akainu had little choice but to comply. Casting a disgruntled glance at Roya. Roya, do not act rashly. Sengoku and I will find a solution. Garp reassured, giving Roya's shoulder a firm pat. Understood. Roya nodded in response. Thus, under the arrangement of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the situation unfolded. Roya was placed aboard a naval warship, tasked with escorting him to Impel down. However, within this vessel he was neither restrained nor subjected to the watch of any high-ranking officer. To put it plainly, Sengoku understood that even if they were to bind Roya or assign 3 admirals to guard him, should he truly wish to escape, it would merely take a moment. Rather than impose such measures, it seemed more prudent to let events unfold naturally. Sengoku believed in Roya's integrity. Having made a promise, he was unlikely to renege. Thus, there was no need for Sengoku to provoke him further, as he recognized that in the near future, not only he but the entire Navy would require Roya's strength. The warship responsible for escorting Roya departed from the Sabaody archipelago, sailing across the vast ocean. Yet, the Marines assigned to his escort did not treat him as a criminal. Instead, they referred to him with respect as an admiral, generously providing him with food and drink. For these sailors, it was evident that they held a genuine admiration for Roya's formidable abilities. How absurd it was that for merely eliminating a worthless celestial dragon, he was to be imprisoned and impelled down? This world truly lacks any semblance of justice. Roya coldly shook his head, expressing his disdain, while pondering whether his choice was indeed the right one. Should he simply abandon the endeavor? How tedious would it be to advance into the city? Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, he recalled his promise to both Garp and Sengoku. He was a person of his word, and once he committed to something, he would see it through. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. The Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki are incensed by the host's unfair treatment, vowing to seek justice for the host. The cultivation speed of all 3 Haki types has surged by 20-fold. Upon hearing this announcement, Roya was momentarily stunned. A 20-fold increase in cultivation speed. What a remarkable concept. He never anticipated that his seemingly minor decision would yield such an astonishing reward. At that moment, Roya felt no regret for his choice. After all, how else could he have received such a generous reward from the system? Shortly thereafter, the system's voice continued without pause. Ding. The Navy's 6 forms Spear of Justice is exceedingly enraged by the host's plight. Transforming grief into strength, it has achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations, host. The Spear of Justice has reached its pinnacle. At this instant, Roya's excitement reached its zenith. Following the previous breakthrough of the Navy's 6 forms, Shave, he now found himself with yet another pinnacle achievement in the Spear of Justice. Most importantly, he understood that once he possessed the capability to reach such heights, he would soon face the mysterious Grand Lottery. The last mysterious lottery had granted him the Byakugan, which had mutated into the Rinnegan. What wonders would this upcoming lottery bestow upon him? System, Is there a grand lottery this time? Roya inquired, taking the initiative. Response to host. Yes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the pinnacle training program for the Navy's 6 forms, Spear of Justice. The system has unlocked the mysterious lottery for you. Would you like to participate in the lottery now? Absolutely. Why would I even hesitate? Lottery in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. Lottery successful. You have obtained the Ability Armament Conqueror's Haki Wrap. Armament Conqueror's Haki Wrap? Roya was initially taken aback, struggling to grasp its meaning. Fortunately, the system provided a thoughtful explanation. Armament Conqueror's Haki Wrap, as the name suggests, is a fusion of 2 types of Haki, allowing the host to envelop their armament Haki with Conqueror's Haki for more formidable attacks. Roya suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. This meant that he now possessed the ability of armament Haki, allowing him to strike directly at the physical form of a Logia fruit user simply by wielding his Conqueror's Haki. He inquired, primarily due to his previous encounters with the formidable Logia fruit users among the 3 admirals, where he had conceived and attempted various strategies, all in vain. At that time, Roya had pondered whether the concept of Armament Conqueror's Haki was merely a figment of his imagination. To his astonishment, the system presented him with this delightful revelation. Replying to the host, your understanding is correct. Only a select few can master this ability within the entire pirate world. Upon hearing this, Roya could no longer contain his exhilaration. Roya has indeed engaged in combat with Kaido, as the mightiest creature of land, sea, and air. And a formidable emperor of the ocean, Kaido ranks among the most elite forces within the pirate world. Yet, even with his mastery of Conqueror's Haki, Kaido was unable to reach such heights. Had he possessed that level of power at the time, even with the abilities granted by the Rebirth Eye? It would have posed a significant challenge for Roya. Perhaps the system's assertion that only a handful of individuals in the entire pirate realm can wield such power holds true, possibly including the legendary Pirate King Roger and perhaps even the formidable Rocks, who commanded the likes of Whitebeard and Kaido as his subordinates. Following this, Roya remained enveloped in a state of elation. Meanwhile, at Impel Down, Magellan, who was reveling in the relief of a restroom break, received a notification from a guard. Director Magellan, another naval vessel has arrived to escort prisoners, and you are specifically requested to receive them. Upon hearing this announcement, Magellan was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself why yet another prisoner was being delivered. According to protocol, the Navy typically transports prisoners in batches, except in the case of particularly heinous pirates. Thus, if it were indeed another notorious pirate, Magellan's immediate thought was of Roya. Understood. Magellan replied to the guard. He then began to muse aloud. Could it be that Roya has captured another notorious pirate? His astonishment had diminished since Roya had proven capable of subduing even the mighty Kaido. In this world, who could possibly rival Roya? However, Magellan's curiosity was piqued. He wondered what type of infamous pirate Roya had apprehended this time. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Magellan rose and proceeded outside. At the entrance of Impel Down, Magellan awaited the arrival of the vessel, which soon docked. With the escort of naval soldiers, Roya gracefully disembarked from the ship. Admiral Roya, what infamous pirate have you captured this time? Magellan inquired eagerly, as Roya had held the rank of admiral for some time, and his ascension had been widely publicized, reaching even Magellan's ears. None. This time, the prisoner is myself. Roya displayed a nonchalant demeanor, shrugging as he spoke. Immediately, Magellan's expression shifted dramatically. He scrutinized Roya's form, but found no signs of restraint or shackles that would suggest he resembled a prisoner. How could this be? Therefore, Magellan chuckled and remarked, General Roya, you jest. How could you possibly be a prisoner? Consequently, a naval officer beside Roya spoke up, addressing Director Magellan. Indeed, General Roya is the perpetrator in this matter. The officer, trembling, cast a wary glance at Roya, acutely aware that he had to voice the truth, yet fearing the repercussions of his words. His heart was torn with conflict. Indeed, I am the one at fault in this instance, Roya admitted. Not only did Luo Ya refrain from blaming the naval officer, but he also took the opportunity to acknowledge the situation himself. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the naval officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. How could this be? What crime have you committed? Magellan remained skeptical. After all, Luo Ya now held the esteemed rank of the 4th Admiral of the Navy headquarters. It seemed implausible for him to engage in any wrongdoing. Even if he had committed a crime, it would generally be forgiven. Oh, merely having eliminated a worthless celestial dragon. Roya nonchalantly uttered a phrase. What? Not only Magellan but all the prison guards were utterly astonished. You killed a mere celestial dragon? Are you jesting? In this world, is there truly someone who dares to lay a hand on a celestial dragon, let alone slay one? Shortly thereafter, Magellan's dedicated snail phone rang. Startled, Magellan answered the call. Whereupon the voice on the other end relayed the entirety of Roya's crime and insisted that Magellan must keep a stringent watch over him. However, Roya discerned that the notification to Magellan did not come from the higher-ups at the Navy headquarters, but rather from even more influential figures. Upon receiving this news, Magellan was rendered speechless, yet after his initial shock, he adopted a grave demeanor. He had initially believed that Roya was merely jesting, but to his astonishment, it was indeed true. He could hardly fathom that Roya had the audacity to kill a celestial dragon. Moreover, as the warden of Impel Down, Magellan was acutely aware of Roya's formidable power, and considering this grave transgression, he had already contemplated where to confine Roya. Bring forth the sea prism stone handcuffs and shackles. Magellan commanded. I must apologize, Roya. I never anticipated you would actually kill a celestial dragon. Your actions constitute an unspeakable crime. Now that you are a convict, and I, Magellan, as the warden of Impel Down, shall not allow you to go unchecked. Magellan approached Roya and spoke with righteous authority, simultaneously receiving the sea prism stone handcuffs and shackles, which he personally fastened onto Roya. Luo Ya did not resist. Rather, he obediently complied with Magellan. However, Roya coldly remarked, Magellan, tell me, if I wish to leave, could your Impel Down truly confine me? Chapter 50. The Five Elders of Mary Geos. Upon hearing Roya's words, Magellan's expression shifted dramatically, and it seemed that the power of his Doka Doka no Mi was on the verge of being unleashed. This statement had deeply stirred his anger. Indeed, there had been instances of successful escapes from Impel Down, notably the infamous case of the Golden Lion Shiki. However, that incident was a source of great humiliation for Magellan, one that incited his fury upon recollection. Regarding Roya's strength, Magellan had witnessed it firsthand. It was undoubtedly superior to that of Shiki. Thus, Magellan could not refute Roya's assertion. Not a chance. As long as I am at Impel Down, no criminal shall escape, Magellan declared vehemently, fueled by anger. Observing Magellan's reaction, Roya chuckled heartily. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, Magellan. Come now, I am eager to see where you intend to confine me. Roya laughed heartily, treating the matter with utter nonchalance, exuding an air of remarkable ease. Observing this, Magellan reined in his demeanor, yet chose not to engage further with Roya. Instead, he turned away, coldly uttering, Follow me. Although Magellan had subdued his presence, his mind remained exceedingly vigilant, silently vowing to keep a close watch on Roya, resolutely ensuring that no incident akin to that of the Golden Lion Shurji would ever transpire again. Roya did not overthink and simply followed Magellan's lead into Impel Down. At the moment he stepped into the prison, countless Marine soldiers shouted, General Roya, and saluted him in unison. However, Roya did not halt his stride, only waving his hand, which was restrained by sea stone handcuffs. In Mariewa, Sengoku, along with Garp, Akainu, Kazan, and Kizaru, had gathered. They had also brought back the body of Charles, the celestial dragon, whom Roya had slain. Seated on the sofa before Sengoku and the others were 5 elderly men, all exuding an air of authority, their expressions grim. Indeed, they were the 5 elders, the highest-ranking celestial dragons. Sengoku and Akainu displayed a demeanor of utmost respect before the 5 elders, while Garp, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain and even took a seat without hesitation. It was no surprise that the legendary Marine was not intimidated by the 5 elders. Yet, the elders did not challenge Garp. Instead, they turned their piercing gazes towards Sengoku. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, are you not aware of the grave offense committed by Roya? His crime warrants immediate execution, not confinement and Impel Down. 3 of the elders reprimanded him, their faces brimming with fury. One elder, dressed in traditional garb and sporting glasses, even reached for the hilt of his sword. Seeing this, Sengoku's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Elders, please, calm your anger. There is a reason for my actions. Sengoku hurriedly explained, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Humph, Sengoku, you shall have one chance to elucidate your reasoning. What justification do you possess? Spoke an elder clad in a dark blue suit, his long white hair flowing and a lengthy beard framing his face. Indeed, Sengoku. You better provide a satisfactory explanation. Another elder, donned in black attire with curly white hair and a bushy beard, interjected, a flat cap perched atop his head, a scar adorning his left cheek. Elders, The Navy is on the verge of publicly executing Fire Fist Ace, which signifies an impending clash with Whitebeard. We are in dire need of capable individuals, and Roya possesses the strength to rival Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Should we harness his power in our confrontation against Whitebeard? Victory is assured, Sengoku explained cautiously, subtly advocating for Roya. After all, Sengoku's assertions were not unfounded. In a short span, Roya had successfully negotiated with Blackbeard, safely transporting Ace to Impel down, and had dealt with notorious pirates like Doflamingo and Jack. Most crucially, when Kaido threatened the Marine headquarters, Roya single-handedly confronted him, averting potential catastrophe. Given these accomplishments, Roya indeed deserved recognition. Otherwise, Sengoku and Kong would not have promoted him to the position of a vice-admiral. However, just as the 5 elders fell into contemplation, Akainu unexpectedly spoke up, a cigar dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of indifference. Elders, while Roya's strength is commendable, he has committed heinous crimes. If the world learns that we rely on a criminal to aid the Navy, it would be a laughingstock. Is it merely the Whitebeard pirates? I, Akainu, can handle it myself. Do I not have my dignity? Akainu's remarks were aimed squarely at Roya. Akainu, watch your words. Your dignity means nothing here. Withdraw. This matter does not concern you. An elder, clad in a deep green suit, bald with a distinctive mustache, stood up to reprimand Akainu without mercy. Akainu's expression darkened, a surge of indignation rising within him, yet he ultimately suppressed his anger and retreated. Meanwhile, Kazan and Kizaru appeared leisurely, as if waiting for the end of their shift. Sengoku, you need not elaborate. Roya's crime is the murder of a celestial dragon, which constitutes a direct challenge to our supreme authority. Regardless of his strength, he must face death, declared the elder in the dark blue suit, his long white hair cascading down. The other 4 elders nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the elder's verdict, Sengoku's heart sank, and he hastily sought to explain once more. However, Garp interjected. Elders, does my influence hold no weight? I implore you, spare Roya's life, Garp asserted. Seeing Garp stand up for Roya, the elders furrowed their brows. Compared to Akainu, Garp undeniably wielded greater influence. Garp, how rare. You have never pleaded for anyone before, remarked an elder, the only one not dressed in a suit, sporting a beard and wielding a knife. Indeed, I have never sought favors from you, but this time, I must intervene. I beseech you all to show mercy, Garp insisted resolutely. After all, Garp had made a promise to Roya, compelling him to advocate for the young general. He understood that without his commitment, Roya would not have meekly surrendered to be taken to Impel down. Regrettably, while Garp's reputation as a legendary hero of the Navy held sway, Roya's actions could not simply be overlooked due to anyone's influence. Garp, we may concede to other matters, but not this. This pertains to the honor of the celestial dragons, and our reputation surpasses your influence, the long-bearded elder stated emphatically. In essence, had Roya merely reprimanded the celestial dragon, there may have been a chance for leniency. However, the undeniable truth was that Roya had indeed taken the life of a celestial dragon in plain sight. Even if they could silence the Marine soldiers, the world would eventually learn of the incident, leading to a public disgrace for the celestial dragons. Indeed, this matter concerns the reputation of all celestial dragons. Moreover, what Sakasaki just stated is indeed accurate. Your navy is subordinate to our world government. When has our world government ever required assistance from such forces? The other 5 elders also expressed their opinions in unison. At this point, it has become evident that no one can protect Roya. Does that imply that negotiations are futile? Very well, I understand. Garp's expression darkened as he uttered a final remark and turned to leave. The stance of the 5 elders was resolute. Even if Garp were to persist, it would bear no significance, thus there was no need to linger any longer. Garp had already harbored considerable disdain for the celestial dragons, and his repeated refusals to ascend to the rank of admiral stemmed from this discontent. Were it not for his prior commitment regarding Roya, it is likely he would not have come to meet with the 5 elders. Warring States turned to observe Garp's departing figure, his gaze imbued with complexity. Garp, Impel down. Undoubtedly, given Roya's power and crimes, he would be confined to the 6th level of the utmost hell. Having visited several times, Roya was somewhat familiar with the layout. However, Magellan did not escort Roya into the prison teeming with notorious pirates. Instead, he isolated him in a sealed chamber. Within this room, there were no additional prisoners, only Roya himself. The pitch-black space exuded a pervasive aura of terror, and Roya could discern that everything within this chamber, be it the walls, shackles, or even the cell door, was crafted from the indomitable sea prism stone. Furthermore, Layers of thick dust coated the room, suggesting it had not been utilized for many years. Nevertheless, although Roya had never set foot in this chamber, he was well aware that it indeed belonged to the 6th level of the utmost hell. Director Magellan, are you certain you wish to employ this room? The deputy warden, Hannibal, inquired with curiosity as he rushed to Magellan's side. Indeed, he must be confined in this chamber, Magellan replied with unwavering determination. Upon overhearing their exchange, Roya found himself intrigued by this room, though he remained silent. Yet, Hannibal attempted to voice further comments, only to be interrupted by Magellan. Enough, Hannibal. This is my decision. Furthermore, I will entrust all matters of Impel down to you during this time. I shall remain here around the clock. Upon hearing Magellan's declaration, Hannibal was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the reasoning behind Magellan's actions. However, after a brief internal struggle, he ultimately acquiesced. Very well, Hannibal, you may attend to your duties, Magellan concluded, then seated himself just outside Roya's cell door. Once Hannibal departed, Roya mused, Magellan, you seem to hold me in high regard. I ponder. This room is likely not intended for ordinary individuals, is it? Roya finally voiced his doubts. Indeed, this chamber has remained and used for many years. Within these walls were once imprisoned some of the most renowned legendary pirates, including the Pirate King, Roger, and the Golden Lion, Shiki. Magellan, without any hesitation, candidly disclosed this information. In truth, Magellan harbored no ill will towards Roya. He was merely fulfilling his duty. Once a prisoner entered Impel down, he had the authority to oversee them with utmost vigilance, especially when it concerned a creature as formidable as Roya. Perhaps he had taken Roya's words to heart. After all, he understood well that if Roya truly desired to escape, even his utmost efforts might not suffice to thwart him. However, upon hearing Magellan mention that this room had once housed the likes of the Pirate King Roger and the Golden Lion Shiki, Roya was initially taken aback. Following his surprise, a smile crept across his face. Magellan, do you truly hold me in such high regard? Do you genuinely fear that I might attempt an escape? Roya jestingly remarked, indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, once you have entered, you are deemed a prisoner. I am indifferent to the nature of your transgressions, however, as a prisoner, I possess the authority to oversee you. Therefore, do not entertain any thoughts of escaping from here. Magellan, exhibiting remarkable honesty, promptly responded. Roya smiled once more and said, I maintain my stance, Magellan. If I truly desired to leave, do you believe you could prevent me? I do not know. However, you are welcome to attempt it. Magellan's demeanor was exceptionally earnest. Roya smiled softly, choosing not to continue the conversation. Chapter 52. The small dark room on the 6th underground level 2, the following day. The customary patrol and inspection of the Impel Down prison was conducted by Vice Warden Hannibal. After all, Magellan had assigned him to oversee all matters pertaining to Impel Down for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, Magellan remained stationed outside the solitary confinement cell where Roya was held. Hannibal reveled in his newfound authority, boasting as he patrolled from the 1st to the 5th level. However, upon reaching the 6th underground level, his arrogance began to falter. Oh, Hannibal, what a surprise to see you on patrol today. Where's Magellan? Ha ha ha, he hasn't fallen into the cesspit, has he? No doubt he has. The inmates erupted in laughter, mocking him. Silence. Silence. What do you intend to do? Are you plotting a rebellion? Hannibal attempted to quell their jeers, banging his weapon against the cell bars. Yet, regardless of his efforts, their laughter persisted. This reaction was hardly surprising, considering that the prisoners housed here were among the most notorious pirates, and they viewed the relatively weaker Hannibal with disdain. When Magellan was present, they would not dare to act so brazenly, but with him absent, they seized the opportunity to celebrate. Kid, I suggest you bring Magellan back. Otherwise, do you really think you can withstand my wrath with just this underwater prison? The voice belonged to Kaido, the beast, lurking in a shadowy corner. Since being incarcerated, his injuries had gradually healed, and he had taken to causing minor disturbances, all of which were swiftly suppressed by Magellan. This was largely due to the sea stone shackles binding him, rendering him incapable of utilizing his devil fruit powers. Nevertheless, Kaido's inherent strength remained unrestrained. Had Magellan not possessed genuine skill, the notorious pirates, including Barrett and the Red Count, would have long since rioted. Therefore, the absence of Magellan today was met with jubilant cheers among the pirates. Hannibal, nearly driven to the brink of fury, suddenly had a thought and burst into laughter. Humph. Magellan is currently preoccupied with a prisoner far stronger than any of you scoundrels. Even the long-sealed small dark room has been reopened, and our esteemed Magellan is personally overseeing it. So, What makes you think you deserve his attention? Hannibal's words dripped with arrogance and scorn. Yet, upon hearing this, the notorious pirates fell silent, their expressions turning to shock. Especially Barrett, whose face darkened considerably. They had been imprisoned for many years and, while they could not roam freely, they had heard tales of the 6th-level small darkroom. How is that possible? What kind of criminal could be confined in the small darkroom? Indeed. It's been ages since anyone has been sent there. The last inmate, if I recall, was the Golden Lion, Shiki. Who could it be this time? Could it be Whitebeard? Don't be foolish. If it were Whitebeard, then why is Kaido, another emperor, locked up with us? The discussions among the pirates erupted once more, speculating on the identity of the individual who would be placed in that room under Magellan's watchful gaze. Kaido, who do you think it is? It can't possibly be Whitebeard, right? Asked Jack, the Drought. Impossible. Am I inferior to Whitebeard? If he is worthy of confinement there, does my status and strength not qualify me as well? Kaido seethed with anger, feeling disrespected. Although all the individuals confined and Impel down were prisoners, they were all formidable pirates, driven by an innate competitive spirit. How intriguing, Kaido. I can almost guess who it is. Can you not? Doflamingo said with a sinister smile. Silence, Doflamingo. Kaido roared, glaring fiercely at him, causing Doflamingo to fall silent. Well aware of Kaido's lingering wrath towards him from their time together in confinement. Then, a commanding voice cut through the chatter. Everyone, be quiet. The oppressive presence of Conqueror's Haki swept through the level, emanating from Barrett. Seeing Barrett speak, the other pirates dared not continue their discussions. Hannibal, tell me, who is it that will be confined in that room? That space has housed Roger. Even I am not worthy of entering. I genuinely wish to see who it is. Could their power rival that of Roger? Barrett demanded, his fierce gaze unflinching against Hannibal, determined to extract an answer. Barrett's life had been a relentless pursuit of ultimate power, aspiring to surpass Roger and become the strongest in the world. His mantra was, my strength exists solely for my victory. Thus, upon learning that someone could be imprisoned in the same room as his greatest rival, his fury surged. Humph. Guess away. You won't come close. I won't tell you. In truth, it was that very Marine, Roya. Hannibal proudly declared, only to realize he had let the secret slip, hastily covering his mouth in dismay. Chapter 53. The arrival of Garp. When Hannibal uttered Roya's name, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Not a single pirate laughed. Instead, the atmosphere grew tense, with beads of sweat forming on the brows of several notorious pirates, a mix of anxiety and fear evident upon their faces. It's him. How is that possible? Isn't he a Marine? My God, what could he have possibly done? The notorious pirates began to chatter once more. After all, when Luo Ya first arrived here, he instilled an immense sense of dread in them with his Conqueror's Haki and the abilities of the Dark Fruit. Furthermore, the subsequent defeats of Doflamingo, Jack the Drought, and even the 4 Emperor Kaido, all at his hands, underscored the terrifying prowess he possessed, which was indelibly etched in the hearts of these formidable pirates. Ha ha ha. So it's him. I understand now. Upon realizing that it was Luo Ya confined within that room, Barrett erupted in laughter before falling silent, refraining from uttering another word. Perhaps Barrett acknowledged Luo Ya's strength. What? Kaido, that brat is the one. Jack the Drought exclaimed in astonishment. As for Doflamingo, he merely smirked from the sidelines, remaining silent, as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. At that moment, even Kaido burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Anyone who serves those in the world government or the so-called celestial dragons invariably meets a dismal fate. Kaido's words were laced with schadenfreude. Simultaneously, he began to devise his plans internally. Kaido's surrender to Luo Ya was not without purpose, as he needed Luo Ya to achieve his goals. Indeed, Kaido had his sights set on Luo Ya's formidable power. Kaido, what are you laughing about? No. I must find a chance to crush that brat. He occupies a place even we, under Kaido, are unworthy of. Jack, the impulsive one, boasted. In response, Kaido delivered a kick that left Jack momentarily bewildered. Humph. If it were anyone else confined in that room, I would certainly not accept it. But if it's that brat Luo Ya, I concede. Kaido declared fiercely. This was indeed the case, for Kaido had experienced Luo Ya's terrifying strength firsthand. Even he, who was reputed as the strongest in defense across land, sea, and air, could not claim superiority over him. How could he refuse? In the confines of his cell, Roya found himself under the unwavering watch of Magellan, who remained steadfast at the door due to his troublesome stomach issues. So much so, that he had even instructed the guards to bring in a dedicated toilet facility solely to monitor Roya. In stark contrast, Roya seemed indifferent to Magellan's presence. choosing instead to sit cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in deep meditation and cultivation, despite the myriad of shackles binding him. The solitude of the cell, devoid of any other presence, afforded him a tranquil environment, perfect for his ascetic practices, which had been experiencing remarkable acceleration in progress. Days passed, and through diligent practice, Roya's strength became increasingly formidable. Even Magellan, who had been vigilantly observing him, could not dismiss the incredulity of his transformation. What manner of creature is this? He mused. Astonished that within the confines of such a harsh environment, Roya continued to grow stronger. Magellan, acutely aware of Roya's daily routine of meditative sitting, felt a rising unease within him, realizing that Roya's power now exceeded his expectations. Should Roya truly desire to escape, Magellan feared that even with his utmost effort, the odds would be stacked against him. Suddenly, a guard approached with a report. Director Magellan, Vice Admiral Garp has arrived and requests to speak with Roya. As the guard's words fell, a robust figure materialized behind him. Magellan, I wish to have a private conversation with Roya. Would you permit it? Indeed. It was Vice Admiral Garp, who did not await the guard's formal announcement, but strode in confidently, knowing no guard would dare impede his passage. Upon seeing Garp, Magellan's countenance betrayed no change, remaining as impassive as ever. Very well, I shall allow you a moment of privacy, he conceded unexpectedly, before rising and departing the cell. It appeared that Garp commanded considerable respect, both outside and within the confines of Impel Down, as Magellan was compelled to grant him this courtesy. After all, Garp was a legendary figure within the Navy, his influence rivaling that of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, in the enveloping darkness of the cell, only Roya and Garp remained. Garp settled himself in front of Roya, separated merely by a barrier of bars. Vice Admiral Garp, you have come. Roya opened his eyes and smiled. He had long anticipated Garp's arrival, though he had not expected it to be so soon. Well, I have come, indeed. I apologize, Roya. I have done everything in my power to plead on your behalf, but those celestial dragons remain unyielding. As Garp spoke, his fists clenched tightly, revealing an intense fury. However, Luo Ya did not feel anger as a result. Rather, he was quite pleased that Garp would plead on his behalf. After all, given Garp's character, it was highly unlikely for him to solicit anyone, especially not a celestial dragon. It's quite all right, Admiral Garp. As for this outcome, I had anticipated it long ago. Luo Ya spoke effortlessly. Damn it. Those detestable celestial dragons. They are forever consumed by their own self-interest. As Garp uttered these words, his teeth clenched in resentment, yet, regrettably, as a Navy officer, he found himself somewhat powerless. Admiral Garp, regardless of the circumstances, I must still express my gratitude to you. Roya earnestly spoke from the depths of his heart. Roya, do not thank me. I had promised to assist you, yet I have failed to do so. Garp shook his head, pausing for a moment before suddenly proclaiming, Roya, should you wish to escape from prison, I can offer my help. Upon hearing Garp's words, Roya was momentarily taken aback, genuinely startled. He never anticipated that such a proposition, concerning an escape, would emerge from the lips of a legendary marine. This clearly illustrated the significance Garp placed on Roya. After all, Garp might not even entertain the idea of aiding the likes of Fire Fist Ace, who was also imprisoned in Impel Down. Yet, here he was, directly offering his assistance to Roya in his escape, a notion that left Roya utterly astounded. Roya, rest assured, whatever actions you choose to undertake next, I shall undoubtedly support you. Noticing Roya's silence, Garp continued with even greater conviction. It seemed that once Roya nodded in agreement, Garp would truly set his plan into motion. Admiral Garp, I appreciate your goodwill. However, if I seek to leave, I will find a way on my own, for I cannot burden you. Roya smiled and said, for him, the confines of Impel Down could never truly restrain him if he wished to escape. Who could possibly hinder him? Moreover, Garp, as a legendary hero of the Navy, had devoted half his life to its service. Now, in his advanced years, he was likely approaching retirement, and Roya did not wish to tarnish Garp's illustrious naval career with any blemish due to his actions. Ah, Roya, you need not concern yourself about me. Even if I were to cause a ruckus at Impel Down, those fellows in Mariawa would be powerless against me, Garp sighed. Indeed, Roya believed in Garp's capabilities. However, once Roya had made a decision, he was resolute. Rest assured, Admiral Garp, if I desire to leave, this place cannot contain me. Roya continued with a smile. Upon hearing this, Garp felt a sense of relief. Haha, very well. I trust that you possess such abilities, Garp laughed heartily. Garp had no doubts regarding Roya's strength. After all, if the formidable golden lion Shiki could escape from Impel Down, then he was certain that Roya could as well. In truth, in terms of sheer power, Roya surpassed even the legendary pirate, having eclipsed Garp himself. Just then, Magellan entered the room. "Admiral Garp, it has been quite some time. Do not make it difficult for me," Magellan said. "Very well," Garp replied, nodding. "I shall take my leave." He cast a knowing glance at Roya before turning to depart. Once Garp had left, Magellan looked at Roya, his expression grave. "Roya, though I am unaware of what you and Garp discussed, I must caution you to entertain no ill intentions. I have commanded that I remain here at your side during this time. Should you exhibit any signs of rebellion, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Perhaps Magellan had anticipated something, and being acutely aware of Roya's formidable strength, he felt the need to remain vigilant. Despite Magellan's admiration for Roya, he recognized that as a prisoner, Roya was still a prisoner, and as the warden of Impel Down, it was his duty to ensure that no inmate escaped. A failure in this regard would be a stain on his record. Is that so? "Magellan, tell me, if we were to engage in combat, do you believe you would have a chance to slay me?" A sinister smile emerged on Roya's countenance. Instantly, Magellan's expression hardened. With a hissing sound, streams of purple venom dripped from his clenched fists onto the ground, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. "Roya, I acknowledge your formidable strength. While I may not stand a chance against you, I assure you that should the moment arise for conflict, I shall exert every ounce of my energy to thwart you, even if it demands the sacrifice of my own life." Magellan's tone was resolute. Roya chose to remain silent, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation. In truth, if Roya truly wished to escape, he could readily take action at this moment. The reason he refrained from doing so was primarily due to his sense that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his training. After all, Roya was acutely aware that once he ventured out of Impel Down, he would no longer be part of the Navy, becoming a target for the entire world. The only solution was to strengthen himself. In the realm of pirates, only those with formidable fists and immense power could navigate this world with ease. Meanwhile, Magellan remained steadfast, as he had claimed, guarding Roya alone. As for Roya, he closed his eyes, quietly cultivating his strength. Simultaneously, in the waters of the New World, the Big Mom pirates were sailing with dozens of ships. This time, the scale of their expedition was monumental, with even the sweet commanders mobilized. Their objective crystal clear: Impel Down. "How long until we reach Impel Down?" Big Mom inquired, indulging in her desserts. "Mother, we must evade the Navy's surveillance." "It will take approximately 10 more days," reported her eldest son, Sparrow. "The Navy? Why does it take so long? Who dares to stop us?" Big Mom retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Witnessing her ire, Sparrow hastily took a step back, cautious not to provoke her further. At the side, the sweet Commander Conqueror, reclining casually, remarked, "Mother, this is quite normal. We are heading to Impel Down to rescue Kaido. If we don't navigate around the Navy's watchful eyes, we might not even have a chance to enter the gates of justice if the Navy gathers all its forces." Indeed, Big Mom was one of the 4 emperors, and the Navy would monitor them in segments, as the power of a single emperor was already formidable. Should 2 or even 4 emperors unite, even the world government would struggle to suppress them. "Very well. Since Katakuri has spoken, we shall proceed as such. I have heard that the one who defeated Kaido, Roya, has been imprisoned for killing a celestial dragon." "Quite intriguing," Big Mom exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, another sweet commander, Smoothie, interjected, "Mother, the beast pirate's Jack wishes to speak with you. Put him through." Big Mom's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Jack, I didn't expect you to contact me. I am well aware of your lineage. How about joining my crew? I am in need of more diverse races," Big Mom proposed directly. "No, Big Mom, do not misunderstand. I contacted you regarding Kaido. I heard your entire crew is heading to Impel Down. Is that true?" Jack replied candidly, without any circumlocution. For him, Kaido was the leader of the beast pirates, and with both Kaido and Jack imprisoned in Impel Down, he was determined to devise a plan for their rescue. Moreover, Jack was aware of the relationship between Big Mom and Kaido, coupled with some intelligence he had received, which prompted him to reach out to Big Mom. "I knew your intentions. Indeed, we are en route to Impel Down. This time, I shall teach Kaido a lesson for his reckless behavior," Big Mom responded. "All right, Big Mom. Queen and I have already departed from Wano. I recently heard that red-haired Shanks is to meet with Whitebeard. The Navy that was monitoring us has vanished. Now is the perfect opportunity for us to move. Shall we gather at the gates of justice?" Jack proposed. "Absolutely," Big Mom agreed without hesitation. At that moment, The waters of the New World were in a state of great upheaval. In addition to the full mobilization of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, two other emperors were also meeting, Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. To prevent the encounter between these two formidable figures, the Navy heightened their vigilance, deploying forces to surveil the two emperors, inadvertently relaxing their watch over the movements of the Big Mom and Beast pirates. After several days of cultivation, Luo Ya's abilities have also been significantly enhanced. Ding! The power of the dark fruit has been profoundly moved by the host's perseverance and training, resulting in a breakthrough after diligent effort. Congratulations to the host for advancing the dark fruit's ability to a higher level. Ding! The power of the poison fruit has been stimulated by the breakthrough of the dark fruit, and in a fervent pursuit to become the host's strongest capability. It has also achieved a breakthrough after relentless training. Congratulations to the host for elevating the poison fruit's ability to a higher level. Ding! The swordsmanship has been inspired by the dual fruit abilities advancements, and driven by a desire not to be outdone, it has attained a breakthrough after intense practice. Congratulations to the host for advancing swordsmanship to a higher level. Ding! The Rebirth Eye ability has been deeply stimulated by the enhancement of all other abilities. And yearning for strength, it has undergone fervent training resulting in a breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for elevating the Rebirth Eye ability to an intermediate level. After several days of training, all abilities have reached advanced levels. Even the Rebirth Eye ability has ascended to an intermediate level. It is worth noting that even at its previous lower level, the Rebirth Eye ability was able to force the four Emperors Kaido to retreat. Now that it has reached an intermediate level, its power is beyond imagination. Yet, it remains insufficient. Despite the enhancements, even the advancement of the Rebirth Eye, Luo Ya still shook his head, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. After all, having experienced a grand lottery after achieving a top-level breakthrough, it is only natural for Luo Ya to harbor certain ambitions. However, is there anyone who is not greedy? The main point is that Luo Ya now senses that some of his abilities are on the brink of reaching the pinnacle. It seems that he must wait a few more days. Roya shook his head in resignation. During his days in the City of Advancement, although he had been diligently practicing, the oppressive darkness of the prison had begun to wear on him. Moreover, dealing with the incessantly frantic Magellan had indeed rendered his days exceedingly monotonous. Ever since Roya had been confined, Magellan had been vigilantly stationed there, never straying an inch away. Just a little longer, I can endure this, Roya silently reassured himself. And thus, it continued. Roya once again closed his eyes, delving back into his training. Days passed. An urgent alert sounded. Pirates were attacking. All the guards of Impel Down prepared for battle. At that moment, the entrance to Impel Down was besieged by countless pirate ships, leaving no room for escape. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted as numerous cannonballs rained down, engulfing the gates of Impel Down in flames. Indeed, it was none other than Big Mom and her crew, along with the Beast pirates, who had arrived. Vice Warden Hannibal, it's bad. The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates are launching an attack on Impel Down, and they are about to breach our defenses. A guard hurriedly informed Hannibal. What? The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates? Both of the notorious Yonko crews have come? A cold sweat broke out on Hannibal. He understood well that this was undoubtedly a rescue mission for Kaido. Yes, Vice Warden Hannibal, what should we do now? The guard inquired anxiously. What to do? Quickly inform Warden Magellan and immediately contact the Navy headquarters for support. Hannibal decisively commanded. Although he was not particularly strong and often appeared nonchalant, he remained remarkably clear-headed in dire situations. He understood that it was nearly impossible to contend with the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates alone. Thus, seeking assistance was imperative. However, the entrance to Impel Down was already a scene of carnage. Big Mom and her crew had breached the gates. The prisoners, who had harbored hopes of salvation, were caught off guard as the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates unleashed indiscriminate attacks, resulting in the deaths of numerous guards and inmates. Come on, everyone, let us storm down to the 6th level. That rascal Kaido is definitely locked up there. Big Mom exclaimed, wielding her Napoleon with a grin. Chapter 56. The Fallen Impel Down under Big Mom's leadership. Both the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates grew increasingly ferocious in battle. Especially formidable were Katakuri and Fire, whose presence was akin to that of Grim Reapers. Any guard daring to approach was swiftly dispatched. Before long, they had already breached to the 2nd underground level. In the face of the combined might of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, the guards and prisoners were utterly insignificant. Outside the gates of Impel Down, Aside from the big MOM pirates and the beast pirates, another unexpected visitor arrived. Haha, who would have thought that our plans would not be thwarted? The big MOM pirates and the beast pirates have united to attack Impel down. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. This unexpected guest was none other than Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard, wanting to ascend to the position of a warlord of the sea, sought to leverage this status to further his own schemes. Coming to Impel down was merely the first step of his plan, which had been partially disrupted by Roya's earlier interference, yet he was steadily progressing towards his goal. Captain, should we make our move now? If we delay any longer, Big MOM might go berserk. Lafitte inquired beside Blackbeard. Ha. Captain, let us strike. It's been ages since we've had a proper fight. My hands are itching. The boisterous Burgess exclaimed, eager for action. Hold on, everyone. If we act now, we might clash with Big MOM and her crew. At this stage, it's best not to provoke the Yonko. Besides, their objective is straightforward. They merely wish to rescue their fellow Yonko, Kaido. Moreover, Magellan's strength cannot be underestimated. We shall bide our time and reap the benefits when the opportunity arises. Blackbeard Tiki grinned sinisterly, as if he had everything meticulously planned. Haha. Once we complete this first phase of our plan, and my second phase is executed, we shall not fear any Yonko. Even Roya will kneel before me. Blackbeard's tone was filled with arrogance. Thus, amidst the chaos of Impel Down, Blackbeard and his crew stealthily infiltrated the prison. In the 5th underground level, Big MOM's crew had already descended. Meanwhile, Vice Warden Hannibal stood resolutely with elite guards at this juncture. Where is Warden Magellan? Has the Navy headquarters been notified? Faced with the impending assault from the Big MOM pirates and the Beast pirates, Hannibal was beginning to panic, gripping his weapon tightly as sweat streamed down his forehead. Report. Vice Warden Hannibal. The Navy headquarters has been informed, and they are currently on their way to provide support. As for Warden Magellan, we cannot reach him without his permission. We cannot enter that chamber, one of the guards reported. It was indeed the case. The cell housing Roya was specially constructed, and Magellan had previously stated his intention to personally oversee Roya, making his stance abundantly clear. Damn it, even if the Navy is sending reinforcements, they want to arrive in time. No, since Warden Magellan trusts me so much, I cannot let him down. Gather everyone with me. We must hold this level at all costs. We cannot allow them to enter the 6th level, even if we are outmatched. We must at least hold out until the Navy arrives. Hannibal gritted his teeth, mustering all his courage. Understanding Hannibal's determination, the guards rallied their spirits, ready to fight to the last breath. After all, waiting for the Navy's reinforcements would take considerable time, and if Hannibal failed to defend the 5th level, allowing Big MOM and her crew to reach the 6th level, it would incite chaos among those infamous pirates. If those notorious pirates escaped from Impel Down, the entire world would plunge into turmoil, and everyone within Impel Down would bear the consequences. Big MOM, I am Vice Warden Hannibal of Impel Down. Advance the city. We cannot tolerate your insolence here. Hannibal, flanked by the prison guards, stood defiantly before the formidable Big Mom, acutely aware of the futility of his stance against one of the 4 emperors. Nonetheless, surrender was not an option. MMM. Deputy Warden Hannibal? Never heard of him. At the very least, summon Magellan. With a thunderous laugh, Big Mom summoned her fiery companion, Prometheus. Burn them all to ashes, she commanded. As Big Mom heaved her corpulent form, Prometheus transformed from a mere adorable sun into a massive conflagration. In an instant, flames erupted throughout the entire 5th level of the underground prison, engulfing Hannibal and all the guards in a torrid inferno. Zeus, do not dawdle. Big Mom directed her gaze toward the small cloud of Zeus. Yes, Mama. Upon receiving her command, Zeus morphed into a terrifying dark thundercloud, with bolts of lightning crackling within. The resounding thunder echoed throughout the 5th level, followed by anguished cries. In the blink of an eye, Hannibal and his men were obliterated, utterly incapable of mounting any defense. Although the guards of Impel Down were indeed formidable, they were no match for the elite forces of the 2 emperors. MMM. Charge my minions, Big Mom arrogantly instructed. Subsequently, her entourage advanced toward the 6th level. Chapter 57. Confrontation among the 4 emperors. In the depths of the underwater prison, Impel Down, within a solitary dark cell on the 6th level, Roya remained in meditation, while Magellan stood watch, oblivious to the turmoil outside. Even if he had been aware, it was unlikely he could spare the focus to address the chaos beyond. For Magellan understood that Roya could not be contained here. Should Roya seize the opportunity to escape amidst the disorder, Magellan feared no one could halt him. Perhaps even he himself would be powerless to stop Roa. As Magellan observed the tranquil Roa, a sense of unease gripped his heart. In his eyes, Roa resembled a slumbering beast. Should that beast awaken, the consequences would be dire. At that very moment, Big Mom breached the 6th level. "Kaido, you troublemaker. Come out." Her furious roar reverberated throughout the 6th level, causing the walls to tremble. All the notorious pirates imprisoned within turned their gazes toward Big Mom, their eyes widening in astonishment. The presence of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, was wholly unexpected. Notable pirates such as Barrett, Red Count, St. J. Garcia Saturn, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Crocodile, and Fire Fist Ace were all taken aback by Big Mom's arrival. Even the usually silent Shiryu of the Rain exhibited a drastic change in demeanor. The sight of 2 emperors converging in one cell was nothing short of a monumental event. However, the initial shock soon gave way to a singular thought, a jailbreak. It was evident whom they intended to rescue, as Big Mom had already called out Kaido's name. "Lin, what brings you here?" Kaido exclaimed, genuinely surprised by Big Mom's sudden appearance. "Brother Jin, Brother Queen." Jack, the Drought, noticed Jin and Queen behind Big Mom and called out excitedly. Kaido fell silent, casting a glance at Jin, Queen, and the commandants led by Katakuri, quickly grasping the implications. "Lin, are you here to rescue me? You old hag, who asked for your help. Do you think I need an old woman to save me from this mere Impel down?" In response to Kaido's attitude, Big Mom's fury escalated. "MMM. You dare insult me, Kaido? I'll teach you a lesson." Big Mom's massive form advanced toward Kaido's cell. Barrett, Red Count. As she made her way through the cells, Big Mom recognized several infamous pirates from days gone by. "My minions, do not act recklessly on this level. Releasing these individuals would spell disaster." Indeed, Big Mom's intentions were clear. She had come to rescue Kaido. While the pirates above the 5th level were inconsequential to her, those on this level possessed considerable strength. Particularly Barrett and his ilk, should they be freed, would likely lead to unnecessary conflicts, given the volatile natures of both Big Mom and Kaido. Thus, she cautioned her companions. Soon, Big Mom reached Kaido's cell, effortlessly using her Haki to unlock his prison door and remove his shackles. "Napoleon," she called. "Yes, Mama." The hat atop Big Mom's head sword, transforming into a sharp sword that landed deftly in her grip. "Kaido, today, I shall teach you a lesson for always causing trouble." Big Mom brandished Napoleon and swung it toward Kaido. Just as the blade was about to strike, Jin swooped in, wings outstretched, seizing Kaido's club mid-flight and tossing it to him. "Catch, Boss Kaido." As Jin called out, Kaido, quick as lightning, seized his kanabo and swung it with incredible speed. The clash of blades echoed sharply, followed by a deep thud that reverberated through the entire 6th level of the prison, accompanied by a powerful surge of pressure that struck everyone present. This immense force even caused the seemingly indestructible prison tower to tremble violently. Indeed, the recent exchange had witnessed both Big Mom and Kaido unleashing their Conqueror's Haki simultaneously. Was this the awe-inspiring might of the 4 emperors? Such power was truly terrifying. Countless imprisoned pirates marveled at the display of strength from the 2 formidable figures. Kaido, Big Mom. It was astonishing to see how far they had both come. Had I, after all these years of confinement, grown weaker? The notorious pirate Barrett also bore a look of disbelief. After all, Barrett was a master of Conqueror's Haki himself, once a dominant force. Having already been amazed by Luffy's strength, witnessing the now powerful Kaido and Big Mom from his era left Barrett feeling significantly outclassed. Chapter 58, The Alliance of Big Mom and Kaido. Kaido, I warned you before not to act recklessly. And now, you concede to a mere brat? You are truly a disgrace. Big Mom chastised Kaido, recalling the headlines that dominated the news after his surrender. In the presence of such titans, Luffy appeared nothing more than a youthful novice. Lin, you old hag, spare me your lectures. Had the roles been reversed, you wouldn't have fared any better, Kaido retorted, his eyes blazing defiantly. How dare you speak to me like that, Kaido? I am, after all, your elder sister. Big Mom seethed with fury. Enough talk. Let's see what you can do. Kaido shot back, showing no signs of backing down. Thus, the 2 titans clashed once more, their weapons colliding with a ferocity that sent shockwaves through the prison. The air crackled with their violent Conqueror's Haki, enveloped by tendrils of crimson lightning. As the battle escalated, the sea stone gates surrounding them began to crumble under their might, causing the entire prison to shake as if an earthquake had struck beneath the depths. Terrifying. Was this truly the power of the 4 emperors? Should no one intervene, it seemed the prison tower might indeed succumb to the abyss below. Countless pirates watched in awe. Was this the power of the four emperors? Their strength rivaled that of the late king. Even the usually silent Fire Fist Ace spoke up. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido. I never imagined you two would reach such heights. Perhaps the seas are teeming with formidable foes now. For some reason, I feel an urge to venture out. Barrett, rather than being daunted, chuckled, as if a different notion had taken root in his mind. He was not alone. Even ancient pirates like the Red Count began to stir restlessly. Meanwhile, Magellan, alerted by the tremors caused by the clash between Kaido and Big Mom, pondered. What is happening outside? Is Kaido causing a ruckus? He rose abruptly, curiosity piqued by the relentless shaking of the prison, immediately suspecting Kaido. After all, in his eyes, only a handful could generate such a commotion, with Kaido being among them, and perhaps Barrett, unshackled from Seastone. Yet, his primary concern remained Luffy. Magellan glanced back at Luffy, who remained motionless with eyes closed. Could it truly be Kaido and Big Mom? His thoughts wavered. As the warden of the prison tower, he felt a responsibility to investigate. However, upon seeing Luffy, his brow furrowed slightly. No, Hannibal should be capable of handling this. Besides, he needs to grow stronger. I have faith in him. Magellan resolved to let Hannibal face the challenge, believing that while Kaido and Big Mom might wreak havoc, it would ultimately be inconsequential. However, should he turn his back and Luffy decide to revolt, it would spell disaster for the prison. Thus, his decision was simple, to keep a watchful eye on Luffy. Meanwhile, the battle between Big Mom and Kaido, though brief, had left the 6th level in ruins. Yet, they displayed a measure of restraint, ensuring that their chaos did not liberate the other pirates. Remarkably, they both eventually sat down, reaching an unexpected truce. Bring me some drinks, Kaido bellowed. Me too, Big Mom echoed. In no time, 2 jugs of liquor were presented before them, and they raised their cups in a toast, downing the contents in a single gulp. Delightful. Lin, you've arrived just in time. This time, I intend to exact revenge on the Navy and the world government. I plan to stir up chaos at their headquarters. In this era, the strong are emerging in droves. If we do not seize this opportunity, the ultimate treasure may slip from our grasp. So what do you say, Lin? Are you interested in joining forces with me? Kaido unexpectedly extended an invitation to collaborate with Big Mom. Not only was Big Mom taken aback, but so were the other imprisoned pirates. It was common knowledge that the power of a single four emperor could plunge half the world into chaos. Together, how could they not threaten to overturn the very fabric of the world? Certainly. Presently, the 4 sovereigns of the sea, commonly referred to as the 4 emperors, are in a state of discord with one another. If they were to unite, whether as pairs or collectively, how could the modest Navy headquarters possibly withstand their combined might? Even if the inhabitants of Mariewa were to join forces, it might still prove insufficient. Thus, the current pirates hold their breath, uncertain of Big Mom's forthcoming decision. However, within the minds of these formidable pirates, it is highly probable that Big Mom would reject Kaido, leading to yet another fierce confrontation. To their astonishment, Big Mom transformed her initial surprise into a sinister grin, acceding to Kaido's request. Kaido, my dear, how many years has it been since we last joined forces? She exclaimed with a laugh. Her intentions were unmistakably clear. Big Mom had indeed consented to ally with Kaido. This revelation left not only the other pirates dumbfounded, but also the highest combatants of the emperors, such as Jin and Katakuri, utterly astonished. It has indeed been many years, old heck. But it matters not. This time our alliance shall wreak havoc upon the Navy headquarters. Kaido responded with hearty laughter. Thus, the Big Mom pirates and Kaido's beast pirates solidified their alliance within the confines of Impel Down. Come, old hag. As we depart, allow me to elaborate on my plans, Kaido proclaimed, rising with his kanabo in hand and striding towards the exit. Kaido, you've changed quite a bit. You even understand the concept of planning? Big Mom chuckled as she followed in his wake. Subsequently, Jin and Katakuri, along with their crew, began to follow the 2 emperors out. Only the pirates on the 6th level remained, utterly astonished, still grappling with the reality of witnessing the alliance between the 2 emperors, which was indeed unexpected. However, lurking in the shadows, Blackbeard Teach was aware of all that transpired. How intriguing. Kaido has actually allied with Big Mom, and their target is also the Navy headquarters. With Whitebeard's imminent arrival, will it not plunge the world into true chaos? Teach's arrogant laughter echoed, revealing his broken teeth in a sinister display. Captain, with Kaido and Big Mom now allied, will it not affect our original plans? Asked the security officer Lafitte. Why should it? This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Let us make the stage for our plans all the more grand. At this moment, Blackbeard exuded an air of formidable confidence, poised to dominate the tumultuous tides ahead. Crew, let us move. With Kaido and Big Mom departing, it is now our turn. With that, Blackbeard led his crew into the depths of the 6th level, commencing the first steps of his nefarious scheme. Meanwhile, Magellan remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside, his focus steadfastly fixed on Law. However, a long-awaited system notification echoed within Law's mind. Ding! The Marine 6 Styles moonwalk has been profoundly stimulated by the host's efforts, resulting in a breakthrough after intense training. Congratulations, host. The Marine 6 Styles moonwalk has reached the pinnacle. Indeed, another training endeavor had achieved the highest level. Roya has been patiently waiting for this pivotal moment. At present, he has mastered 3 out of the 6 forms of the Navy's 6 Styles, which have all ascended to the pinnacle of excellence. These include Shave, Finger Gun, and the recently perfected Moonwalk, each having reached the highest level of mastery. Moreover, an even greater reward lies ahead, the mysterious lottery that will be unlocked once these training projects achieve their utmost potential. Without hesitation, Roya commands the system to commence the lottery. Fully familiar with the process, the system, ever obliging, responds promptly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the top-tier training project of the Navy 6 Styles, Moonwalk. The system has now activated the mysterious lottery for you. As the lottery unfolds, a chime resonates. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the ability Rumble fruit. A gentle reminder follows. What you have received is merely the corresponding ability, not the actual devil fruit itself. Thus, there is no cause for concern regarding the curse of the sea associated with the devil fruit, as you have not genuinely consumed the Rumble fruit and will not be affected by its weaknesses. The Rumble fruit? The power of Enel, the god of Skypiea? This is indeed a remarkable acquisition. Though not the strongest, it certainly ranks among the finest of Logia-type fruits. Roya secretly rejoiced at the reward he had received. With the newfound powers of the Thunder Fruit, he could now be considered a master of 3 distinct Devil Fruit abilities, the Dark Fruit, the Poison Fruit, and the Thunder Fruit. Most importantly, for Roya, these abilities were merely aspects of his training and did not stem from consuming the actual Devil Fruits, thereby exempting him from the so-called Curse of the Sea. This was truly the most exhilarating aspect of his achievement. It was time to leave this dreary place, which had grown rather monotonous. Suddenly, as if awakening from a deep meditation, Roya opened his eyes. In an instant, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Roya unleashed his armed Conqueror's Haki, shattering the sea prism stone shackles that bound him into fragments, along with the prison gate crafted from the same material, which was sent flying. Roya, have you finally reached your breaking point? Upon witnessing this, Magellan began to harness the power of his poison fruit, entering a state of combat. He was not the least bit surprised by Roya's actions. He had anticipated this outcome all along, which was precisely why he had remained vigilant in this location. Magellan, are you certain you wish to confront me? Roya inquired, fixing his gaze upon Magellan. Roya, truth be told, I do not wish to engage in battle with you. However, unless you return to your rightful place, do not blame me for my mercilessness. The venom coursing through Magellan was on the verge of erupting. Given the circumstances, there is no need for further dialogue, Roya declared with a sullen expression. In an instant, Poison Dragon. Magellan, fully aware of Roya's formidable strength, opted for a preemptive strike, launching a terrifying maneuver right from the outset. 3 enormous, venomous dragon forms emerged from his being, hurtling towards Roya. Roya, who possessed the same poison fruit ability, understood that the moment one came into contact with Magellan's poison dragon, they would be immediately corroded by the toxins, leading to a rapid decay of their body. However, being immune to Magellan's poison due to his own abilities, Roya had no intention of allowing himself to be struck. He leaped into the air, demonstrating the Navy's 6th form Moonwalk, effortlessly evading Magellan's attack. It is worth noting that Roya, now adept in the supreme Moonwalk, executed it with remarkable finesse. Compared to his previous stages, the speed of this advanced technique had significantly increased. In earlier phases, even at a high level, maintaining prolonged suspension in the air required continuous steps. Yet now, the pinnacle of Moonwalk allowed him to create an illusion of flight while suspended in midair. Excellent. Now, let us test my new abilities. Luo Ya chuckled as he spoke. Chapter 60, Blackbeard Teaches Plan Succeeds. No sooner had the words left his lips than a crackling sound echoed. Countless bolts of lightning surged forth from Roya. Indeed, it was the power of the Thunder Fruit. In the blink of an eye, Roya, who had been suspended midair utilizing the moonwalk technique, suddenly bent down and charged towards Magellan. Throughout this process, Roya transformed entirely into pure lightning. In a flash, he materialized right in front of Magellan. Just as the latter's eyes widened in astonishment, Roya's lightning-fast fist struck Magellan with undeniable force, undoubtedly enveloped in the armor of Haki. Thus, even Magellan's elemental transformation due to the venom fruit could not withstand Roya's assault. With a resounding thud, Magellan's massive frame staggered back several steps, overwhelmed by the immense power of Roya's punch, which inflicted excruciating pain upon him. Roya, you are truly formidable. I am aware that you possess a devil fruit ability. But why does your displayed prowess differ from what I witnessed previously? Magellan exclaimed, his brow furrowed in confusion. He recalled the first time Roya arrived at Impel Down, where he was ridiculed by notorious pirates. Back then, Roya had indeed showcased the capabilities of the dark fruit, instilling fear in all present, a memory etched vividly in Magellan's mind. Yet now, the abilities Roya exhibited were of an entirely different nature, prompting Magellan's suspicions. However, Roya had no intention of engaging in further banter. Instead, he launched another offensive. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Through the formidable power of the thunder fruit, Roya conjured a multitude of lightning bolts, which coalesced into a phoenix-shaped thunderbird soaring swiftly towards Magellan. There was scarcely a moment for Magellan to ponder the situation before the thunderbird struck him with ferocious might. Fortunately, at the critical juncture, Magellan activated his armament Haki to defend himself. Otherwise, this single strike from the thunderbird would have left him in considerable distress. Despite his quick response, Magellan appeared to struggle against the overwhelming force of the thunderfruit. Ultimately, unable to withstand the onslaught, he resorted to enveloping his entire body with the abilities of his poison fruit to neutralize the electrical currents unleashed by the thunderfruit. Roya. Magellan furrowed his brow, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. The power of the thunderfruit is indeed formidable. Roya paid little heed to Magellan's predicament. Instead, he reveled in the sheer power exhibited by the thunderfruit. He found the outcome quite satisfactory. To achieve such a level of prowess with a mere rudimentary thunderfruit was remarkable. If one could cultivate it to its utmost potential, could it not wield the power to obliterate the very heavens and earth? Then, without delay, Roya gazed at Magellan, refraining from launching another attack, and calmly uttered, Magellan, step aside. You are not my match. This statement held a semblance of truth, for Roya had experienced a remarkable enhancement in all his training endeavors. His previous strike was merely an attempt to gauge the potency of the thunderfruit's capabilities. Had Roya chosen to unleash his full strength from the outset, a single blow would have been sufficient to overwhelm Magellan. Nevertheless, it was quite likely that Magellan had reserved some hidden abilities, for as the Warden of Impel Down, one would not survive without a measure of true skill. Roya, I can see that you are indeed formidable. However, you expect me to yield? That is utterly impossible. Magellan was not inclined to permit Roya to escape easily. No sooner had he spoken than Magellan unleashed the power of the venom fruit, launching another offensive against Roya. In turn, Roya braced himself for the impending confrontation. Thus, the battle commenced. Roya and Magellan engaged in a fierce battle for quite some time, appearing to exchange blows evenly. However, in reality, Roya maintained a distinct advantage throughout. After several minutes had elapsed, Roya grew weary of the contest. Boring, he exclaimed, shaking his head. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of dominance erupted from within him, accompanied by a resounding roar. Magellan, having endured a grueling fight, recognized the gravity of Roya's impending strike. Yet he found himself powerless to counter it, and thus was forcefully propelled away by Roya's formidable power. Indeed, what was unleashed by Luo Ya was none other than the formidable armed Conqueror's Haki. The battered Magellan felt as though his body was entirely beyond his control, crashing through several walls of copper and iron before finally coming to a halt. However, the walls that Magellan had shattered had formed a small passageway, leading directly to the confines where the notorious pirates were imprisoned. Yet, the realm of extreme hell was now in utter disarray, for Blackbeard Teach's nefarious scheme had come to fruition. After Kaido and Big Mom departed, Blackbeard Teach entered with his crew to execute his plan, to incite the imprisoned pirates into a brutal free-for-all, with the sole survivor earning a place as his ally. Magellan's appearance coincided perfectly with the moment the pirates were concluding their savage battle. Among those who emerged victorious and lived to tell the tale were Shiryu of the Rain, the tyrant king Abelo Pizarro, the hunter Katarina Devon, the colossal battleship San Juan Wolf, and the drunken Bass Choate. Aside from Shiryu, The others had been incarcerated for many years, their infamous reputations preceding them. Shiryu, once the chief warden of the deep-sea prison, had been sentenced to death but was instead placed on probation due to his bloodlust and frequent killings of inmates. He too possessed remarkable strength. As they beheld the disheveled Magellan, they caught sight of Luo Ya's figure approaching through the fractured passageway. Luo Ya, as a vanquished foe, Blackbeard Teach, who had witnessed Luo Ya's terrifying power firsthand, was naturally astonished. However, beyond mere surprise, there was an overwhelming sense of dread. After all, should Luo Ya choose to strike, his meticulously devised plan would unravel before his eyes. Not only Teach, but even Shiryu and Katarina, the ruthless victors of the melee, furrowed their brows at the sight of Luo Ya. Yet, Luo Ya approached with indifference, not sparing them a glance as he turned to find a way to depart. Chapter 61, The Wrath of Magellan. Seeing Luo Ya's disinterest, Blackbeard Teach finally felt a sense of relief. However, at that moment, Magellan slowly rose from the ground. Upon standing, he surveyed the state of the 6th-level prison, quickly realizing that neither Kaido nor Jack the Drought were present, leading him to surmise the chaos that had ensued. Immediately, Blackbeard Teach turned his gaze toward the disheveled Magellan. Who would have thought that the great warden Magellan would be brought so low by a mere boy? How utterly humiliating. Blackbeard Teach, adhering to his usual philosophy of avoiding self-destruction, mocked Magellan. Upon hearing Teach's derisive taunts, Shiryu of the Rain offered a sinister smile before stealthily slipping away, perhaps already anticipating the forthcoming events. As expected, an infuriated Magellan shot a fierce glare at Blackbeard Teach. "Who do you think you are?" Magellan retorted sharply. "Do you even know who I am?" Blackbeard Teach, feeling insulted by Magellan's dismissive tone, was poised to deliver an arrogant self-introduction. "I don't care who you are. Since you are here, you shall not leave alive." Magellan interrupted, his voice resonating with authority, showing no regard for Teach's pride. "Magellan, do you think you are someone special? Don't overestimate yourself." Blackbeard, now furious and embarrassed, sought to continue his mockery of Magellan. However, in the next instant, he was cut off entirely as Magellan unleashed a torrent of purple venom, surging forth like a tidal wave to engulf Teach and his crew. In an instant, the entire Blackbeard pirates perished, consumed by this ocean of poison, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Not only Teach's crew, but even the notorious pirates still clinging to life in the 6th-level prison suffered the same fate. They were truly feeble. Magellan scoffed, delivering a scornful remark. He then turned his back and headed toward the direction Luo Ya had taken, entirely dismissing Blackbeard Teach. Despite the chaos that had erupted within the 6th-level prison, Magellan's priority remained unchanged: Luo Ya. Upon reaching the 5th level, Magellan's gaze fell upon the ailing Hannibal, lying weakly on the ground. "Warden Magellan, you have finally arrived. I was too weak. I couldn't prevent Big Mom from invading and taking Kaido away," Hannibal lamented, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon hearing that it was Big Mom who had orchestrated the prison break to rescue Kaido, Magellan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the formidable Four Emperor would be involved, initially believing it to be a riot instigated by Kaido himself. It seemed this matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. Nevertheless, Magellan did not blame Hannibal for his failure, recognizing the overwhelming challenge posed by a Four Emperor. Even if he himself had been present at that moment, he might not have been able to alter the outcome. "Hannibal, you have done well. Leave the rest to me." Magellan reassured the unconscious Hannibal, while the flames of his fury continued to blaze within him. At that moment, Magellan caught sight of Luo Ya leisurely making his way from the 5th level to the 4th. "Luo Ya, you shall not escape Impel down," Magellan bellowed with fury. At this juncture, Magellan unleashed the full extent of his wrath. In an instant, he summoned forth the toxic giant, Judgment of Hell. Magellan released a torrent of deadly red venom in the form of a skeletal giant, distinct from the usual purple poison. As the crimson toxin spread, a powerful aura began to close in on Luo Ya. Roya had no choice but to turn his head for a fleeting glance. Possessing the same capabilities of the Doku no Mi, he was acutely aware of the terror that those vibrant crimson toxins embodied. The potency of these red liquids surpassed that of the previous purple toxins by several orders of magnitude. Any substance that came into contact with them would inevitably succumb to infection, gradually spreading and eroding everything in its path. A mere touch of the poison would lead to a relentless progression toward death. Moreover, what Magellan unleashed was not merely the formidable crimson toxic paper giant, but rather a transformation that encompassed the entire subterranean structure of the 5th level. It would be more accurate to assert that the ground itself had metamorphosed entirely into these toxic substances, rather than merely spreading across the surface. Goodness! The awakening of the Doku no Mi's powers. Who would have thought that Magellan had achieved such a formidable advancement? Roya could not help but extol the virtues of Magellan. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of the moment when Doflamingo's devil fruit powers first manifested. It seems that, just as Roya had surmised, Magellan indeed had a hidden ace up his sleeve. Nevertheless, the vivid crimson venom resulting from the awakening of these powers posed no direct threat to Roya. After all, he possessed the supreme technique of the Marine's 6 powers, allowing him to effortlessly evade the toxic ground beneath him. Roya, since you cannot be contained within Impel down, then perhaps it would be better for you to perish here. Magellan bellowed in fury. Huh? Is that so? Magellan, we have just engaged in battle. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to slay me? Roya remained composed, even mocking his opponent. However, in the next moment, Magellan refrained from idle chatter and unleashed his colossal poison golem towards Roya. The speed of the golem's assault was astonishingly swift. Even if Roya had ample time to react, he found himself lacking the space to evade such a strike. Thus, he resolved not to dodge, but to confront the attack head-on. With fists clenched, he charged at the poison golem, enveloping his attacks in the formidable armor of Conqueror's Haki. A thunderous roar erupted as the golem was struck, leaving 2 massive gaping holes in its form. Not pausing for breath, Roya activated the powers of the Rumble fruit once more, transforming his body into elemental form and surging toward Magellan. Chapter 62. The wielder of the poison fruit is not just Magellan. Faced with Roya's lightning-fast advance, Magellan had learned from previous encounters and swiftly conjured a shield of poison using his awakened abilities, reinforcing it with Conqueror's Haki. Otherwise, the mere poison generated by the fruit could easily be shattered by Roya's Haki-imbued fist. Remarkably, this tactic successfully deflected Roya's assault. After all, both had engaged in fierce combat for numerous rounds, each gaining insight into the other's fighting style. Indeed, Magellan, you are formidable, Roya acknowledged. But do you truly believe that this will be sufficient to impede me? With his fist still pressed against the poison shield, Roya smiled faintly. He then exerted his strength once more, unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's Haki. Magellan's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the sudden shift. A resounding thud reverberated through the air. Magellan's mouth agape, his enormous form bent under the force of Roya's Haki, which penetrated the poison shield and struck him squarely in the abdomen. Damn it, Magellan seethed, though he was not entirely taken aback by Roya's immense power. After all, Roya had once severely injured the Emperor Kaido. It was only logical that his mastery of Haki would be formidable. The memory of Kaido's grotesque wound remained etched in his mind. Nonetheless, Magellan refused to concede defeat. Roya, no matter your strength, as long as I stand here, you shall not escape, he bellowed. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Magellan commanded his poison golem to attack Roya once more. Utilizing his exceptional observation Haki combined with several top-tier marine techniques, Roya effortlessly evaded the golem's strikes, employing the moonwalk technique to hover gracefully in midair. Yet Magellan was relentless, pressing forward with fierce attacks. Each strike was menacing, and had Roya's strength been lessened, he could easily have met his demise at Magellan's hands. However, at this juncture, Magellan's onslaught posed no real threat to Roya. Instead, it seemed that Roya merely wished to avoid a true confrontation, thereby opting to evade rather than retaliate, which felt more like a mockery than a battle. Roya, is fleeing all you can do? Show me your true power. Magellan's fury reached its peak. Magellan, I simply do not wish to engage you in battle, Roya replied. Look at the chaos you've wrought and Impel down just to guard me. Is this truly necessary? I've been here long enough and simply wish to explore the outside world. Is that too much to ask? Roya spoke with an air of nonchalance. Absolutely not. For you are, at present, a prisoner. A prisoner guilty of the heinous act of slaying a celestial dragon. I, Magellan, as the warden of Impel Down, shall never permit such a depraved criminal to roam free and wreak havoc upon the world. Magellan articulated his stance with reason and conviction. Ah, here we are again with this topic. It's merely the death of a worthless celestial dragon. Must everyone blow it out of proportion? Roya retorted. I can understand the Navy's reaction, but are you, Magellan, also a lackey of the celestial dragons? Very well, if you seek a confrontation, I shall indulge you in this game. Roya let out a sigh and descended directly onto the ground, which was covered in swirling venom. After shaking his head, his expression darkened, and he assumed a serious demeanor. Noticing that Roya had landed within the range of his poison fruit abilities, Magellan wasted no time. It was as if he had seized a fleeting opportunity, and his colossal poisonous soldiers launched a fierce assault. Moreover, the ground awakened by the poison fruit abilities surged like a tidal wave behind Roya, threatening to engulf him entirely. As anticipated, within mere seconds, Roya was completely submerged by the venom, and the crimson toxic soldiers similarly enveloped him. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to the corrosive effects of the venom. However, Magellan remained vigilant, fully aware that he was facing an opponent capable of inflicting severe injury on the formidable Yonko Kaido, the 4th Admiral of the Navy. As expected, a powerful aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted forth, saturating the entire 5th level of Impel down with its terrifying presence. Even Magellan, an immensely powerful figure, could not help but shudder. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded as the venom that had entirely submerged Roya was forcefully dispersed by the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Subsequently, Roya emerged unscathed before Magellan. However, Magellan noticed that something about Roya seemed different. He observed remnants of venom still clinging to him, even dripping to the ground. Yet there were no signs of poisoning. It is worth noting that although Magellan had spent a long time in Impel Down, he was acutely aware that only a handful of individuals in the entire world could boast immunity to the venom he generated. Magellan had immense confidence in his previous attack. Even if one were to cover themselves with armament Haki to resist his poison, it would be impossible to fully negate its effects. After all, this was the very power awakened by his own poison fruit. But wait, this does not seem to be my venom. It appears instead to be the venom released by Roya himself. Upon closer observation, Magellan discerned certain clues and began to speculate. Indeed, Magellan, you are not the sole bearer of the poison fruit capabilities. Roy also intended to dispel Magellan's lingering doubts and thus directly reveal the answer. Chapter 63, Magellan, Defeated. Indeed, after unleashing the Conqueror's Haki, Roya simultaneously activated the abilities of the poison fruit, releasing a lethal venom that created an illusion for Magellan, leading him to believe that the residual toxins emanating from Roya were a result of his own actions. However, the outcome was something Magellan could never have anticipated. Of course, mere words hold no weight. Poison Dragon. Roya emulated Magellan's techniques, unleashing 3 colossal dragon-shaped toxins that surged towards him. Yet, Magellan withstood this assault with remarkable fortitude. After all, for Magellan, who also possessed the powers of the venom fruit, Roya's toxic onslaught could not inflict any poisoning effects upon him. However, this display from Roya fundamentally shattered Magellan's understanding. Impossible. This could not be. How could there possibly be 2 fruits with identical abilities in this world? Magellan stared at Roya in disbelief, hardly able to trust his own eyes. Just as Magellan had asserted, it was inconceivable for 2 fruits with identical powers to exist simultaneously. Of course, similar abilities could indeed coexist, for the world is vast and full of wonders. Yet, the power Roya exhibited was undeniably akin to his own venom fruit abilities. What is impossible? Magellan, I have already stated that I had no intention of engaging you in battle. However, you insisted on seeking your own misfortune. Since you are so eager to confront me, I shall oblige you, allowing you to experience the sensation of being overwhelmed by an ability akin to your own. The resolute gaze of Roya clearly conveyed his serious demeanor. As Roya asserted, since Magellan had chosen to be unyielding, there was no need for him to show any mercy. He would simply defeat Magellan using the very power of the poison fruit, which Magellan held in such high esteem. In fact, Roya pondered to himself, what could possibly be impossible? After all, he and they belonged to entirely different worlds. Did he truly have to share every detail of his system with them? Initially, Roya had no intention of revealing his own possession of the poison fruit ability, for doing so would undoubtedly invite unnecessary troubles should such news spread. However, after reconsideration, he thought, in this bleak and shadowy Impel Down, what harm could there be in revealing a glimpse of his power? Thus, he resolved to unleash his full strength. Colossal Poison Soldier. Judgment of Hell. With that, Roya unleashed the Colossal Poison Soldier, employing the same exact technique to assault Magellan. However, faced with an opponent wielding the same poison fruit ability, Magellan was utterly taken aback. Yet, as danger loomed, he quickly composed himself to engage in battle. Boom. The 2 colossal poison soldiers collided, intensifying the tension in the atmosphere. Roya, I do not care what nefarious methods you employ, but I can assure you, you will not leave Impel Down today, Magellan declared fiercely. Very well. I too shall make a declaration. Magellan, I intend to leave this place today. and no one can stop me. If you wish to hinder my departure, it is simple. I shall leave you lying here. Luo Ya is utterly devoid of any sense of propriety. Such is the case. Roya and Magellan were engaged in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, descending to the 6th level of the underground city, Shiryu of the Rain returned with the antidote, which he had already administered to Blackbeard Teach and his crew. Damn it! That Magellan! Gasped Blackbeard Teach, clenching his teeth. After all, the power of the Yami Yami no Mi comes with the perilous drawback of doubling the damage he endures. Thus his suffering was far greater than that of his crew. Why did you have to provoke Magellan? If it weren't for my desire to see the outside world, you would have all perished here, Shiryu remarked with a smile. Shiryu, we owe you our gratitude. Come on, everyone, we must set forth. The next stage awaits us. Blackbeard Teach, having regained his composure, once again flashed his sinister grin. Soon, Blackbeard and his crew arrived at the 5th level, where they fortuitously discovered Roya and Magellan still locked in combat. Fortunately, Blackbeard reacted swiftly and dodged, or he would have been struck by the splattering venom. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Blackbeard and his crew concealed themselves in the shadows, quietly observing the battle. Impossible! This Roya is also a devil fruit user? Blackbeard Teach was taken aback, recalling his previous encounter with Roya, during which the latter had not exhibited any powers, even in his fight against the Emperor Kaido and Marineford. Not only Blackbeard, but Shiryu of the Rain was equally astonished. This fellow possesses abilities identical to Magellan's? What? 2 users of the Doku Doku no Mi? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that Roya has mastered a secret of the devil fruit that even I am unaware of? Blackbeard Teach furrowed his brow in concern. Captain, what shall we do now? Should we intervene? Asked the security officer Lafitte. No, do not intervene. Let them finish their battle. Blackbeard Teach replied, shaking his head. The clash between Roya and Magellan was relatively brief. Given that Magellan had already awakened the powers of the devil fruit, he appeared to have the upper hand. Especially since Roya had only attained an advanced mastery of the poison fruit and had yet to awaken its full potential. However, in battles among skilled fighters, the strength of Haki weighs heavily alongside abilities. Roya, having already mastered the ability to layer his Conqueror's Haki with armament Haki, held a significant advantage. When he fought earnestly, he showed no mercy, delivering lethal attacks with each strike against Magellan. Ultimately, the outcome was clear. Magellan lay defeated on the ground, while Roya emerged triumphant. I still lost. Magellan gasped, lying on the ground, filled with resentment. Yet, Roya did not spare him a glance, turning away and departing instead. In truth, Roya had shown leniency towards Magellan. Had he truly wished to eliminate him, he would have employed the powers of the Rinnegan long ago, rather than prolonging the confrontation. Chapter 64. The admiration of the Marines. Once Roya had departed, Blackbeard Teach and Shiryu of the Rain slowly stepped forward. At this moment, Magellan, having exhausted all his energy during the battle with Roya, was indifferent to their presence. Magellan, I never thought I would see you in such a state. Shiryu taunted as he approached. Shiryu. Magellan glared fiercely at him, longing to retaliate, yet utterly powerless. Captain, shall we eliminate this fellow? His poison fruit ability is quite impressive. The champion, Burgess, laughed greedily. Indeed, the poison fruit is formidable even among the Paramecia types. Blackbeard Teach was momentarily tempted, but Shiryu's words quickly extinguished that thought. Poison fruit ability? If you don't want to spend all day in the restroom, you might reconsider, Shiryu retorted. Should one truly acquire the poison fruit power and become a poison user, their exhaled breath would be toxic, contaminating any food they approached, leading to unbearable effects that could result in chronic diarrhea. This, indeed, is a side effect of the poison fruit's powers. After all, not everyone possesses a system like Roya, where powers come without weaknesses or adverse effects. Upon hearing Shiryu's remarks, Blackbeard and his crew swiftly abandoned their thoughts. Well, let's forget about that then. Besides, it's merely an idea at this point. Who knows if it can even be realized? Come, my comrades, let us proceed to the next stage. Once we arrive, we shall see if my idea can come to fruition. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly, dismissing Magellan entirely as he led his crew away. His infamous companions, including Shiryu, the tyrant king Abelo Pizarro, the hunter of the crescent moon, Katarina Devon, the massive warship San Juan Wolf, and the notorious drunkard Basque Chote, followed him without hesitation. Thanks to the earlier clearing conducted by the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates after their intrusion into Impel Down, Roya found his path largely devoid of guards. Even if there were any, upon sighting Roya, they dared not act against him. After all, who could withstand the might of a single conqueror's Haki? Thus, he continued on his way. Luo Ya ascended effortlessly and swiftly. Roa stepped out of the Push City, where chaos reigned outside the gates. The scene was one of utter disarray, with corpses littering the ground, a testament to the devastation wrought by Big Mom. However, there was no sign of either Big Mom or Kaido. It was evident they had departed, especially since Roa had just spent a considerable amount of time below with Magellan. Nevertheless, their absence bore little significance to him. Indeed, the world outside felt exhilarating. Now, he needed to contemplate his next destination. Roya gazed at the azure sky and the vast sea, spreading his arms wide to inhale deeply, while contemplating his next destination. After all, he was no longer the fourth admiral of a navy, and the thought of becoming a mere pawn for the celestial dragons was utterly unappealing to him. Meanwhile, the reinforcements from the navy headquarters were belatedly approaching Impel Down, with numerous naval ships steadily drawing near to encircle the waters at the gates of the prison. Listen, criminals. We are the reinforcements from the Navy headquarters to Impel Down. You are surrounded. Surrender at once and cease all resistance, shouted a voice from the approaching naval vessels. Yet, what use was such a proclamation? Roya remained unperturbed, standing gracefully in place with a slight smile gracing his lips. As the warships approached, it became evident that they had aimed their cannons at him, seemingly disregarding his previous warning. Wait, shouted a voice from the leading ship just as they were on the verge of firing. Isn't that General Roya? Cease fire. This is our General Roya. Recognizing him, the sailors erupted in jubilant exclamations. The sound of their cheers reached Roya's ears, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the flagship was none other than the very vessel that had accompanied him since he was a mere lieutenant, steadfastly following him throughout his ascent to general. Not only the ship, but also the sailors aboard remained unchanged. As the warships docked, a majority of the sailors gathered around Roya. Attention! All personnel salute General Roya, commanded a senior officer among them. Instantly, countless sailors stood in unison, saluting Roya. Witnessing this heartfelt display, Roya's face brightened with joy, realizing that his nurturing of these once ungrateful wolves had not been in vain. After all, the news of Roya's confrontation with the celestial dragons had long circulated within the Navy headquarters, and those sailors who had followed him were present at the scene. They were acutely aware that the current Roya was no longer merely the fourth admiral of the Navy. Yet, their continued reverence and salutes filled him with a sense of profound satisfaction. General Roya, we received the distress signal from Impel Down and rushed here at once. However, it seems we have arrived too late, one sailor reported. Indeed, you have come too late, Roya nodded in acknowledgement. General Roya, we have also received word that if Impel Down has fallen, we are to return immediately to Navy headquarters. Will you accompany us back? Inquired another sailor. Return to Navy headquarters? As Luo Ya contemplated, he realized that he was no longer an admiral of the Navy. Returning to the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly lead him to be regarded as a heinous criminal by some, having allegedly harmed the celestial dragons. Nonetheless, such thoughts were merely trivial. Moreover, Luo Ya had always believed in seeing matters through to the end. Since he intended to depart from Impel Down, it was only proper to inform both Garp and Sengoku of his departure. Considering his current strength, even if some lackeys of the celestial dragons harbored ill intentions towards him, they would have to be worthy adversaries. Thus, Luo Ya readily agreed, saying, "Very well, I shall accompany you back to the Navy headquarters." Chapter 65, the Navy's most powerful lineup. And so it was. Once again, Roya boarded the naval vessel, preparing to return to the Navy headquarters. It was time to report back to Garp and Sengoku, bringing closure to this chapter. Leaving Impel Down behind, he gazed out at the endless sea, where everything seemed so tranquil. However, the Navy headquarters at Marineford was anything but calm, for today marked the public execution of Portgas Ace. Just 2 days prior, Ace had been transferred from Impel Down to the Navy headquarters and was now standing on the execution platform. This was a live broadcast execution meant for the entire world to witness. Most importantly, the viewers were acutely aware that the primary objective today was for the Navy to formally declare war on the Yonko, Whitebeard. After all, Portgas Ace was the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, Marineford was fortified with elite naval forces. First, the 3 admirals, the highest combat powers of the Navy, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Kizaru. Following them were vice admirals such as Garp, Suru, and Squirrel, alongside towering giants among the vice admirals. Most crucially, there were the legally recognized pirates by the world government, the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, Boa Hancock, Bartholomew Kuma, and Gecko Moria, along with countless elite Marines summoned from the New World and the Grand Line. The Navy had assembled an unprecedented force since the dawn of the pirate era. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku stood majestically on the execution platform. Before the global audience, he resolutely proclaimed Ace's true identity, the biological son of the Pirate King, GOLD. Roger. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the world. As people grasped the significance of the Navy's elaborate execution of Ace, realizing it was not merely due to his position as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Suddenly, Sengoku's transponder snail vibrated. "Hello, this is Sengoku. Report immediately," he commanded. "Admiral Sengoku, it's bad. Our first line of defense has been breached," came the frantic voice of a Marine from the transponder snail. "Is it the Whitebeard Pirates?" Sengoku inquired calmly. "No, it's Big Mom and Kaido's Beast Pirates. They are headed straight for Marineford." The voice continued, followed by a wail. "Ah, no. Impel down has fallen? Big Mom really brought Kaido out?" Sengoku's expression darkened further. He had received a distress signal from Impel down earlier and knew that Big Mom had infiltrated the prison. He had immediately dispatched naval ships for assistance, confident that with Magellan's defense, they could hold out for a while. However, he never anticipated the breach would occur so swiftly. And now Big Mom had joined forces with Kaido, breaching the first line of defense outside the Navy headquarters. The elite forces gathered were meant to confront Whitebeard. But now they faced not one but 2 Yonko, causing Sengoku's anxiety to escalate. It was no small feat to contend with a single Yonko. Facing 3 would drastically diminish their odds of victory. Rushing down from the execution platform, Sengoku approached Garp, who appeared troubled and lost in thought. After all, the one to be executed today was his grandson, Ace. Garp lamented internally, questioning why Ace had not heeded his counsel. Had Ace followed his advice and joined the Navy, today's calamity could have been averted. Garp quickly disowned the heavy burden on Sengoku's shoulders as he approached. "Sengoku, what has happened?" he asked. "Big Mom and Kaido are coming towards Marineford," Sengoku replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Garp's brow furrowed instantly. He had also heard of Big Mom's invasion of Impel Down and, like Sengoku, had not anticipated such a rapid fall. Most alarmingly, after rescuing Kaido from Impel Down, Big Mom had chosen not to retreat but to advance toward the Navy headquarters. This meant they would have to confront not only Whitebeard but also 2 other Yonkos simultaneously. As an old-world powerhouse, Garp understood Whitebeard's might all too well, and he was painfully aware of the overwhelming strength of the 3 Yonko combined. After all, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom had once been crew members under Rocks. The memory of the battle against Rocks resurfaced in Garp's mind, prompting him to clench his fist involuntarily. "Garp, what do you think we should do?" Sengoku inquired. "Fight. It is our only option, is it not? We cannot simply stand by and watch them destroy our Navy headquarters." Garp gritted his teeth. "Indeed, this execution is being broadcast worldwide. Initially, we aimed to confront only Whitebeard, but unforeseen circumstances have brought Big Mom and Kaido into the fray. Thus, this is a matter of honor for the Navy. Should we fail, our credibility will be irrevocably tarnished in the eyes of the world," Sengoku declared. "Very well. I will inform Akainu and the others," he said. "Wait, Sengoku. Informing Akainu and the others is futile," Garp began, but at that moment, the waters of the Marineford inner bay began to churn ominously. Numerous Marines turned their gaze, bewildered by the commotion, including Sengoku and Garp, who shared the same expression of confusion. Suddenly, 4 enormous white ships, resembling whales, burst forth from the depths of the inner bay. It was none other than the famous Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard. Upon seeing the gleaming Moby Dick, Sengoku's eyes widened in realization the Whitebeard pirates had arrived. As the fleet Admiral Sengoku had long anticipated, he had strategically deployed forces in the waters surrounding the Navy headquarters, aiming to weaken the Whitebeard pirate strength in advance. However, the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates remained elusive. In truth, Whitebeard had foreseen Sengoku's plans and devised a countermeasure, utilizing the submerged capabilities of his coded ship to bypass the Navy's outer defenses and reach the inner bay of the Navy headquarters directly from the depths of the sea. With the Moby Dick coming to a steady halt, a series of heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed ominously. The surface of the ocean began to roil restlessly, causing the very shores of the inner bay to tremble. A towering figure emerged before the onlookers, his weathered visage marked by a striking white mustache. Grasping a formidable sword in his hand, his white cloak billowed dramatically with the sea breeze. This man stood resolutely on the vast deck of the Moby Dick, his sword firmly planted in the ground. In the next moment, the man clenched his fists, his robust physique bending as he assumed a stance, and then struck the air with tremendous force, shattering the atmosphere and sending ripples of seismic tremors across the region. It was as if the very ground beneath Marineford were experiencing a violent earthquake, fissures splitting the earth and buildings shaking violently. Whitebeard! It's Whitebeard! The onlookers gasped in shock. What terrifying power is this? Can such might truly be unleashed by Whitebeard? The ground is splitting. We're going to fall. Countless Marines, caught in the throes of this upheaval, cried out in panic. Indeed, this imposing figure was none other than one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Revered as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. The violent tremors were the manifestation of his paramecia-type devil fruit ability, the Tremor fruit. Known to be the most formidable of all paramecia powers. Yet, was the tremor merely an isolated phenomenon? Clearly, it was not. A confident grin spread across Whitebeard's face as the muscles in his arms began to collide with explosive force again. The already fractured atmosphere shattered further, akin to glass breaking apart. With a resounding roar, the once calm sea could no longer contain itself, rapidly transforming into a towering tsunami that surged towards the entire Marineford Plaza, resembling a cataclysmic disaster that left all who witnessed it paralyzed with fear. Tsunami! It's a tsunami! Run for your lives. If we don't flee, we'll be engulfed. Countless Marines stationed near the shores of Marineford could no longer restrain themselves. Confronted with such a monstrous wave, their instinctual response was to escape. For even if they survived the impact, the deluge would surely drown them. Not only the Marines, but even Sengoku and Garp wore expressions of grave concern, acutely aware that if this colossal tsunami went unimpeded, it could obliterate an island in an instant, just as the towering wave threatened to engulf Marineford. An icy resolve took form. The formerly elevated figure of Admiral Akiji leaped into action, unleashing the powers of his ice fruit, instantly freezing the monstrous tsunami into solid ice, thereby averting the impending disaster. Admiral Kizaru, unable to remain idle, unleashed a golden flash of light, vanishing from sight and reappearing above Whitebeard in the blink of an eye. Yada no Kagami. Kizaru harnessed the speed of his light fruit to unleash a barrage of dazzling light projectiles aimed at Whitebeard. Admiral, Kizaru and Akiji are making their moves. Kizaru's ultimate technique is about to strike Whitebeard. The Marines erupted in fervor at the sight of their esteemed admirals taking action. Yet, facing Kizaru's onslaught, Whitebeard remained unfazed, casting a dismissive glance. In an instant, a bird wreathed in azure flames ascended, soaring through the sky to stand before Whitebeard, its flames morphing into a massive shield that absorbed Kizaru's assault. The fiery bird transformed back into a human form beside Whitebeard, revealing Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, alongside other formidable commanders such as Diamond Joju and Vista. The sight of these powerful figures standing resolutely beside Whitebeard sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Marines. Indeed, all the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates were present, each a top-tier fighter in the New World. Their collective presence exuded an overwhelming aura of might. Simultaneously, several pirate ships emerged from the depths, belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates' allies, now converging upon Marineford. On the execution platform, Ace knelt with tears in his eyes, repeatedly calling out, "Father! Marco! Everyone!" Sengoku remarked, "It has been a while. You have certainly rallied your forces." Yet Whitebeard, casting a glance at Ace without uttering a word, turned to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, proclaiming his intent to prevail. His crew echoed his fervor, shouting, "Whitebeard, I declare now, you shall not take Fire Fist Ace away, and all of you will remain." Sengoku retorted, his gaze fierce. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with the scent of gunpowder, as any spark could ignite a full-blown conflict. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from the nearby waters. "Wahaha! Whitebeard, you cannot monopolize this Navy headquarters." With that, 2 powerful and intimidating waves of Conqueror's Haki surged forth. Boom! The overwhelming presence of these 2 forces struck the Marines like a tidal wave, many collapsing under its weight, some even fainting from the sheer intensity. What manner of power is this? Could there be more infamous pirates approaching? The Marines were thrown into disarray. What is happening? Those 2 waves of Conqueror's Haki. As one of the 7 warlords, the Empress Hancock immediately recognized the presence of Conqueror's Haki, a formidable force that felt strangely familiar. Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, shared the same sentiment, as did the majority of the Whitebeard pirates. The impact was not merely felt among individuals. Even several ships and the ground recently disturbed by Whitebeard's Tremor fruit began to crack, showcasing the terrifying power of these 2 waves of Conqueror's Haki. Marco was astonished. realizing it was akin to the Haki of their father and the red-haired Shanks. Even Diamond Jozu was taken aback, questioning who could be behind such a force, surely not the Marines? All the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates turned to look behind them, eager to identify the newcomers. However, Whitebeard himself was not surprised, but rather tensed, his brows furrowing in displeasure. He was all too familiar with these two auras, despite the years that had passed. Among those present, Sengoku and Garp also recognized the arrivals. Have they arrived so soon? Sengoku mused, his brow knitted in concern. Even the typically composed Garp clenched his fists in agitation. Indeed, they were aware that the two individuals making their entrance were none other than Big Mom and Kaido. "Oh, what terrifying power!" exclaimed Kizaru, who had returned to his position as an admiral, wearing a peculiar expression. Meanwhile, Akainu, his fists transforming into magma, gritted his teeth in fury, declaring, "Whoever they are, as long as they are not our righteous Marines, I shall crush them all." Suddenly, a massive azure dragon soared through the sky, causing tumultuous waves to crash. Alongside it was a gigantic figure wielding a great sword, standing upon a cloud and swiftly approaching. At that moment, everyone could see the faces of these two formidable beings. The sight of the colossal dragon sent shivers down the spines of many Marines in Marineford. Is that the Emperor Kaido? How is that possible? Wasn't he defeated and imprisoned by Admiral Zoro? The realization struck them. Indeed, the dragon was Kaido. Alongside the Emperor Big Mom, countless soldiers widened their eyes in terror, murmuring among themselves. In an instant, Big Mom and Kaido landed next to Whitebeard, and Kaido reverted from his dragon form back to his human shape. Thus, the four emperors of the New World stood shoulder to shoulder, creating an incredibly shocking scene. Following closely were dozens of pirate ships, led by Katakuri and Jin, representing the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates. "Father, they're here," Marco exclaimed, anxiously preparing for battle. Facing two emperors, he dared not let his guard down, and the other commanders mirrored his vigilance. Charlotte Linlin. "Kaido, what brings you here? Are you looking to cause trouble?" Whitebeard asked, unfazed, casting a sidelong glance at the two before frowning and scoffing. Well, Whitebeard, it's been years. And you still have that attitude?" Big Mom laughed heartily. "Indeed, Whitebeard, you are most irksome." Kaido swung his kanabo, seemingly eager to engage Whitebeard in combat. "Humph, Kaido, do you wish to fight me?" Whitebeard retorted disdainfully, recognizing Kaido's fiery temper. In a sudden outburst, Kaido unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, attempting to overpower Whitebeard. Yet, as another emperor, Whitebeard was not one to yield easily. He too released his own Conqueror's Haki, clashing against Kaido's. The confrontation sent shockwaves through the air, stirring winds and rising tides, causing Marineford to tremble once more. Many marveled at the overwhelming strength of the four emperors. Fortunately, Big Mom intervened, preventing an all-out brawl between the two. "You two have not changed at all. You always resort to violence upon meeting. However, now is not the time for fighting. Since we are gathered here today, why not join forces to obliterate the Marine headquarters? What do you think? If we unite to destroy the Marine headquarters, the world will be ours." Big Mom extended a grand invitation to Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard had no interest in conquering the world. His sole purpose for being there was to rescue Ace. "I have but one objective, to save Ace. I care not for anything else," he declared, while he had no desire for world domination. He understood the gravity of the situation. The Marine headquarters had summoned the most formidable forces in history, and charging in alone would be reckless. Yet, if Big Mom and Kaido could distract the Marines, their chances of rescuing Ace and escaping safely would be significantly enhanced. Thus, Whitebeard's response implied a temporary agreement to Big Mom's proposal. "Ha ha ha. Very well, Whitebeard, let us first join forces to destroy the Marine headquarters. Afterward, we shall have our battle." Kaido laughed heartily. Thus, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido momentarily reached a consensus. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, the three emperors have agreed to unite? What is happening here? The onlookers were astonished. It was one thing for the three emperors to appear together, but for them to join forces was unprecedented. It seemed the Marines were truly in dire straits. With that, the three emperors directed their focus toward the Marine headquarters. "Sons, charge with me. We must rescue Ace." Whitebeard was the first to rally morale. Naturally, with Whitebeard's declaration, neither Big Mom nor Kaido was willing to be outdone. "Lads, leave no navy standing," Big Mom bellowed. "Let us overturn the entire Marine headquarters." Kaido shouted, "Aye, All the pirates chorused in unison. Subsequently, Marco, Katakuri, and Jin, the esteemed commanders of the Pirate Alliance, were the first to launch their assault, closely followed by countless other pirates. Witnessing this scene, Fleet Admiral Sengoku could not idly stand by and allow the pirates to flourish unchecked. All Marines, prepare for battle. Spare none of these ruthless pirates. Sengoku commanded from his lofty perch, utilizing a transponder snail to amplify his authoritative voice. Instantly, the battered Marine fort transformed into a chaotic battlefield, as innumerable Navy soldiers and pirates began to clash fiercely. "What a magnificent spectacle!" exclaimed a gleeful observer. "It seems I, too, must join the fray. Napoleon, Prometheus, Zeus." With those words, Big Mom leaped into the fray, accompanied by her formidable allies. "Damn it, Lin Lin, do not steal my thunder. I shall be the one to destroy the Marine headquarters," Kaido declared defiantly, his massive form crashing down with his kanabo, unleashing a thunderous assault that sent Navy soldiers flying. How dare these pirates wreak havoc here? Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, could no longer remain seated and rose to take action. However, before Sakazuki could strike, two other admirals, Borsellino and Kazan, took the initiative. Each had their sights set on one of the four emperors. Ice Block, Pheasant Beak. Kazan targeted Big Mom, launching a lethal maneuver. Despite the power of Kazan's attack, it was effortlessly thwarted by Prometheus, who transformed into a raging inferno at Big Mom's side. "Ha ha ha. Kazan, do you think you can stop me?" Big Mom taunted with a sinister smile. "As an admiral of the Navy, it is my duty to do so," Kazan replied coldly, immediately launching another offensive. Amaterasu. Meanwhile, Borsellino chose Kaido as his target, instantly teleporting in front of him and forming a sword of light to counter Kaido's kanabo. "Goodness, Kaido, you truly are fearsome, but you shall not wreak havoc here," Borsellino stated firmly. "Do you really think you can impede me? Haven't you learned your lesson from our last encounter?" Kaido retorted arrogantly, dismissing Borsellino as a worthy opponent. Hellhound. Sakazuki, too, engaged, his target being the legendary Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Harnessing the power of his magma fruit, Sakazuki charged at Whitebeard, extending his molten arm for a rapid strike. However, such a ferocious attack was effortlessly blocked by Whitebeard. "Magma Brat, do you dare challenge me?" Whitebeard scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips as he derided Sakazuki. "I am an admiral of the Navy. I care not for your title as a four-emperor. A pirate is a pirate, and I shall see you dead." Enacting my absolute justice, Sakazuki pressed forward with renewed fervor. Thus, the four emperors clashed against the three admirals, creating an astonishing spectacle. Whether it was the Marines present or the global audience watching this grand confrontation unfold, all held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. For them, the victor of this battle would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the world. At that moment, Sengoku surveyed the battlefield, feeling an unexpected surge of anxiety. It was not surprising, given that the Navy had summoned its most formidable forces to combat Whitebeard. Yet, now they faced three emperors simultaneously, leaving Sengoku with little confidence in their success. Just then, Garp approached Sengoku. "Sengoku, you must understand the gravity of this situation, even if both you and I engage. Victory for the Navy is not guaranteed." Garp's face bore the weight of concern. "Indeed, I comprehend," Sengoku nodded, recalling that Garp had something of significance to discuss before Big Mom and Kaido's arrival. "If it were only Whitebeard, we could manage. But with Big Mom and Kaido in the fray, we require the power of that man. Sengoku, do you not agree?" Garp suggested, his meaning clear. He referred to Luffy. After all, Luffy had previously bested Kaido, and Garp believed he possessed untapped power. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Navy's hopes for victory rested solely on Luffy's shoulders. Chapter 69. A fruitless search for the iron shoes indeed. Sengoku had long considered Garp's suggestion. "Garp, I understand your intent. I know what must be done." Sengoku nodded, retrieving a transponder snail. Just as he was about to dial, another transponder snail rang. Upon checking, Sengoku realized it was news from the reinforcements he had dispatched to Impel down. Knowing that Big Mom had absconded with Kaido, Sengoku did not expect good news. However, another revelation left him astounded. Luffy had also escaped and was en route to Marine headquarters aboard a naval vessel. This news was profoundly shocking to Sengoku and highly advantageous for his impending actions. In his excitement, Sengoku promptly shared this uplifting news with Garp. "Really? That kid Luffy is actually on his way?" Garp's face lit up with joy. While he was not surprised by Luffy's escape, he never anticipated that the lad would return to Marine headquarters. Indeed, Luffy is indeed on his way back. This is fortuitous. I shall contact the Gorosei at once. The corners of Sengoku's mouth lifted in a smile, as if the arrival of Roya heralded the dawn of victory for their navy. He then produced a unique transponder snail, capable of directly contacting the Gorosei and Mary Geos. Indeed, Sengoku and Garp shared a straightforward intention to request a pardon for Roya from the Gorosei, thereby leveraging Roya's extraordinary powers to counterbalance the current alliance of the three emperors of the sea. At this moment, in the waters outside Impel Down, the warship upon which Roya is aboard is advancing at full speed. Of course, he remains oblivious to the simultaneous assault by three of the four emperors in the region of Marineford. After all, according to the original timeline, there was only Whitebeard among the four emperors. However, such matters are of no concern to Roya. His only intention is to bid farewell at the Navy headquarters. As for everything else, it bears no relevance to him. After a brief respite, Roya once again entered a state of cultivation. For him, nothing holds greater significance than his training, for his ambition is straightforward: to grow stronger. In this world of pirates, there exist far more formidable beings beyond just Whitebeard and Kaido. Roya remained in the ship's cabin, immersed in his training. He began to reminisce about his recent battle against Magellan. Although he had easily triumphed over Magellan using the powers of the poison fruit and his mastery of Haki, he couldn't shake off the astonishment he felt at Magellan's awakened abilities. After all, in terms of sheer fruit power, Magellan's strength was undeniably superior to his own. This led Roya to ponder whether he could also awaken the powers of the poison fruit, or even the other two fruit abilities he possessed. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The poison fruit's ability, recalling the battle with Magellan, felt a profound sense of humiliation and deemed itself unworthy of the host. This shift in mentality has led to a mutation in the poison fruit's ability. Congratulations, the host has awakened the power of the poison fruit. What? The poison fruit has truly awakened? Roya exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. It was as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure without any effort at all. Just as he basked in his delight, the system's voice continued to chime in. Ding. The thunder fruit's ability, stimulated by the host's other powerful abilities, has accelerated its training speed tenfold to avoid hindering the hostess' progress. Ding. The swordsmanship ability, inspired by the diligent training of the thunder fruit, has also begun to strive for improvement and achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations, the host's swordsmanship ability has reached an advanced level. Ding. The physical training ability, recognizing its current inadequacy and strengthening the host, has also embarked on rigorous training and attained a breakthrough. Congratulations, the host's physical training has advanced to an intermediate level. Roya was utterly astonished by the string of delightful surprises. With the mutation and awakening of the poison fruit's ability, he had not anticipated that even the thunder fruit, along with his swordsmanship and physical training, would experience accelerated training and breakthroughs. This was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for Roya. System. I haven't checked my training projects in a while. Please provide an update on my current training status. Roya commanded. Host. Roya Navy 6 styles. Ability strength top tier. 23 times automatic training in progress. Observation Haki. Ability strength top tier. 35 times automatic training in progress. Armament Haki. Ability strength top tier. 45 times automatic training in progress. Swordsmanship ability. Ability strength advanced. 15 times automatic training in progress. Conqueror's Haki. Ability strength advanced. 13 times automatic training in progress. Dark. Fruit ability. Ability strength advanced. 15 times automatic training in progress. Poison fruit ability. Ability strength advanced. 15 times automatic training in progress. Thunder fruit ability. Ability strength beginner. 10 times automatic training in progress. Reincarnation Eye ability. Ability strength intermediate. 1 time automatic training in progress. Physical training. Ability strength beginner. 5 times automatic training in progress. Indeed, Roya's training projects had multiplied, signifying his growing prowess. Perhaps he was no longer merely facing Kaido, one of the four emperors, but might soon confront all four of them without a trace of fear. No, this is not enough. I must grow stronger. I shall elevate all my training projects to their pinnacle. Luo Ya suppressed his inner pride and once again resolved to strive diligently in his training. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Suddenly, the warship came to an abrupt halt, and a sailor urgently knocked on the cabin door, exclaiming, General Luo Ya, it is dire. Our warship has been obstructed in its path. Obstructed? By pirates, perhaps? Roja felt a surge of curiosity. His initial thought was whether it could be Kaido and his crew. After all, Kaido had departed long before Roja left Impel Down. No, It was another naval warship. The commander leading them was none other than former Marine Headquarters Admiral Zephyr. The Marine soldier reported. Chapter 70. Encounter with Zephyr. 1. Former Admiral Zephyr? Black-legged Zephyr? Roya was somewhat taken aback, for he understood that according to this timeline, Zephyr had yet to depart from the Navy to establish a new faction. However, the appearance of Zephyr in this context left Roya perplexed. Despite this, he still yearned for an audience with Zephyr. After all, within the vast expanse of the Navy, there were only two individuals whom Roya truly regarded as legends, the first being Garp, and the other, Zephyr himself. Very well, I understand. Roya remarked with a smile before stepping outside. Upon exiting the cabin, he found indeed that several warships had encircled the military vessel on which he had been traveling. At the forefront of the leading ship stood the imposing figure of Zephyr, exuding an aura of authority, flanked by two of his favored disciples, Ein and Binz, along with Sayuza. Upon their first sighting of Roya, Ein, Binz, and Sayuza immediately adopted a vigilant stance. After all, the renown of the Navy's fourth admiral had spread far and wide across the globe, and as fellow members of the Navy, they could not possibly be ignorant of it. Furthermore, they were aware that Roya had slain a celestial dragon and had been imprisoned in Impel down, awaiting execution. The unexpected encounter with Roya here led them to a singular conclusion. Roya had escaped from captivity. Even Zephyr could not help but furrow his brow, his fist clenched tightly, seemingly filled with animosity towards Roya. It was not surprising, considering that Roya's current status as a criminal had escalated significantly upon his escape from Impel down, rendering him a truly notorious fugitive. Yet, as a member of the Navy, Zephyr felt an unwavering obligation to uphold justice, and in the face of a criminal, he was bound to take action against him. However, Roya harbored no desire to engage in combat with Zephyr. As previously mentioned, Zephyr, much like Garp, is a legendary figure within the Navy. In his prime, he was renowned for his countless campaigns against pirates, yet he never took the life of a single foe, earning the title of the Merciful Admiral. Even during his tenure as an admiral, he served as a mentor to many Navy soldiers, including the current admirals Kazan and Kizaru, as well as numerous rear admirals who were his disciples. Now, at the venerable age of over 70, Zephyr continues to stand firmly on the side of justice. Whether as a senior or a predecessor, Roya felt a profound respect for such a legendary figure of the Navy. Admiral Zephyr, greetings, I am Roya. I have long heard of your esteemed name from Rear Admiral Garp. Might we engage in conversation? I harbor no ill intentions. There is no need to resort to violence upon our first encounter, is there? Furthermore, I was once a member of the Navy, not the pirates you so despise. What do you think, Admiral Zephyr? Roya approached with a smile, courteously greeting Zephyr and making a request. Even though Zephyr was no longer an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Roya still respectfully referred to him as Admiral. Furthermore, as Roya mentioned, Zephyr harbored a deep disdain for most pirates. However, prior to becoming a criminal, Roya had indeed been a member of the Navy, even serving as an admiral, and he had once vanquished the formidable presence of the pirate Yonko, Kaido. Indeed, Zephyr's words indeed caused Roya to lower his guard. Beyond the reasonableness of Zephyr's statements, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the knowledge that Roya had the capability to defeat the formidable Emperor, Kaido. Now, in his advanced years, Zephyr understood that in a true confrontation, he might not necessarily prevail against Roya. As he pondered this, Zephyr, accompanied by his disciples, slowly approached Roya. Roya, I have heard much about you from Garp. By all accounts, you are an exceptionally promising Navy officer. Why then have you chosen to murder a celestial dragon and embark on the path of a criminal? Zephyr was direct, immediately interrogating Roya. Indeed, based on the capabilities and strength that Roya had displayed, he had already distinguished himself among the new generation of the Navy. At such a tender age, he had ascended to the rank of Admiral at Navy headquarters. Given time, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass even that of Sengoku, potentially reaching heights beyond the current position of Fleet Admiral. There was no other choice, Roya replied. That insufferable celestial dragon was utterly ungrateful, and I merely intended to give him a minor lesson. Who could have predicted that he was so fragile that he would perish? Roya's response was rather dismissive. He seemed to regard the act of killing a celestial dragon with utter indifference. Upon hearing this, Zephyr could not help but furrow his brow. Not only Zephyr, but also Ein, Binz, and Kyozo, who were beside him, were equally taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. They could hardly fathom that someone would speak of the lofty celestial dragons with such disdain. It is important to note that the celestial dragons are currently the most exalted figures in this world. Not even the most notorious pirates would dare to lay a hand upon them, let alone take the life of one. Yet, in the words of Roya, a former Marine admiral, the celestial dragons had been reduced to mere refuse, deemed less worthy than a chicken, and could be slain at whim, without a hint of concern. Is this truly the realm of the strong? However, your reputation is undeniably significant. I heard that Garp was the first to bow to the 5 elders of Mary Geos, pleading for their clemency on your behalf. When I received that news, I was taken aback. Could this truly be Garp? Yet, I have come to realize that perhaps you are indeed worthy of such an act from him. Zifa regarded Roya, contemplating deeply before speaking with earnest gravity. Just as Roya was about to voice his thoughts, Zifa shot him a fierce glare, asserting, "But you are currently a fugitive, which only exacerbates your situation. Do you comprehend that?" Indeed, Zifa's intrinsic sense of justice led him to scrutinize Roya for various transgressions, the foremost being that he had indeed escaped from Impel Down. Of course, Roya had already formulated his explanation. It was primarily due to the chaos instigated by Kaido and Blackbeard teach that he had managed to slip out of Impel Down amidst the turmoil. In truth, he merely took advantage of the tumult, as Magellan had fixated on him with unwavering determination. Admiral Zifa, it is not quite accurate to label it as an escape. Allow me to elucidate the situation. Roya began to elucidate the current circumstances surrounding the advancement of the city to Zephyr. Chapter 71. A fortuitous encounter with Zephyr 2. Several minutes elapsed. Roya recounted the circumstances surrounding the advance on Impel Down to Zephyr in great detail, though it was evident that some embellishments were present. For instance, he refrained from disclosing his triumph over Magellan. After all, if he were to announce that he had vanquished Magellan, the initial reaction from others would not only be one of astonishment but also a suspicion regarding his own escape. Without the audacity to escape, how could he possibly engage in a fierce confrontation with the Warden of Impel Down? Upon hearing this, Zephyr nodded in understanding. Realization dawning upon him. So that is the case. It appears that Impel Down is in utter disarray, and a significant number of pirates have seized the opportunity to flee. It seems the world is on the brink of great upheaval. Zephyr continued, his expression darkening as he pondered the future dynamics of the world. Indeed, while the casualties within Impel Down were countless, it was certain that many pirates had managed to escape, particularly those notorious individuals residing on the 6th level. Although Blackbeard Teach had orchestrated a brutal clash among the majority of these pirates, leaving only a handful alive, there remained formidable figures like Red Earl and Barrett, who, possessing their own unique dignity, had not engaged in the bloodshed instigated by Blackbeard and would not be provoked by him. However, with Magellan having been defeated by Roya, if legendary pirates like Barrett truly wished to depart, they could do so with ease. Yet, several uncertainties regarding Roya lingered. Notably, why was Zephyr present in this location? Logically, this was the timeline of the Marineford War, even if he were not to appear at the battlefield. He should have been stationed near Marineford rather than in the waters surrounding Impel Down. More critically, although Zephyr was no longer an admiral of the Navy, his rank and status were comparable to that of Sengoku and Garp. Given this, he ought to have been privy to such information. Yet it fell upon Roya to enlighten him. This peculiar situation indeed perplexed Roya. Admiral Zephyr, what brings you to this place? Surely, you must have heard of these matters as well? Roya is indeed a straightforward individual, displaying no inclination for evasiveness. He inquires candidly about whatever crosses his mind. To speak frankly, Roya, I have been navigating the seas with my students for a considerable period. Recently, due to certain circumstances, my communication with the naval headquarters has been severed. As for the reason for my presence here, it cannot be deemed coincidental. For the news of the Navy's public execution of Fire Fist Ace has spread globally. Zephyr's response signifies that he, too, possesses a forthright nature. With this clarification, Roya comprehends the situation. It is no wonder that someone of Zephyr's stature would be aware of the events concerning Impel Down. Regarding the public execution of Ace during the Paramount War, it is an undeniable fact known to all. As for the matter Zephyr alludes to, Roya has already deduced it. Admiral Zephyr, I surmise your departure is linked to the recent selection of the Shichibukai, during which a certain pirate was chosen, Edward Weevil. Am I not correct? As Luo Ya spoke, the mere mention of the name Edward Weevil caused AIN, Binzi, and Shiozwa to freeze in astonishment. Even Zephyr's gaze was imbued with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Indeed, several years prior, the vessel I commanded was besieged by pirates, resulting in the tragic demise of all my beloved students, save for AIN and Binzi, while my right arm sustained grievous injuries. The architect of that calamity was none other than Edward Weevil. The audacity of the world government to appoint such a nefarious pirate as one of the 7 warlords of the sea is nothing short of absurd. Zephyr's demeanor was fraught with fury. Even his colossal mechanical arm trembled uncontrollably. Had Edward Weevil been present, Zephyr would undoubtedly have taken matters into his own hands and ended that wretch's life. Edward Weevil, known as the Second Coming of Whitebeard, possesses the capability to sever Zephyr's arm and has slain an entire ship of novice sailors, indicating his considerable strength. However, given Zephyr's prowess as a vice-admiral, in a one-on-one confrontation, it is conceivable that Edward Weevil might not stand a chance against him. Perhaps it was the presence of an entire crew of inexperienced sailors that led to Zephyr's miscalculation in the loss of his arm. Of course, this remains merely Luo Ya's conjecture. The pain that Zephyr and his comrades harbor is deeply personal, and since they did not elaborate on it, Luo Ya deemed it unnecessary to pry further. It is a harsh truth. The Navy is but a lapdog of the world government. What justice can one speak of in the name of the Navy? Roya remarked with a smile, his intent unmistakable. He aimed to mock the so-called justice of the Navy. After all, he recalled that he had merely eliminated a worthless celestial dragon. Yet the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters had simultaneously targeted him with lethal intent. Had he not possessed extraordinary strength, he would have been executed on the spot rather than imprisoned and impelled down. A similar principle applied to Zephyr's situation. Edward Weevil had indeed slain numerous Navy soldiers and even severed an admiral's arm. Was that not an egregious crime? Yet, simply due to the decree of those self-righteous individuals from Mariehua, Weevil was granted the title of a legitimate warlord of the sea, while the Navy dared not protest, compelled to comply with their orders. This was precisely why Roya wished to distance himself from the Navy. He had no desire to become a pawn of the celestial dragons. No, Roya, you are mistaken. While it is true that the Navy is under the command of the world government, not all are mere lackeys. The Navy embodies justice. You must always understand that justice will forever prevail. I implore you to steadfastly believe in your own sense of justice, whether or not you are part of the Navy, and to combat the heinous pirates that plague this world. Zephyr earnestly addressed Roya. For Zephyr, he did not consider himself a lackey of the world government. Rather, he harbored a profound commitment to justice. However, it was possible that, in time, his sense of justice would become tainted by hatred. Chapter 72. The situation in Marineford is extremely tense. Understood, Admiral Zephyr, Roya replied. Roya nodded in agreement. Then, Zephyr inquired, by the way, Roya, since you managed to escape from Advanced City amidst the chaos, that is indeed your fortune. Where do you intend to go next? What brings you aboard this warship? Zephyr's curiosity was piqued by Roya's presence on the vessel, especially considering the deep respect shown towards him by the Marines, which was hardly indicative of someone who had just fled from prison. Oh, it's quite simple, Roya replied. As soon as I stepped out of Advanced City, I encountered my former subordinates who graciously welcomed me back. However, given that I have slain a celestial dragon, those in Mariehua will undoubtedly seek to pursue me relentlessly. Nevertheless, I once held the esteemed position of a vice-admiral in the Navy. I believe in the importance of concluding matters properly. Thus, I plan to return and personally resign to Sengoku and the others, which I consider to be my way of providing an explanation. Roya candidly expressed his thoughts. What a commendable beginning and end. Indeed, you are quite impressive. Just as Garp mentioned, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Zephyr chuckled heartily, feeling a profound sense of gratification from Roya's performance. Perhaps it had been many years since he had encountered such an exceptional talent, both in ideology and capability. My boy, your ideas have truly inspired me. Come, I shall return to the Navy headquarters with you. Like you, I intend to resign from my naval duties. Zephyr suddenly made a decisive proclamation. Then, Zephyr gazed at Roya and extended a heartfelt invitation. Once I officially depart from the Navy, I will establish a new faction. I wonder if you would be willing to join us then? Upon hearing this, Roya comprehended Zephyr's intentions. He would soon establish a new naval force known as NEO, embarking on a widespread campaign to hunt down pirates in the New World. With Roya being such a promising talent, it was only natural for Zephyr to seek to win him over. After all, possessing the power to compel the formidable Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, to surrender was an awe-inspiring prospect. Should Roya join their ranks, Zephyr believed that his heart's navy could indeed contend with the notorious pirates of the New World, and even stand firm against the highest combat capabilities of the Marine headquarters. Upon hearing Zephyr extend an invitation to Roya, Ein, Binz, and Kusuk were filled with excitement. fervently hoping that Luo Ya would accept without delay. Such an agreement would signify the addition of a force more powerful than the 4 emperors at their mentor's side. A proposition too enticing to ignore. However, for Luo Ya, accepting Zephyr's invitation was out of the question. His decision to part ways with the Navy was driven by a desire for greater freedom, unbound by constraints. My apologies, Admiral Zephyr, but I fear I cannot acquiesce to your invitation, Luo Ya replied with resolute clarity. Ha! Young man, there is no need to decline so swiftly. You have ample time to contemplate. Should you wish to join us, you will always find a warm welcome. Zephyr laughed heartily, granting himself a moment of respite while still harboring a glimmer of hope for Luo Ya's eventual inclusion. Roy understood Zephyr's intentions, thus he refrained from elaborating further. With a gentle smile, he subtly dismissed the matter. There was no need for aggressive insistence. Having already made his refusal clear, it was evident that Zephyr was merely offering him an escape. Consequently, Roy felt no necessity to say more. Very well, it is settled then. Roy, we shall accompany you to the Navy headquarters, Zephyr declared to Roy before turning to instruct Ein, Binz, and Kyozo, make the necessary arrangements. We shall depart for the Navy headquarters at once. Yes, sir. Ein, Binz, and Kyozo replied in unison. Thus, it was decided. Roya once again embarked on the path back to the naval headquarters, this time accompanied by several warships led by former Admiral Zephyr. Dozens of naval vessels sailed in formation across the surface of the sea, creating an extraordinarily magnificent spectacle. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku had already secured approval for Roya's amnesty after discussions with the celestial dragons of Mariewa. After all, the entire naval headquarters was now facing the threat of 3 Yonko, whose terrifying powers were self-evident. Moreover, the Navy served as the face of the world government. Should the Navy fall to these Yonko, the world government would lose its credibility on a global scale. Thus, the celestial dragons understood the gravity of the situation. And after Sengoku's negotiations, they sanctioned Roya's pardon. In essence, for those lofty individuals in Mariewa, the reason for granting Roya amnesty was not solely based on his formidable abilities, but rather a desire to utilize him to preserve their own prestige. As for what would happen to him once he had served their purpose, that decision was ultimately theirs to make. Did they agree? Garp inquired. Yes, they did, Sengoku nodded. Garp chose not to elaborate further, maintaining a calm demeanor. In truth, Garp longed to feel joy, yet the impending execution of his grandson, Fire Fist Ace, cast a shadow over his heart. At this moment, the situation in Marineford was exceedingly chaotic. Under the assault of the 3 pirate crews led by the Yonko, the naval forces were gradually losing ground. No one had anticipated facing 3 Yonko simultaneously. Even the 3 admirals, the highest combatants of the Navy, found themselves at a disadvantage in their respective battles against the Yonko. If it had only been Whitebeard, the 3 admirals could have united to confront him, and even if they couldn't defeat him, they could have restrained his power to some extent. However, with the addition of Big Mom and Kaido, who were both relentless in their destruction, the admirals found themselves at a loss. As Borsalino was the first to be sent flying by Kaido, Kazan and Sakazuki soon followed suit, both being hurled away by Big Mom and Whitebeard. Well, it seems your navy is not as formidable as you claim, Big Mom boasted arrogantly. It appears that Marineford is destined to sink today, Kaido echoed with similar bravado. Can you two quiet down? Whitebeard shot a displeased glance at the two. Humph, Whitebeard. Who are you to tell me what to do? Lin, it has been a while. I wonder if your strength has diminished, Kaido retorted coldly, turning to Big Mom. Kaido, are you looking for a fight? Big Mom responded with ire. Haha. No, Lin. I merely wish to compete with you to see who can wreak the most havoc upon Marineford. Kaido laughed heartily, resting his spiked club on his shoulder. Oh, is that so? Then you are surely destined to lose. Big Mom chuckled, her hands gripping Napoleon as she prepared to unleash her power. Seeing this, Kaido soared into the air, transforming into a colossal azure dragon that coiled in the sky, gathering a formidable energy in his maw. What are Kaido and Big Mom planning? Surely, they do not intend to annihilate Marineford outright? Heavens, is there no one to stop them? Panic ensued among the countless Marines. As they had anticipated, if Big Mom and Kaido unleashed their powers simultaneously, they would undoubtedly obliterate Marineford. Oh dear, this is not good. Even the usually unflappable Admiral Borsalino frowned deeply. Not only the admirals, but even the Shichibukai felt the pressure. Mihawk was the first to draw his black blade, Knight, and declared, Hancock, if you wish to survive, we must take action. How dare you command me? Boa Hancock retorted angrily, yet she too stepped forward, her high heels clicking resolutely. Even Bartholomew Kuma removed his gloves, clearly preparing to utilize his devil fruit powers. Only Gecko Moria appeared bewildered, looking anxious yet summoning the courage to step forward. Just as Mihawk had stated, if they wished to avoid demise, they had no choice but to act. Otherwise, allowing Big Mom and Kaido to unleash their powers would surely lead to Marineford's destruction. The obliteration of Marineford would spell their own doom, plunging them into the depths of the sea, an outcome that would be unbearable. In an instant, Heatwave, Imperial Domain. Big Mom and Kaido unleashed their amassed power, crashing toward Marineford. The entire Marineford trembled, and the surrounding seas roiled violently, the sheer force of their attack evident. Yet, at that moment, the three admirals leapt into the air, employing their devil fruit abilities to counter the impending disaster. Mihawk swung his blade, releasing a razor-sharp sword aura, while Boa Hancock executed her perfumed femur, imbued with Haki. Kuma and Moria also unleashed their respective techniques. As for Sengoku and Garp, they observed the unfolding chaos with composure, showing no immediate intention to intervene. "Run for your lives. If you don't escape now, you'll be caught in the crossfire," cried the panicked Marines and pirates alike, who had been engaged in battle moments before. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed across the skies as the clash of powers triggered a massive explosion. Although Big Mom and Kaido's assault was thwarted, preventing Marineford from sinking entirely, the overwhelming force still devastated a significant portion of it. Indeed, the combined might of the two Yonko was truly capable of apocalyptic destruction. "Ha, you lot truly possess a bit of strength." Big Mom chuckled, then turned to Kaido and said, "Kaido, why don't we try that combined technique? I am curious to see if these fellows can withstand it." Before Kaido could respond, the stoic Whitebeard called out to Marco, who was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, interrupting the dialogue between Big Mom and Kaido. "Marco, your next mission is to focus on the execution platform. You must rescue Ace." Whitebeard raised his mighty sword, its sharp tip pointing directly at the execution platform, his commanding voice resonating throughout Marineford. As his authoritative words echoed, Whitebeard clenched his fist, shattering the air around him. A series of violent tremors shook the already damaged Marineford square, causing it to crack further. Indeed, Whitebeard had unleashed his most potent power, the Tremor Fruit. Such terrifying strength. Is this truly the might of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard? His power alone rivaled that of the two emperors combined. Had Whitebeard joined forces with Big Mom and Kaido, the three admirals and the seven warlords would surely have been overwhelmed. All eyes turned to Whitebeard, awestruck by his formidable power. "Understood, old man. Leave it to me," Marco replied confidently. He fully grasped Whitebeard's intent. The battlefield of Marineford was in utter chaos, and if he truly wished to navigate through it to rescue Ace, he would require the ability to fly. It was evident that among the vast Whitebeard pirates, Marco was not the only one with such abilities, which is precisely why Whitebeard had chosen him. In an instant, Marco ignited his blue flames, transforming into his phoenix form, soaring towards the execution platform. "Ace, I'm coming," he shouted with unwavering confidence. Chapter 74. The hero of the Navy takes action. This is bad. He must not be allowed to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Sakazuki's expression hardened as he activated his magma fruit powers to hinder Marco. Just as Sakazuki was about to strike, a figure adorned with countless petals swiftly swooped in, slicing through Sakazuki's magma body with two glimmering blades. Indeed, it was Bista, captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Admiral, old man has given Marco a command. You must not interfere," Bista declared. Although Bista's previous strike was imbued with Haki, it was still neutralized by Sakazuki, as Haki varies in strength. Bista had no illusions of defeating an admiral. He simply aimed to hold him back. Simultaneously, Diamond Jozu collided with Kazan. While even Kizaru was momentarily restrained by other division captains, they might not stand a chance against the three admirals, but once entangled, the admirals found it challenging to extricate themselves as they faced the division captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Consequently, the three restrained admirals had no opportunity to stop Marco. And the warlords of the sea also refrained from intervening. At such a critical juncture, their neutrality was already a stroke of fortune for the Navy, let alone expecting them to genuinely aid in their war efforts. Thus, Marco effortlessly advanced toward the execution platform. As Marco approached, Ace, witnessing the scene, found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps, for him, all that remained was a sense of gratitude. Standing atop the execution platform, Sengoku clenched his fist tightly as he observed Marco's advancing figure, seemingly preparing to act. After all, if Marco succeeded in rescuing Ace right before him, It would be a significant blow to his reputation as Fleet Admiral. Suddenly, just as Marco was about to reach the execution platform, BM, a heavy fist struck Marco squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater amidst a cloud of smoke. Nevertheless, Marco quickly regained his footing. Despite the incredible healing ability of his Phoenix Fruit, his face bore the marks of the encounter. Damn it, Marco growled, eager to discover the identity of his assailant, for the speed of the attack had rendered him unable to see who struck him. To his astonishment, he froze. The Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp? Is this the strength of the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp? With a single punch, he sent the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, flying. Truly impressive. Not only Marco but countless pirates below displayed expressions of terror, murmuring among themselves. Indeed, it was Garp who had intervened to halt Marco. At that moment, Garp utilized the Navy's 6 powers to swiftly position himself among the 3 admirals and took a seat. Garp, you rascal, I didn't summon you to intervene. Sengoku observed Garp, his expression a mix of complexity. Even Ace furrowed his brow. Old man, don't forget, I am also a soldier of the Navy. Protecting Marineford is my duty. Garp declared with righteous fervor. It's Garp. Vice Admiral Garp has made his move. Our hero of the Navy is in action. Victory is assured. Everyone, stay focused and bring down all the pirates. Upon witnessing the heroic action of Vice Admiral Garp, countless Navy soldiers were invigorated, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Even the 3 admirals appeared somewhat astonished. Oh my, I never expected Vice Admiral Garp would take action. Kazara remarked nonchalantly. Garp, at last, you have made your move. Whitebeard chuckled, clearly respecting Garp's strength. What a surprise. I didn't expect Garp to act. It seems Sengoku will also have to move. Big Mom observed with a smile, though her words bore no hint of fear, rather a tone of provocation, even disdain. Humph. Garp? Just an old relic of a bygone era. What is there to fear? Men, continue the slaughter. Kaido's tone was exceedingly arrogant. After all, just a short while ago, when he had wreaked havoc at the Marine headquarters, even the legendary figures Sengoku and Garp had been unable to subdue him. It was only Law's intervention that had ultimately led to his defeat. Thus, Kaido now harbored no fear of Garp or Sengoku. Hearing their captain's bold declaration, the members of the Beast Pirates were invigorated, and numerous pirates possessing artificial devil fruit powers launched another assault. Similarly, the members of the Big Mom Pirates, unwilling to yield, continued their onslaught. Consequently, the plaza of Marineford descended into chaos once more. How infuriating! Why have Big Mom and Kaido suddenly appeared? At this moment, Sengoku surveyed the battlefield with a furrowed brow. Initially, his strategy had only involved dealing with the Whitebeard pirates, and he had felt confident in the Navy's chances of victory. However, with the addition of Big Mom and Kaido's crew, the tide of battle had shifted entirely in favor of the enemy. Sengoku, if Law hasn't arrived yet, it seems we 2 old geezers will have to take action ourselves. To Sengoku's surprise, Garp proactively suggested that they engage. Indeed, Sengoku replied gravely, nodding in agreement. Faced with such a dire situation for the Navy, if they did not act, it would merely be a matter of time before Marineford succumbed to the onslaught of the 3 emperors. Of course, both Garp and Sengoku understood that even if they intervened, it would likely not alter the outcome. Thus, the only person who could truly aid the Navy in achieving victory was Law. At the very least, they would have to delay their intervention until Law's arrival. Just then, several Navy soldiers shouted, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, look, a few of our warships are approaching from the outside. They seem to be Captain Zifa's ships. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Zifa's ship? That individual had been unreachable since his departure. Why has he suddenly returned? Sengoku was perplexed by Zifa's unexpected reappearance. Even Garp was momentarily stunned, for they were well aware of the reasons behind Zifa's earlier decision to leave the Marine headquarters. However, Zifa's return was not necessarily a bad thing. As a former admiral, his strength was indisputable, and his presence would undoubtedly bolster the Navy's combat capabilities. As the Navy ships approached the shore, all the pirates took notice. Humph, more Navy reinforcements? I'll make sure you don't return. Kaido snorted disdainfully before issuing commands to Jack the Drought. Jack, go destroy those warships. Understood, Captain. Jack responded eagerly. After having previously embarrassed himself while working with Doflamingo, he was determined to prove himself now that Kaido had given him the opportunity. He could not waste the title of one of the 3 disasters. With a furious roar, Jack transformed into his mammoth form and charged towards the incoming warships. The sight of the massive ancient mammoth struck fear into the hearts of all present. Lord Jack, we will lend you our support. Some of the Zoan users from the Beast Pirates joined Jack in the attack. Zifa-sensei, this is bad. It's Jack the Drought under Emperor Kaido. And he seems to be coming straight for us. Benji, a disciple of Zifa, exclaimed, shaken by the presence of one of the three disasters. What? Jack the Drought? It appears that in this war, we can uphold our justice. No matter who they are, as long as they are pirates, we shall not spare them. Prepare for battle. Zifa declared, raising his mechanical arm with a smile, and began directing his comrades. Yes, we shall forever follow Zifa-sensei. Ian, Benji, Kyoza. And the soldiers aboard the warship shouted in unison, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. Emperor Kaido? Big Mom? How did these two come to be at Marineford? Roya was momentarily taken aback, for according to the original timeline, the only event currently unfolding was the arrival of a single emperor from the Whitebeard pirates to rescue Ace. Yet, to his astonishment, 3 emperors had suddenly appeared. Was it possible that his presence had altered the entire timeline? This was Roya's initial thought. However, he quickly deduced that it must have been Big Mom who ventured into Impel down to rescue Kaido, and perhaps Kaido, seeking vengeance and to reclaim his honor, had allied with Big Mom to arrive here. Nevertheless, this development bore little significance for Roya. His sole intention in returning was to resign from his position as Admiral of the Navy, and other matters were of no concern to him. Of course, should any foolish individuals attempt to challenge him, Roya would not hesitate to retaliate and teach them a lesson. Zephyr, the Admiral, was merely a minor threat like Jack the Drought. There was no need for excessive concern. Roya smiled and spoke. Oh, young Roya, are you ready to make your move? Zifa inquired. To be honest, Zifa was quite eager to witness Roya's strength. Following that, Luo Ya slowly made his way toward the bow of the warship. In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated. Roya refrained from engaging in unnecessary conversation, his fierce gaze piercing through the air, unleashing a formidable conqueror's haki akin to that of the Grim Reaper, which erupted towards Marineford. Countless pirates and even naval soldiers found themselves rendered unconscious, their eyes rolling back in an instant. Drought Jack, his sharp eyes immediately locked onto Roya. As a vanquished adversary, the fear he harbored towards Roya was indelibly etched in his heart. Yet, standing before the overwhelming presence of Roya's haki, Drought Jack was utterly incapacitated, unable to move freely. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Not only Jack, but even the distant figures of Ash, Katakuri, and Marco, powerful pirates of the Yonko caliber, were profoundly shaken by Roya's aura. What terrifying power is this? It surpasses Mama's haki, doesn't it? Katakuri furrowed his brow in disbelief. Even Marco from the Whitebeard crew was astonished, exclaiming, this haki is even more fearsome than that of Pops and red-haired Shanks. Who is this person? Similarly, the 3 emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and even Big Mom, were momentarily stunned, while they did not experience the complete suppression that Katakuri and the others did. Their arms trembled involuntarily from the overwhelming force of Roya's haki. This fellow, Whitebeard remarked, astonished. Big Mom echoed his sentiments. So this is Roya? Quite intriguing. Only Kaido, most familiar with the man radiating Conqueror's haki before him, seemed unfazed. Roya, your strength appears to have escalated since our last encounter. And to think you have returned here. Do you still cling to your former identity? Having faced defeat at Roya's hands, Kaido could discern that Roya's power had indeed ascended to new heights. He was not surprised that Roya had escaped Impel down. After all, even Kaido himself would not be truly confined there, let alone someone as formidable as Roya. What caught Kaido off guard was that Roya, stripped of his admiral title and labeled a criminal, chose to return to Marine headquarters upon his escape. If Roya were to assist the Marines, he would pose a considerable threat to Kaido and his cohorts. Admiral Roya, how could it be him? Wasn't he imprisoned and impelled down for slaying a celestial dragon? And isn't that Zifa's ship? Why is he with Zifa? The murmurs among the Marine officers, including the likes of Mongoose and Ghost Spider, grew louder. Chapter 76, resigning from the position of Admiral. Roya, how did he end up here? Akane Sakazuki grumbled, visibly displeased, especially since he had always targeted Roya, who was now classified as a criminal. Oh dear, it seems matters have grown more complicated, Kazara Palusalino remarked. Only Kazan's gaze rested on Zifa. Zifa-sensei, how has he returned? Perhaps it was Kazan, as Zifa's disciple, who understood his mentor's sentiments best. Meanwhile, in the distant Sabaody archipelago, civilians watching the large screen were taken aback, fully aware that the former Marine Admiral Roya had become a criminal. After all, Roya had killed a celestial dragon on Sabaody and had clashed with the three admirals, even devastating several small islands. His reappearance naturally incited fear and astonishment. Among the crowd in Sabaody stood the Dark King, Rayleigh, holding a flask and observing the screen with a smile. Roya, quite interesting indeed. On the battlefield, Garp and Sengoku exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet laugh. Who would have thought? Roya has mastered his Haki to an even greater extent. Garp couldn't help but commend the power Roya had just displayed. Wait a moment, Garp, Sengoku. Don't forget, Roya is a criminal now. Are you truly considering leveraging the power of a criminal? Sakazuki quickly interjected, perceiving their intentions. Ignoring Sakazuki's objections, Sengoku and Garp exchanged a glance. And Sengoku promptly seized a din-din mushi capable of broadcasting to the entire plaza. Roya, welcome back to Marine Headquarters. You must have witnessed the situation in Marineford. And I have already communicated with Mariewa. If you assist the Marines in eradicating these pirates, we can grant you a pardon and restore your position as the 4th Admiral. Sengoku's voice resonated throughout Marineford, amplified by the plaza speakers. What? A pardon? What nonsense is this? He has killed a celestial dragon. Sakazuki's agitation was palpable, questioning Sengoku's decision. Not only Sakazuki but also the Marine officers and soldiers were astonished. As members of the Navy, they understood all too well the heinous nature of murdering a celestial dragon. Not only would one who killed a celestial dragon never receive a pardon, but even those who merely offended one would be condemned as criminals without hope of amnesty. The three emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, were equally incredulous. After all, the celestial dragons, who fancied themselves the pinnacle of the world, were not to be trifled with. Though they, as emperors, might clash with the Marines, they were cautious about confronting the celestial dragons, fully aware of the potential complications, including the formidable forces the Marines might wield, along with the ancient weapons they might possess. Hence, they were astounded that the celestial dragons would agree to pardon Roya. Not only the Marines and the world government were taken aback. The civilians watching the live broadcast worldwide were utterly shocked. Is this what the Marines and world government have descended to? Resorting to appeasing a criminal they deemed the world's enemy for victory? Isn't that laughable? Big Mom mocked, laughing heartily. Ha. Sengoku, have you truly run out of options? Even Kaido burst into laughter, while Whitebeard furrowed his brow. For Whitebeard, although the matter of whether Roa received a pardon or not was of no concern to him, he recognized that with Roa's recently demonstrated Conqueror's Haki, coupled with his previous victory over Kaido, if Roa were to agree to Sengoku's pardon, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Regardless of Whitebeard's thoughts, Sengoku appeared brimming with confidence, certain that Roa would acquiesce. Should Roa indeed comply, alongside the return of Zifa, the entire Marine headquarters would be emboldened even in the face of the three emperors of the sea. Young man, you are truly a singular exception. That the celestial dragons would permit your pardon is nothing short of unprecedented. As a former Marine admiral, Zifa possessed considerable insight into the celestial dragons. So, Roa, what is your stance? He inquired. In response, Roa merely shook his head with a cold smirk and addressed the Marines below. Bring me a loudspeaker. His demeanor had already conveyed a clear message to Zifa. For most, such terms would likely be accepted without hesitation. However, for Roa, was there truly a necessity? The celestial dragon's willingness to grant him a pardon stemmed solely from their desire to leverage Roa's strength to secure victory in the forthcoming war. And then what? Even if he regained his position as the 4th Admiral, would that not merely cement his role as a pawn of the celestial dragons? This was precisely what Roa wished to avoid. Before long, the loudspeaker arrived. Sengoku, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must decline. Moreover, I have returned primarily to inform you that I am resigning from my position as Admiral. From now on, regardless of how you perceive me, I wish to live life on my own terms. Holding the loudspeaker, Roa began to shout, expressing his true sentiments directly to Sengoku. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback by Roa's response, as it diverged drastically from his expectations. Not only Sengoku, but even Garp was bewildered, utterly unable to fathom Roa's intentions. Chapter 77, Kaido. Do you deserve it? Simultaneously, all present gasped in astonishment, be they Marines or pirates alike. They could scarcely believe that Roa would reject the pardon offered for world domination. After all, killing a celestial dragon was a capital offense. And with the additional charge of escaping from prison, Roa had become a notorious criminal. Accepting the pardon would have absolved him of all charges. Hence their astonishment at his decision to refuse. As expected, A person like him is devoid of justice. You still dared to apply for a pardon? Akaina began to mock Sengoku and Garp. Oh, this is quite amusing, remarked Kizaru Borsellino. Kazan remained composed amidst the chaos. Yet, the warlords of the sea could no longer remain indifferent. What on earth does he intend to do? Inquired Mihawk, the strongest among them, his interest in Roa piqued. Is this the man who killed a celestial dragon? And he outright rejected their pardon. Hancock, the Empress, found herself somewhat infatuated. Her long-standing hatred for the celestial dragons made Roa's audacity to kill one something she had never dared to dream of. At that moment, Sengoku and Garp's expression shifted drastically, their attention diverted from Akaino's provocations. However, this was merely the beginning. Zephyr, standing beside Roya, seized the megaphone. Sengoku, I too am departing. I have returned today to formally resign from all naval affairs alongside my current students. Regardless of your response, my decision is resolute, and I shall pursue justice in my own manner henceforth. With this proclamation, Zephyr's voice echoed through the assembly, declaring his intent to resign. In that instant, the naval soldiers were left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Even Zephyr was abandoning the Navy? What had transpired? As a former admiral of the Navy and a current instructor, Zephyr was well known, and no one anticipated such a sudden resignation. This revelation struck the Navy like a thunderbolt. Sengoku, too, was taken aback, pondering how Zephyr could complicate matters while he was already addressing the situation with Roya. This abrupt decision from both Roya and Zephyr had thoroughly disrupted the naval forces. The entire Marineford was already under immense pressure from the three emperors, and the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Originally, Roya's return was supposed to grant a special pardon, adding a formidable ally to their ranks. Who could have foreseen that Roya would outright refuse? Roa's refusal is one matter, but now Zephyr has also joined in to complicate things. Consequently, the Navy, already at a disadvantage, finds its situation further exacerbated. Roa, Zephyr, are you both certain that you have thoroughly considered your positions? If there are any demands, feel free to express them. Unfortunately, even the fleet Admiral Sengoku finds himself compelled to seek ways to retain some semblance of order, for the current circumstances are undeniably precarious. Luo Ya and Zephyr exchanged a glance, shaking their heads in unison. We have made our decision, they declared simultaneously. At that moment, Sengoku's face turned a shade of green with anger. As a high-ranking admiral of the Navy, he felt utterly humiliated. Luo Ya, Zephyr, what on earth are you two trying to accomplish? Garp's expression was equally grim, as he struggled to comprehend the intentions of these two individuals. Roya's actions left the naval personnel in a state of deep concern. Conversely, the pirates erupted in jubilant cheers, particularly the formidable Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Ha ha ha, Roya, I warned you before that the Navy is no benevolent force. Now you finally see the truth. How about it? You are already a thorn in the side of the world government. Would you consider joining my Beast Pirates? With our combined strength, we could undoubtedly seize the ultimate treasure and dominate this world. Kaido, the Emperor, laughed heartily, his colossal dragon form descending to the ground and reverting to his human shape as he extended a warm invitation to Roya. Kaido's previous surrender to Roya was steeped in cunning. Even while grievously injured, he had the means to escape. He refrained from doing so, biding his time for the present scenario. He believed that both Big Mom and his crew would come to his aid, and following the incident with Port Asti, Ace, he was certain that Whitebeard would also arrive. Thus, every move was part of Kaido's meticulous scheme to dismantle the Navy. For Kaido, the focal point of his interest remained Roya. He awaited the moment when Roya would sever ties with the Navy. Should that occur, Kaido would extend an invitation. If Roya were to accept, as he claimed, conquering the world would merely be a matter of time. At that moment, the Navy personnel, including Sengoku and Garp, held their breath, their expressions laden with tension, genuinely fearing that Roya might acquiesce to Kaido's proposal. However, in response to Kaido's enthusiastic invitation, Roya cast a disdainful glance in his direction and retorted coldly, Kaido, do you believe you are worthy? In Roya's eyes, Kaido was utterly unqualified. Roya, what do you mean? How dare you speak to our captain in such a manner? The brutish Jack the Drought erupted, rising in his mammoth form, seemingly poised to strike at Roya. Yet, Roya did not even deign to acknowledge the brutish Jack. Boom. In a mere breath. Once again, Roya unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, this time solely targeting the drought disaster known as Jack. Instantly, Jack felt as though he were burdened by an immense weight, as if dozens, if not hundreds, of tons pressed down upon him. With a resounding thud, the colossal mammoth-like figure of Jack crashed to the ground, fissures appearing in the earth beneath him, his massive form sinking into the soil. The sheer magnitude of this power was terrifying. All present were astonished. Chapter 78. His power has grown stronger. Even Zephyr, standing beside Roya, could not help but marvel at the nature of this power. After all, Jack was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Yet, before Roya, he seemed as insignificant as an ant, entirely at his mercy. Even in his own youthful prime, he doubted he could achieve such dominance. Thus, Zephyr's desire to recruit Roya intensified, for such an ally would surely enable the new force he intended to establish to rival all existing powers, including the world government itself. Similarly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was shaken, perhaps more so with a sense of dread. Just moments prior, Roya had rejected a pardon and announced his resignation from the position of admiral. This signified a tremendous loss of strength for the Navy and hinted that he could potentially become their most formidable adversary. Roya, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, his expression grim. As for Garp, after the initial shock, he resigned himself to the situation. Not long ago, he had expressed his respect for Roya's choices, stating that even if Roya wished to escape from Impel down, he would assist him without hesitation. Although Roya had declined at the time. Most importantly, Garp had advised him never to forget his original sense of justice. However, it now appeared that although Roya had decided to part ways with the Navy, his recent actions against Jack indicated that he had not abandoned his ideals of justice. With a thunderous crash, Jack fell into a black void, prompting Roya to retract his Conqueror's Haki. Everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. Even Whitebeard furrowed his brow and remarked, "This fellow's strength has reached such heights." Roya, what do you mean by this? You claim to have severed ties with the Navy, yet you still strike at us? Kaido questioned, visibly displeased. Kaido, I now deeply question how your intellect has allowed you to ascend to the rank of Emperor. My departure from the Navy is of no concern to you. Does leaving the Navy mean I cannot act against you pirates? Roya scoffed with disdain. Immediately thereafter, standing tall, Roya articulated his stance to everyone present at Marineford. I, Roya, though having resigned from the Navy, shall not grant any pirate an opportunity, regardless of who they may be. Upon hearing this, Garp finally smiled with relief. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Roya had not forsaken his intrinsic sense of justice. Similarly, Sengoku, reassured by Roya's firm declaration, exhaled a sigh of relief. However, this proclamation elicited mixed reactions, while the Navy celebrated. Knowing that Roya would not be an adversary for the time being, the pirates present were far from pleased. This sentiment was particularly pronounced for Whitebeard. He had brought his entire crew to Marineford with the singular aim of rescuing Fire Fist Ace. Yet unexpected appearances from Kaido and Big Mom had thrown a wrench into his plans. Nevertheless, he understood that the combined strength of those two would significantly enhance their chances of success. Little did he know that yet another formidable force, Roya, had emerged. It became evident that the situation had escalated into a grave crisis. Damn it. If that is the case, then I shall take your life. Kaido could no longer contain himself, brandishing his spiked club menacingly towards Roya, his Conqueror's Haki surging forth as he confronted him head-on. Is that so? Do you truly believe you possess that opportunity? Loyal to his principles, Luo Ya would not permit Kaido to exhibit such arrogance. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki once more. The two waves of overpowering Haki collided with tremendous force. Countless naval soldiers and pirates alike succumbed to the tremendous pressure, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed. Simultaneously, an earth-shaking sensation enveloped the area, and even the sky seemed to shift ominously. The heavens tore asunder. It was eerily reminiscent of the moment between Old Man and Shanks, yet even more terrifying. Marco gazed upward, astonished by the celestial upheaval, his mouth agape and his composure slipping. Gradually, in this clash of Conqueror's Haki, Kaido found himself at a disadvantage. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, revealing an unmistakable struggle. Kaido, is your power truly limited to this? Roya sneered mockingly, and then he immediately intensified his power. The blood-red Conqueror's Haki expanded its reach, its might spreading even further. This time, not only could the naval soldiers and pirate lackeys withstand it, but even formidable figures like Jin and Katakuri began to tremble. Big Mom, wide-eyed and incredulous, exclaimed, "How could this be? Kaido truly cannot withstand this kid?" Although Big Mom had heard that Roya defeated Kaido, she believed it was merely due to Kaido being intoxicated that day, unable to perform at his best. After all, having known Kaido for many years, She was well aware that even the devil fruit Kaido possessed was gifted to him by her. Thus, she had an intimate understanding of Kaido's strength. However, in the current situation, it appeared that Roya's power far surpassed not only Kaido's, but even that of Big Mom herself. What do you think I am, Kaido? Kaido bellowed, still struggling to hold on. It seemed that the brutish behavior of the beast pirates was indeed innate, as their captain's demeanor was well known to all, making it no surprise that Jack the Drought would be so headstrong. Kaido, do you need my assistance? Big Mom inquired. Lin, do not interfere. Today, I must kill this guy. Kaido angrily retorted, outright rejecting Big Mom's offer. However, while Big Mom refrained from intervening, another individual launched an attack on Roya. Chapter 79. Whitebeard's sudden strike. In an instant, a razor-sharp blade was hurled toward Roya. To make matters even more perilous, the blade was enveloped in a transparent sphere. This was the power of the Tremor fruit. Indeed, the previously silent Whitebeard had suddenly sprung into action, his massive form leaping forth, wielding the colossal sword, the Odin, as he aimed a devastating strike at Roya, simultaneously employing the Tremor fruit's ability. Furthermore, he had even infused it with armament Haki, making it not only immensely powerful but also extraordinarily swift. A blow from such a weapon would likely obliterate any opponent. It appeared that Whitebeard acknowledged Roya's strength, hence his immediate use of a lethal move, showing no intention of granting Roya any reprieve. Regrettably, Roya, possessing observation Haki, promptly sensed and anticipated Whitebeard's attack. Zzz. Whitebeard's blade clashed against a bolt of lightning. No, to be precise, in that fleeting moment, Roya had successfully transformed his body using the Thunder Fruit ability, evading Whitebeard's strike. One should not underestimate Whitebeard's formidable size. Even in his advanced age, his speed was not something ordinary individuals could match. Had Roya not preemptively utilized the Thunder Fruit to elementalize his body, relying solely on the Marine 6 styles, even at the pinnacle of mastery, he might not have evaded Whitebeard's attack. Yet, Roya was not idle. After evading the strike with his Thunder Fruit ability, he immediately counterattacked, channeling numerous bolts of lightning toward Whitebeard's chest. However, Whitebeard, also adept in observation Haki, reacted swiftly, retreating 2 steps before executing a backhand slash with his massive blade aimed at Roya's head. This time, instead of using the Thunder Fruit to evade once more, Roya drew his sword to meet the attack head-on. Clang! A resounding clash echoed. Undoubtedly, Roya managed to block the collision of their blades, although Whitebeard had not utilized his Tremor Fruit ability in this instance. Roya could still distinctly feel the sheer strength behind Whitebeard's blow. Of course, while surprised, Roya knew that such power alone could not hope to bring him down. Thus, he retaliated once more, and Whitebeard continued to swing his sword, leading to an intense exchange between the two. And so, the battle ensued. After several exchanges between Roya and Whitebeard, neither party gained the upper hand, and they both retreated to their original positions. Truly, he is known as the strongest man in the world. It appears that dealing with him is far from a simple task. Whitebeard, who prompted you to strike? Kaido questioned, initially not permitting Big Mom to engage, yet he had not anticipated Whitebeard's involvement. Well, I never expected you to take the initiative, Whitebeard. This is quite uncharacteristic of you. Big Mom was equally astonished by Whitebeard's proactive approach, which seemed inconsistent with his usual demeanor. It wasn't just Big Mom and Kaido who were surprised by Whitebeard's actions. Even Sengoku and Garp were taken aback, unable to fathom why Whitebeard would suddenly confront Roya. However, their greater astonishment lay in the brief skirmish between Roya and Whitebeard. Hold on, Garp pondered. Did that little brat just employ the powers of a devil fruit? Sengoku nodded. He had observed the entire sequence clearly, and it appeared to be the powers of a Logia-type fruit. If memory serves, Roya has not consumed any devil fruit, nor have Akainu, Borsalino, or Kazan. This fellow is also a user of a Logia-type devil fruit? Akainu was somewhat shocked, being a Logia user himself, and thus more attuned to such abilities. Furthermore, during their last encounter at Sabaody Archipelago, Roya did not utilize any devil fruit powers. Could he have been holding back? As this thought crossed his mind, Akainu's expression darkened. Roya, your swordsmanship seems to have advanced. I wonder how many exchanges I could manage against you. Mihawk had been keenly observing Roya's swordplay, and as a fellow practitioner, he immediately recognized the heightened strength in Roya's technique. After all, their previous encounter was right here, where Roya had also wielded his sword against Kaido, which had caught Mihawk's attention back then. The Navy soldiers and pirates stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the sight of the formidable Whitebeard launching an attack on Roya, who stood his ground against the world's strongest man without faltering. What? He managed to completely deflect Old Man's attack? The one most astonished was Marco, who understood that the recent exchange was merely a test of strength rather than a full display of power. Nevertheless, Marco was astounded that, despite it being a mere probe, Roya could effortlessly withstand all of Whitebeard's assaults. He recalled the last time someone could so easily counter Whitebeard's might. Perhaps it was during the fierce battles of his youth against Roger? Old Man, Fire Fist Ace, confined on the execution platform, could not help but shout, "Roya, why did Whitebeard suddenly strike at you? Do you have a history with him?" Suddenly, Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy, inquired of Roya. Being well aware of Whitebeard's stature and strength, Zephyr possessed a certain understanding of the man. As for Kaido's intention to confront Roya, it was hardly surprising, considering Roya had previously vanquished Kaido and sent him into Impel down. Given Kaido's nature, the prospect of him refraining from seeking revenge on Roya was nearly impossible. In response to Zephyr's query, Roya merely shook his head in resignation. In truth, even Roya himself found it perplexing why Whitebeard would suddenly turn against him. Was it because he had forcibly subdued Kaido, leaving the latter quite displeased, prompting Whitebeard to come to Kaido's aid? That seemed implausible. Although Whitebeard and Kaido once sailed under the same banner, their camaraderie was not as profound as one might presume. It was unlikely that Whitebeard would act solely out of a desire to assist Kaido. Chapter 80. Truly Whitebeard. Roya, your prowess is indeed formidable. I do not concern myself with any potential schemes behind your resignation from the Navy. However, as you just stated, you will not spare pirates. And today I have but one objective, to rescue Ace. I implore you not to intervene. My previous warning was merely a prelude, should you attempt to obstruct me. I shall not show you mercy. Whitebeard spoke, revealing his rationale for confronting Roya. It appeared that Whitebeard was apprehensive about Roya's potential interference, should Roya choose to intervene. Their plan to rescue Ace would become exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to execute. Thus, Whitebeard seized the opportunity to challenge Roya, both to gauge his strength and to issue a cautionary warning. However, Whitebeard's actions were somewhat superfluous. Roya had returned not to thwart their mission to rescue Fire Fist Ace, but rather to resign from his position as admiral. He had no intention of involving himself in the matter concerning Ace. Ironically, Whitebeard, in his anxiety, was the first to initiate an attack against Roya. Given Roya's temperament, he had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but today he resolved to take action. Whitebeard, I had no intention of meddling in your affairs. Yet, your sudden assault upon me is where you erred. Nonetheless, since you have chosen to engage, do not halt. I am eager to witness the true strength of the world's mightiest man. Roja responded directly to Whitebeard, and the moment his words fell, Roya firmly grasped the sword in his hand, executing the elite marine technique, 6 forms, shave. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared before Whitebeard, swinging his blade towards him with fierce intent. In response to Roya's formidable assault, Whitebeard swiftly raised his massive sword to deflect the incoming strike. Roya, it seems you are determined to thwart me, are you not? Whitebeard glared at Roya with a fierce intensity, speaking without mercy. It was not my intention, but now it is. Roya smiled, then unleashed the formidable power of his Conqueror's Haki to suppress Whitebeard. Humph. With a cold grunt, Whitebeard reciprocated, releasing his own Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, the sky transformed. The previously clear heavens were engulfed by dark clouds. As the two violent forces of Haki collided, a tremendous energy seemed to manifest as a blade, slicing through the clouds above with a swift motion. The scene at this moment was undoubtedly more magnificent than the earlier clash of Conqueror's Haki between Roya and Kaido. The two forces of Haki clashed fiercely, evenly matched, exuding an overwhelming aura. Soon, the entire marine fort began to tremble. As the influence of these two Haki powers expanded, countless naval soldiers and pirate minions succumbed, collapsing under the immense pressure. Unlike before, this time the Haki exerted not only a stunning effect but even immobilized those with considerable strength and awareness. At this moment, Marineford resembled a hellscape, as if two reapers had descended upon it. Were we truly witnessing the arrival of hell? It was terrifying. Countless naval soldiers and pirate lackeys began to murmur among themselves. Even Sengoku, Garp, the 3 admirals, and the other Shichibukai felt beads of cold sweat form on their brows. After all these years, Whitebeard's strength remained unchanged. Sengoku couldn't help but marvel. Garp nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Sengoku, even if I were to confront you, I might struggle to contend with such power." In their hearts, They felt fortunate that Roya was willing to engage Whitebeard. Otherwise, facing just Whitebeard would be manageable, but tackling both Big Mom and Kaido simultaneously would be utterly overwhelming. However, now, confronted by the domineering Haki of Whitebeard and Roya, even Marco, Katakuri, and Jin, the commanders, felt an immense sense of oppression, as if they could lose control at any moment. Marco was reminded of the legendary battle between Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger. Perhaps even more spectacular and terrifying than that legendary clash. Damn it, Roya, Whitebeard, your powers surpass even mine, Kaido exclaimed, begrudgingly acknowledging that both Roya and Whitebeard were undeniably stronger than him. Roya, this individual is extraordinarily powerful. If he were to leave behind an heir, wouldn't he that progeny be even stronger? In that moment, Big Mom's mind began to entertain strange and sinister thoughts, a devious smile creeping across her face as she schemed. After a prolonged silence, a thunderous roar erupted. With a colossal sound, the ground of Marineford shook violently, and fissures began to form across the terrain. Roya and Whitebeard consequently parted ways. However, this did not signify a cessation of hostilities. Rather, it was Whitebeard who took the initiative to launch an assault. This time, he wielded the formidable powers of the Tremor fruit. The very essence of the Tremor fruit sliced through the air with the ferocity of shattering glass. Once again, the entirety of Marineford trembled in response. Soon thereafter, the air before Roya began to fracture, a powerful tremor radiating around him. Fortunately, Roya activated his observation Haki at the earliest moment, enveloping his entire being in its protective embrace. With the formidable strength of his Haki, he was able to withstand Whitebeard's onslaught. Had he not, the accompanying force of the Tremor fruit would have been sufficient to shatter his very insides. Truly, Whitebeard's might is unparalleled. The power of the Tremor fruit is indeed formidable. Roya could not help but praise, which further ignited his desire for battle. After all, no formidable individual would decline the opportunity to engage in a spectacular clash. Chapter 81. Is this the power of the strongest man in the world? Roya's admiration was yet to be fully expressed. With a swift motion, Whitebeard swung his blade in a horizontal arc, employing the powers of the Tremor fruit, this time enhanced with the formidable Haki of armament. The speed of the attack was such that it would surpass the reaction time of an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Roya, having mastered observation Haki to its pinnacle, was acutely aware of the trajectory of Whitebeard's assault. However, it was evident that he could not simply rely on armament Haki to withstand the blow directly. After all, Whitebeard, renowned as the strongest man in the world, wielded immense power, bolstered further by the might of his devil fruit abilities. Yet, should Roya choose to absorb Whitebeard's attack with his physical form, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. He merely wished to engage in a playful exchange with the legendary figure. In response to Whitebeard's formidable advance, Roya once again unleashed the powers of his Thunder fruit. As Whitebeard's massive blade descended perilously close to him, Roya transformed his entire being into a tempest of lightning, evading the strike with remarkable finesse. Determined to retaliate, Roya prepared to use his Thunder fruit abilities against Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard, sensing Roya's impending actions, did not retreat. Instead, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He was fully aware that his attack could not reach Roya, yet he pressed on, unleashing the sheer might of his Tremor fruit to shatter the very air surrounding Roya's previous position. With a resounding crack, akin to shattering glass, the atmosphere fractured, and the force of the shockwave surged towards Roya, seemingly intent on hindering his next movement. Alas, such a display of power was unlikely to deter Roya. This force, quite intriguing. Roya chuckled softly, then deliberately feigned a suppressed demeanor, halting his previously aggressive stance. Primarily, he wished to witness the true power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The entirety of Marineford began to tremble violently, as if glass were twisting, fissures appearing on the ground, forming countless abysses. Many who were unable to maintain their footing plunged into these gaping chasms. Even the sea surged violently, creating towering waves that threatened to engulf Marineford entirely. This assault was far more ferocious than the power Whitebeard had unleashed upon his entry into Marineford not long ago. Indeed, as legends foretold, the Tremor fruit, when wielded to its utmost potential, possessed the capacity to obliterate the world, let alone this mere Marineford. Was this the might of the strongest man in the world? Run! Stop dawdling here. If you don't flee now, you'll be swallowed by the abyss, shouted countless Navy soldiers and pirate subordinates. Some sought to escape, while others seemed resigned to their fate. Was Whitebeard's power truly this terrifying? It appeared that the Navy's chances of victory were growing bleak. Even the civilians worldwide, watching this live broadcast, were left in astonishment. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, the Dark King Rayleigh observed Whitebeard's actions on the massive screen. He took a deep swig from his flask and slowly remarked, "Whitebeard, do you intend to make this battle the final stand for us remnants of the old era?" Rayleigh's words carried profound significance. Perhaps others were oblivious, but he seemed to grasp Whitebeard's intentions. On the battlefield of Marineford, Marco furrowed his brow, exclaiming in disbelief. Dad is taking this seriously. Having spent so many years by Whitebeard's side, Marco was acutely aware of the true extent of Whitebeard's power. Yet, what worried him most was Whitebeard's frail condition. After all, Whitebeard was now aged, and with old injuries lingering, Marco feared whether his father could sustain such overwhelming strength. Marco, given Dad's current state, should we not intervene? Diamond Joja shared the same concern. It's too late. No one can stop Dad now. Marco shook his head. Whitebeard, is this boy truly worthy of your seriousness? Garp's brow furrowed tightly, his fists clenched. Witnessing Whitebeard's current might brought memories of past events on God Island vividly to Garp's mind. After all, he was all too familiar with Whitebeard's world-shattering strength. Similarly, both Big Mom and Kaido were taken aback. Is Whitebeard truly using all his strength right from the start? Kaido grumbled. Whitebeard, are you trying to drown us all? Big Mom shouted anxiously. As 3 of the 4 emperors, they were all devil fruit users, and if Marineford were indeed submerged by these tsunamis, the consequences would be dire for not only the Navy but also for them. Even Roya, witnessing the might of the Tremor fruit, couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Blackbeard sought the power of the Tremor fruit. It is indeed the mightiest paramecia. Moreover, Roya understood full well that had he attempted to withstand this attack with his body, despite his formidable haki and physique, a direct hit would have been quite unbearable, if not fatal. As the towering tsunami loomed, threatening to engulf Marineford, it was of little concern to Roya, after all. His devil fruit abilities were a reward from the system, rendering him immune to drowning. However, for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, allowing Whitebeard to submerge their naval headquarters was unacceptable, as it would have grave implications for the Navy's standing worldwide. Akainu, it's your time to act. We cannot allow Marineford to be submerged, Sengoku commanded. Also, Kizaru, you two must act to stop Whitebeard. Facing the monstrous tsunamis, the only viable means of halting them rested solely upon Kazan's ice fruit. Additionally, to prevent further destruction from Whitebeard, the intervention of Akainu and Kizaru was necessary. Understood, Fleet Admiral, Kazan promptly replied. Without delay, Kazan leaped into action. Ice Age. As the tsunamis drew near, Kazan unleashed a powerful wave of icy chill. In an instant, this frigid force spread across the area, freezing the waves solid and successfully averting a cataclysmic disaster. Besides immobilizing the waves, Kazan also froze the cracked ground to mend the fissures formed by the tremors, thus preventing more soldiers from plunging into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, Kazan transformed Marineford into a winter wonderland of ice and snow. Precisely the scenario Fleet Admiral Sengoku had hoped for. Simultaneously, Akainu and Kizaru prepared to act, responding to Sengoku's command. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Before Akainu and Kizaru could make their move, Mihawk, the greatest swordsman, seized the moment, charging toward Whitebeard with his black blade. Knight, let me experience the power of the world's strongest man. Mihawk stated coldly, gripping his sword tightly and delivering a downward slash, unleashing a sword wave as fierce as lightning toward Whitebeard and Roya. What? The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, is actually launching an attack on Whitebeard? Everyone was left in shock. Even Sengoku was taken aback. He never anticipated that Mihawk would proactively strike to aid the Navy. This man truly was a puzzling character, springing into action without a word. Empress Boa Hancock found herself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, Dracula Mihawk had stood beside her, but in the blink of an eye, he leaped forth, launching an attack against Whitebeard. Yet, in Mihawk's mind, there was no notion of aiding the Navy, akin to his previous confrontation with Kaido. He merely sought to engage the world's strongest man in a contest of strength. Hey, Mihawk. Whitebeard turned, glancing at the menacing sword aura approaching him, displaying not a trace of fear, but rather a hint of disdain. Oh no, Mihawk is actually attacking Dad, Marco exclaimed in panic. It wasn't just Marco. The other commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, including Vista and Diamond Jozu, felt the tension rise. Diamond Jozu even activated his devil fruit ability, preparing to shield Whitebeard from the impending strike. However, The attack was extraordinarily fierce, and Jozu was fully prepared to sacrifice himself for his father, Whitebeard. But in an unexpected twist, before Jozu could act, a figure as swift as lightning intercepted Mihawk's most formidable slash. Indeed, it was Roya, faced with such a powerful strike. Roya effortlessly parried it with his sword, swinging it upward, causing the ferocious slash to ascend into the sky, where it erupted and dissipated like a thunderclap. What manner of monster is this? The world's greatest swordsman's mightiest blow was effortlessly blocked by him? Could this be a mirage? Countless pirate minions exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, for the Navy soldiers, joy radiated from their faces as they cheered. It's Admiral Roya. Admiral Roya has made his move. Who cares about the world as strongest? Stand aside. Although Roya had publicly resigned from his position as an admiral, in the hearts of these soldiers, he would eternally remain their fourth admiral, and they took great pride in that. Simultaneously, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr were equally astonished by Roya's display. Roya, what is the meaning of this? Mihawk questioned. Stay out of this. You're not yet invited to join this battle against Whitebeard. Roya glared fiercely at Mihawk, issuing a warning. Feeling the overwhelming power of Whitebeard stirred a fervent desire for combat within Roya. He yearned for a genuine clash with Whitebeard and wished for no interference. However, witnessing Roya's intervention and the adoration from the Navy soldiers ignited a fierce discontent within Akane Sakazuki. Enraged, he unleashed the power of his magma fruit, propelling himself toward Roya like a rocket. Roya! Sakazuki bellowed with fury. Simultaneously, Kizaru Borsalino materialized in a flash, but his target was Whitebeard. As he aimed to fulfill the order given by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to halt Whitebeard's rampage, I said, stay out of this. With a furious roar, Roya unleashed his formidable Conqueror's Haki, directing it towards Sakazuki and Borsalino. A resounding crash echoed as both Sakazuki and Borsalino were propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Your Conqueror's Haki can actually affect our elemental forms? Sakazuki exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Oh dear, Roya, you are truly terrifying, Borsalino remarked. Equally intrigued, even Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were momentarily stunned. Only Sengoku and Garp exchanged wide-eyed glances, fully aware of the extraordinary phenomenon that had just transpired and the true nature of Roya's power. Chapter 83, The Battle Commences. Armament Haki entwined with Conqueror's Haki? Roya, have you truly reached this level? Garp said, his expression one of incredulity. Damn it, Roya, why did you leave the Navy? Sengoku's words conveyed a mix of anger and deep regret regarding Roya's departure, for the Navy had lost an unparalleled force of strength. Indeed, the power recently wielded by Luo Ya is none other than the armed Conqueror's Haki. The seasoned Garp, being well-versed in such prowess, recognizes its rarity in this world. As he mentioned, only a handful of individuals can master this formidable ability. At least, Garp is aware that it was once possessed by the likes of Rox and Roger, those pinnacle warriors. Luo Ya, you are indeed exceptional. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but express his admiration for Luo Ya. Humph. The man capable of defeating me cannot be that simple. Although Kaido harbored an unwillingness to accept his defeat at Luo Ya's hands, he was courageous enough to acknowledge the truth. Ha 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 ha. Luo Ya, you are truly intriguing. I must capture you. Big Mom proclaimed once more with grandiosity. Come, Whitebeard, let us engage in battle. I too wish to witness the extent of your supreme power. Luo Ya smiled at Whitebeard and said, ha ha ha. Indeed, I am equally eager to experience your strength. Whitebeard laughed heartily, as if all these formidable beings shared a desire to clash with those even stronger than themselves. How infuriating. Luo Ya, Whitebeard, you shall not continue to wreak havoc upon Marineford. Sakazuki declared fiercely, preparing to unleash his magma fruit abilities once more. After all, should Luo Ya and Whitebeard engage in combat, the destruction of Marineford would merely be a matter of time, and even if Fleet Admiral Sengoku did not issue orders, Sakazuki, as an admiral, would never permit anyone to threaten their naval headquarters. However, Big Mom unexpectedly leaped down, wielding Napoleon, with Zeus and Prometheus closely following, positioning themselves directly in front of Sakazuki. I am eager to discover which of these two individuals possesses greater strength. You had best not interfere, Big Mom warned Sakazuki. Shortly thereafter, Kaido also jumped into the fray, issuing a fierce retort. Indeed, let us see which of you in the Navy dares to meddle. I will stand against you alongside Linlin. Though Big Mom and Kaido may not match Whitebeard in strength, the emergence of Luo Ya has sparked their curiosity about who among them is truly more powerful. Big Mom, Kaido, Faced with the obstruction of these two emperors, Sakazuki's expression darkened with fury, yet he dared not take action. After all, confronting two emperors simultaneously posed a significant challenge. Even with the combined might of Kazan and Borsalino, entangling with both emperors would likely yield no decisive outcome in the short term. Yet, the presence of Big Mom and Kaido had momentarily afforded Luo Ya and Whitebeard sufficient time. In an instant, without indulging in unnecessary chatter, Roya swiftly employed the Navy S6 style to materialize before Whitebeard, brandishing his sword and launching a fierce attack. Clang! Whitebeard's reaction was remarkably swift. He quickly grasped his massive blade to counter Roya's assault. A deep, resonant sound echoed, accompanied by a formidable aura that surged forth, impacting all those in the vicinity. How powerful! What kind of strength is this? Despite not utilizing Conqueror's Haki, how could such an immense pressure be felt? Countless onlookers were left in astonishment. Indeed, it was as such. Both Roya and Whitebeard have indeed refrained from utilizing the Conqueror's Haki. Their mere clash of armament Haki has already generated such an overwhelming pressure, leaving many in astonishment. Even formidable figures such as Garp, Sengoku, and Kaido cannot help but marvel at the confrontation between Roya and Whitebeard. However, for Whitebeard, he is not particularly surprised by Roya's prowess. After all, Roya is the man capable of entwining his armament Haki with that of the Conqueror's Haki. If his armament Haki did not possess a certain level of strength, how could he possibly achieve such a feat? In essence, Roya and Whitebeard engaged in a simultaneous exchange, both merely probing each other's capabilities. Young man, your strength is indeed formidable. However, even so, you shall not thwart my efforts to rescue Ace. While Whitebeard bestowed high praise upon Roya, the fervent desire to save Fire Fist Ace remained unyielding within him. In truth, Roya harbored a fear that Whitebeard might express his inclination to adopt him as a son, given the man's propensity for such sentiments. Shortly thereafter, Whitebeard launched another assault. This time, it was no longer a mere test of strength. He unleashed his true power. With the ability of the Tremor fruit, he formed a white sphere with a single clenched fist, propelling it swiftly towards Roya. This white sphere possessed the capacity to shatter anything it encountered. Boom! Roja raised the sword in his hand, resolutely intercepting the formidable punch delivered by the Whitebeard. As a result, the air surrounding Roya began to tremble, causing even his own body to vibrate in unison. He felt as though his very being, including his internal organs, was on the verge of fracturing. Despite employing the power of armament Haki, the sensation persisted. Is this the true power of the Tremor fruit? Roya could not help but exclaim. And then he transformed into lightning, evading the area of tremor. He swiftly utilized the Marine's 6 powers to reappear behind Whitebeard. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Roya, now positioned behind Whitebeard, unleashed the power of the Thunder Fruit, manifesting a phoenix-shaped lightning bird that surged towards Whitebeard at high speed. Chapter 84. The Law of Smoke and Injury. Due to the nature of lightning, the speed of the Thunderbird created by Roya's Thunder Fruit was astonishingly rapid. Although Whitebeard, relying on his observation Haki, reacted swiftly, and the moment he turned to evade, the Thunderbird had already struck him. In an instant, Whitebeard was enveloped in electricity, rendering him immobile, and a pained expression crossed his face. Old Man, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Bista, along with the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, cried out in unison. Even Ace, bound on the execution platform in the distance, shouted, "Old Man." The astonishment among everyone present was palpable. However, Roya was acutely aware that he faced Whitebeard. It was implausible for such a formidable opponent to be easily subdued by a single maneuver. Meanwhile, Big Mom and Kaido observed with calm smiles, fully aware of the terrifying strength possessed by Whitebeard. Even Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa, watching closely, refrained from making comments, recognizing that the man hailed as the strongest in the world could not simply fall due to such an attack. Therefore, Roya continued his assault on Whitebeard. This time, while still employing the Thunder Fruit's powers, he refrained from using any lightning-based techniques. Instead, he coated his sword with the electricity generated by the Thunder Fruit, intertwining it with his armament Haki. As the tip of Roya's sword approached Whitebeard's heart, ready to pierce, the air and earth surrounding Whitebeard trembled violently. A formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki surged directly towards Roya. The lightning that had surrounded Whitebeard shattered, and he swung his massive blade to deflect Roya's sword. The clash of blade against blade resonated with a thunderous impact. This time, the force of their combined Haki was immense, overwhelming even the nearby captains of the Whitebeard pirates, who were knocked to the ground. The ice-covered ground, previously formed by Kazan, began to crack further, and the nearby Navy ships and pirate vessels could not withstand such overwhelming pressure, starting to fracture. Before anyone could react, Whitebeard forcefully disarmed Roya, casting his sword aside, and then launched his massive blade into the air. His powerful arm clenched into a fist, visibly bulging with muscle, as the white sphere generated by the tremor fruit reformed atop his fist. At this moment, Roya stood dangerously close to Whitebeard. Accompanied by the howling wind, Whitebeard's fist, enveloped in the white sphere, descended towards Roya with devastating intent. This is bad. Roya may not be able to evade. Seasoned warrior Garp recognized the severity of Whitebeard's onslaught from a distance, perhaps even believing that, under such circumstances, he himself might not emerge unscathed from Whitebeard's strike. Marco and the others grew excited, exclaiming, "This is excellent. That guy certainly won't be able to escape from the old man's punch. Once it lands, he is undoubtedly doomed." Witnessing this scene, the crowd held their breath, collectively concerned for Roya. Even the 7 warlords present furrowed their brows in worry. "Roya, I am eager to see how you will respond," remarked Mihawk, the swordmaster, with a calm demeanor. "Only Zifa, nearby," shouted. Roya, quickly dodge. Intriguing. Is he wrapping Conqueror's Haki around his fist, and then utilizing the tremor fruit's ability? Facing the impending force of Whitebeard's punch, Roya exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he chuckled coldly. Indeed, as Roya had surmised, Whitebeard's fist, enveloped in advanced armament Haki, could already cause internal destruction, and coupled with his tremor fruit ability, it was evident that Whitebeard aimed to obliterate Roya's internal organs. Under normal circumstances, Roya would heed Zifa's advice and swiftly evade. However, Roya harbored no desire to adhere to conventional methods. In fact, he regarded Whitebeard's powerful punch with a sense of disdain. A mere iron block. Roya directly unleashed one of the Navy's 6 styles, the Iron Block, while enveloping himself in the formidable Haki of armament. With a thunderous crash, Whitebeard's fist struck Roya with unerring precision. Instantly, the very ground of Marineford trembled, and a colossal crater emerged at Roya's location, shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his condition from all observers. Could it be? Had Admiral Roya truly been defeated? Such a notion seemed preposterous. After all, this was the same admiral who had once vanquished the formidable Yonko Kaido. Was Whitebeard's strength truly several times greater than that of Kaido? Countless naval soldiers gaped in disbelief, their minds racing with incredulity. Father has triumphed. That fellow has been bested by Father. Diamond Jaws, a commander of the Whitebeard pirates, exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Was it possible that Roya could not evade this attack? No. Given his speed, evasion should have been within his grasp. What was he doing? Zifa clenched his teeth, his fists tightening in anxiety. Is it truly that simple? Big Emmeline chuckled ominously, as if she had already unraveled the entirety of the situation. Humph. It cannot be that straightforward. That fellow Roya has yet to reveal his more bizarre abilities. Kaido scoffed, recalling the sheer terror of Roya when he activated the Rebirth Eye. As for Sengoku and Garp, while they harbored concerns, they were well aware that Roya would not succumb so easily. He had wrought countless miracles for them in the past. Gradually, as the smoke began to dissipate, Roya leaped from the depths of the chasm, emerging unscathed. According to the law of smoke and injury, he was completely unharmed, even brushing off the dust from his attire in a manner that seemed somewhat provocative. Chapter 85. You truly are a group of filial sons. Witnessing Roya's pristine state, Whitebeard expressed astonishment. He understood that only a handful of individuals could withstand such a powerful assault without a single consequence. To his utter disbelief, Roya had not only endured it, but appeared remarkably at ease, a revelation that left Whitebeard taken aback. How is this possible? This fellow actually withstood a punch from Whitebeard's tremor fruit? It shouldn't be. The force of that punch should have annihilated his insides. And even the use of Haki wouldn't have sufficed. Marco could hardly believe his own eyes. After years of battling alongside Whitebeard, he was intimately familiar with his mentor's techniques and strength. Not just Marco, but everyone present was in shock. This guy? I knew he was all right, but I never imagined he would emerge completely unscathed. It's utterly astonishing. Even Big Mom, with her formidable physique, would have found it challenging to endure Whitebeard's recent strike. However, Kaido let out a profound laugh, for this outcome was entirely within his expectations. While he acknowledged Whitebeard's formidable power, he equally recognized Roya's strength. After all, back when he unleashed his most powerful techniques, they felt no more challenging to Roya than a mere tickle. And witnessing this scene now was like a reenactment of that moment. This brat, Garp smiled with satisfaction, fully aware that Roya would never engage in a battle without confidence. Could it be? Is this fellow truly that powerful? Isn't it obvious? Can you withstand a punch from Whitebeard? How terrifying is this individual known as Roya? Countless pirates widened their eyes in astonishment, a growing sense of wariness towards Roya taking root in their hearts. Conversely, for the naval soldiers, this development was a cause for celebration and a boost to morale. After all, Roya had been the 4th Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Despite his declaration to resign from the Admiralty, in the eyes of these soldiers, he remained Admiral Roya. Moreover, civilians from around the world, witnessing the battle at Marineford, were equally in awe of Roya's terrifying prowess. Nevertheless, it must be said that Whitebeard's strength was indeed formidable. Had an ordinary person endured that strike, they would have been left in a wretched state, if not dead. Unfortunately for Whitebeard, he was facing Roya, who had just reinforced his body with iron-like strength while simultaneously enveloping himself in Haki, thus achieving an extraordinary level of defensive capability. Furthermore, Roya's training regimen included physical conditioning, which he had elevated to an intermediate level. While he might not match the overwhelming defensive strength of the strongest creature, Kaido, he was still formidable enough to withstand Whitebeard's attack. Immediately thereafter, Roya exhibited no hint of hesitation. Seizing the moment while Whitebeard and the others were still in shock, he swiftly advanced with a lightning-quick step, his fist enveloped in the formidable cloak of Haki, striking Whitebeard squarely in the abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as Whitebeard's eyes widened, his massive frame bending in response to the intense pain that marred his expression. In truth, this blow was delivered without all of Roya's strength. Whitebeard's reaction stemmed primarily from his advanced age, which rendered his body somewhat uncooperative. "Old man!" Marco and the others shouted in distress. Even from the execution platform, Ace, the Fire Fist, cried out in alarm, "Old man!" Perhaps deep within Ace's heart lay a profound sense of remorse. Had he not recklessly pursued Blackbeard Teach, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. It was conceivable that, at this moment, the Whitebeard pirates might still be joyfully sailing the seas. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. And despite Ace's newfound understanding, it changed nothing. He longed to assist Whitebeard as he endured the assault, yet his limbs were shackled by sea stone chains, rendering him powerless to intervene. However, Marco and the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates could no longer contain their fury. "How dare the scoundrel ambush our father? We will not let him go unpunished." Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, initiated the counterattack, transforming into his blue phoenix form and charging directly at Roya. Following closely were Diamond Jozu and Flower Sword Vista. Is it called an ambush when one cannot match another's skill? Whitebeard, you truly have a legion of great filial sons at your side. Roa lowered his head and let out a cold laugh. Nearby, Zephyr's disciples, Ein and Binz, sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired of their master, "Teacher, this is bad. The Whitebeard pirates are about to launch an assault on Roa. Should we intervene?" "No need. Roa will manage. Moreover, even if you were to assist, you would not stand a chance against them," Zephyr replied, shaking his head. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Ein and Binz were still young trainees, and their current strength was insufficient, especially when facing the commanders of the 4 emperors. If they were to act, it would be more of a hindrance to Roa than a help. Given Roa's displayed power, Zephyr had faith that he could easily handle these adversaries. As expected, in the next moment, Roa suddenly lifted his head, his piercing gaze emanating a palpable killing intent. A formidable wave of Crimson Conqueror's Haki erupted, crashing directly towards Marco and the others. Instantly, Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Bista found themselves immobilized by Roa's overwhelming Haki. Not only them, but everyone present felt a deep-seated terror from Roa's formidable presence, with many unable to withstand such power, collapsing into unconsciousness. Why? How can he cultivate Conqueror's Haki to such an extent? Marco, regaining his human form, gritted his teeth defiantly against the pressure of the Haki. But what was defiance worth? The disparity in strength was undeniable. "Enough. Cease this at once." Whitebeard suddenly bellowed. "Roa, your opponent is me. I will not allow you to lay a hand on them." Simultaneously, Whitebeard unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki to counter Roa's. True to his reputation as a fiercely protective figure, Roa let out a cold laugh and ceased his Haki's release. Then, Whitebeard turned to Marco and the others. "Marco, do not engage any further. You stand no chance against this man. Your primary task today is to rescue Ace. Nothing else matters." Whitebeard issued a commanding decree befitting his authority as captain. Indeed, as Whitebeard asserted, Marco and his companions could not hope to match Roa's might. Rushing in recklessly would only lead to needless injuries. Furthermore, Whitebeard's purpose for being there was quite simple, to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Father, but your health? Marco expressed his concern. I am fine. Whitebeard interrupted firmly, asserting, I have made my decision. Regardless of the circumstances, your foremost mission is to save Ace. From this moment on, keep your distance from me and seek the opportunity to rescue Ace. Whitebeard concluded with a final note. It was clear that he had fully grasped the true essence of Roa's formidable power. Roa, do you think that one punch will be enough to bring me down? If so, allow me to show you what true Tremor fruit abilities entail. Whitebeard roared, slamming his massive sword firmly into the ground. His colossal frame shifted, and the majestic white cape billowed around him, a confident smile gracing the corner of his iconic white beard. Oh, are we truly going to engage now? Luo Ya smiled, fully aware that the infamous Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, was about to take serious action, yet he remained unfazed, exhibiting an air of nonchalance as if the impending confrontation were but a gentle breeze. Roya indeed yearned to witness the true power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, especially since he had yet to unleash his full potential. However, the primary reason for his restraint was that he harbored no desire to kill Whitebeard, a legendary figure with whom he had no personal vendetta. Suddenly, a realization struck. Whitebeard had become serious. Kapu, what do you think will happen if Roya fails to stop him? Sengoku inquired, his brow furrowed in concern as he observed Whitebeard's actions. If Roya could not intervene, the entire marine fort would inevitably plunge into the depths of the sea, becoming but a historical footnote. If Whitebeard were in his prime, not only would Marineford be obliterated, but the surrounding islands would also be submerged beneath the waves. Kapu responded with an air of calm acceptance, as if resigned to fate. After all, even if both he and Sengoku acted simultaneously, they might not be able to thwart Whitebeard, unless the three admirals mobilized together. Regrettably, the presence of Kaido and Big Mom, two of the four emperors, posed an additional challenge. Kapu spoke with conviction. He understood all too well what terrifying power a young and peak Whitebeard possessed. While now aged, the title of the world's strongest man was not merely a boast. His formidable strength still retained the capacity for cataclysmic destruction. Thus, Kapu's demeanor was less one of resignation and more a testament to his unwavering faith in Roya's abilities. Like Kaido, he had witnessed the terrifying and unique power of Roya's Rebirth Eye. Yet to date, Roya had not employed that strength, suggesting he still concealed considerable power. Is Whitebeard planning to eliminate us all? Big Mom remarked, fully aware of the impending situation. Yet, she remained unfazed, even chuckling, her gaze fixated on Roya rather than Whitebeard. For her, the true intrigue lay in uncovering Roya's powers and secrets. Similarly, Kaido silently observed, acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Whitebeard. Their shared history aboard the same ship lingered vividly in his memory, yet he found the gap between himself and Roya inscrutable. The peculiar force Roya had previously exhibited felt far from his true capabilities. Thus, Kaido was eager to see whether Roya would reveal his genuine strength in the face of Whitebeard. Father, Diamond Jozu and the others are hesitant, Marco sighed, urging, we must leave and seize the opportunity to rescue Ace. But Marco, are you certain Father's frail body can harness such power? Tsubaki, the captain of the 16th Division, finally spoke, voicing the concerns of the crew. After all, as shipmates, they had witnessed Whitebeard's reliance on daily injections and medications to endure, his aging body barely able to withstand the cumulative injuries of his long life. Others among the crew also wished to persuade him. Enough. We follow Father's wishes. Marco understood their sentiments, having shared similar thoughts himself. Yet, he knew that once Whitebeard made a decision, it was immutable. Thus, Marco had no choice but to obey Whitebeard's command. With no alternative, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates began to disperse, granting Whitebeard ample space. Observing his crew retreating, Whitebeard manifested two white orbs of energy created by the Tremor fruit upon his fists. Chapter 87. Is this your power, Whitebeard? Simultaneously, a slight smile crept upon Whitebeard's lips as a formidable aura erupted from him, enveloping his form. It was the powerful armament Haki. Roya could distinctly sense this force, which exerted an invisible pressure throughout Marineford. In this state, Whitebeard was unequivocally prepared to unleash his true prowess. Truly, he deserved the title of the strongest man. Even his armament Haki resembled the effects of Conqueror's Haki, creating an overwhelming aura. Well done, Whitebeard. Allow me to behold the true extent of your strength. The man heralded as the strongest in the pirate world, wielding the mightiest Paramecia-type Tremor fruit. Roya's lips curled into a subtle smile, unfazed by the serious demeanor of Whitebeard, which only piqued his curiosity further. In an instant, Whitebeard sprang into action, his massive form firmly rooted in a horse stance as a gust of wind swept through. His white cloak billowed dramatically. Subsequently, his fists, encased in white spherical coverings, came crashing down powerfully behind him. Crack! In that moment, the air behind Whitebeard became instantly solidified, shattering like fragile glass at the point of impact. After a brief second, the ground of Marineford began to tremble violently, and the sea churned restlessly. Gradually, ominous dark clouds gathered ominously, enveloping Marineford, intensifying the already formidable tremors. The icy terrain began to fissure, revealing numerous cracks. An overwhelming force emanated from Whitebeard, reverberating throughout Marineford, affecting everyone present, particularly Roya, who stood closest to him. As the crowd found themselves immobilized beneath the weight of this tremendous power, the vibrations escalated yet again, causing the entire island of Marineford to tilt precariously, leaving many in a state of disarray. Numerous individuals fell into the gaping chasms that had formed, while a tumultuous tsunami approached the island with relentless fury. Even Kazan, who usually held sway over such waves, found himself powerless, merely able to watch as the colossal tsunami crashed against the shores of Marineford, engulfing naval ships in an instant. Whitebeard's primary target remained Roya. Concurrently, all the formidable forces began to converge upon him, encircling him with a terrifying intensity. This power truly was formidable. Roya was not just lamenting. He was overwhelmed by the unrestrained power emanating from Whitebeard. Despite the formidable enhancements of the Navy's 6 powers and the armament Haki, Roya still felt himself being eroded by the immense strength of the tremor fruit within him. Were it not for the formidable strength of his own armament Haki, it was likely that in mere seconds, the overwhelming energy of the tremor fruit would shatter his entire being. What a terrifying force! Could it be that Marineford was truly destined to sink into the depths of the sea? Run. But where to? How to escape? At that moment, panic swept through Marineford Square, with countless Navy soldiers and even pirates frantically seeking to flee. Yet, the members of the Whitebeard pirates remained unmoved. Fully aware of their captain's capabilities, they knew that if Whitebeard wished to obliterate this place, no amount of fleeing would avail them. For Marco, there was no concern that Whitebeard's overwhelming power would drag them all into the abyss, for he believed that Whitebeard would exercise restraint, especially with his crew still present. However, what troubled Marco and his comrades most was Whitebeard's physical condition. They were acutely aware that unleashing such immense power would exact a severe toll on his body. Damn it! Is Whitebeard truly intent on destroying our Navy headquarters? Sengoku clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, visibly displeased. Similarly, Garp also tightened his grip, realizing that if matters escalated, he would have to join Sengoku in action. If the Navy headquarters were to be destroyed by Whitebeard, it would be a minor issue of pride, but it would undeniably lead to countless innocent lives lost. Whitebeard, you shall not be permitted to annihilate Marineford. Akaina roared in fury, yet he felt utterly helpless. It has truly been a long time since I witnessed Whitebeard's might. I wonder how Roa will respond to this. Big Mom smirked, calmly observing the battlefield, unfazed, and even hoping to witness a miracle unfold through Roa. Roa, let us see how you will counter this. Surely, you must unleash your mysterious powers now? Kaido of the Beasts had his attention fixated on Roa, eager to witness once more the power of Roa's Rebirth Eye. After all, it was that very power that had once defeated him, and he understood its terrifying nature all too well. Due to the violent tremors instigated by Whitebeard, the live broadcast of the battle occurring in Marineford Square had inexplicably ceased, leaving screens around the world filled with static. What is happening? Where is the footage? What is the situation? Why has it come to this? Could it be that Marineford has truly been destroyed by Whitebeard? People across the globe began to speculate, expressing a myriad of opinions. However, given the current circumstances, most of the discourse leaned towards the notion that the pirates had emerged victorious, especially after witnessing Whitebeard unleash such tremendous power moments ago. On the battlefield, the situation had become dire. Marineford had suffered significant destruction, with more than half of it in ruins. Meanwhile, the pressure of the tremor fruit's power upon Roa had reached a critical point and showed no sign of intensifying further. Whitebeard, is this all the power you possess? If this is indeed the case, then it is my turn to strike. Roya began to chuckle derisively, lowering his head. Chapter 88. Do you truly look down upon me? Are you jesting? You insolent brat, your mastery of Haki is indeed formidable. However, under the weight of my power, it won't be long before your Haki is utterly depleted, and soon you shall be shattered. Whitebeard held an unwavering confidence in his strength. This was indeed the case. Under normal circumstances, no matter how formidable an individual Haki may be, when confronted with the overwhelming might of Whitebeard, the effort to resist would inevitably lead to a significant drain of energy. Once the force of resistance falters, it would be susceptible to the encroaching power of the Tremor fruit. This reasoning is indisputable. Alas, it is unfortunate. You have grossly underestimated me, haven't you? Luo Ya shook his head abruptly. Suddenly, in Roa's piercing gaze, an intense aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted forth. This blood-red aura surged directly towards Whitebeard, who, visibly shaken, began to retreat several steps. Conqueror's Haki? Do you truly believe that such power can forcibly subdue me? How naive of you. After a disdainful snort, Whitebeard immediately amplified his strength, resolutely pressing against Roa. It was evident that he regarded Roa's Conqueror's Haki with contempt, convinced that victory was already within his grasp. However, as Roa aptly pointed out, Whitebeard indeed underestimated his strength, especially considering that Roa had yet to unleash the power of the regimen. Nevertheless, in this confrontation with Whitebeard, Roa had no intention of revealing the might of the regimen. After all, the power of the regimen was a trump card for Roa, and it exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina. Furthermore, he harbored no desire to kill Whitebeard, all the while needing to remain vigilant against the other two emperors, Kaido and Big Mom. The true schemers intent on his demise were none other than Kaido and Big Mom. Whitebeard's purpose for coming to Marineford was unequivocally to rescue Ace, and his engagement with Roa was a reluctant necessity, primarily due to Roa's interference in their plans to save the Fire Fist. Yet, in the face of the formidable Roa, the only one capable of standing against him was Whitebeard himself. Now, with unwavering confidence, Whitebeard believed he had summoned all his strength, certain that Roa would inevitably be defeated. Indeed, Whitebeard, if it were merely the Conqueror's Haki, you would find it truly incapable of posing any genuine threat. Luo Ya let out a cold chuckle. In truth, he had long since prepared his next course of action. However, what if it were to unfold this way? I wonder if you can still withstand it? As soon as the words left his lips, Roa once again unleashed his formidable power, not that of the reincarnation eye, but rather the might of armament Haki. Simultaneously, the Conqueror's Haki that had initially surged toward Whitebeard intensified exponentially. In an instant, the crimson aura of the Conqueror's Haki was enveloped by a wave of dark energy, swiftly shrouding the entirety of Whitebeard's colossal form. Countless powerful pressures compelled Whitebeard to furrow his brow in apprehension. Indeed, this was the true manifestation of armament Conqueror's Haki. In that moment, Whitebeard's body began to tremble, and the power emanating from the Tremor fruit dissipated instantly. Almost immediately, a pained expression crossed Whitebeard's face, indicating that Roa's force had effectively subdued him. What? This individual has truly subdued Whitebeard. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, was the first to express his astonishment. It is well known that Whitebeard possesses such immense strength that not even Sakazuki alone, nor the combined efforts of the three admirals, could hope to forcibly restrain him. Yet now, is it truly the case that Roya has managed to suppress Whitebeard? Not only Sakazuki, but even Sengoku expressed immense astonishment. This lad, he is indeed remarkable. Only Garp wore a satisfied smile. Can it be? Admiral Roya has genuinely subdued the Pirate King, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, truly deserving of his title. Admiral Roya. Bravo, Admiral Roya. Countless naval soldiers witnessed this spectacle and began to applaud fervently. How is this possible? This fellow has actually managed to suppress Whitebeard? That is Whitebeard we are speaking of. His power is simply terrifying. Similarly, this has elicited shock among countless pirates. Old Man, Marco, and the others shouted in unison, as they observed Whitebeard clearly at a disadvantage. Simultaneously, Marco transformed once more into his blue phoenix form and dove angrily towards Roya, evidently intent on taking action against him. Such a forgetful individual. Roya emitted a cold snort towards Marco, unleashing a surge of Conqueror's Haki that surged toward him. Despite being the immortal phoenix, Marco collapsed to the ground with a thud, utterly unable to approach Roya. Following this, Diamond Jaws and the others could no longer bear to watch and attempted to charge forward once more. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, witnessing this scene, was instantly filled with rage. Roya. With a furious roar, Whitebeard unleashed a tremendous force, forcibly dispersing Roya's armed Conqueror's Haki. He then bellowed, I told you, no one is to intervene. Upon hearing Whitebeard's shout, Diamond Jaws and the others gradually halted. To be honest, Whitebeard was right to stop them. After all, the man before them possessed the capability to suppress him. If they had indeed rushed to confront Roya, they would have been no match for him, potentially endangering their lives. At this moment, Whitebeard appeared visibly strained, standing in place as he began to pant heavily. He had never anticipated that Roya could wield Conqueror's Haki to such an extent. It had been countless years since he had felt such overwhelming pressure. Yet, despite this, Whitebeard continued to glare fiercely at Roya with eyes filled with fury. Chapter 89. Roya. Will you marry me? It seemed. Roya has thoroughly enraged Whitebeard. Among those astonished, Kaido of the Beasts appeared most incredulous, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? This man has managed to suppress Whitebeard without resorting to that kind of power? Kaido was utterly flabbergasted. After all, in Kaido's understanding, even he himself could not possibly subdue such formidable strength exhibited by Whitebeard with mere minimal exertion. Kaido had initially assumed that if Roya intended to suppress Whitebeard, he would at least need to employ the extraordinary power he once wielded against Kaido himself. Yet, Roya achieved this feat without tapping into such capabilities. It was evident that Roya had not utilized his full strength. Thus, one could only speculate how terrifying his true power must be. At this moment, Kaido even began to contemplate that the power Roya had previously used to injure him might not have been his full capacity. If he had unleashed his complete strength back then, would Kaido not have perished on the very spot in Marineford? Reflecting on this now, a cold sweat trickled down Kaido's back, and a sense of dread began to permeate his thoughts regarding Roya. Despite Kaido's relentless pursuit of self-destructive antics over the years, it was rooted in the certainty that no one in this world could genuinely breach his defenses and kill him, allowing him to act recklessly. However, the emergence of a being capable of ending his life naturally instilled a sense of fear within him. No, this cannot be. How could he possess such immense power? Admiral Sakazuki, too, wore an expression of disbelief, utterly unable to fathom that Roya could possess such overwhelming strength to suppress Whitebeard. As the saying goes, jealousy can distort one's very essence. This was precisely the case for Admiral Sakazuki at this moment. The observing warlords of the sea were equally unable to contain their astonishment. What manner of terrifying strength does this man wield? No wonder he dared to slay a celestial dragon. The first to speak was the Empress Boa Hancock, who found herself increasingly unable to perceive Roya's true capabilities. Roya, you are indeed formidable, but this cannot be your full power, can it? Remarked Dracul Mihawk. Roya, how infuriating. If only I possessed such strength. How could I have possibly been defeated by a brute like Kaido? Moonlight Moria continued to fixate on Kaido, still astonished by Roya's prowess. Yet his gaze remained primarily on Kaido, revealing the deep-seated animosity stemming from past events. As for Bartholomew Kuma, although his face bore an air of calm, within, he was anything but composed. Suddenly, before Kaido could react, a colossal figure surged forth, charging directly towards Roya. It was none other than Big Mom. Racing towards him with fierce determination, Roya also noticed that Big Mom was charging towards him. Her corpulent form moved with remarkable speed, eluding the eyes of onlookers. What was this? Was Big Mom intending to confront him? Yet, Roya remained unfazed by her approach. If she wished to engage, he would not hesitate to teach her a lesson. After all, he had already bested more than one of the emperors. In no time, Big Mom halted directly in front of Roya but refrained from striking. Lin, are you really going to engage him? Kaido remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed Big Mom's actions. What? Is Emperor Big Mom truly going to attack Roya? Though he is formidable, facing both Whitebeard and Big Mom would surely overwhelm him, wouldn't he? Let us not forget, there is another emperor, Kaido, present. If Kaido joins the fray, Roya would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the combined might of 3 emperors. As Big Mom stood before Roya, a myriad of whispers erupted among the spectators, even drawing the astonishment of Sengoku and Garp. Could Big Mom really be preparing to strike at Roya? Garp pondered, his brow knitted, while he trusted in Roya's immense strength. Having just witnessed his true power, the prospect of facing 2 emperors simultaneously was no trivial matter. Well, Roya, your strength is truly remarkable, Big Mom exclaimed, standing before him, her eyes gleaming with a gluttonous admiration as she scrutinized him from head to toe. What did this mean? What was the significance of that gaze? Roya found himself engulfed in confusion, for as it stood, he had discerned no inclination from Big Mom to launch an assault against him. The furious Whitebeard bellowed at Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin, what brings you here? Your intervention is unnecessary. Nevertheless, Big Mom paid no heed to Whitebeard. Instead, she gazed greedily at Roya, her face contorted into a sinister smile. Big Mom, what do you mean by this? Do you also wish to engage in battle with me? Roya was quite forthright, directly posing a question. The crowd held their breath, momentarily believing that the two might soon engage in a confrontation. Oh my goodness, Roya, your strength is truly astounding. I am utterly enamored. I wish to propose to you. Let us unite in a grand marriage and bear a child. I am confident that with your prowess combined with mine, our offspring will undoubtedly surpass us. Big Mom laughed heartily, extending a solemn invitation to Roya. Instantly, all present were left bewildered. A proposal? Big Mom was actually proposing to Roya? What manner of absurdity was this? To say that they were astonished would be an understatement. Even Roya himself was at a loss, utterly unable to comprehend Big Mom's extraordinary thought process. However, the children of the Big Mom pirate crew and her subordinates appeared unfazed, as if such occurrences were commonplace. It seemed that Big Mom had likely engaged in similarly astonishing acts in the past. At this moment, Roya was completely taken aback. To be precise, he was startled by the sight of the corpulent woman before him. Chapter 90. I have decided to claim you as my man. While others merely invited Roya to board their pirate crew, this formidable Big Mom had the audacity to propose marriage and childbearing. It is hardly surprising. For how else could one fathom the origins of Big Mom's vast empire? She sought to gather diverse bloodlines and races from across the world. Presently, her entire pirate crew is predominantly composed of her offspring, with even the remaining subordinates being products of Big Mom's devil fruit abilities. This fact is widely acknowledged. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Big Mom would set her sights on Roya. However, it was not entirely unexpected, given Roya's formidable strength. Countless individuals aspired to recruit him into their ranks. Big Mom, of course, was no exception, though her methods were somewhat off-putting. Lin, what do you mean? I was the one who invited Roya to join me first. Kaido bellowed at Big Mom, visibly displeased. As previously mentioned, with someone as powerful as Roya, who would T want to bring him into their fold? Well, what say you, Roya? Will you accept my proposal? Big Mom inquired again, noticing Roya's prolonged silence, completely disregarding Kaido's protest. However, witnessing such a spectacle, both Sengoku and Garp from the Navy grew tense. After all, it was clear that Roya had chosen to withdraw from the Navy, implying he was now without any allegiance. Whether he accepted Big Mom's offer or aligned himself with Kaido would undoubtedly spell significant loss for the Navy, potentially rendering them vulnerable to a perilous situation. As for Katakuri and the other children of Big Mom, they had long since grown accustomed to her peculiar reasoning, even if they found her behavior exceedingly displeasing. They could not challenge her, not even Katakuri, who had honed his observation Haki to extraordinary levels. Big Mom, are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe I would ever agree to your proposal? With a scowl, Luo Ya made his intentions unmistakably clear. He firmly rejected Big Mom, and this refusal was unequivocal. And you, Kaido, what are you clamoring about? As I stated before, do you think you are worthy? After addressing Big Mom, Luo Ya turned to glare at Kaido once more, speaking with fierce intensity. Ah, Luo Ya, your prowess and your character, I find them utterly delightful. You are not the first man to refuse me, and it matters not. I have set my sights on you. If need be, I shall simply seize you. Big Mom proclaimed with confidence. It appears that she has indeed engaged in such bold endeavors to claim men before, displaying an uncanny familiarity with the act. Had I known you were prepared to resort to force, we could have circumvented this elaborate charade, she added with a hint of amusement. Roya lowered his head and let out a cold laugh. For him, anything that could be resolved through action was hardly worth mentioning, whether it concerned Whitebeard, Kaido, or even the formidable Big Mom before him. If pushed to his limits, he could effortlessly unleash his full might and deliver a crushing blow to all three of these emperors simultaneously. Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus. Big Mom realized that if she wished to claim Roya, she would have to resort to force, despite her awareness of the terrifying power he had just displayed after all. He was the man capable of overpowering Whitebeard. Big Mom was resolute in her pursuit. To her, the ends justified the means. She was determined to possess Roya, regardless of the consequences or the methods required to achieve her goal. Confronting Big Mom, she steeled herself for the inevitable clash. Roya, a man of few words yet fierce in action, unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, charging towards Big Mom with an explosive force. A resounding boom echoed as the blood-red aura surged forth, directly confronting Big Mom. Aha! Conqueror's Haki? I can wield it too, Big Mom scoffed, unfazed by the overwhelming power emanating from Roya. She, too, released her own Conqueror's Haki, resulting in a clash of two formidable forces. Big Mom's Haki was no less potent than Whitebeard's, as they were both figures of the Yonko caliber, each possessing mastery over their respective powers. The collision of their Haki reverberated throughout the already battered Marineford, creating a tremendous shockwave. Damn it! Another Conqueror's Haki? Are all these Yonko just deranged maniacs? The countless Navy soldiers lamented, having witnessed the likes of Whitebeard and Kaido wielding similar powers, and now Big Mom joining the fray. It was hardly surprising. For mastery of Conqueror's Haki was an essential trait of a true king. Without it, how could one claim to be a Yonko? Roya, rest assured. You are the man I have my eyes on. I will not kill you. If you are injured, I shall take you back to Whole Cake Island and provide you with the finest care. After all, you still need to bear my children. Big Mom boasted shamelessly as she raised Napoleon, transformed into her imperial sword, leaping towards Roya with the intent to strike him down. Humph, just a trivial trick, Roya retorted, displaying no signs of panic in the face of Big Mom's fierce onslaught. Thanks to his observation Haki, he had already anticipated her attack and was prepared to counter. Besides his natural lightning fruit abilities, he also possessed the powers of the dark fruit and the poison fruit, any of which could easily allow him to evade Big Mom's assault. However, before Roya could act, Whitebeard, who had been silent until now, intervened. A sharp clang resonated through the air as he swung his massive sword to block Big Mom's attack aimed at Roya. The onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why Whitebeard would choose to protect Roya, a supposed enemy, especially since he had recently formed a temporary alliance with Big Mom. Yet, Whitebeard's intervention was not out of altruism for Roya. Rather, it stemmed from the humiliation he felt after being suppressed by Roya's power earlier. He sought to reclaim his dignity as the strongest man. Whitebeard, what is the meaning of this? Big Mom demanded, her voice thunderous. Charlotte Linlin, this is a battle between Roya and me. It has nothing to do with you, so get lost as far away as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for dealing with you first. Whitebeard glared fiercely at Big Mom, showing no regard for her authority. As Roya had anticipated, Whitebeard's motive was to engage in a rematch against him, seeking to restore his pride. How dare you lay a hand on Mama? Parasparrow, the eldest son of the Big Mom pirates, could no longer stand idly by and attempted to ambush Whitebeard with his candy fruit powers. But then, with a sudden appearance, Marco intervened, his blue phoenix form colliding with Parasparrow, thwarting the attack. Simultaneously, Katakuri, one of Big Mom's 3 sweet commanders, retaliated, creating a barrier with his Mochi fruit to block Marco's advance, sending him flying. You shall not harm our people, Katakuri declared calmly. His intervention galvanized the Big Mom pirates, rallying them together. In response, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates positioned themselves alongside Marco, bracing for conflict. The stage was set for an imminent clash between the two Yonko crews. Just then, Queen, one of Kaido's calamities, stepped forward. How could we miss out on such a spectacle? He boasted, transforming into his ancient dinosaur form and rampaging between the two pirate crews. Queen, has he lost his mind? Diamond Joe shouted as he enhanced his body with his devil fruit powers, charging at Queen. As Queen initiated his assault, Jin and Jack could no longer contain themselves and joined the fray. In that fleeting moment, the 3 great Yonko crews were embroiled in chaos. Observing this tumultuous scene, Kaido felt the urge to leap into action. Whitebeard, how dare you lay hands on Linlin? I will not let you go unpunished, Kaido roared, his massive form leaping into the air, transforming into his terrifying dragon form as he charged towards Whitebeard. Roya remained silent, taking a few steps back. Since these 3 individuals were intent on their mutual destruction, he had no qualms about indulging them. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, do you truly believe yourself invincible? You can hardly contend with me, let alone face both Kaido and me simultaneously, Big Mom declared with utmost arrogance. Indeed, Newgate, I initially believed we could genuinely unite to obliterate this marine headquarters. Yet, it seems you are not one of us. In that case, do not blame me and Linlin for coming after you, Kaido boasted, exhaling a fierce dragon's breath as he charged toward Whitebeard. It was undeniable that, given Whitebeard's advancing age, his combat prowess had significantly diminished. In his prime, it would have been a formidable challenge for Roya to suppress Whitebeard with merely his Conqueror's Haki. Setting aside whether Big Mom and Kaido together could rival Roya, it was evident that their alliance could catch Whitebeard off guard. Nonetheless, Whitebeard had no reason to retreat. As he watched Big Mom and Kaido approach, he scoffed, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, is it just the 2 of you? I am Whitebeard. A confident smile spread beneath his iconic white mustache. He then brandished his massive blade. unleashing the tremors of his devil fruit power to create a white shockwave that surged toward Kaido and Big Mom. The powerful collision of attacks from the three emperors unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing the very ground of Marineford to tremble violently. Countless soldiers, both Marines and pirates, succumbed to this overwhelming force, collapsing under its might, with many perishing near the epicenter. Such terror. Was this the combined might of three emperors? It appeared that those deemed the sovereigns of the sea were indeed formidable. If only Shanks were to join them, and if they could set aside their grievances, their combined strength would spell devastation for the entire world. Even Roya could not help but shake his head in awe, for he understood that this was several times more potent than the shockwave he had previously unleashed against Whitebeard. Chapter 92. The live broadcast resumes thus. The fierce battle among Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido erupted. The powerful forces of the three emperors continued to collide, leaving Marineford in ruins. The might of the emperors was indeed extraordinary. I wonder, if I were to forego the power of the Rebirth Eye, could I withstand the onslaught of these three emperors? Roya pondered, feeling a surge of excitement, though it remained merely a thought. For him, while the desire to test his strength was strong, the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary conflicts prevailed. However, should they recklessly turn their aggression toward him, he would not hesitate to gauge their power against his own. The clashing energies of the three emperors wreaked havoc, causing immense destruction around them, while the chaos of their pirate crews further devastated the Marine soldiers. Although the fight was among pirates, the Marines seized every opportunity to retaliate. Moreover, with the madman Kaido unleashing indiscriminate blasts of dragon fire, countless Marines suffered grievous losses. Whitebeard, must you ruin my plans? Big Mom shouted furiously at him. Old ties. Charlotte Linlin, are you under some delusion? Do we share any past? Whitebeard retorted scornfully, showing no regard for her sentiments as he swung his blade once more. Although Whitebeard's strength was clearly superior to Big Mom's, he could not pose a significant threat to her in such a fleeting moment. Yet, Kaido, witnessing this exchange, could not remain idle. Whitebeard, he roared, transforming into his most formidable beast form, his kanabo enveloped in the strongest haki as he charged at Whitebeard. Humph! In response to Kaido's assault, Whitebeard coldly scoffed. Undeterred, he faced both Kaido and Big Mom, unleashing the full extent of his tremor abilities. The air around him shattered like fragile glass, sending shockwaves through Marineford once more. However, Big Mom and Kaido, having fought alongside Whitebeard on the same pirate ship in the past, knew how to counter his power. This time, united, they were not at the mercy of his strength, but could face him with composure. Meanwhile, the fierce clashes among the Emperor-level pirates continued, with Marco, Katakuri, and Jin entangled in a fierce struggle. Their strengths were evenly matched, battling fiercely without yielding, despite facing two foes capable of flight. Katakuri held his own with his exceptional observation haki and the application of his mochi fruit. How dare these pirates invade Marineford? All soldiers, rally together. We cannot allow them to destroy our Marineford. At this moment, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters stepped forward to address the situation. Simultaneously, the giants among the ranks also initiated their assault, their colossal forms crashing into the pirate throng, unleashing a relentless pursuit against the pirates. Thus, a grand melee erupted throughout Marineford, creating a spectacle of staggering proportions. However, despite the significant gathering of Navy soldiers, the recent attrition, compounded by the simultaneous confrontation with 3 of the 4 Yonko crews, had clearly begun to take its toll. Gradually, the Navy's forces found themselves at a disadvantage. These pirates, Ein, Bins, and Zwa, do not linger. We must not allow them to gain further ground. Zifa, despite having retired from the Navy, could no longer stand idly by. His sense of justice remained intact, though he sought a different approach to uphold it. Yes, Master Zifa, responded Ein, Bins, and Zwa, rallying their men to plunge into the fray. As for Luo, he refrained from intervening. He was no longer an admiral and saw no pressing need to engage. Moreover, the battlefield was a realm where life and death hinged solely on the fates of the Navy soldiers and the pirate minions. For Luo, his focus remained predominantly on the 3 formidable Yonko, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. Observing their immense powers clashing, he felt a stirring anticipation. At that moment, the live broadcast, which had momentarily lost connection with the world, began to restore itself. Screens across the globe once again displayed the unfolding chaos of Marineford. What is happening? Why are the 3 Yonko engaged in battle? And why are the crews of the 3 Yonko clashing with one another? My goodness. Marineford has been reduced to such a state? The global audience, astonished, began to speculate wildly about the events that had transpired during the broadcast interruption. With Marineford now in ruins, many spectators felt a sinking sense that the Navy was on the verge of defeat. If we allow these three to continue unchecked, what will become of the Navy? Sengoku gritted his teeth, aware that this war was being broadcasted worldwide. A loss for the Navy would mean a catastrophic blow to its reputation and dignity on a global scale. Indeed, let us obliterate the entire Navy headquarters. Kaido erupted in maniacal laughter. Chapter 93. Kaido's unrestrained carnage. As Kaido's arrogant laughter echoed through the tumult of Marineford, he abruptly disengaged from his clash with Big Mom and charged toward the throngs of Navy soldiers. Wielding his kanabo, he unleashed a frenzy of violence among the Navy ranks. The air was soon filled with anguished cries and splattering blood as countless Navy soldiers and pirate henchmen fell before him. Kaido was indeed perceived as a madman. Initially thought to be targeting only the Navy, he shockingly commenced indiscriminate slaughter, showing no mercy to anyone, be they Navy or pirate. Even members of his own beast's pirates were not spared from his wrath. Run! Get out of here! Kaido has gone berserk. The terrified minions of the beast pirates shouted, scrambling for safety. This behavior from Kaido seemed all too familiar to them. The crew of Whitebeard's pirates fared no better, suffering greatly from Kaido's rampage. Kaido, you lunatic! Whitebeard cursed, itching to confront Kaido. However, Big Mom stood in his way, employing Prometheus and Zeus to create a barrier of flames and lightning to obstruct Whitebeard's advance. Oh, Whitebeard, you mustn't interfere with Kaido's grand scheme. Big Mom boasted, fully aware that while the likelihood of her killing Whitebeard was slim, she could certainly prolong his frustrations. This Kaido, if we do not stop him, he will surely lay waste to all of Marineford. Garp clenched his fists in fury, ready to act. As a vice admiral, he could not allow Marineford to be destroyed without defending it, especially as a legendary hero of the Navy. Not only Garp, but Sengoku too was on the brink of losing his composure. As the fleet admiral, he had publicly broadcast the execution of Ace, never anticipating the chaos that Big Mom and Kaido would unleash. If Marineford fell, not only would his position be at risk, but his very life could be in jeopardy before the celestial dragons. Yet before either could act, Kazan and Kizaru, the admirals, could no longer restrain themselves. As admirals of the Navy, witnessing their headquarters being ravaged by pirates, they could not remain passive any longer. In a flash, Kazan initiated his attack. With blinding speed, he appeared before Kaido, declaring, Ice Age. Without hesitation, Kazan unleashed his most powerful technique, instantly encasing Kaido in ice and halting his rampage. Simultaneously, Kizaru materialized beside Marco, Katakuri, and Jin. Yada no Kagami. He soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of dazzling light projectiles, catching Marco and his allies completely off guard. Yellow Monkey. The admirals have made their move. Marco furrowed his brow as his body transformed once again into a blue flame phoenix, deftly evading the assaults of Borsellino. Katakuri and Jin mirrored his actions, all thanks to Borsellino's intervention, which successfully disrupted the chaotic melee among the pirates, providing ample space for the Navy soldiers. It was Admiral Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru has created an opportunity for me. All Navy soldiers, charge. Spare not a single pirate. Observing this, several Navy vice admirals began to issue commands, swiftly regaining some control over the situation. Yet, this respite was fleeting, as the sheer number of pirates was overwhelming. Meanwhile, with a crack, Kaido, who had been encased in ice, broke free, sending thick ice shards scattering in all directions, and hurled a spiked club directly at Kazan. You think your devil fruit powers can confine me, Green Bull? How naive. Kaido bellowed, swinging his club with ferocity. Kazan's eyes widened in alarm. He reacted swiftly, preparing for elemental transformation. After all, facing the four-emperor Kaido, whose haki was tremendously potent, a careless strike could lead to severe injury. The massive spiked club struck Kazan, but having transformed, it impacted him as if striking an ice sculpture, causing shards to rain down. In an instant, the fallen ice fragments reformed, and Kazan reappeared before Kaido. Ice Spear, he proclaimed, conjuring two ice spears that shot towards Kaido. However, with a crack, the ice spears shattered upon impact, falling to the ground. Kaido, unfazed, did not even attempt to evade. He simply absorbed the blows with his body. Despite Kazan's armament haki enveloping the ice spears, they failed to breach Kaido's formidable defense. Before Kazan could react, another blow came crashing down, sending him flying several meters away. Haha, who else dares to hinder me? Kaido laughed maniacally, brazenly taunting. Chapter 94. How dare you? Even Admiral Kazan was unable to penetrate Kaido's defenses. Witnessing this, other Navy soldiers and vice admirals were equally deterred from confronting Kaido. After all, against the might of the strongest creature in land, sea, and air, their Haki was merely a tickle. Moreover, in his current frenzied state, Kaido would likely obliterate anyone foolish enough to approach without sufficient power. However, there was one individual who harbored no fear of Kaido and even dreamed of slaying him, Gecko Moria. Seizing the moment while Kaido and Kazan were entangled, Moria activated his Shadow Fruit abilities, moving stealthily through the battlefield to confront Kaido directly, accompanied by an innumerable horde of zombies. Amidst the carnage wrought by the emperors, countless corpses littered Marineford, and while the onlookers were distracted, Moria had been busily gathering shadows, even managing to collect those of some vice admirals. With the abundance of bodies strewn across the battlefield, he could easily find suitable corpses to animate as his obedient zombies. Kaido, prepare to meet your demise. Today, I shall end you. Moria roared, as a swarm of black bats enveloped Kaido, momentarily obscuring his vision. For a fleeting moment, Kaido felt a twinge of unease, being unable to see. Yet, in that brief interval, Moria commanded his legion of shadow zombies to charge at Kaido. Instantly, the sheer number of zombies ensnared Kaido, severely restricting his movements. But did this truly have any effect? If even Admiral Kazan's ice powers could not restrain Kaido, what could these zombies possibly accomplish? As expected, within mere seconds, a tremendous aura erupted from Kaido, shattering the encircling horde of zombies, sending them flying and leaving behind only dismembered limbs scattered across the battlefield in a spectacular display. Moria, you truly are a glutton for punishment. Kaido glared fiercely at Moria. Humph. Kaido, this place will become your grave. Once you fall, I shall fill your corpse with the shadows of others, turning you into my puppet for eternity. Moria declared defiantly, once more directing a portion of his zombies to assault Kaido while summoning more black bats to swarm him. Yet, such tactics were utterly ineffective against Kaido. With a mere surge of power, the zombies and bats dissipated into oblivion. By the time Moria grasped the gravity of the situation, Kaido's spiked club had already swung toward his face. With a thunderous crash, Moria was sent hurtling through the air. Don't interfere with me. Kaido scoffed dismissively. This scene was witnessed clearly by Law, who was nearby. He couldn't help but wonder how Moria had once stood toe-to-toe with Kaido and Wano. Was it possible that Kaido had been holding back, playing with Moria all along? Roya chuckled and shook his head, saying, right after that, this guy's head is mine. Nonsense. It is undoubtedly mine. Behind Roya emerged several pirates wielding large sabers, seemingly intent on claiming his head. Given Roya's remarkable performance, capturing him would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards from figures like Whitebeard and Kaido. The thoughts of these pirate lackeys were rather simplistic, although Roya possessed immense strength. That prowess was primarily evident in direct confrontations. They believed that by launching a surprise attack while he was unprepared, they could catch him off guard, and perhaps even succeed in slaying him. Indeed, such naive notions were characteristic of mere lackeys. If you insist on courting death, then I shall reluctantly oblige your foolish desires. Roya sighed and shook his head, then suddenly a formidable aura erupted from him. He remained motionless, while the pirates who attempted to ambush him lay lifeless on the ground. Humph, what a bunch of brainless fools. Nearby, Jack witnessed this scene and couldn't help but scoff. Even a brute like Jack, at this moment, dared not make a move against Roya, let alone attempt a sneak attack. For he understood all too well that he would stand no chance. Charging in would be akin to delivering oneself to defeat. Who could have imagined that these pirate lackeys were so mindless? At this moment, Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, had yet to take action. Even Kizaru and Kazan had joined the fray and begun fighting, yet Sakazuki remained still. Instead, his gaze was fixated not on any pirate, but solely on Roya. To Sakazuki, perhaps everyone present posed no threat, but the danger that Roya represented in his eyes was a peril to the entire world. Thus, his unwavering focus remained on Roya. Perhaps Sakazuki was preparing to engage Roya in battle. In an instant, Sakazuki indeed made his move. The next moment, with a swift motion, he appeared before Roya, utilizing his devil fruit powers. Roya, I had initially granted you a pardon. Yet, not only did you refuse it, but you also resigned in front of everyone. This is a betrayal of the Navy, a betrayal of justice. Today, I will personally eliminate you, the traitor. Sakazuki declared vehemently, seething with anger. Chapter 95, A Fine Playtime with This Red Dog, Part 1. Indeed, Sakazuki was specifically targeting Roya. As his words faded, a torrent of flames erupted. Sakazuki raised his fist, and the searing magma surged toward Roya. To be honest, faced with the oncoming magma fist, Roya remained utterly unfazed. for long before Sakazuki made his move. Roya had already anticipated Sakazuki's next actions through his mastery of observation Haki. Thus, in that fleeting moment, Roya unleashed his formidable armament Conqueror's Haki. The approaching magma fist collided with a powerful barrier, which was instantly obliterated into nothingness. This barrier was, in fact, a manifestation of the armament Conqueror's Haki that Roya had summoned. Consequently, Sakazuki's elemental assault was effortlessly neutralized by Roya. Simultaneously, after dispelling the magma fist, Roya, undeterred, chose to press his advantage, unleashing another wave of his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, mercilessly sending Sakazuki flying before him. Sakazuki, have you lost your wits? I have not betrayed the Navy. If betrayal is to be spoken of, it is the Navy that has betrayed me. Luo Ya resolutely countered, his gaze suddenly fierce as he cast a sharp glare at the distant Warring States general. Simultaneously, Roya shouted, "What do you think, Admiral Sengoku? Is it I who betrayed the Navy, or the Navy that betrayed me?" His voice reverberated throughout Marineford. Despite the chaos of gunfire in the distance, Sengoku could hear him clearly. The look in Roya's eyes and his provocative question left Sengoku speechless, his expression exceedingly grim. Perhaps Roya was right. Or perhaps his own thoughts were flawed. Nevertheless, as the fleet admiral, Sengoku could not utter a word. Once he spoke, any response would represent the Navy's stance to the world, especially since this was being broadcast live across the globe. Roya. Even Garp furrowed his brow. Both Sengoku and Garp were acutely aware that Roya was still harboring resentment over being imprisoned and Impel down after killing a celestial dragon. Otherwise, why would he pose such a question? Thus, Garp understood that Sengoku was grappling with a profound dilemma. If Sengoku claimed that Roya had betrayed the Navy, it would imply that the Navy was merely the lapdog of the world government's celestial dragons, and it would undoubtedly alienate Roya. After all, Roya possessed immense power. Offending him could turn him into a formidable adversary for the Navy, especially since he had already declared his refusal of amnesty and withdrawal from the Navy. On the other hand, if Sengoku responded that the Navy had betrayed Roya, it would signal to the world that the celestial dragons were inconsequential, easily slain. Such a declaration would surely incite global chaos, and Sengoku would face the gravest repercussions from the celestial dragons, potentially even jeopardizing his life. Thus, Sengoku found himself trapped between two formidable pressures, rendered nearly paralyzed by the situation. However, Akainu was unconcerned about the complexities at play. To him, it was merely an excuse to confront Roya. Sengoku understood Akainu's combative nature all too well. "Akainu, stand down. Our target is those pirates," Sengoku commanded, his anger palpable. In the current situation, the priority was to deal with the likes of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, along with the countless pirates. Although Roya had made it clear he was leaving the Navy, his recent actions against Whitebeard indicated he would not assist the pirates and might even oppose them. Given this context, it was prudent not to provoke Roya and further burden the Navy's position. Yet, Akainu had no intention of heeding Sengoku's orders, refusing even to glance in his direction. His attitude was outrageously defiant, indicating that he was determined to confront Roya today. "Humph. Roya, do not attempt to obfuscate matters. I shall personally eliminate you, traitor," Akainu declared with righteous fervor. He then unleashed his attack, Meteor Volcano. His fist transformed into molten lava, launching massive magma fists into the air, which fell like a meteor shower, turning Marineford into a sea of fire and molten rock. What a spectacle! Akainu initiated an extensive area attack aimed directly at Roya, revealing his deep-seated animosity. From denying Roya's status as the fourth admiral to now branding him a traitor, Akainu had always sought to eliminate him. Perhaps it was because Roya's existence overshadowed Akainu's own brilliance, inciting such hatred. The already chaotic battlefield was utterly devastated by Akainu's assault. Countless pirate minions were caught off guard and burned alive by the lava, and his indiscriminate attack also harmed many Navy soldiers. How infuriating. This Akainu. Sengoku seethed at Akainu's reckless behavior. Garp shared the sentiment. "Does Akainu not think before he acts?" he exclaimed, clenching his fists in frustration. The entire Marineford battlefield was under global scrutiny, and as a Navy admiral, Akainu's indiscriminate attack, while eliminating some pirates, also inflicted harm on his own soldiers, casting the Navy in a brutal light. Chapter 96. Play along with this red dog. Part 2. Indeed, the screens around the world displayed Akainu's brutal, indiscriminate assault. Viewers were left aghast. How could Admiral Akainu act this way? Many exclaimed. It's outrageous. He can deal with pirates, but why harm his own soldiers? Others recalled how Admiral Roya had just assisted them against the four emperors. Is this the true face of the Navy? Enraged spectators began to condemn Akainu on the screens. Nonetheless, some individuals who glorified violence expressed support for Akainu's actions. I think Admiral Akainu did nothing wrong, one declared. Exactly. In war, sacrifices are inevitable. Besides, do not forget that Admiral Roya has committed heinous crimes against the celestial dragons, due to the clash of two divergent viewpoints in the ensuing disputes. Numerous civilians have even begun to engage in combat. Thus, in any realm, there will perpetually exist individuals harboring contrasting ideologies. Some aspire to resolve matters through peaceful means, while others resort to extreme measures and tactics. On the battlefield of Marineford, although Sakazuki's technique is extraordinarily formidable, unleashing a torrent of magma akin to countless shooting stars that transforms the land of Marineford into a sea of molten fire, it fails to inflict any harm upon Roya. Given Roya's immense strength, complemented by the dual enhancements of observation Haki and armament Haki, he is able to effortlessly counter Sakazuki's assaults. However, while Roya can manage the situation with ease, the surroundings are engulfed in a cacophony of despair. Countless souls are consumed by the fiery inferno, and a wave of bloodshed wafts in with the sea breeze, rendering the scene profoundly chilling. Although Roya is not one to meddle in others' affairs and the fates of these individuals bear no consequence to him, he finds it increasingly intolerable to endure Sakazuki's relentless provocations. Red Dog, I have truly had enough of you. I had no intention of entangling myself with you. Yet who could have anticipated your incessant annoyance? Since you seek your own demise, I shall begrudgingly indulge you in this game. Loya suddenly grew serious. He spoke with undeniable truth. He genuinely had no desire to confront Sakazuki, not merely because Sakazuki was a member of the Navy. Primarily, in Loya's view, Sakazuki's strength paled in comparison to that of the formidable four emperors, thus he harbored no inclination to engage. However, with Sakazuki persistently targeting him, Loya could no longer endure the provocation. Play? Humph. Loya, are you jesting? I am not here to entertain you. I have declared, today I shall certainly end your life. I will uphold the true justice of our Navy, Sakazuki proclaimed with a tone of arrogance. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sakazuki seized the opportunity, swiftly extending his molten arm to assault Loya. This attack, not only executed with remarkable speed, also wielded extraordinary power. It was the technique Sakazuki took pride in, Hellhound. One must acknowledge that the wrath-fueled strength of Sakazuki now surpassed that which he exhibited during their last encounter at the Sabaody archipelago. Was it possible that during Loya's confinement in Impel Down, Sakazuki had been honing his abilities? Yet, what of it? Loya had undeniably evolved since the days at the Sabaody archipelago. Back then, he could effortlessly contend against 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. Thus, facing only Sakazuki now instilled him with profound confidence. After all, he had time to spare, for Whitebeard was currently occupied with Big MOM. And even Kaido was similarly engaged with Kazan. With his schedule now free, Loya decided to take this opportunity to entertain himself with Sakazuki. In an instant, bam! As Sakazuki unleashed his Hellhound, Loya drew his sword once more, effortlessly enveloping the blade with armament Haki to neutralize the attack with ease. Roya lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick aimed directly at Sakazuki's abdomen. His speed was astonishing, and it was further enhanced by his formidable Kinbunchika Haki. Although Sakazuki reacted swiftly, promptly utilizing his elemental transformation to counter Roya's assault, he regrettably underestimated both the velocity and the might of Roya's Haki. Consequently, before Sakazuki could fully harness his Logia fruit abilities, he was struck by Roya, the intense pain forcing him to involuntarily retreat 2 steps. Damn it, Roya! Sakazuki exclaimed. Visibly irate, his brow furrowed in frustration. Subsequently, the ground beneath him began to glow a fierce crimson. Indeed, it was Sakazuki who unleashed the power of his magma fruit, igniting the earth beneath him in a blazing inferno. In an instant, the seething ground erupted, spewing forth torrents of scalding magma that surged toward Roya. These streams of magma, akin to formidable dragons, roared forth with wild ferocity, seemingly intent on inflicting harm upon Roya. However, with a resounding boom, the mere release of his Conqueror's Haki unleashed a potent pressure that dispersed the molten dragons, causing them to crash harmlessly to the ground. The magma hissed as it met the earth, releasing ominous plumes of smoke. Should this molten substance come into contact with a human, it would be catastrophic, even for one adorned with Haki. Naturally, this would only be feasible if one's Haki was as potent as that of Roya or a Yonka-level powerhouse. After all, the wielder of this magma ability was none other than the Marine Admiral Akainu. If you truly wish to engage in combat with me, then reveal your true strength. Otherwise, in your current state, I find this encounter utterly meaningless. Loya began to mock Sakazuki. Chapter 97, The Stealthy Arrival of the Naval Warship. Indeed, Roya was acutely aware that Akainu Sakazuki, the admiral of the Navy headquarters, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Moreover, until this moment, he had not fully unleashed his power. Hence, Roya was genuinely eager to witness the unparalleled strength of an admiral from the Navy headquarters. After all, as he aptly stated, if this individual did not exert his full power against him, it would be exceedingly dull. As anticipated, Sakazuki was indeed provoked by Roya's taunts. The depth of Sakazuki's obsession with defeating and eliminating Roya was profound. Thus, even aware that he was falling for Roya's bait, he chose to indulge it. Very well, Roya. Do not be overly arrogant. Since you have chosen to court death, I shall oblige. Sakazuki bellowed. In the next moment, he unleashed the full extent of his magma fruit abilities, enveloping the ground beneath him. Instantly, the terrain transformed into a molten battlefield, reminiscent of the situation with Kurizumi. The once solid ground was now a realm of elemental fury. Subsequently, magma fists erupted from the battlefield, relentlessly assaulting Roya. Nevertheless, he deftly countered these fiery blows with his swordsmanship and the formidable Haki of armament. An awakening of fruit powers? How intriguing! Roya chuckled as he spoke, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, under such circumstances, it must be the awakening of the devil fruit powers that enables such feats. After all, Akainu Sakazuki, as the highest combat force of the Navy, would truly be unworthy of his rank if he were incapable of awakening his devil fruit abilities. In an instant, Sakazuki transformed into an elemental state, merging seamlessly with the molten lava beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Roya. Roya, you shall meet your demise. Sakazuki growled fiercely, and with a tight grip on his lava-imbued fist, he unleashed a powerful strike towards Roya, accompanied by a menacing rush of wind. Sizzle. Luo Ya naturally would not grant him his wish so easily, although he was well aware that if he truly desired to withstand the force of this punch, he could do so with utmost ease. Nevertheless, naturally, Roya would not allow Sakazuki to have his way so easily. Therefore, he promptly employed the powers of the Thunder Fruit to become elemental, effortlessly evading Sakazuki's assault. However, Roya's actions seemed to have been anticipated by Sakazuki long before, as even the position where Roya would evade was foreseen by him. It appears that Sakazuki's observation Haki is indeed formidable. Sakazuki unleashed another powerful blast of fire towards the location where Roya appeared. Although Roya managed to respond to this assault, it was too late for him to evade. He could only raise his sword, enveloped in armament Haki, to defend against it. Sakazuki's onslaught grew increasingly intense, his strength becoming ever more formidable. Zifa, who had just joined his students in their attack against the pirates, was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Sakazuki, does he truly intend to kill Roya? After all, Sakazuki was once Zifa's own student, and he was somewhat familiar with the capabilities of his pupil. Observing this spectacle, Zifa began to comprehend Sakazuki's true intentions. To be candid, Zifa held a certain dissatisfaction with Sakazuki, as he perceived him to harbor excessive hostility and to employ overly extreme measures in the pursuit of justice. However, he regarded Roya with a degree of favor. Thus, Zifa's initial instinct was indeed to intervene on Roya's behalf. Yet, upon reflection and considering the unfolding scene, he deemed his intervention unnecessary, for Roya was a man capable of easily subduing even the formidable Whitebeard. Therefore, Zifa trusted that, should he truly wish to confront Sakazuki, Roya would manage to handle the situation with relative ease. As Sakazuki's punch was blocked by Roya, he was not taken aback. Rather, this was precisely what he had anticipated. Denying Roya any opportunity for retaliation, Sakazuki renewed his assault. Boom, boom, boom. One punch after another landed, seemingly with no intention of allowing Roya the chance to muster a counterattack. Yet, Roya complied with this relentless barrage, forcibly defending against Sakazuki's strikes, creating the impression that he was being dominated by Sakazuki. How is this possible? Look, Admiral Akainu is actually overpowering Admiral Roya. This revelation left countless naval soldiers wide-eyed in astonishment. In their understanding, Roya was capable of subduing the likes of Whitebeard. Thus, if Admiral Akainu could suppress Roya, did it not imply that Sakazuki's strength could indeed rival that of the four emperors? Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. However, only Sengoku and Garp, the two seasoned veterans near the execution platform, grasped the underlying truth. Garp, what is your perspective on the predicament involving Sakazuki and Roya? Sengoku inquired calmly. Sengoku, Surely you aren't so obtuse as to miss the point? Roya is merely playing with that fellow Sakazuki, Garp retorted with a scoff, casting a disapproving glance at Sengoku. Indeed. The two old-timers quickly discerned the truth of the matter. Indeed, Roya is toying with Sakazuki, for it is effortless for him to swiftly conclude the battle. Yet, such a course would render the encounter rather dull. Thus, he chooses to leisurely engage with him. As for the warring states, his focus should not rest on Roya and Sakazuki, but rather on the formidable trio of the four emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. After all, these illustrious figures are the true threats intent on obliterating their navy headquarters. Quite intriguing. Akainu, is this truly your utmost strength? If this is all you can muster, then I must regretfully inform you that you are still woefully inadequate. As Roya fended off Sakazuki's relentless assaults, she could not resist the urge to taunt him. Amidst the chaos enveloping everyone around, a naval warship stealthily approached nearby, unnoticed by the fray. However, it was no escape for the keen-eyed Roya, who swiftly discerned the identities of those aboard the clandestine vessel. What is happening? Why have we arrived at the Navy headquarters? Wait, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom. How could these three emperors be here? A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the warship. Indeed, the individual aboard was none other than the former apprentice of the Roger pirates, the clown Buggy. Buggy had managed to flee from Impel down amidst the turmoil. Although his underground prison level was not among the most dangerous, he had cunningly feigned death when Big Mom invaded for a jailbreak. Well aware of the formidable powers of the emperors, even after Roya defeated Magellan and escaped, Buggy continued his charade until their departure. Seizing the opportunity after Roya had severely injured Magellan, and with all the guards in Impel down overwhelmed by Big Mom and her allies, Buggy orchestrated an audacious prison break, leading a throng of inmates to commandeer a naval ship. Believing he had finally attained freedom, Buggy was taken aback to find that the ship's navigation had inadvertently directed them to Marineford. This situation was dire. It seemed too late to flee by sea. It was imperative to find a hiding place. Buggy began to strategize inwardly, setting his sights on a cluster of naval soldiers nearby, with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom present. Alongside the formidable naval forces gathered at headquarters, Buggy knew that even leading a group of impelled-down escapees into confrontation would be tantamount to madness. After all, Buggy had long since embraced his fate as a coward. In the face of Luo Ya's mockery, Sakazuki remained relentless in his assault. Do not jest, Luo Ya. Look at yourself. Can you retaliate against my onslaught? Even if your defensive capabilities are indeed formidable, you cannot withstand my relentless depletion. Sakazuki boasted with an air of arrogance, seemingly brimming with confidence in his own strength, utterly oblivious to the fact that Luo Ya was merely toying with him. He felt that his power ought to dominate Luo Ya without question. The blind self-assurance exhibited by Sakazuki was laughable, prompting a desire to bestow upon him two words: foolishness. Moreover, Luo Ya has also decided that he no longer wishes to engage in this game with Sakazuki, as he seems to have begun to feel that it has lost its significance. Thus, Roya was prepared to take action. However, unexpectedly, just as he was about to strike, the formidable Big Mom, who had been entangled with Whitebeard, erupted in fury. Akainu, how dare you lay a hand on the man I have my eyes on? You are courting death. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous force emanated from Big Mom, overwhelming everyone in Marineford. What is happening? Has Big Mom lost her mind again? My goodness, are all the powers of the emperors this terrifying? Countless individuals were left awestruck by the sheer magnitude of Big Mom's outburst. Akainu, too, came to his senses, halting his assault on Roya, his expression dark as he regarded Big Mom. Prometheus, Zeus, charge, eliminate that Akainu. I will personally claim Roya for myself. Big Mom shouted once more. Yes, Mama, responded Prometheus and Zeus, immediately entering a state of combat. With a crackling sound, Zeus transformed into ominous storm clouds and surged towards Akainu, striking with the force of 100,000 volts. Concurrently, Big Mom leapt, abandoning her battle with Whitebeard, and positioned her massive form atop Prometheus, tightly gripping the Emperor's sword. Forged from Napoleon. Akainu, I will make you pay dearly. Big Mom bellowed as she charged at Akainu with astonishing speed, her sword slicing downward. Caught off guard by Big Mom's ferocity, Akainu could barely react, only managing to slightly sidestep. The Emperor's sword, which should have struck him directly, instead grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep, searing gash that threatened to cleave him in two. Yet, unlike an ordinary person, the fissure revealed a torrent of molten magma within him. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, although he had momentarily failed to elementalize, He had already harmonized his powers with his very being. This ability was a crucial survival tactic for those wielding Logia powers, especially in the New World, where the most formidable Haki users were plentiful. Should they fail to elementalize in a critical moment, the consequences could be dire. Thus, these Logia users possess their own methods of counteraction. Observing this scene, Roya couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "So, it can be done this way." It seemed he had conceived a notion in his mind. Gradually, Akainu's grotesque form began to mend itself. Although he appeared unharmed, he alone understood the excruciating pain that lingered beneath the surface. "Damn you, Big Mom," Akainu seethed, his eyes blazing with fury. Chapter 99. Whitebeard seizes the opportunity. Akainu, "You shall not harm my man." Big Mom refused to grant Akainu a moment's respite, her manic laughter ringing out as she launched another assault. With Big Mom relentlessly pursuing him, Akainu found himself unable to strike at Roya, forced to redirect his offensive towards Big Mom instead. Witnessing this, Roya made space for their duel, genuinely curious about the disparity between an admiral and an emperor. As Big Mom resolutely targeted Akainu, Whitebeard found himself liberated. Although Big Mom could not subdue him, engaging her had proven troublesome. Now that she was preoccupied, Whitebeard recalled his ultimate purpose for arriving at Marineford, to rescue Ace from the execution platform. Moreover, Admirals Kazuru and Nakiji were currently preoccupied with Kaido and other pirates. At this juncture, excluding the warlords and a few formidable vice-admirals, the Navy's combat effectiveness had significantly dwindled, presenting an opportune moment for Whitebeard's plan to liberate Ace. "Marco, everyone, listen. Do not linger with these foes any longer. Our goal is to save Ace. From this moment on, we advance towards the execution platform with one objective, to rescue Ace." Whitebeard raised his massive blade and began to rally his crew. He was the first to charge forward, his aging form still brimming with vigor. "Yes, father," resounded the crew's enthusiastic response to his command. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, led by Marco and the other captains, followed in Whitebeard's bold footsteps toward the execution platform. "It's Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates are approaching the execution platform," shouted the Navy soldiers, bracing themselves to prevent Whitebeard's crew from advancing. Faced with the charging Whitebeard pirates, the Navy soldiers, fully aware of their overwhelming strength, nonetheless stood their ground. As Navy soldiers, it was their duty to combat pirates, and rather than cower in fear, they preferred to fight valiantly, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. They could at least take pride in having participated in the effort to thwart the legendary Whitebeard. Indeed, as the naval soldiers surged forward, Whitebeard smiled broadly. Wielding his formidable sword, with a swift motion, a transparent shield formed from the powers of the Tremor fruit enveloped the blade. In a sudden burst of energy, Whitebeard swung with immense force, unleashing a powerful assault upon the Navy soldiers charging towards him. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar, tearing apart the pathway. And in that instant, countless Navy soldiers were sent sprawling, many of them left mangled and bloodied within the blast radius. Within mere moments, the scene transformed into a battlefield littered with corpses, accompanied by the anguished cries of the remaining soldiers. The might of the Tremor fruit was indeed terrifying. With their father, Whitebeard, carving a path through the chaos, the members of the Whitebeard pirates grew even more ferocious, trampling over the fallen Navy soldiers as they surged forward. With Whitebeard leading the charge, his crew was invigorated, reveling in the carnage. Observing this dire situation, the admirals of the Navy headquarters could no longer contain themselves. Notable figures like the Mink Admiral rushed towards Whitebeard, yet the latter remained unfazed, even taunting them. "Is that all you've got? You shall not stop me today." With a furious roar, Whitebeard unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, augmented by the formidable powers of the Tremor fruit. The approaching admirals found themselves repelled, unable to withstand even a single strike from Whitebeard. How fearsome! Was this the true power of the Yonko, Whitebeard? The admirals reflected on how, in his youth, Vice Admiral Garp could contend with such a formidable being. Indeed, even in his old age, Whitebeard could unleash such overwhelming strength. One could only imagine the devastation he could wreak in his prime. This realization led them to comprehend that the legendary Navy hero Garp must also possess monstrous power, capable of chasing down Roger and his crew across the seas. "Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, allow me to experience your might." After being thwarted by Law, Dracul Mihawk finally seized the opportunity, gripping his black blade, Knight, as he targeted Whitebeard and dove in for the attack. Just as Mihawk's blade was about to strike, a figure darted past, accompanied by a flurry of rose petals cascading through the air. Two swords crossed and met, halting Mihawk's assault. Indeed, it was none other than the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flowers Word Vista. Dracul Myhawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Every swordsman dreams of facing you. Thus, I shall be your opponent. Do not hinder our father, Vista declared with a smile. Flowers Word Vista. Myhawk replied coolly, acknowledging the captain's presence. The fact that the world's greatest swordsman recognized Vista's name spoke volumes to his strength. Otherwise, Myhawk would not bother remembering the names of inconsequential figures. Father, leave this to me. You all go save Ace, Vista urged Whitebeard, though he understood that he could not match Myhawk in strength. His goal was not to determine a victor, but rather to buy time for Whitebeard and his comrades. In this, he held a semblance of confidence. Very well. Whitebeard nodded affirmatively, trusting Vista's capabilities. Thus, Myhawk began to face the relentless onslaught of Vista, who, despite being the world's greatest swordsman, found it challenging to respond with ease to Vista's attacks. All right, Flowers Word Vista. Let me witness your power, Myhawk said, intrigued by Vista's prowess. At this moment, Whitebeard was drawing closer to the execution platform, unimpeded. Father, Ace, witnessing everything unfold, called out, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, unsure whether to feel joy or despair. Damn it, Big MOM, get out of my way. I cannot allow Whitebeard and his crew to approach. Sakazuki growled, sensing the danger. Do you expect me to simply step aside, Akainu? While I have no interest in Whitebeard's actions, you dare to attack a man I have my eyes on. And I will not let you off easily, Big MM retorted fiercely. Faced with the formidable presence of the Yonko, Sakazuki sought to thwart Whitebeard's advance, but felt utterly powerless. Similarly, Akiji and Kizuru found themselves in a similar predicament. Haha, you want to help, do you, Ice Brat? I shall make it my mission to prevent that. Kaido laughed heartily, launching an attack at Akiji, who found himself unable to escape. Kazara faced his own challenges as well. Oh dear, you lot are teaming up. How terrifying, Kazara remarked, facing off against the formidable members of the Beast Pirates. Though they had no obligation to hinder the admirals from aiding Whitebeard, it was clear that the pirates were merely displeased with the navy. Katakuri was particularly engaged, especially as they clashed with Kizuru. As for Law, the individual remained an observer of the unfolding battles, leisurely watching as if the events did not concern him. Yet, indeed, they were of no consequence to him. For Roya had long ceased to be an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates seemed to be aided by divine intervention as they approached the execution platform. Could it be that Whitebeard would succeed? Was it possible that Portgas D. Ace, the son of the Pirate King, would truly be rescued? The global audience, captivated by the grand screen, collectively held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Moreover, a significant portion had begun to conclude that the Navy was destined for a catastrophic defeat. At last, Fleet Admiral Sengoku could no longer restrain himself. He realized that the reputation of the Navy headquarters was at stake. If Whitebeard succeeded, it would severely tarnish his dignity as Fleet Admiral. Subsequently, Sengoku shed his white justice cloak, and with a brilliant golden light, his body began to enlarge due to the powers of the Buddha fruit. Indeed, Sengoku was prepared to confront Whitebeard. As Whitebeard drew nearer, Garp clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, visibly agitated. However, he turned to glance at Ace on the execution platform, as if engaged in an internal struggle. This mental conflict did not linger for long. Ultimately, Garp reached a resolution. He leaped into the air, casting aside his navy cloak, and stood beside Sengoku, seemingly ready for battle. Garp, are you also going to take action? Have you made your decision? I am not pressuring you, Sengoku remarked, understanding Garp well after years of camaraderie. After all, Ace had been raised by Garp, making him akin to a grandson. Garp valued familial bonds deeply, yet he also held the Navy's mission in high regard. Thus, he stood at a crossroads between emotional ties to family and the rationality of naval justice. Unexpectedly, Garp ultimately chose reason over emotion, upholding the justice of the Navy. Indeed. Sengoku, do not forget, I am also a Marine, Garp declared resolutely. Witnessing Garp's decision, Sengoku felt a surge of joy. Certainly, even if Garp had chosen differently, Sengoku would not have held it against him. After all, everyone possesses the right to make their own choices. Sengoku, Fleet Admiral, and Vice Admiral Garp, are they finally going to take action? Countless Navy soldiers turned their gazes towards Sengoku and Garp. Both figures were renowned heroes and legends of the Navy, their influence surpassing even the admirals. The sight of these two preparing for battle undoubtedly elevated the morale of the troops. At last, it is your turn, Garp and Sengoku, Whitebeard remarked, as if he had long anticipated the confrontation. Chapter 101. Remnants of the Old Era given the circumstances. Whitebeard had already resolved to engage Sengoku and Garp in combat. Whitebeard, as long as we stand together, you shall not take him away, Sengoku proclaimed, exuding an aura of authority before the four emperors. Haha. Sengoku, Garp, what if you both strike? Shall we engage in a grand battle, the remnants of the old era? Whitebeard retorted, unfazed by Sengoku's imposing presence. Indeed, he was correct. The three of them were remnants of a bygone era. Oh, the three remnants of the old era? Is combat finally upon us? Roya mused, fully aware that this would be the final showdown for these three figures, and he found himself filled with anticipation. Of course, he had some understanding of Garp and Sengoku's abilities, having witnessed their collaboration against the four Emperor Kaido during the chaos at Marineford, though they had not achieved significant success at that time. Now, facing Whitebeard, one could only wonder if they might achieve something extraordinary. Not only Roya, but even Big Mom and Kaido shared a sense of astonishment and expectation. The entire Marine headquarters, the 7 warlords, and all the soldiers and pirate subordinates present were equally intrigued. Ah, Garp and Sengoku are about to strike, Kazan exclaimed first. Will they be able to defeat the fearsome Whitebeard? Kazara chuckled. Only Akaina remained cold and dismissive. These 3 old geezers. Big Mom smirked knowingly. Humph. Just remnants of the old era. Do they truly believe they can stir up any storms? Kaido scoffed. Though he too was eager for the impending battle, the unspoken understanding among the powerful needed no elaboration. Under the watchful eyes of many, Whitebeard resolutely initiated the assault. With a mighty roar, his massive sword, enveloped in the transparent sphere of the tremor fruit, lunged towards Sengoku and Garp. Simultaneously, Whitebeard infused his attack with Conqueror's Haki. Despite the formidable strength of Whitebeard, he was unable to fully harness the power of Conqueror's Haki. However, he could still employ it in battle. Moreover, as remnants of the bygone era, both he and Sengoku had once clashed in fierce combat. Thus Whitebeard was well aware of the capabilities possessed by both Sengoku and Garp. Consequently, Whitebeard had no intentions of holding back. He unleashed his full power with the simple aim of swiftly concluding the battle. Yet, Sengoku and Garp were seasoned fighters, not to be easily subdued by Whitebeard's will. In that moment, Sengoku and Garp launched their attacks simultaneously. The sky seemed to change color, and the very ground of Marineford trembled violently. The intensity of their conflict was such that even the average onlookers could scarcely comprehend the speed at which they moved. Only a select few, including Law, could perceive the unfolding spectacle with clarity. The sheer force of their clashes was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to endure. Ha! Look at Whitebeard. He is truly aging like fine wine, exclaimed Kaido, laughing heartily as he swung his kanabo towards Kazan. Indeed. Everyone, rise up. Let us obliterate Marineford and annihilate every last one of the Navy. Big Mom bellowed, her voice echoing fervently. Her rallying cry ignited a fervor not only among her own crew, but also among the members of the Beast Pirates. In the ensuing chaos, the pirates disregarded the monumental clash of the old Titans and rushed to engage the Navy soldiers, raising their weapons for an all-out assault. These pirates are utterly audacious. We cannot allow their arrogance to stand, shouted a Navy soldier, rallying his comrades. Charge forth and capture every last one of them. The Navy troops, resolute in their defense of Marineford, their home turf, engaged the pirates in a tumultuous melee, plunging the scene into further disarray. Amidst the pandemonium, a few unwary pirates attempted to sneak an ambush on Law, only to be effortlessly dealt with by him. Meanwhile, a different group was in a state of panic. The clown Buggy and his crew, who had just escaped Impel down, desperate to avoid confrontation. Buggy had managed to knock out several Navy soldiers, disguising himself and his crew in their uniforms. After all, having arrived aboard a warship, a charade was necessary to evade suspicion. Otherwise, their prisoner garb would soon attract unwelcome attention. Buggy, what should we do now? Should we join the fight? One of his subordinates inquired anxiously. Join the fight? What are you thinking? In this chaos, we must wait for an opportunity. If the chance arises, I shall claim Whitebeard's head. Buggy replied, feigning confidence. Well, our boss Buggy is thinking of claiming Whitebeard's head. His overly enthusiastic followers cheered, perhaps a testament to their prolonged confinement in Impel Down, which had dulled their senses. Suddenly, one subordinate hurried over, clutching a din mushy, exclaiming, Boss Buggy, look what I've found. What is it? Is that a din mushy? Buggy squinted, momentarily astonished, and then furrowed his brow. This one seems different. Yes, Boss Buggy. It appears to be a live broadcast Din Din Mushi. We just seized it from some Navy soldiers. The excited subordinate proclaimed. Live broadcast Din Din Mushi? It seems my fame is about to skyrocket. Buggy's expression morphed into one of scheming delight as a wicked thought took root in his mind. Meanwhile, the battle among Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp raged on fiercely. Each combatant, fully aware of the other's prowess, held nothing back as they wielded their true strength against one another. The intensity of their conflict was such that it seemed to rend the very heavens asunder. Countless fighters, despite being engaged in their own battles, could not help but be awestruck by the spectacle of this epic confrontation. Even Law remained a spectator, observing with a mixture of admiration and concern. However, as the battle progressed, Law noted with disappointment, it appears Whitebeard's age has taken its toll. Gradually, facing the formidable Buddha of Sengoku and the iron fist of Garp, Whitebeard found himself on the back foot, retreating several steps while clutching his chest in labored breaths. Dad, Ace, perched atop the execution platform, called out in alarm. His desire to assist evident, yet the sea-stone shackles binding him rendered him powerless. Whitebeard, you seem to be at a disadvantage now. Surrender. Sengoku commanded, his voice firm. Indeed, Whitebeard. Kapu also mentioned that, for the two of them, although they had managed to suppress Whitebeard together, truly eliminating him was far from a simple endeavor. Moreover, in their eyes, Whitebeard was a formidable warlord. Despite being a pirate, which placed him at odds with the Navy, they still held a profound respect for strength. Garp and Sengoku were acutely aware that their ability to contain Whitebeard at present was primarily due to his advanced age and the injuries he had sustained over the years, which had now begun to take their toll. Had it been the peak of his youth, they would not have been able to achieve such dominance over him. Not good. Father's injuries have flared up. It must have been that punch from Roya, Marco quickly deduced. Indeed, during Roa's battle with Whitebeard, the punch he delivered was infused with both armament and Conqueror's Haki. Although Whitebeard's formidable physique initially appeared unaffected, it undoubtedly inflicted internal damage. Furthermore, at his advanced age, Whitebeard had been exerting himself to the fullest with the powers of the Tremor fruit, thereby exacerbating the strain on his body. Not to mention, he was currently facing off against two legendary figures of the Navy, Sengoku and Garp. Sengoku, Garp, you old geezers, don't think you can defeat me like this. Whitebeard had no intention of backing down. His objective was clear. By holding off Sengoku and Garp, he could provide his crew with a better chance to rescue Ace. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Whitebeard would not relent. Understanding Whitebeard's resolve, Sengoku and Garp re-entered the fray. The battle among the remnants of a bygone era was reignited. Yet the aged and ailing Whitebeard found himself at a disadvantage once more. I must assist father. You all must press on and save Ace. Witnessing his father's plight, Marco made a decisive choice and commanded the other division captains. Subsequently, he transformed into his blue phoenix form and surged forward. Just as Whitebeard was about to absorb a powerful punch from Garp, Marco arrived just in time, absorbing the blow with his phoenix body. Although Marco, as a phoenix, could withstand most attacks and rapidly heal his injuries, he was now facing an onslaught from the legendary hero Garp. The sheer might of Garp's Haki essentially disregarded Marco's phoenix capabilities. However, Marco's sudden intervention provided Whitebeard with a critical opportunity for counterattack. With wide eyes, Whitebeard summoned his inner strength, launching his massive blade skyward. His arm muscles expanded with renewed vigor. Not good. That stance. Whitebeard is about to unleash another quake, Sengoku exclaimed. His brow furrowed. Until this moment, Whitebeard had been unable to unleash the true power of the Tremor fruit due to the pressure exerted by Sengoku and Garp. Yet now, thanks to Marco's timely arrival, he had the opportunity he needed. Suddenly, the air behind Whitebeard became taut, and the point of impact shattered like fragile glass. A tremendous tremor erupted, causing the entire Marineford island to tilt ominously, leaving those present in disarray as the ground began to fracture beneath them. Clearly, this was the full force of Whitebeard's devil fruit abilities. At this moment, even Sengoku and Garp found themselves powerless to halt Whitebeard. Oh no, this situation is dire. Akiji, who was engaged with Kaido, recognized the imminent danger and sought to intervene. However, he had underestimated Kaido. Just as he attempted to break free, he was met with Kaido's club swinging toward him. Ha! Splendid, Whitebeard. Go ahead and obliterate the entire Navy headquarters. And as for you, Akiji, don't even think about getting past. Kaido laughed maniacally. Faced with Kaido's obstruction, Akiji found himself unable to escape. Even Akainu was in a similar predicament. Damn Whitebeard. Does he truly intend to annihilate our headquarters? Big Mom, you wretched old hag, get out of my way. Akaina was consumed by fury, the veins in his forehead bulging as he unleashed the terrifying power of his magma fruit. What? You dare call me an old hag? Big Mom, incensed by Akainu's words, charged toward him with her colossal frame. Against Big Mom's ferocious assault, Akaina had no chance to evade. At this moment, the tremors intensified, and nearly every part of Marineford was left in ruins. As for Roa, he merely observed quietly, showing no intention of intervening. After all, he was no longer the fourth admiral of the Navy. He was curious to see if the Navy could withstand the might of the world's strongest man, the Yonko Whitebeard. Even if Marineford were to collapse into the depths of the sea, he, Roa, would remain unscathed. This cannot stand. Sengoku, we must stop Whitebeard, Garp shouted anxiously. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to act, the immortal Marco once again positioned himself in front of them. You too, do not think to hinder our king? Marco confidently declared, fully aware of the formidable powers possessed by Garp and Sengoku. His objective was merely to restrain the two, and he felt quite assured in achieving at least that much. The only individual capable of halting Whitebeard now remained Admiral Kizaru Borsalino. Kizaru understood the current situation well. It was imperative for him to take action. Although he found himself facing formidable adversaries like Katakuri and Jin, he believed that, given his Pika Pika Nomi abilities, he could indeed find a way to extricate himself if necessary. In the next moment, with a swift whoosh, Borsalino transformed into light, vanishing before Katakuri and Jin. Instantly, he reappeared before Whitebeard. Borsalino. Whitebeard glared fiercely at him. Oh my, Whitebeard, your Gura Gura Nomi powers are truly terrifying. However, you shall not destroy Marineford, Borsalino proclaimed, unleashing a beam of light from his fingertip. The beam sped forth, piercing through Whitebeard's arm. Dad, Marco shouted in alarm. As Borsalino's attack took effect, the overwhelming tremors ceased. Whitebeard, I cannot allow you to escape. Borsalino pressed his advantage, firing 2 more laser beams. This time, his assault penetrated Whitebeard's chest, forcing the latter into a half-kneeling position. Visibly struggling, coughing heavily, Whitebeard expelled a mouthful of blood onto the ground, clearly indicating the severity of his injuries. Dad, Marco cried out anxiously. At that critical moment, Marco revealed a glaring opening. Garp seized the opportunity, wrapping his armed Haki around Marco's head and forcefully bringing him down to the ground, causing Marco's blue phoenix form to dissipate, along with a spurt of blood. Dad, Marco. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in cries at this sight, rushing forward in a desperate bid to provide support. However, the Navy would not grant them any respite. Several Marine headquarters vice admirals and dozens of rear admirals surged forward, blocking the path of the Whitebeard pirates. Marines, stop them. Create an opportunity for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Admiral Borsalino. A leading vice admiral rallied the troops. Instantly, the Marines clashed once more with the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, Ace screamed in a frenzy, struggling helplessly. Whitebeard, it's over. Borsalino stood before Whitebeard, raising his hand once more, gathering the brilliance of his Pika Pika Nomi abilities, aiming directly at Whitebeard's head, seemingly preparing to deliver a final blow. Is it truly the end? That remains uncertain. Roa smiled faintly, though he had no intention of taking action. It seemed as if he had already foreseen the events that were about to unfold. That scoundrel Whitebeard. Katakuri. Prevent him. Whitebeard must not perish at his hands. Big Mom shouted. Yes, Mother, Katakuri nodded, immediately activating his Machi Machi fruit and charging straight towards the yellow monkey, Kizaru. Even Kaido was equally resolute. Jinbe. You two must act. Whitebeard's fate must be handled by me personally. Understood, Captain Kaido. Jinbe responded, transforming into his Pteranodon form and darting towards Kizaru like a flash of lightning. In an instant, both Jinbe and Katakuri struck simultaneously, sending Kizaru flying and successfully rescuing Whitebeard, granting him a moment of respite. Linlin, Kaido, I do not require your assistance. Whitebeard bellowed, now standing firm, his voice echoing throughout Marineford, completely dismissing the help of Kaido and Big Mom. After all, he was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Although the situation had been dire, the intervention of Katakuri and Jinbe had been immensely helpful, yet it left Whitebeard feeling somewhat humiliated. For a man of Whitebeard's stature, pride was of utmost importance. Mamma mia. That damned Whitebeard. Just as he was back in the day. Big Mom chuckled, brushing it off lightly. Humph. Were it not for my desire to kill you myself, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Kaido's tone was equally irritable. For both Big Mom and Kaido, their singular ambition was to eliminate Whitebeard, solidifying their own dominance and influence across the world. After all, Whitebeard's impact was comparable to that of the late Pirate King, Roger. Curse them. Big Mom and Kaido. Admiral Sengoku frowned, deep in thought, seemingly arriving at a resolution. He determined that the live broadcast from Marineford must be severed. This was primarily due to the fact that the battle situation was no longer advantageous for the Navy. Sengoku and his allies had originally aimed to confront just one emperor, Whitebeard, yet now they were faced with the dual threat of Big Mom and Kaido, leaving Marineford in utter disarray. Moreover, facing three emperors simultaneously left the Navy at a distinct disadvantage, leading to a prolonged conflict, and even Sengoku himself could not guarantee a complete victory for the Navy. If the broadcast continued, it would humiliate the Navy on a global scale. Get someone to cut off the live feed. Sengoku commanded decisively. In response, a Navy soldier rushed over in a flurry. Report, Admiral Sengoku. Our live broadcast Den Den Mushi has been hijacked. The soldier exclaimed. What? Hijacked? By Whitebeard's crew? Or Big Mom's? Or Kaido's? Sengoku asked, surprised, his immediate reaction being to inquire who was responsible. After all, aside from Roa, the only pirates present were those three factions. If it was a hijacking, it could only have been carried out by pirates. However, the answer was not what Sengoku anticipated. No, it was the prisoners from Impel Down who just snuck in. Leading them is a pirate named Buggy the Clown. The soldier explained hastily. Prisoners from Impel Down? Buggy the Clown? What is going on? Why are the Impel Down prisoners here? Sengoku asked, furious. The soldier then recounted how Buggy had commandeered a Navy ship, bringing a group of Impel Down prisoners to Marineford. Damn it. Whatever it takes, you must get that live broadcast Den Den Mushi back. Sengoku issued a stern order to the soldier. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, Buggy the Clown, draped in a Navy cloak, directed his iconic red nose towards the camera of the live broadcast Den Den Mushi. Ha ha ha. I am your pirate, Buggy the Clown. From now on, Marineford will be my domain. Buggy boasted wildly to the camera. His image flooded screens around the world, preventing viewers from seeing the live situation in Marineford. Who is this? What Buggy the Clown? Get lost. We want to see the battle. The audience, who had been anxiously observing the developments in Marineford, erupted in disgusted shouts. Among the crowd on Sabaody Archipelago, one viewer laughed heartily, his weathered arm lifting a cup to sip, unable to suppress his mirth. Buggy, it's been a long time. As he laughed, a tear glimmered at the corner of his eye, as if reminiscing about something cherished. Indeed, it was Silver's Rayleigh. Buggy and the current Emperor Shanks had once been apprentice crewmates aboard Roger's ship. After the crew disbanded, they had not seen each other for many years. Thus, seeing Buggy on screen stirred memories within Rayleigh. Perhaps the only person he had seen recently was Shanks, which brought a sense of nostalgia for him. Back on the battlefield of Marineford, with Katakuri and Jinbe holding off Kizaru, Whitebeard seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Gripping his greatsword, he charged towards Garp, liberating Marco, who had been pinned down by Garp. Marco, there is no need for you to intervene here. Remember your mission. Save Ace. Whitebeard issued his command to Marco, and then resolutely faced off against the legendary Navy heroes, Garp and Sengoku, alone. Understood, father. Marco replied, albeit reluctantly. He was acutely aware of Whitebeard's grievous injuries, rendering him incapable of contending with both Garp and Sengoku simultaneously. Even Marco's own intervention would not yield significant advantages. However, out of respect for his father's orders, he felt compelled to obey, temporarily vacating the battlefield to embark on the mission to rescue Ace. Whitebeard, cease your struggles. Your wounds are far too severe for you to continue fighting. Garp admonished him. Ha. Garp, are you pitying me? Whitebeard laughed heartily, brandishing his blade and launching an attack on Garp, only to be thwarted by Garp's Haki-imbued fist. Are you truly wagering your life to save Ace? Sengoku coldly questioned. Yet, Whitebeard disregarded Sengoku's words and pressed on with his ferocious assault. Thus, the three remnants of an era, the old guard of Whitebeard, Garp, and Sengoku, became embroiled in a fierce struggle once more. Chapter 105, the live broadcast of the clown Buggy despite his age and injuries. Whitebeard summoned his utmost strength in the face of Garp and Sengoku. Naturally, Garp and Sengoku were equally cautious, knowing they could not afford to underestimate Whitebeard's formidable power. Indeed, his actions afforded Marco and the others precious time to approach Ace. Regrettably, the previously occupied Borsellino, held back by Katakuri and Jin, managed to extricate himself and obstruct Marco's progress. Oh dear, Captain of the 1st Division. With me here, you shall not easily draw near to Fire Fist Ace, Borsellino declared, placing himself squarely in Marco's path. With no other recourse, Marco was left with no choice but to engage Borsellino in combat. Meanwhile, the two emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, escalated their onslaught. Despite facing a Marine admiral each, they continued to mercilessly slay Marine soldiers while exerting relentless pressure on them. The devastation wrought by Big Mom and Kaido was unprecedented. Ships anchored along the coast and small structures surrounding Marineford were obliterated. The repeated tremors from Whitebeard's quake powers had already left Marineford in a precarious state, if no one could assertively rein them in. The complete destruction of Marineford would merely be a matter of time. This was precisely why Admiral Sengoku was determined to sever the live broadcast to the world. The spectacle they were presenting would utterly tarnish the Navy's reputation. As the Navy represented the world government, it would also reflect poorly on them. Big Mom, you shall not wreak havoc in Marineford. I will deal with you first. Akainu bellowed arrogantly at Big Mom. Although the eruption of his magma powers was fearsome, it proved ineffective against Big Mom. Oh, Akainu, do you truly believe you can thwart me? Big Mom taunted him. On the other side, Kaido had transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring through the skies and unleashing destructive breath upon Marineford. Kazan sought to impede him. But against the so-called strongest creature across land, sea, and air, his attacks failed to breach Kaido's defenses. Ah, this is quite troublesome, Kazan lamented, unable to contain his frustration in the face of Kaido's relentless aggression. However, Sengoku and Garp earnestly wished to intervene against Big Mom and Kaido. Yet, even when contending with the aged and ailing Whitebeard, they found it nearly impossible to defeat him completely, leaving them stretched thin. Sengoku occasionally cast glances at the nonchalant Luo Ya amidst the battlefield. He harbored hopes that Luo Ya might lend assistance, yet he understood the improbability of such aid. After all, Luo Ya was no longer aligned with the Marines, and why should he heed their commands? Even if he were to help out a friendship, their relationship hardly warranted such an expectation. Moreover, the events surrounding the Celestial Dragons and Luo Ya's subsequent imprisonment had irrevocably severed any semblance of camaraderie. Though Garp might have had a chance to speak, Sengoku, knowing Garp well, was convinced that he would remain silent. The crux of the matter was that if Garp were to speak and Luo Ya declined, it would be a significant blow to Garp's dignity after all these years. Thus, Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, realized he could not rely on others, but needed to devise his own strategy. In his fury, Sengoku unleashed an even more ferocious assault on Whitebeard in his Buddha form. Meanwhile, the flamboyant clown Buggy, who had taken control of the live broadcast using the Den Den Mushi, completed his ostentatious introduction and assumed the role of the war's commentator. Despite Sengoku's orders to retrieve the broadcast snail from Buggy, the clown found himself surrounded by countless prisoners from Impel down, who were fervently supporting him. Ha! My loyal followers. Keep those Marines at bay. I, the great Buggy, shall not allow anyone to disturb me. Buggy's audacity was unmatched. Remarkably, his supporters were obedient, affirming, yes, Boss Buggy. We will not let those Marines approach you. The prisoners of Impel Down erupted with excitement, brandishing their weapons and launching attacks against the Navy soldiers. Although these inmates, who idolized the clown Buggy, did not belong to the ranks of the great pirates, they were nonetheless notorious criminals with considerable strength. Coupled with the grievances they had endured over the years in Impel Down, their fury exploded when faced with the Navy. The soldiers who had come to seize the Den Den Mushi were no match for them. However, it was precisely Buggy's actions that led to a global broadcast of the battle at Marineford. While Buggy's incessant chatter and his repugnant visage were often a source of annoyance, audiences worldwide gradually became accustomed to his presence, realizing that without him, the live feed would be abruptly cut. After all, their primary focus was the gravity of the battlefield situation, as the outcome of the conflict at Marineford would determine the fate of the entire world. As spectators engaged in discussions regarding the unfolding events on the grand screen, the predominant topic remained whether the Navy headquarters could withstand the onslaught. Opinions varied, with many expressing skepticism about the Navy's chances of survival, especially since both Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp had intervened yet still struggled to overcome Whitebeard. Others pointed out that the two other admirals were entirely preoccupied by the formidable Big Mom and Kaido, leaving them unable to break free. The unexpected arrival of these two emperors had shifted the tide. Otherwise, the Navy might have been able to handle Whitebeard alone. Regardless, it appeared that this time, the Navy was on the verge of a catastrophic defeat. Given the current circumstances, countless viewers leaned towards the belief that the Navy would ultimately falter. As Marineford had been ravaged beyond recognition, making it difficult to believe in a Navy comeback. Meanwhile, audiences from the Sabaody archipelago were engrossed in discussions about why the three emperors had consecutively appeared at Marineford with the intention of dismantling the Navy headquarters. Some speculated whether their joint arrival was linked to the 4th Admiral, Roronoa Zaro, who had slain a celestial dragon. Given Zaro's recent display of power, which allowed him to subdue Whitebeard single-handedly, and Kaido's insistence on recruiting him, along with Big Mom's public proposal to Zaro, it was hard to dismiss the notion that their interest in Marineford was indeed related to him. Many agreed with this hypothesis. However, dissenting voices emerged, arguing otherwise. That is not true, they asserted, noting that Whitebeard had come to Marineford to rescue Port Gasti, Ace, and that during the confrontation between Whitebeard and Zoro, they were clearly unfamiliar with each other. Moreover, Big Mom and Kaido had arrived at Marineford before Zaro, suggesting their motivations lay elsewhere. The debate intensified as two factions clashed over their differing views. Suddenly, a voice broke through the commotion. Indeed, Whitebeard came to save Ace. As for Big Mom and Kaido, they are indeed targeting Zoro, but they also harbor another intention, to annihilate the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing these words, all eyes turned to the speaker, revealing an elderly man with white hair, a prominent scar across his face, leisurely sipping from a flask. Wait, is that Rayleigh, the Dark King? Murmured the crowd in disbelief. Isn't he the vice-captain of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger? Indeed, the voice belonged to Rayleigh. Initially, some sought to challenge his assertion, but many recognized him and fell silent, realizing that in this world, strength dictated authority. If even the former vice-captain of the Pirate King asserted such a claim, his analysis must hold merit. Rayleigh, you are correct. A voice called out. What do you think the repercussions of Zoro's departure from the Navy will be? Another question arose, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Yet, before Rayleigh could respond, a self-assured individual interjected, what repercussions could there be? Zoro may be powerful, but the Navy has had many strong admirals over the years. Just look at the aging Zephyr. While this argument held some validity, Rayleigh merely smiled, raising his flask once more. Zoro's strength is capable of altering the very fabric of the world. The Navy's loss of such a force represents their greatest setback in history. Or rather, a loss for their so-called world government. The King of Darkness, Rayleigh, spoke slowly. After all, he had clashed with Roa before and was acutely aware of the terrifying power he possessed. Although Roa did not unleash his true strength during their battle, Rayleigh, with his years of experience, understood that Roa's hidden abilities were exceedingly formidable. At the recent battlefield of Marineford, Roa's overwhelming dominance over Whitebeard clearly showcased his prowess. It is worth noting that in this world, few can completely suppress the might of Whitebeard. Even when Garp and Sengoku joined forces, they could merely restrain the ailing and aged Whitebeard. Thus, when Rayleigh asserted that Roa's strength could alter the very fabric of the world, it was not an implausible claim. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, the inhabitants of Sabaody archipelago collectively gasped in astonishment. Rayleigh continued, stating that the outcome of the battle at Marineford, whether the Navy or the pirates would prevail, was not something either side could contemplate. The only individual capable of swaying this conflict was none other than Roa. Chapter 107. An unexpected visitor indeed. Rayleigh was absolutely correct. The sole person capable of determining the victor in the war at Marineford was Roa. No one else held such power. The people of Sabaody archipelago felt an involuntary tension rising within them. If Rayleigh had declared it so, then the matter was undoubtedly settled. Whitebeard, have you truly resolved to bring an end to the remnants of our old era? Rayleigh gazed at Whitebeard on the screen, his tone heavy with meaning. At that moment, the battlefield of Marineford was completely dominated by the pirate crews led by Big Mom and Kaido. Even Garp and Sengoku were unable to fully suppress Whitebeard. Frustration mounted as Sengoku lamented, have we not yet regained control of our broadcast snail? The three admirals were simultaneously occupied with Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard's subordinates, while the Navy's vice admirals and rear admirals faced countless pirates. Sengoku and Garp were also engaged in a constant struggle against Whitebeard. The entire situation left the Navy at a significant disadvantage. If they could not reclaim the broadcast rights, their reputation would be tarnished across the globe. However, regaining the broadcast snail from the clown buggy would require the involvement of an admiral. Otherwise, Navy soldiers would be unable to approach Buggy amidst the cover of the Impel-down prisoners. But where could they find an admiral to spare? Akainu was preoccupied with Big Mom, while Kazan was tirelessly countering Kaido's destructive rampage. Kizaru was occupied with preventing Marco and other members of the Whitebeard pirates from rescuing Port Gasti, Ace, leaving them with no viable options. As for Roa, he remained a spectator, observing the fierce contest between Whitebeard, Garp, and Sengoku. The power of the Tremor fruit was indeed formidable. Even the aged and injured Whitebeard did not falter against the legendary figures of Garp and Sengoku. Were it the youthful Whitebeard in his prime, even I, without the power of the Rinnegan, would likely find it impossible to inflict any damage upon him. Roa could not help but exclaim. In comparison to the current battle between Whitebeard, Garp, and Sengoku, the power of the Tremor fruit truly deserves its title as the strongest paramecia fruit. Most notably, it is Whitebeard's exceptional physical condition that stands out. His defensive capabilities are not in the slightest inferior to Kaido's. If this were during Whitebeard's prime, it is likely that with just his own strength, he could have obliterated the entire Marineford. Suddenly, as Sengoku became distracted contemplating the live broadcast snail, Whitebeard swiftly retaliated, delivering a blow infused with the power of the Tremor fruit directly to Sengoku. Even though Sengoku had enveloped himself in Haki and was in his Buddha form, he was still forced back several steps by Whitebeard's strike. Sengoku, do you harbor some disdain for me? How dare you let your mind wander in my presence? Whitebeard taunted him. Sengoku, this is unlike you. Garp chimed in with his own jest. However, in the next moment, Garp, with his fist enveloped in the strongest Haki, charged directly at Whitebeard. Simultaneously, he shouted, Whitebeard, do not underestimate this old man's fist. Indeed, Garp's punch was not to be taken lightly. The fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck Whitebeard, causing even his ailing form to stagger backward. Kaido. Whitebeard glared fiercely at Garp before launching another attack. Thus, the three continued their fierce brawl. On another front, Big Mom faced off against Akainu. Although Big Mom did not manage to severely injure Akainu at first, he was equally unable to halt her rampant destruction. Akainu, you natural type fruit users are truly bothersome. Big Mom expressed her growing impatience towards Akainu. After all, it was Akainu's natural magma fruit abilities that rendered many of Big Mom's assaults ineffective. Coupled with his mastery of observation Haki, Akainu could transform before being hit, allowing him to recover swiftly. Big Mom, you insufferable old hag. Step aside. Once I eliminate Roa, you will be next. Akainu retorted defiantly, fixating on Roa as his primary target. Just how deep was his grudge against Roa? You dare call me an old hag? You even wish to lay your hands on a man I have my eyes on? Big Mom was truly enraged this time. As for Kazan and Kaido, Kaido's objective was clear, to obliterate the entire Marine headquarters. Kazan could only attempt to restrain Kaido with his ice powers, but ultimately it proved futile. The Marineford was already in ruins, and many Marine soldiers had perished under Kaido's onslaught. Oh dear, this is quite troublesome, Kazan thought, sensing a foreboding omen as he surveyed the devastation. After all, it was his inability to contain Kaido that led to this dire situation. However, at that moment, behind the nearly destroyed Marine headquarters building, a colossal black figure flickered into view. It seemed that uninvited guests were about to arrive. Yet, amidst the chaotic battle, only Roa noticed this occurrence. It seems the expected guests have finally arrived. Roya let out a cold laugh, for he was well aware of the identity of this unexpected visitor. Chapter 108, Blackbeard joins the battlefield. With the emergence of that colossal black figure, several others appeared in front of the naval headquarters building. What is happening here? How can both Kaido and Big Mom be here? The foremost among them, a cunning and devious individual, erupted into laughter. Indeed, it was none other than Blackbeard who had longed for this summit war to unfold. Surrounding him were the new and old members of his Blackbeard pirates, alongside the fighting champion Jesus Burgess, Van Augur, and the ghostly officer Lafitte. Were notorious criminals such as Shiryu of the Rain, the tyrannical King Abelo Pizarro, the moonlit hunter Katarina Devon, and the drunkard Bast Choate, who had all previously resided in Impel Down. The shadow behind the naval headquarters building belonged to the massive warship San Juan Wolf. Indeed, Blackbeard had successfully executed his first plan, infiltrating Impel Down under the guise of a warlord and successfully recruiting these heinous criminals. This was primarily due to Big Mom's earlier prison break, which allowed Blackbeard and his crew to enter Impel Down undetected. Following this, with Roya's victory over Magellan, Blackbeard's journey to this location became effortless. Now, arriving at Marineford, he intended to set his second plan in motion. Whitebeard. Captain, the situation is chaotic with Big Mom and Kaido present. This seems beyond our initial plan. Should we proceed? Burgess inquired of Blackbeard. Of course, the plan must continue. The presence of Big Mom and Kaido only serves to make our performance even more spectacular. Besides, the more chaotic the situation becomes, the more advantageous it is for us. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly, as if all these events were already predetermined. Just as Blackbeard had stated, the more tumultuous the scene at Marineford, the more favorable it was for him, as the Navy would lack sufficient power to thwart his ambitions. Thus, the arrival of Big Mom and Kaido was akin to divine assistance for Blackbeard. Then, Blackbeard's gaze caught sight of Roya in the distance, and he momentarily froze. What is going on? That guy is here too. His first reaction upon seeing Roya was one of anxiety. After all, he had first-hand experience of Roya's terrifying power, and if Roya were to act against him, his plans could very well be thwarted. Listen up, everyone. No matter what happens, keep your eyes on that guy. Blackbeard commanded his crew with a sense of urgency. For Blackbeard, today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he let this chance slip away, he might never have another to realize his ambitions. Rest assured, Captain. A man capable of defeating Magellan is certainly formidable. If he chooses to make a move, it will be quite troublesome, Shiryu of the Rain responded. A cigar clenched between his teeth, his hands gripping his sword tightly. At that moment, everyone in Marineford became aware of Blackbeard's arrival. Blackbeard, and Shiryu, and his crew. What is the meaning of this? Why are these individuals with Blackbeard? Admiral Sengoku instantly recognized the notorious criminals surrounding Blackbeard and was curious as to how they came to ally with him. After all, these individuals were notorious for their malevolence and were known to be unruly. How could they possibly collaborate with Blackbeard? Most importantly, Sengoku had come to the grim realization that Impel Down had completely fallen. Similarly, Garp wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed in worry. First, Big Mom rescued Kaido from prison, and now Roya had arrived. Both of them were once incarcerated in Impel Down, and upon seeing them, Sengoku deduced the fall of the prison but had initially refrained from concern, trusting in Magellan's strength to soon suppress the remaining criminals. However, now that these wicked criminals had been consecutively released by Blackbeard, there was only one conclusion: Magellan had been defeated. And in Sengoku and Garp's minds, there was only one possible culprit behind Magellan's downfall: Roya. Now, they could only hope that the most dangerous inmates in the 6th level of Impel Down had not all escaped. Sengoku muttered under his breath, his brow knit with worry. He fervently wished that his worst fears would not come to pass, otherwise, chaos would surely reign. It was crucial to remember that the 6th level housed some of the most vicious and formidable pirates, capable of instilling terror across the seas. Teach. The moment Marco laid eyes on Blackbeard, a surge of fury compelled him to charge at Blackbeard. Yet, reason prevailed. After all, even Ace had fallen to this man. And given the formidable individuals surrounding Blackbeard, charging in recklessly would equate to certain doom. Thus, Marco retained a modicum of rationality. At this juncture, Big Mom and Kaido also took notice of the unfolding events. What in the world? How did these individuals get released? This is becoming increasingly interesting. Big Mom recognized the notorious criminals at a glance. Kaido shared her sentiments. This guy, he actually brought these troublesome individuals into the fray. Is he intent on thwarting my plans? Kaido seethed with anger. He too had been imprisoned and impelled down, and was well aware of the chaos these individuals could unleash. Even when Big Mom had rescued him, he had never considered letting these criminals free. After all, they were exceptionally troublesome and formidable. However, only Whitebeard remained unfazed. Upon seeing Blackbeard, his eyes blazed with fury. Teach, how dare you show your face here? The roar of Whitebeard reverberated throughout Marineford, accompanied by a powerful tremor. Chapter 109, Whitebeard versus Blackbeard, 1. One can only imagine the extent of Whitebeard's fury towards Blackbeard Teach. After all, Blackbeard Teach had committed an unforgivable transgression against the Whitebeard pirates by murdering his own comrades. Furthermore, it was Blackbeard Teach who was responsible for Ace's capture. It could be said that had it not been for Blackbeard Teach's actions, Whitebeard would still be sailing the seas with his family. Perhaps even aiding Ace in his quest to become the new Pirate King and enjoying a peaceful retirement. However, it was precisely because of Blackbeard Teach's heinous deeds that everything changed. Thus, Whitebeard's wrath towards Blackbeard Teach had transcended the limits of mere words. Haha, father. It has been a while. I have missed you dearly. Blackbeard Teach spread his jewel-adorned hands, his toothless grin wide with laughter. The words he uttered were laden with provocation, and his demeanor exuded a distinctly unsavory essence. It was evident that Blackbeard Teach was no virtuous individual. Indeed, Law held a profound disdain for this man. Yet Law was not alone in this sentiment. Many others shared his feelings, including Sengoku. Initially, When the notorious officer Lafitte intruded upon the Navy headquarters to nominate Blackbeard Teach as a new Shichibukai, Sengoku was reluctant to agree, as they already had a preferred candidate. However, who could have anticipated that this man would resort to trading Fire Fist Ace as leverage, revealing Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King? This revelation indeed sent shockwaves through both the Navy and the world government. Consequently, under pressure from the higher-ups, Sengoku was compelled to acquiesce to Blackbeard Teach's request. Perhaps, had Blackbeard not become a Shichibukai, the events at Impel Down would have unfolded differently, and the long-imprisoned inmates, such as Shiryu of the Rain, would not have escaped. Most importantly, although only a few like Shiryu were visible now, the reality was that many more notorious pirates had likely fled Impel Down. Should this be the case, even if the battle at Marineford were to conclude, the world would undoubtedly experience further tumult. Contemplating this, Sengoku, as Fleet Admiral, could not help but feel a sense of impending dread. Suddenly, Whitebeard broke free from Sengoku and Garp, turning his attention towards Blackbeard Teach. His massive frame trembled with fury as he raised his great blade high, spinning it with ferocity. In an instant, a thunderous crash resonated as it struck the ground, causing Marineford to tremble once more. Teach, do you comprehend the gravity of your misdeeds? Whitebeard bellowed with authority at Blackbeard Teach. The sheer force of his roar startled Blackbeard, momentarily rendering him speechless, his legs weak beneath him. It was not just Blackbeard who exhibited such a reaction. Even his crew felt an overwhelming sense of terror. Indeed, in his wrath, Whitebeard had unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to intimidate Blackbeard and his crew. Faced with the fury of the world's strongest man, even those of formidable strength among them were deeply shaken. All present, including Garp, Sengoku, and even Big Mom and Kaido, were profoundly impacted by Whitebeard's formidable presence. Only Law remained unaffected. Luo Ya felt the might of Whitebeard, yet he merely smiled faintly, exuding an air of indifference. The power of Whitebeard, it seemed to have diminished considerably. Roya shook his head and said, indeed. After all, he had just personally experienced the overwhelming strength of Whitebeard. Compared to the current situation, it certainly lacked some vigor. Perhaps the present-day Whitebeard, due to his physical condition, could no longer fully unleash his complete potential. Terrifying. Is this the power of the strongest man in the world? Shiryu of the Rain furrowed his brow and inquired, Captain, are you sure we want to battle such a formidable foe? Champion Gazar's Bagus appeared to waver in his resolve. Consequently, Blackbeard Teach shot him a fierce glare and snapped. Shut your mouth. Don't forget why we are here today. With Blackbeard's reprimand, Bagus dared not utter another word, and the others fell silent as well. Humph. Whitebeard is now frail and weak. What do we have to fear? Once we strike together, we will surely defeat him. Then it will be our Blackbeard pirates' moment to shine. Blackbeard Teach proclaimed with fervor, his lecherous grin reappearing. However, while voicing these words, Blackbeard occasionally glanced at Roya. To put it plainly, he was genuinely prepared to take action against Whitebeard. During this endeavor, he was unconcerned about the potential interventions of Big Mom or Kaido, nor did he worry about Garp or Sengoku, as he was bolstered by Shiryu and the others, who provided him with some confidence to delay their interference. The only one he truly feared was Roya. Should Roya choose to act against him, Blackbeard believed that even if they all joined forces, they might not be able to hold him back. Without the ability to delay him, his plans would inevitably fail. However, Roya was acutely aware of Blackbeard's so-called plans. Yet he had no intention of meddling. After all, Whitebeard, as a remnant of the old era, was indeed due for an end. Furthermore, since Whitebeard had chosen to come to Marineford for the Summit War, he had long been prepared for the worst. Then, swish, 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 several figures darted swiftly, and Blackbeard and his crew arrived before Whitebeard in an instant. Damn it, what does Teach want so close to Pops? Marco could no longer bear it and intended to charge forward. However, he was blocked by Kizaru. Oh dear, it looks rather entertaining over there. Marco, you mustn't interfere, Kizaru said with a smile, standing in Marco's way. Kizaru. Marco gritted his teeth, feeling helpless against Kizaru's presence. Chapter 110, Whitebeard vs. Blackbeard 2, ha 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 ha. Pops, since it has been so long since we last met, shouldn't you be pleased with my accomplishments today? Blackbeard Teach audaciously sought to take credit before Whitebeard. Such behavior could only be described as shameless. However, before Whitebeard could respond, Sengoku, gritting his teeth, shouted, Blackbeard, is this your aim in becoming a warlord of the sea? To release these scoundrels from Impel Down? Sengoku directly questioned Blackbeard Teach. Ha 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 ha. As a pirate, being seen as an enemy by the Marines means I could never infiltrate Impel Down. To be frank, Sengoku, I accepted the title of warlord merely for this purpose. However, I no longer require this title, and soon you will understand why. Oh no, I should say the entire world will soon comprehend. Blackbeard spread his arms wide. His sinister grin coupled with an air of arrogance, completely disregarding Sengoku. Upon hearing this, Sengoku seethed with fury, his eyes trembling with rage as he glared at Blackbeard Teach. Even Garp, standing nearby, couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, seemingly ready to charge at Blackbeard Teach at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, spectators around the world watching the battle were also keenly aware of Blackbeard Teach's words and began to murmur amongst themselves. What is Blackbeard Teach saying? What does he mean for us to understand? He has even abandoned the title of warlord. What is this man truly scheming? Countless viewers were engulfed in panic as they speculated about Blackbeard Teach's intentions. Be quiet. Your concerns are of no consequence. Whitebeard interrupted their conversation, firmly rooting himself and striking his iconic pose, facing the group of Blackbeard and his crew. Teach. In the next moment, Whitebeard let out an enraged roar. His fist pierced through the air and collided with the surrounding atmosphere. Instantly, the transparent air shattered like fragile glass. Following this, a colossal transparent sphere emerged, a manifestation of the Tremor Fruit S power. This enormous transparent sphere surged toward Blackbeard and his crew. All of Blackbeard's crew members stiffened, but before they could react, the transparent sphere had already crashed into their vicinity. In an instant, the structures and ground around them began to collapse, sending up clouds of thick smoke. Witnessing this scene, all the Marine soldiers and pirate henchmen present were left dumbfounded. The spectators watching the grand screen worldwide were equally astonished. The sheer might of the world's strongest man unleashed in a single blow. Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp exchanged worried glances. Oh dear, how terrifying! Whitebeard. Kizaru, who had been blocking Marco, also paused to observe. Indeed, Whitebeard's power has diminished significantly. It seems he cannot endure for long. Roya shook his head. It was not only Roya who discerned the truth. Even Big Mom and Kaido, both old acquaintances of Whitebeard, could clearly see that Whitebeard's strength had indeed diminished significantly. Even Rayleigh, the Dark King, who watched the unfolding situation on the screen from Sabaody Archipelago, was moved to speak softly to himself. Newgate, are you truly reaching that point? However, as the thick smoke dissipated, the principle of no harm without smoke reemerged. Blackbeard Teach and his crew stood unscathed before Whitebeard and his allies. Old man, you seem to disregard our past friendship. Your attack was utterly merciless. Blackbeard grinned at Whitebeard. Teach, you are unworthy to be my son. You have violated the only unbreakable rule on my ship. You have slain a comrade. Today, I shall take your wretched life. Whitebeard roared with fury. Suddenly, Whitebeard's body trembled, and he bent over, coughing harshly. It was evident that his body could no longer endure. The injuries from previous battles compounded with his existing ailments had pushed him beyond his limits. Old man, taking advantage of Kizaru's distraction, Marco seized the opportunity, transforming into his blue phoenix form to rush towards Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard shouted, Marco, no one is allowed to intervene. Do you understand? This is an order. Your only task is to rescue Ace. Whitebeard gasped for breath. Although Marco and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were deeply concerned, they dared not disobey their father's command, gritting their teeth and watching helplessly. At that moment, Whitebeard had already resolved himself to face death. He understood that even with Marco's assistance, the situation could not be altered. Prior to this, Shanks had visited Whitebeard to discuss Blackbeard Teach, revealing that Teach harbored many secrets and hidden powers. Moreover, the individuals surrounding Blackbeard were far from ordinary. Rather than allowing them to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Blackbeard, it was wiser for them to devise a plan to rescue Ace and retreat from Marineford. Teach, let us settle this once and for all. Whitebeard, enduring his pain, raised his massive blade, pointing it menacingly at Blackbeard. He was acutely aware of his physical condition. Although his strength had significantly waned, he believed that regardless of the hidden powers Blackbeard possessed, he could swiftly conclude the battle and eliminate him. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Just what I wanted. I shall demonstrate the power of the devil fruit I seized after killing Sachi. Blackbeard sneered, spreading his arms as a dense dark substance began to emanate from his body. In but a breath's time, the darkness released by Blackbeard engulfed the ground beneath him and Whitebeard. The swirling, roiling dark matter flowed like a river. Whitebeard was taken aback, not only him, but all present were astonished. What power does this Blackbeard possess? It appears terrifying. Countless Marines and pirate subordinates began to murmur among themselves. Even Big MOM expressed surprise, MMM. This fellow's devil fruit. Yet Kaido showed little astonishment, having witnessed Blackbeard's strength during his previous incursion at Marine headquarters, where he found him utterly lacking. Ha ha ha. My devil fruit power is the strongest in this world, darkness. Experience its might. Blackbeard Teach proclaimed, exuding confidence. In his mind, he believed that his dark fruit capabilities were the bane of all devil fruit users, and Whitebeard was one such user. Immediately after Blackbeard's declaration, the dark matter akin to rushing water swiftly enveloped Whitebeard entirely. Within this abyss of darkness, firearms and debris were consumed, and even Whitebeard's colossal form began to sink. What is this power? Whitebeard mused with curiosity. Old man, though I once sincerely admired and revered you, you are now past your prime. So old that you cannot even save a subordinate facing execution. Blackbeard taunted, attempting to stoke the flames of Whitebeard's fury once more. As anticipated, Whitebeard was infuriated by Blackbeard's provocations. With a familiar motion, he unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit, directing a fist enveloped in a transparent glass-like shield towards Blackbeard. Useless. Before me, all abilities are rendered ineffective. Blackbeard stated with confidence, extending his hand, covered in dark matter, to meet Whitebeard's colossal punch head-on. Dark water. With a fierce shout from Blackbeard, Whitebeard's fist collided with his palm. Just as everyone expected Blackbeard to be obliterated by the force of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. The outcome defied all expectations. The dark substance absorbed Whitebeard's power, dissipating the glass shield in an instant. This scene left all witnesses in shock. Particularly the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. What is happening? Father's attack is ineffective against that Teach fellow? Marco exclaimed in astonishment. Heh. Blackbeard Teach. It seems your dark fruit abilities have improved since we last met. However, relying too heavily on the power of the fruit may still result in being subdued by Whitebeard. Roya gazed upon the formidable power displayed by Blackbeard Teach and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, offering his assessment of Teach's strength. After all, Roya had previously subdued Teach, giving him the authority to judge. Haha. So, old man, this is my darkness. All devil fruit abilities can be absorbed and rendered ineffective. In my presence, you can no longer cause earthquakes. Blackbeard Teach boasted arrogantly. Then, with a resounding thud, he extended his other hand, clenched his fist, and struck Whitebeard forcefully. The already battered Whitebeard's eyes widened in shock as his entire body trembled. Yet, this was not the end. Blackbeard Teach pressed his advantage, landing an uppercut directly on Whitebeard. Despite this, Whitebeard, having endured 2 of Teach's assaults, refused to concede. He raised his hand once more, unleashing the power of the Tremor fruit. Unsurprisingly, Teach's dark fruit ability absorbed it once again. Ha! It's futile, don't you understand? In the face of my darkness, your fruit abilities are rendered impotent. After saying this, Teach landed another punch on Whitebeard, causing the latter to stagger back, his massive blade tossed high into the air. It was evident that Teach's strength was impressive, capable of pushing Whitebeard to such a state. Instantly, everyone present was stunned. How could this be possible? Whitebeard was actually struck by him. All onlookers, including Sengoku and Garp, were astonished. While they were unaware of the full extent of Teach's power, they understood Whitebeard's formidable prowess. How could such a powerful figure be so easily hit by Teach? Impossible. Whitebeard, how could he be struck by such a wretch? Kaido roared in disbelief, having always regarded Whitebeard as a rival, particularly since he recognized Blackbeard Teach as the one he had dispatched with a single blow. To him, Teach was certainly not a formidable opponent. Yet now, the very individual he had previously bested had struck Whitebeard, a reality Kaido was unwilling to accept. However, the most agitated were not Kaido, but Marco and the others. Old man, how infuriating. Teach has truly laid a heavy hand on our father. Marco led the Whitebeard pirates crew, ready to retaliate. Yet, Whitebeard shouted, Marco, everyone, do not engage. Upon hearing Whitebeard's command, Marco and the others had no choice but to stand down. Haha. Old man, do you still wish to endure? Blackbeard Teach taunted. However, Whitebeard ignored him and threw another punch at Teach. Yet again, it was absorbed by Teach's dark fruit ability. Haha. I told you, it's useless. Blackbeard continued his bravado. Before he could finish, the massive blade that had been tossed into the air began to descend, and Whitebeard successfully caught it. In the next moment, he roared, swinging the blade directly at Blackbeard. Given the proximity and Whitebeard's extraordinary speed, Blackbeard had no time to evade. Thus, Whitebeard's blade struck him fiercely in the chest. With a swish, blood splattered as Blackbeard collapsed to the ground. It hurts. It hurts. he cried, rolling on the ground while clutching his bleeding chest. The pain exacerbated by the dark fruit's side effects. This time, Whitebeard refused to grant Blackbeard any reprieve. He stepped forward, pressing down on Teach's head with one hand. Arrogance and recklessness, those are your weaknesses. Teach, did you truly believe your power was invincible? Whitebeard admonished angrily. Witnessing this scene, Marco and the others felt exhilarated. Old man, strike him down. Yes, quickly eliminate that traitor Teach. They shouted fervently. It was clear that Teach's actions had incited the wrath of the entire Whitebeard pirates, reaching a level of collective fury. After all, Teach had first murdered his own comrades, then handed Ace over to the Marines, and now had the audacity to attack their father, Whitebeard. With such a litany of transgressions, how could the members of the Whitebeard pirates feel any sympathy for Teach? Similarly, Whitebeard seemed unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Teach. He unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit once more, intending to shatter Blackbeard's skull. Realizing the dire situation, Blackbeard's eyes filled with fear as he began to plead. No, old man, I'm your son. Are you truly going to kill me? Blackbeard, with wide, terrified eyes, shamelessly resorted to emotional manipulation. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath them erupted in a cloud of dust. Indeed, Whitebeard unleashed the full force of the Tremor fruit, fracturing the ground where Blackbeard lay. Well done, old man. Teach is finally finished, cheered countless members of the Whitebeard pirates. After all, having directly faced the power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, it was inconceivable that Blackbeard could survive. However, Roya chuckled softly. Whitebeard, is your body truly at its limit? He had seen through everything. As the thick smoke dissipated, Blackbeard Teach lay sprawled on the ground, visibly injured, but not to the point of death. Gradually, he managed to rise, gritting his teeth against the pain that coursed through him. What was happening? What extraordinary vitality did this man possess to be so resilient? Indeed, he had faced the full force of Whitebeard's Tremor powers and yet still stood. Even Marco and Diamond Joseph found this outcome incredulous. After all, they were most aware of their father Whitebeard's strength. How could anyone withstand such a direct blow from him and remain standing? However, Marco and the others soon discerned the truth, much like Roya had. At that moment, Whitebeard's condition was deteriorating rapidly, compounded by the injuries sustained in the ongoing battle. His body could no longer endure, meaning that the force he had just unleashed on Blackbeard likely represented less than 10% of his true strength. It was well known that when Whitebeard first appeared at Marineford, a mere flick of his wrist could send tremors throughout the entire island and trigger massive tsunamis. Yet, the recent attack had only resulted in the ground cracking beneath him, with no other significant impact. This clearly indicated that Whitebeard's power had not been fully unleashed. Had Whitebeard held back? No. Whitebeard harbored a deep-seated hatred for Blackbeard. There was no way he would have restrained himself. If he had intended to hold back, he could have easily stopped before launching that strike. Thus, there was only one explanation. Whitebeard's body was no longer capable of harnessing his immense power. Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp both furrowed their brows. Despite the enmity between the Navy and pirates, as remnants of an old era, they felt a pang of emotion witnessing Whitebeard's current state. Without waiting for Blackbeard to catch his breath, Whitebeard, battered and weary, staggered forward, each step a testament to his resolve. His fists were clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury, as if he truly intended to deliver a final blow to Blackbeard, to end him once and for all. You monster, must you not die quietly, even now that you are on the brink? In the face of Whitebeard's relentless advance, Blackbeard trembled, fear etched across his countenance, and he began to roar in defiance. In that moment, Blackbeard drew a gun from his pocket. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of shots that struck Whitebeard's chest. Blood erupted from Whitebeard, painting the ground crimson. Chapter 113. The last breath of Whitebeard. It was precisely because of Blackbeard's gunfire that Whitebeard, who had been poised to attack, suddenly halted. Father! Marco and the others could no longer contain their anxiety, shouting in desperation. Simultaneously, the terrified and enraged Blackbeard would not let this opportunity slip away. Everyone, come here. Let's finish him off. In that instant, Blackbeard commanded his crew without hesitation. They had no choice but to obey, as Blackbeard was indeed their captain. In a flurry, members of the Blackbeard pirates surged forward, weapons in hand. Bang, 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 flash, flash, flash. The cacophony of gunfire and clashing blades erupted, every assault landing upon Whitebeard. In that moment, he stood resolute, enduring the onslaught with his very body. Soon, blood flowed from him, staining the ground beneath. Father. This time, Marco and the others could no longer restrain themselves. Even if it meant defying Whitebeard's wishes, they were compelled to intervene. Even Ace, still shackled on the execution platform, was tearful and distraught, struggling against his bonds until blood oozed from his wrists and ankles. In that moment, he was overwhelmed by the desire to die. For the man he admired most was suffering so deeply. Yet, for Ace, the greater burden was regret. He lamented his reckless pursuit of Blackbeard, realizing that if he had not been so obstinate, none of this would have transpired, and his father would not be in such peril. Tears of remorse welled in his eyes. Yada no Kagami. Just as they were about to act, Admiral Kizaru, Palusalino, transformed into light and soared into the air, deploying his area attack to block their path. The suddenness of Kizaru's intervention left Marco and the others momentarily unable to resist, forcing them to halt and defend against his assault. Damn it! Are they truly trying to kill Whitebeard? No. If anyone is to kill him, it will be by my hand. In the distance, Kaido watched with fury as Whitebeard faced imminent death at the hands of Blackbeard and his crew, his rage boiling over. Without hesitation, Kaido broke free from his struggle with Admiral Kazan, gripping his kanabo tightly as he charged towards Whitebeard, disregarding all else. The Navy soldiers in his path were far from fortunate. Faced with Kaido's berserk fury, they could neither stand in his way nor escape the indiscriminate slaughter he unleashed. In an instant, a multitude of Navy soldiers met a grim fate at Kaido's hands. Kaido, you fiend! Akaina could no longer stand idly by. His body transformed into magma as he sought to thwart Kaido's rampage against the Navy, though he understood that war brought inevitable sacrifice. Witnessing Kaido's merciless massacre of Navy soldiers was more than he could bear. However, let us not forget that blocking Akainu's path was none other than the Emperor, Big Mom. As Sakazuki attempted to intervene against Kaido, the formidable Big Mom launched a powerful strike, sending Sakazuki back to his original form. Ahaha. While I would relish the opportunity to personally eliminate Whitebeard, since Kaido has already taken action, it matters not to me. Sakazuki, do not dare to disrupt my plans. Big Mom warned Sakazuki in a threatening tone. Faced with Big Mom, Sakazuki found himself unable to escape the situation. However, Kaido's actions would indeed provoke opposition, namely from Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, who positioned themselves directly in front of Kaido. Kaido, halt. You shall not take the lives of any more Marines. Sengoku issued a stern warning. Garp, known for his explosive temper, immediately struck Kaido without further ado. Though Garp's punch was formidable, it fell short of breaching Kaido's defenses. You two old geezers. Step aside. Only I am worthy to take Whitebeard's life. Kaido bellowed in fury. Yet, no matter how loudly he shouted, Sengoku and Garp remained unfazed. Thus, the three of them became embroiled in a fierce confrontation. As for Law, he remained unperturbed, fully aware of the inevitable outcome. Even if he were to assist Whitebeard, what difference would it make? None at all. At this point, regardless of his involvement, the circumstances could not be altered. Screens around the world showcased the scene of Whitebeard being besieged by the Blackbeard pirates. Could it be? Was the world's strongest man truly on the brink of death at the hands of that vile individual? The crew led by Blackbeard was merciless, inciting widespread panic among the populace. Despite their disdain for pirates, the potential demise of Whitebeard would evoke a profound sense of loss. Moreover, with the likes of the ruthless Blackbeard, if he were to succeed in killing Whitebeard, would not the world descend into chaos? On the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh gazed at the unfolding events on the screen, tears welling in his eyes as he whispered Whitebeard's name, seemingly resigned to the outcome. On the battlefield, Blackbeard and his crew relentlessly assaulted Whitebeard, whose colossal figure remained steadfast despite the onslaught. Chapter 114, The Death of Whitebeard. In this moment, Whitebeard's stature epitomized the essence of a true warrior. Fully aware that his body could no longer withstand the assault, he nonetheless chose to stand tall against the frenzied attacks of Blackbeard and his crew, despite knowing he lacked the strength to retaliate. Amidst the barrage of bullets and blades, clouds of smoke erupted, mingling with the blood that flowed freely. Ha! Boys, take him down. Turn him into a porcupine. Blackbeard jeered, reveling in the chaos. Yet, Whitebeard understood that his demise was a foregone conclusion. He harbored no desire to fight back, instead allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. In that fleeting moment, memories of his last encounter with Roger resurfaced. Roger had once spoken to him of the D lineage and the reasons behind his surrender, which heralded the era of pirates. Whitebeard had come to comprehend that since Roger had forged the age of pirates with his final breath, he, too, the strongest man, must bid farewell to the old era with his life and pave the way for a new one. Indeed, this was the very reason that compelled Whitebeard to arrive at Marineford. Even without the war, his battered body would not endure much longer. Thus, he chose to undertake something meaningful in his final moments. At this juncture, Blackbeard's weapon ran out of ammunition. Out of bullets? Quickly, hand me another gun. Blackbeard discarded his empty weapon, eager to continue his assault on Whitebeard. Yet, it was no longer necessary. Whitebeard had lost all awareness. He stood merely by instinct, and a gentle push would send him crashing to the ground. Range Shiryu, standing beside Blackbeard, withdrew his sword and calmly stated, "He*s done for." Blackbeard, relieved by Shiryu's comment, was suddenly taken aback when Whitebeard opened his eyes once more, asserting, "This monster. He*s still alive." Blackbeard and his crew were left dumbfounded, astonished by Whitebeard's resilience. Then, Whitebeard proclaimed, "While I have no interest, the treasure will be discovered, and the world shall be upended. Someone will find it. That day will inevitably arrive." As he spoke, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, including Sengoku, Garp, Big Mom, and Kaido, all visibly startled. Only Law smiled knowingly. Whispering to himself, finally, Whitebeard is ready to reveal it. For he understood precisely what Whitebeard alluded to, the great treasure known as One Piece, the very prize sought by all. What is he planning? Big Mom pondered, momentarily taken aback. "Damn it, Whitebeard, you scoundrel." Kaido seethed with growing fury. After all, the two of them were acutely aware of what Whitebeard was about to proclaim and understood his true intentions. To be frank, neither of the two emperors wished for Whitebeard to voice his thoughts. Both were covetously eyeing the legendary treasure known as One Piece. "Whitebeard, you scoundrel. Silence yourself. Do not utter a word." Similarly, Sengoku and Garp had begun to grit their teeth. Sengoku even attempted to use words to dissuade Whitebeard. The global broadcast was under the control of the clown buggy, and the signal remained unbroken. This meant that Whitebeard's declaration would be witnessed and heard by the entire world. If that were to occur, Sengoku and Garp's worst fears would materialize. It would be akin to the words Roger left behind before his execution, which heralded the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Indeed, Whitebeard's trembling figure inhaled deeply, gazing skyward for a moment before expending his last breath to roar, "One Piece. It truly exists." This proclamation reverberated throughout Marineford. Oh no, more accurately, it resonated across the entire world. For at that moment, people from all corners of the globe were captivated by the live broadcast. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze over Marineford and beyond, leaving everyone in a state of stunned disbelief. Within mere seconds, the masses around the world erupted in fervor. "Did you hear that? Even Whitebeard has declared that One Piece is real. How wonderful! I too shall set sail." The flames of ambition were ignited in the hearts of countless passionate youths across the globe by Whitebeard's final words. However, upon uttering that last sentence, Whitebeard closed his eyes forever. In that moment, the era belonging to Whitebeard had definitively concluded. Moreover, his final words had once again ushered in a new epic. Old man, witnessing this scene, all of Whitebeard's crew, including Marco and Ace, were overcome with tears. They could no longer sense their father's presence, signifying that Whitebeard had indeed made the ultimate sacrifice. "Whitebeard, your life is mine. How can you simply perish like this? And what did your last words truly mean?" At this moment, Kaido was in a complete rage, seemingly unable to accept that his most coveted adversary had been slain by Blackbeard and his crew. Most importantly, he was thoroughly displeased with Whitebeard's final declaration. After all, this would herald the resurgence of a new pirate era, drawing greater interest in One Piece, thus increasing the obstacles even the four emperors would face. Consequently, Kaido's frustration escalated, casting him into a berserk state. Chapter 115. The performance of Blackbeard begins, of course. The rampaging Kaido was still restrained by Sengoku and Garp, the legendary heroes of the Navy. Even Kazan had joined the fray. Although they were all profoundly impacted by Whitebeard's final words, their duty as Navy soldiers forbade them from ignoring a rampaging Kaido. With Marineford in shambles and countless Navy soldiers fallen, allowing Kaido to continue unchecked would lead to even more unnecessary casualties. Despite Sengoku's fury over Whitebeard's last proclamation, it was too late to alter the situation. Their only recourse was to conclude this battle swiftly. Thus, Sengoku, Garp, and Kazan engaged in combat with the rampaging Kaido. On Sabaody Archipelago, the responses to Whitebeard's declaration were mixed. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The news was particularly unfair to those who yearned for peace. as Whitebeard's words would undoubtedly incite a surge of pirates across the world. The emergence of more pirates would inevitably lead to chaos and destruction, a dire situation for the common folk. However, for one individual, these concerns had become trivial. That individual was Silver's Rayleigh. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he gazed at Whitebeard's majestic image on the screen. He wiped away a tear and gradually formed a smile, remarking, "Whitebeard, you too have departed on the battlefield of Marineford. Whitebeard, you have left behind an extraordinary legacy, truly deserving of the title of a legendary hero." Luo Ya felt a profound admiration for Whitebeard's final words. For although he was deceased, his indomitable spirit and the countless scars adorning his body, a testament to his fierce battles against adversaries, truly exemplified the essence of a monster. The injuries he sustained during this conflict were innumerable. Nevertheless, his silhouette remained imbued with dignity. Strictly speaking, Whitebeard had never succumbed to the disgrace of fleeing throughout his pirate career, undeniably a man deserving of respect. At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification unexpectedly echoed. Ding! Sensing the host's deep admiration for Whitebeard's last words, it triggered the awakening of the Tremor Fruit's powers, which sought out the host. Congratulations, the host has unlocked the automatic training program for the Tremor Fruit's abilities. What? The powers of the Tremor Fruit? They have come to me of their own accord? Roya was immediately taken aback, beginning to sense the circulation of the powers bestowed by the Tremor Fruit within his body. It is important to note that the Tremor Fruit, regarded as the mightiest of the Paramecia-type fruits, possesses the potential to annihilate the entire world when cultivated to its utmost limit. Moreover, with the acquisition of this newfound ability, Roya now wielded 4 distinct powers: the Dark Fruit, the Venom Fruit, the Sound Fruit, in addition to the Tremor Fruit. It can be said that if Roya were to fully cultivate these powers and awaken them all, he could sweep across the entire pirate world with ease. Just as he reveled in his newfound strength, Blackbeard Teach erupted into laughter. "Ha! Whitebeard, truly a testament to grand ambitions. But it matters not, for you are dead." Teach mockingly taunted the unyielding corpse of Whitebeard. To be frank, Teach's actions were undeniably provocative. After all, Whitebeard was a legendary figure. And while it was true that he fell at Teach's hands, the dead deserve respect. His scornful behavior toward the corpse was indeed inciting hatred. "That scoundrel! I truly wish to strike him," Big Mom exclaimed, unable to contain her desire to lash out at Teach's repugnant demeanor. However, Akainu, ever cunning, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Big Mom was distracted, unleashing a barrage of magma. Akainu, you vile cur! How dare you ambush me?" Big Mom roared in fury, retaliating with a fierce assault alongside Prometheus and Zeus. Faced with the formidable power of this elder queen, Akainu widened his eyes, feeling a twinge of fear, realizing that perhaps he should not have provoked her, yet he could only endure the onslaught. Meanwhile, Marco and the remaining crew of the Whitebeard pirates, though devastated by Whitebeard's demise, understood that it was not yet time to surrender. They still had to fulfill Whitebeard's dying wish, to rescue Ace. Thus, all the division commanders led by Marco simultaneously charged towards Admiral Kizaru. "Oh my, how terrifying. So many division commanders," Kizaru remarked, shaking his head. On the other side, Blackbeard Teach's crew was reveling in their apparent success. "Captain, everything seems to be unfolding according to our plan. Are you ready to proceed?" Lafitte inquired. Indeed, the grand spectacle is about to commence." Teach laughed arrogantly. Shortly thereafter, other members of the Blackbeard pirates produced a large black cloth, which they swiftly draped over Whitebeard's corpse. In an instant, the body was concealed beneath the dark fabric. "What on earth are they planning?" Some Navy vice admirals exclaimed in astonishment. "What does Teach intend to do with Dad's corpse?" Many of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in confusion. Even Sengoku, Garp, Big Mom, and Kaido were perplexed by Blackbeard's intentions. "Sengoku, what do you think Blackbeard is up to?" Garp questioned. "I don't know. It certainly doesn't bode well," Sengoku replied, shaking his head. "Damn that Blackbeard. I will kill him." Kaido roared once more. Prepare yourselves to witness an ultimate performance that will shock the world," Blackbeard Teach sinisterly proclaimed, then dove beneath the black cloth. Thus, the massive black cloth obscured both Blackbeard Teach and Whitebeard's body. What is he trying to do? "Charge! Stop them!" Countless Navy soldiers shouted, attempting to thwart Teach's plans. Meanwhile, Shiryu of the Rain and Lafitte, along with other members of the Blackbeard pirates, stood guard before the black cloth. "I apologize, but entry is prohibited for now," Lafitte said with a malicious grin. Faced with the menacing figures blocking the cloth, The Navy soldiers were momentarily stunned, none daring to advance further. "This is rather intriguing," remarked the Hunter of the Moon, Katarina Devon, with a sly smile. "By the way, if we fail, do we disband?" Shiryu asked nonchalantly, puffing on a cigar. Their group was less of a camaraderie and more a collection of individuals leveraging each other's strengths. Thus, should this so-called performance lead to Teach's demise, their alliance would dissolve without a second thought. Nevertheless, until they received a response from Teach, their presence here exerted considerable pressure on the surrounding Navy soldiers. After all, the admirals were preoccupied, and the soldiers felt powerless against these notorious criminals. However, the enraged Kaido had a singular focus: to confront Blackbeard Teach. Despite facing Sengoku, Garp, and Kazan, three of the Navy's strongest, Kaido, renowned as the most formidable creature on land, sea, and air, managed to break free from their confrontation, transforming into a colossal azure dragon. He soared into the sky, forcefully escaping from Garp and the others. In the next moment, the massive dragon descended upon Blackbeard Teach's location. "Blackbeard, prepare to meet your end," Kaido bellowed, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire aimed to obliterate both Teach and Whitebeard's remains. Yet, with a swift motion, a figure darted through the sky, cleaving Kaido's dragon fire in two. Indeed, the assailant was Shiryu of the Rain. Given that they have both spent time in the same prison, Shiryu of the Rain was naturally familiar with Kaido. Likewise, Kaido instantly recognized Shiryu. "Shiryu, step aside, or I will kill you too." Kaido was not one to show mercy, and he issued a warning to Shiryu without hesitation. Although he was well aware of Shiryu's considerable strength, he knew that defeating him in an instant would be quite a challenge. Thus, Kaido resorted to threats. "Kaido, while it is likely that we will have the opportunity to disband, until that time comes, I am obligated to protect this fellow." Unfortunately, Kaido's threats proved ineffective. Facing the dragon form of Kaido, Shiryu remained unfazed, responding calmly while firmly gripping his sword, clearly indicating that he would not yield. If Kaido sought a fight, then a fight he would have. Soon after, Lafitte and other members of the Blackbeard pirates stepped forward, ready for battle, loudly proclaiming, "Do not disturb our captain's performance." "Damn it, you lot. I will grant you your wish and kill you all." Kaido, undeterred by the entire crew of the Blackbeard pirates, roared in defiance. However, as fellow pirates, the members of the Beast's pirates could not simply stand by and watch their captain being attacked, especially seeing how fiercely the Blackbeard crew was defending their captain, Blackbeard Teach. Thus, the three major figures of the Beast's pirates, Jinbe, Queen, and Jack, took the lead and charged forward. "Kaido, we're coming." Following their leader, the other members of the Beast pirates rushed in to join the fray. Despite the numerical disadvantage, the Blackbeard pirates felt no fear. Instead, they grew exhilarated. And so, the two sides clashed. Even though the Blackbeard pirates were outnumbered, each member was a formidable warrior. And they stood their ground against the three major figures of the Beast pirates, not to mention the other members. After all, Shiryu and the others had been imprisoned and Impel down for so long that they yearned for the thrill of battle. With enemies approaching to meet their doom, they were more than willing to oblige. Moreover, they were eager to witness the outcome of Blackbeard Teach's performance. Meanwhile, witnessing the situation with Kaido, Big Mom became excited and called out to her children, "Children, we must not let Kaido steal the show. While they deal with Blackbeard, we shall confront the Navy. All of you, come here." Responding to Big Mom's command, Katakuri and the other sweet commanders rushed to assist her against Akainu, subsequently engaging in a fierce battle with the Navy soldiers throughout the Marine headquarters. The scene quickly descended into chaos. At this moment, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grim, and similarly, Garp's demeanor was far from pleasant. Damn it, how did our Marine fort become a battleground for the four emperors? Sengoku could no longer contain his frustration. Indeed, what should have been the Navy's stronghold had transformed into a venue for the rivalry between these two emperors. To make matters worse, they could not control the live broadcast. And the dire situation on the Navy's side was now known to the entire world. Their humiliation was laid bare before all. Thus, Sengoku was on the brink of exploding with anger. Yet, regardless of his fury, as the fleet admiral of the Navy, he had to find a way to resolve the current crisis. Even if it had become a complete mess, he had to address it. Garp. Sengoku turned to Garp, calling his name with significant meaning. "No need to say more, Sengoku. I understand," Garp replied, nodding in acknowledgement. The two had been comrades for many years, and Garp knew exactly what Sengoku intended. "Kazan, go assist Akainu against Big Mom." Sengoku nodded and directed his gaze toward Kazan, issuing the command. "Understood, Fleet Admiral," Kazan responded, his demeanor sharpening as he transformed into ice and swiftly moved toward Big Mom and Akainu. With Big Mom's subordinates now engaged in battle, Akainu found it increasingly difficult to contend with Katakuri and the Sweet Commanders. The addition of Kuzan to the fight would at least help level the playing field. As for Kizaru, he was preoccupied with dealing with Marco and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving him unable to assist elsewhere. Observing the unfolding chaos, several Navy vice admirals rallied their soldiers, declaring, "We will assist Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kazan. We'll help Admiral Kizaru. We cannot allow these pirates to run rampant in our marine headquarters." Thus, the Navy sprang into action, each group joining forces with the admirals to confront the pirate crews. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Garp exchanged a knowing glance before leaping into the fray with Kaido and the Blackbeard pirates. Whom to aid? There was no question of choosing sides. They would deliver blows to both factions, eager to uncover the schemes of Blackbeard hidden behind that dark curtain. After all, Blackbeard Teach had become an exceedingly dangerous individual. "Hey, Sengoku, Garp, what are you two old fools doing here? Get lost." In a fit of rage, Kaido paid no heed to anyone and transformed into his hybrid form, seemingly intent on breaking through to kill Blackbeard. Regardless of whether it was Garp, Sengoku, or Shiryu, they would all bear the brunt of Kaido's wrath. Roya stood quietly, arms outstretched, reveling in the sensation of the formidable power of the tremor fruit coursing through his being. A confident smile persistently graced his lips. Truth be told, if given the chance, Roya felt an overwhelming eagerness to test the limits of his tremor abilities, to determine if he could wield such immense power akin to that of Whitebeard. As for the so-called performance by Blackbeard Teach, he held it in utter disdain. For Roya was already aware of the impending actions Teach would undertake, namely, seizing Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Naturally, he was intrigued by the mechanics of how Teach could acquire the tremor fruit while simultaneously possessing two devil fruit powers, pondering whether Teach could possess a system similar to his own. However, secrets destined to be unveiled ultimately come to light, rendering further inquiry unnecessary at this moment. Yet, should he uncover Teach's mysteries, it might prove to be quite captivating. Damn it, I too wish to reclaim Father S' remains. I am at a loss as to what Teach intends to do with Father S' corpse. Tears streamed from Marco's eyes as he faced off against Admiral Borsalino. After all, Whitebeard had met his end at the hands of Blackbeard Teach, and now Teach seemed poised to desecrate Whitebeard's body. An affront Marco could not abide as the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Even Ace, still on the execution platform, shouted, "Marco, everyone, do not concern yourselves with me. Hurry and stop Teach. We cannot allow him to desecrate Father's body." Ace's urgency stemmed from the fact that the man he revered most had departed this world. He could not bear the thought of Teach defiling Whitebeard's corpse. Upon hearing Ace's cries, Marco and his companions understood Ace's intentions, and they rushed to reclaim Whitebeard's remains. "Oh ho ho, you dare to entertain other thoughts while facing me? How disrespectful," Borsalino remarked with irritation towards Marco and his crew. As an admiral of the Navy, his strength and status were undeniable, yet he felt a twinge of displeasure at their apparent disregard. Without further ado, Borsalino leaped into the sky, unleashing a torrential barrage of photons towards Marco and his allies. Faced with Borsalino's onslaught, they found themselves utterly unable to advance. Meanwhile, on Kaido's side, with the assistance of the Calamities, King, Queen, and Jack, despite the commendable strength of Blackbeard's crew, they could not withstand the relentless attacks from so many pirates. The legendary figures, Garp and Sengoku, further exacerbated their predicament, causing chaos amongst them. "Everyone, stand aside. I care not for what Blackbeard is plotting. Today, I shall slay him, or my wrath shall remain unquenched." Kaido, in his hybrid form, was consumed by rage, his power reaching frightening heights, even overwhelming Garp's Haki. Kaido has truly lost his mind, Garp mused, furrowing his brow. After the battle with Whitebeard, both Garp and Sengoku had already expended considerable energy, and at their age, merely persisting until now is commendable. Thus, they could no longer impede Kaido's rampage, with even Blackbeard's Shiryu unable to halt them. "Teach, if you do not hurry, we may very well disband right here." Shiryu could not help but voice his frustration. With a thunderous roar, Kaido, in his hybrid form, enveloped his club in Conqueror's Haki and swung it at Shiryu, sending him flying. "Ha ha ha ha. Blackbeard, I am coming to kill you." Kaido laughed heartily, closing in on the dark shroud that concealed both Whitebeard and Blackbeard Teach. Suddenly, a disturbance emanated from within the black cloth. just as Kaido prepared to strike. The ground beneath the shroud erupted with countless dark substances, swiftly engulfing the area. What is happening? Kaido felt his feet falter, as if caught in a mire, and his massive form appeared to sink. Not only him, but everyone present, including Sengoku and Garp, experienced the same fate. What is this? Is this not the ability of Blackbeard Teach? Garp, though curious, immediately recognized the dark matter as the manifestation of the dark fruit, recalling Teach's prior use of this power against Whitebeard. Oh no, the captain has succeeded. We must retreat at once. If he loses control, we shall all suffer. Lafitte of the Blackbeard pirates quickly grasped the situation, his confidence restored as he began directing his crew to withdraw. The other members understood the implications of the dark substance and shared relieved smiles as they retreated from its grasp. It appears we need not disband after all. Shirita grinned sinisterly. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, reminiscent of the quakes caused by Whitebeard's tremor fruit. What is going on? This cannot be the tremor fruit's doing. Sengoku's brow furrowed. As Whitebeard's longtime rival, he recognized the sensation all too well. His immediate thought was, could it be that Whitebeard still lives? No. Impossible. Just moments ago, they witnessed Blackbeard Teach mercilessly slay Whitebeard, who, in his final moments, uttered his last words before closing his eyes and succumbing to death. Similarly, the tremors felt by Marco and the others led them to believe it was Whitebeard's doing. Wait, could it be that Dad is still alive? Marco was utterly astonished, yet shared the same sentiment as Sengoku, both convinced they had just experienced the undeniable reality of Whitebeard's demise. Only Law remained contemplative. It appears that Blackbeard Teach has indeed succeeded. However, with my Opop no Mi in the Gura no Mi, I wonder if, in a true confrontation, Blackbeard would be able to withstand even a few exchanges with me? Luo Ya had been contemplating deeply within himself. After all, he possessed the abilities of both the dark fruit and the tremor fruit. He was quite eager to test how many moves Blackbeard could withstand against him. Of course, this was merely an initial thought and did not imply that Luo Ya was ready to act just yet. The timing was simply not right for him to intervene. If possible, he longed to leave Marineford, as staying any longer felt increasingly pointless. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, tearing away the black cloth that covered Whitebeard's corpse. His majestic figure remained steadfast and unmoving. However, Blackbeard Teach stood before Whitebeard's body, laughing maniacally with a sinister expression, seemingly overwhelmed with unprecedented satisfaction. Blackbeard, you finally emerged. I'm going to kill you right now. Kaido glared fiercely at Blackbeard, disregarding the swirling darkness beneath his feet, and charged forward with his club raised high. In the face of Kaido's assault, Blackbeard remained unfazed, extending his hand as a mass of darkness swiftly coalesced into a small black hole-like vortex in his palm. With a thunderous boom, Blackbeard, utilizing the power of the dark fruit, managed to block Kaido's attack. What? You actually blocked my attack like that? Kaido exclaimed in disbelief. For his club was imbued with the power of Conqueror's Haki. Not only was Kaido astonished, but nearby, Big Mom was equally taken aback. This guy actually managed to withstand Kaido's onslaught. Big Mom was fully aware of Kaido's might, especially in his current enraged state. Even she, the strongest old hag, would find it challenging to take Kaido's strike lightly. Even Sengoku and Garp were taken aback, while Marco and the others were left dumbfounded. Teach, this guy. We all underestimated him. Marco furrowed his brow tightly. Only Luo Ya remained unperturbed, for he too wielded the powers of the dark fruit and understood its nuances. Besides, Luo Ya had always known that Blackbeard's strength was formidable. He had merely been playing the fool all along. Otherwise, Teach would not have left those indelible scars on the face of the red-haired Shanks. Haha, how about that, Kaido? My dark powers are not merely effective against other devil fruit users. Blackbeard cackled sinisterly. However, I possess another ability that I want the whole world to witness. He forcefully shoved Kaido aside, and then executed the iconic move associated with Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Chapter 119. Blackbeard also possesses the tremor fruit weight. That move Teach just made. Could it be Dad's? Upon seeing Blackbeard's gesture, Marco instantly felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. After all, it was Whitebeard's signature move. How could Marco not recognize it? As he observed Blackbeard's action, Marco was seized by a dreadful premonition. Moreover, Kaido, standing before Blackbeard, was equally astonished. Having once sailed alongside Whitebeard, he fought alongside him and regarded him as a worthy opponent. How could he not recognize the signature move of Whitebeard's tremor fruit? You're imitating that move? Do you possess the tremor fruit ability as well? Kaido, ever straightforward, questioned Blackbeard directly. Big Mom, not far off, exhibited a similar incredulity, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Even she recognized the signature move. "Haha, Kaido, allow me to show you the new power of Blackbeard," Blackbeard proclaimed with laughter. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a transparent spherical form appeared atop Blackbeard's fist, the manifestation of the Tremor Fruit's ability. With a resounding punch into the air before him, the atmosphere shattered like glass, unleashing a wave of violent tremors. Gradually, Marineford began to tilt, and the waters at the coast surged, forming colossal waves poised to engulf the entire Marine headquarters. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were taken aback. Isn't that Whitebeard's ability? Why does Blackbeard possess it too? Wait, isn't he the user of the dark fruit? Countless naval soldiers and pirate subordinates exclaimed in disbelief. Even the crowd watching the live broadcast could hardly believe their eyes. Indeed, Blackbeard had manifested the powers of the Tremor Fruit. Wow, this guy is truly formidable. Kazan, who had been fighting, paused to marvel. Oh my, he can wield the Tremor Fruit's power? That's truly terrifying. Kizaru exhibited a face of astonishment. This Blackbeard, another ruthless criminal. For the sake of justice, I must personally eliminate him. Akainu, unable to contain his rage, crushed his magma-infused fist. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he possess the same Tremor Fruit ability as Dad? Marco shouted in terror. Sengoku, how can this be? He possesses two abilities simultaneously? Garp echoed in disbelief. Impossible. How can anyone possess two abilities at once? The general of the warring states, being an adept of the devil fruit, was acutely aware that it is impossible to consume two devil fruits simultaneously. Doing so would result in death. Yet, what exactly transpired when Blackbeard draped the black cloth? How did Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit come to be in his possession? This remains shrouded in mystery. However, in the current scenario, Blackbeard Teach has undeniably acquired the capabilities of two devil fruits. Could it be attributed to Teach's peculiar ability? Diamond Jozu inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. No. Do you recall our father's words? Teach's physique is unlike ours. Could this be the reason? Has Teach been scheming all along? Marco clenched his teeth and began to analyze. It is evident that Blackbeard Teach had orchestrated this plan long before. Otherwise, even if he had just obtained the Tremor Fruit, a typical individual would be utterly clueless on how to wield its power. However, having spent an extensive period aboard Whitebeard's ship, Blackbeard Teach had undoubtedly familiarized himself with the Tremor Fruit's application. Take, for instance, that signature move. It is clear that Blackbeard Teach had practiced it countless times in secret. Moreover, when Blackbeard Teach first unleashed the Tremor Fruit's abilities, he managed to release a force comparable to that of Whitebeard, which is evidently a premeditated act. Otherwise, why would Blackbeard have deliberately emphasized that this was his performance? The seven warlords were left astonished. I have never witnessed anyone capable of wielding two devil fruit abilities simultaneously. Could he be a monster? Boa Hancock remarked. Perhaps he is indeed a monster. Mihawk echoed, his vigilance palpable. However, the chaos in Marineford resumed, and the tsunami once again surged forth. The urgency of escape overshadowed their contemplation of these matters. Their immediate priority was to flee and to find ways to halt the unfolding disaster. Consequently, Kazan activated his powers once more, freezing the advancing tsunami. Haha, how do you like my performance, Kaido? Big Mom, Sengoku, Garp, and you, Law? ISNT my display magnificent? ISNT my power extraordinary? Blackbeard Teach had inflated to unprecedented levels, seemingly believing that possessing both the dark fruit and the Tremor Fruit rendered him invincible, taunting Kaido, Big Mom, and even daring to provoke Law. Nevertheless, Roya paid no heed to the unfolding scene, barely glancing in that direction. Only Kaido remained resolute. Blackbeard Teach, no matter the means by which you have acquired Whitebeard's powers, today you shall meet your demise. Kaido, indifferent to any prior considerations, swung his spiked club with ferocity toward Blackbeard. Haha, come forth, Kaido. I now possess the might of the two most formidable abilities in the world. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Blackbeard Teach responded with audacious bravado, unfazed by Kaido's assault. How late you are, Blackbeard. You, a vanquished foe. Prepare to be crushed. Kaido recalled their previous encounter at Marineford when he had easily dispatched Blackbeard with a single blow. In Kaido's eyes, Blackbeard's strength was utterly insignificant. Haha, since you are so unperceptive, let me test my new fruit's power on you. Indeed, during the confrontation, Blackbeard refrained from showcasing his dark fruit abilities, instead relying on the Tremor Fruit powers he had taken from Whitebeard to contend with Kaido. Humph, relying solely on the trimmer fruit to challenge me? Do you truly fancy yourself, Whitebeard? Kaido was incensed by Blackbeard's audacity, charging forward with his formidable club. Come on, Kaido. Blackbeard grinned sinisterly, showing no fear. Thus, the two titans commenced their fierce battle. Kaido, with his overwhelming strength, instilled awe among the spectators in Marineford Square. Similarly, Blackbeard, wielding the trimmer fruit Smite, unleashed tremendous devastation upon the surroundings. After merely a few dozen exchanges, Blackbeard surprisingly held his ground against Kaido. Though he did not gain the upper hand, neither did Kaido manage to secure any advantage over Blackbeard. This unexpected turn left Kaido astounded. Previously, Blackbeard had been incapable of withstanding even a single attack from him. Now he was able to contend with one of the four emperors, a feat that seemed almost unfathomable. This Blackbeard, his strength is deceptively concealed, Sengoku remarked, recalling their previous encounter where Blackbeard had been easily overwhelmed by Kaido. Has this scoundrel not only inherited our father's abilities but also surpassed him in power? Marco seethed, filled with indignation. He understood that Blackbeard was the architect of their current predicament, even having slain Whitebeard. One day he vowed to exact vengeance. However, if Blackbeard's power continued to escalate unchecked, it would pose an increasingly formidable challenge for him. Marco's teeth clenched in frustration, a deep-seated hatred brewing within him. Even Roya could not help but comment, this Blackbeard has truly embodied the essence of piracy. How much strength has he concealed all along? After all, even with the trimmer fruit, it is impossible to wield such formidable power in such a short span unless he had been hiding his true capabilities. Nevertheless, for Roya, this revelation was insignificant. After all, what difference would it make if Blackbeard unleashed all his strength against him? Roya still has ways to deal with him. However, these matters are of little consequence. There is one thing that occupies Roya's mind. Why has Luffy, who was supposed to be here, not yet appeared? Could it be that the defeat he dealt to them at Sabaody Archipelago has caused a disruption in the timeline? That seems unlikely. After all, at that time, Roya had already sensed that Bartholomew Kuma had appeared at Sabaody Archipelago and was merely seeking to hone his swordsmanship under the guidance of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, without any interference with the natural progression of the timeline. Yet, now, while the clown buggy and his crew have quietly arrived, where are Luffy and the others? This piques Roya's curiosity. Could it truly be that he has altered the entire timeline? Kaido, I am here to assist you. Jean, witnessing Kaido's struggle against Blackbeard, rushed forward to aid him in capturing Blackbeard. Meanwhile, the three calamities, Queen, Jack, and others, simultaneously launched their attacks, determined to help Kaido eliminate Blackbeard. However, as the three calamities made their move, Shiryu and the members of the Blackbeard pirates were not about to stand idly by. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Indeed, Shiryu drew his sword and attacked Jean. In response, Jean likewise brandished his sword to counter Shiryu's assault. Jean, although I have only just joined their ranks, if this fellow succeeds, he becomes my captain, so you must not interfere with him. Shiryu, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, remarked with a casual smile. Shiryu, it seems that being imprisoned for so long has only increased your desire for a fight. Jin's gaze was fierce, showing no regard for Shiryu, suggesting that they were acquainted. Meanwhile, Lafitte and his companions were engaged in a fierce struggle with Jack and the others, observing the three calamities' involvement. The other members of the Beast's pirates also began to take action. Despite seemingly having the numerical advantage, the Blackbeard pirates were not to be underestimated. Gaining a decisive edge in such a short time was unlikely. Moreover, although Blackbeard appeared to be battling Kaido, the destructive power of his Quake fruit could inflict widespread damage, inadvertently clearing out numerous pirate subordinates and naval soldiers. At this moment, the entire Marineford was once again engulfed in chaos. Amid this turmoil, the tsunami unleashed by Blackbeard, which Kazan had frozen, began to crack. With a loud crash, a naval vessel plummeted from above, accompanied by countless individuals descending from the sky, many of whom were clad in prisoner garb from Impel down. It seemed the timeline had not been altered. Although they arrived a bit late, they had indeed arrived. Seeing this scene, Roya couldn't help but smile. Chapter 121. The Arrival of Straw Hat Luffy. 1. Indeed, Roya knew precisely who had come. It was Luffy and his companions. Alongside Luffy were the Okama King, Emporio Ivankov, the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei, and the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, among other notorious criminals. How did this guy come from Impel down? Buggy's keen eyes quickly spotted Luffy and the others. Clearly, they had encountered one another at Impel down. However, for some reason, Buggy and Luffy did not arrive at Marineford together. Perhaps it was due to Roya's defeat of Magellan, or because Big Mom's crew had eliminated all the guards at Impel down during the rescue of Kaido, which facilitated the actions of Blackbeard, Buggy, and Luffy. Ace. I'm here. Luffy's entrance was marked by a loud shout as he descended rapidly, noticing Ace on the execution platform. His excitement rendered him oblivious to the danger of falling, and he shouted without restraint. Stop yelling and think of a way out. Are we all going to fall to our deaths? The prisoners who accompanied Luffy cried out in panic. Yet, their concern for rescuing Ace was overshadowed by their instinct for self-preservation. However, as a user of the gum-gum fruit, Luffy had a knack for such situations. He inflated himself into a massive balloon, safely catching everyone and landing gracefully on the ground. Nevertheless, Luffy's dramatic entrance startled everyone present in Marineford. Upon seeing Luffy, Ace was rendered speechless, hardly believing that his brother had come to this perilous battlefield. Kong, yet another family member of yours. Sengoku could no longer contain his frustration at Garp's apparent lack of control. What? Luffy is here too? Garp was taken aback, his disbelief palpable. He was acutely aware of the danger that loomed over Marineford, with Ace's life hanging in the balance. The thought that his grandson could perish here was almost too much to bear. Is this the rookie Straw Hat Luffy? Look at who is beside him. It's the former warlord of the sea, Jinbei, and Crocodile. And the rest also the Okama King, Emporio Ivankov. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How is it that they are with Straw Hat Luffy? What is happening? Aren't they all prisoners from Impel Down? Just moments ago, Buggy had brought a batch. And now another group had arrived. Straw Hat Luffy had become a household name, with his exploits from Eni's lobby to the Sabaody archipelago making headlines. And he was easily recognized, along with the infamous figures beside him. Indeed, 3 groups of prisoners had now descended upon the battlefield at Marineford. The first group consists of the Joker Buggy and his associates, while the second group is led by Blackbeard Teach and his crew. Now, the Straw Hat Luffy has brought yet another unexpected faction, astonishing even the notorious warlords of the sea, including Dracula Mihawk. Straw Hat Kid, you certainly are a figure standing at the pinnacle of chaos. Such is Mihawk's assessment of Luffy, which may also reflect his opinion of Roronoa Zoro. Straw Hat Kid, I shall kill you. Moonlight Moria's reaction to Luffy's appearance is steeped in the same animosity he harbors towards Kaido, especially since Luffy recently obliterated his stronghold and caused him significant losses. In stark contrast, the Empress Boa Hancock exhibits a somewhat infatuated concern, exclaiming, Luffy, you finally arrived? Oh my. Kazan, witnessing Luffy's entrance, expresses surprise. Is this the Straw Hat Kid? Big Mom squints at Luffy, speaking with a hint of malice. Straw Hat Luffy, the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon. He is indeed a malevolent presence that must be eradicated. Sakazuki's immediate reaction upon seeing Luffy is one of lethal intent. As the Navy personnel had long been aware of Luffy's true identity since Garp revealed it in Water 7. To Sakazuki, who is solely focused on executing what he perceives as justice, Luffy's existence is unequivocally sinful, necessitating his elimination. Furthermore, in Sakazuki's eyes, another target for eradication remains, the still imprisoned Fire Fist Ace, the bloodline of the Pirate King Roger, whom he also deems a grave threat. However, Sakazuki lacks the luxury of time to address these concerns, as he must contend with the formidable obstacle posed by Big Mom, and even with Kazan by his side. Overcoming her pirate crew proves exceedingly challenging. Whitebeard, is he dead? The first to notice Whitebeard's lifeless form is Crocodile, who had long harbored intentions to kill him. Old man. Jinbei also takes note, for Whitebeard had been a paragon of support for him, and upon seeing the fallen giant, he is the first to succumb to despair. What is happening? How could the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, perish here? Moreover, this war was ostensibly aimed solely at him. Why are Kaido and Big Mom also present? Ivankov, observing the battlefield, quickly grasps the situation and is left utterly astonished. Chapter 122. The appearance of Straw Hat Luffy, 2. Although Ivankov had been confined in Impel Down, he had gleaned some information during his journey to Marineford, understanding that this summit war was primarily a naval operation against the Whitebeard pirate crew. However, he could hardly have anticipated the presence of both Big Mom and Kaido. Most strikingly, the news of Whitebeard's death on the battlefield is shocking. After all, he is renowned as the strongest man in the world. What? That uncle who appears dead yet still stands as Whitebeard? Luffy inquires curiously. Indeed, that is Whitebeard. Ivankov affirms with a nod. Damn it, that was Ace's most admired figure. How devastated must Ace be now that he has perished here? Though Luffy often seems oblivious, he possesses keen insight during crucial moments, immediately recognizing the profound impact Whitebeard's death will have on Ace's psyche. Luffy, though Whitebeard has fallen, there are still two other emperors present. Ivankov attempts to explain the situation regarding Big Mom and Kaido. However, Luffy, driven by his impulsive nature, is oblivious to Ivankov's words. No, Ace, wait for me. I will rescue you. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy activates his second gear and leaps into the fray. As his singular purpose for being here is to save his brother, Fire Fist Ace. With Ace now within reach, Luffy cannot afford to delay. Especially knowing the immense emotional turmoil Whitebeard's death will inflict upon Ace. The battlefield at Marineford is rife with chaos, to Luffy, whether facing Navy soldiers or pirate henchmen. Anyone who dares obstruct his path will be swiftly dispatched. Damn it, isn't that the guy who previously faced off against Rayleigh? Rayleigh mentioned he couldn't even match him. Luffy recalls as he rushes toward the execution platform. Having been thoroughly defeated by this individual alongside Kid and others, Luffy bears a psychological scar. Especially since the legendary Rayleigh had warned him that even he was no match for this adversary. Thus, Luffy understands the gravity of the situation. If the Navy Admiral were to intervene, his plan to save Ace would become exceedingly complicated. However, unbeknownst to them, the Admiral, Akainu, had already resigned from his post, and thus had no intention of obstructing Luffy's mission. In this moment, Luffy emerges as a fortuitous figure amidst the chaos. Witnessing this scene, Roya couldn't help but shake his head. Just as he had stated, Luffy truly was a master of seizing opportunities. Although he hadn't encountered Luffy during the events in Impel Down, Roya could easily imagine how effortlessly Luffy had navigated the challenges after entering the prison. Especially since Big Mom had already cleared the path for him and Roya had defeated Magellan. Now, at Marineford, the situation was also quite favorable for Luffy, as the three admirals had been engaged by the pirates, leaving a multitude of weary naval soldiers. The forces capable of obstructing Luffy were exceedingly few. Not to mention he had Jinbei and Ivankov by his side, and the fluctuating involvement of Crocodile would likely lend further support. Thus, it seemed entirely plausible that Luffy could indeed succeed in rescuing Ace. Regardless of the outcome, it mattered little to Roya. He merely wished to witness the conclusion of this unfolding drama. Luffy, I shall lend you my strength. Together, we shall save Ace. As anticipated, Jinbei joined the fray, with Ivankov also declaring, Straw Hat Boy, I am here too. Death wink. Consequently, the arrival of Luffy and his companions created a chaotic scene in the Marineford Square. Is this the brother Ace spoke of? And Jinbei has come too. Marco was undoubtedly attentive to Luffy, for Ace, being the doting brother that he was, had long proclaimed Luffy's name aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. Moreover, Jinbei had already led his crew to join Whitebeard's ranks, so Marco was quite familiar with him. With Luffy's appearance, the remaining members of Whitebeard's crew regained their confidence. Even though their father, Whitebeard, had perished on the battlefield, they were resolute in fulfilling his final wish, to rescue Ace and ensure everyone's safe retreat. Of course, the Admiral Kizaru would not permit Luffy to proceed unchecked. Oh ho ho, Straw Hat Kid, this is not a place for your recklessness. Kizaru turned, intending to photonically flash in front of Luffy to impede his advance. However, in an instant, Marco intervened, confidently smiling as he declared, Kizaru, did you not say that we are your opponents? Therefore, do not interfere with Ace's brother. Brothers, protect Ace's brother and allow him to rescue Ace. While blocking Kizaru, Marco issued commands to the remaining Whitebeard crew. With Whitebeard gone, Marco, as the captain of the 1st Division, naturally assumed the mantle of leadership. Everyone respected Marco's command. United by the shared goal of fulfilling Whitebeard's final wish, to save Ace. Seeing his brother and comrades so concerned for him, tears flowed once more from the corners of Fire Fist Ace's eyes. Luffy, Marco, everyone. Chapter 123. To everyone's shock, Katakuri launched an attack on Roya. Even the global audience watching the live broadcast was taken aback, particularly the citizens of Sabaody Archipelago, who were astonished. After all, Straw Hat Luffy had previously assaulted a celestial dragon there, provoking the admirals, and ultimately leading to a confrontation between Roya and the 3 admirals that resulted in the destruction of 3 islands. Therefore, the people of Sabaody Archipelago had the most profound impression of Straw Hat Luffy. Wait, wasn't the Straw Hat Luffy sent flying by the warlord Kuma? How is he now in Marineford? And he claims Ace is his brother. Could he also be of the bloodline of Pirate King Roger? Countless individuals were left in shock. The naval headquarters personnel were aware of Luffy's identity, but the outside world remained oblivious. Even the Dark King Rayleigh was unaware. However, for Rayleigh, his interest in Luffy did not stem from his lineage, but rather from the resemblance he saw in Luffy to Roger. Luffy, in the end, you have indeed come. Rayleigh sighed, shaking his head with a sense of foreboding, as if he foresaw the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Marineford, Blackbeard, Teach, and Kaido were engaged in battle. Haha, the Straw Hat Kid has arrived. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he cannot possibly change the situation, Blackbeard remarked. Even as he faced Kaido's onslaught, demonstrating a curious detachment towards Luffy's affairs. This behavior infuriated Kaido. Blackbeard, how dare you lose focus while facing me? What do you take me for? Kaido roared in fury, continuing his relentless assault on Blackbeard. Currently, Kaido maintained his hybrid form, exuding his Conqueror's Haki without restraint. Yet, astonishingly, despite this, Blackbeard was still able to match Kaido blow for blow, a surprising turn of events. Even the three calamities found themselves evenly matched against Blackbeard's crew. Perhaps this moment marked the beginning of Blackbeard's rise to supplant Whitebeard as one of the new 4 emperors. As for Big Mom, with Katakuri and the other sweet commanders, along with numerous Big Mom-esque children, simultaneously joining the fray, even Akainu and Kazan, the Navy's top admirals, found themselves helpless against Big Mom and her crew. The disparity was insurmountable. What is Kaido doing? Isn't that Blackbeard the one who killed Whitebeard while he was weak? Does it really require this much effort to deal with such a foe? Big Mom exhibits a certain disdain for Blackbeard, Teach, and moreover, she audaciously mocks Kaido's prowess. However, at this moment, with the absence of numerous naval forces, Luffy swiftly approaches his brother, Fire Fist Ace. Furthermore, with the key to the handcuffs graciously prepared in advance by Boa Hancock, it seems that Luffy's journey is remarkably smooth. Although Smoker, who has always regarded Luffy as a rival, has made his move, he stands no chance of harming Luffy with Jinbei by his side. After all, Jinbei is a former warlord of the sea, and his strength is indisputable. Even when Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, attempts to assess Luffy's abilities, Crocodile, maintaining a neutral stance, directly employs his sand to thwart Mihawk's attack, thereby affording Luffy even greater opportunities. It appears that this time, Luffy is truly destined for success. Roya shook his head, seemingly possessing a vague understanding of the outcome. Given the current situation, Luffy had already drawn perilously close to the execution platform. While Sengoku and Garp were preoccupied with countering Kaido and Blackbeard Teach, striving to prevent further destruction of Marineford. As for the other 3 admirals, they were all ensnared in various conflicts, leaving them no opportunity to intervene and halt the advance of Straw Hat Luffy. The remaining few vice admirals and even the sailors were of no consequence. Moreover, the remnants of Whitebeard's crew still posed a significant threat. These individuals were formidable pirates from the New World, and the recent sacrifice of Whitebeard had ignited their fury. The Navy soldiers were insufficient to sate their thirst for vengeance, let alone impede Luffy's progress. Thus, both Roya and everyone present had assessed the situation. Despite Whitebeard's demise, it was highly likely that Fire Fist Ace would ultimately be rescued. Just then, Big Mom, having successfully subdued and repelled Admirals Akainu and Kazan alongside Katakuri and their crew, grew increasingly agitated and turned her attention back to Roya. After all, her initial assault on Akainu was merely to prevent him from targeting Roya. Now that her objective had been accomplished, her desire to possess Roya could only intensify. Children, pay no heed to these 2 ineffectual admirals. Everyone, join me in capturing Roya alive. I shall make him my man, Big Mom declared, her gaze upon Roya brimming with avarice, as she issued a clear command to her children. Katakuri, you go and restrain Roya. Big Mom directly commanded Katakuri. Though she recognized Roya's strength and knew Katakuri stood no chance against him, Big Mom remained confident. She believed that Katakuri's exceptional observation Haki could at least serve to restrain Roya. If he could hold him at bay, then Big Mom could make her move and capture Roya with certainty. Yet, this was merely Big Mom's one-sided fantasy. Understood, Mother. Katakuri could not refuse Big Mom's command. In an instant, his demeanor sharpened, and he dove forward, utilizing the abilities of his Machi fruit. Just as he was about to close in on Roya, he unleashed the awakened power of his fruit, transforming the ground surrounding Roya into a soft, Machi-like terrain. Chapter 124. Roya assumed his signature stance. For Katakuri had witnessed the extent of Roya's power. Roronoa possesses the remarkable ability to contend with the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard. Katakuri does not believe that merely relying on his foresight granted by observation Haki would suffice to match Roronoa. Thus, without defying Big Mom's orders, Katakuri must unleash his utmost power. After all, under such circumstances, he might have a chance to engage Roa in combat. Heh, the sweet Commander Katakuri? The strongest observation Haki user? Let us put that to the test. Roya let out a cold laugh. Then, just as Katakuri was about to strike, a swift whoosh echoed through the air. Luo Ya unexpectedly vanished into thin air. Alarmed, Katakuri thought to himself that the situation was dire. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes, for he intended to utilize his observation Haki to ascertain Luo Ya's location and evade him. However, before he could act, a resounding crash echoed. Bang. Zzz. Katakuri had no opportunity to react as Luo Ya's fist struck him squarely in the face, crackling with an array of lightning that enveloped Katakuri upon impact. Following a deafening bang, Katakuri was hurled through the air, still ensnared by the relentless lightning that continued to torment him. After a considerable interval, the electric discharge gradually subsided, leaving Katakuri gasping for breath, his body marred by singed marks. Was the lightning ensnared within his armament Haki? No. The lightning was entwined around the formidable and domineering armament Haki. Katakuri gazed at Luo Ya in disbelief, a flicker of terror evident in his eyes. Despite Katakuri's formidable strength, ranking among the top tiers of the Yonko's crew, he felt utterly helpless against this onslaught. The damage inflicted upon him by Luo Ya's overwhelming armament Haki, intertwined with the crackling currents, was indelible. Moreover, it seemed Luo Ya possessed knowledge of Katakuri's observation Haki. The moment he intended to employ his Haki, Luo Ya had already struck, leaving him no chance to react. Could it be that Luo Ya's observation Haki could foresee a future beyond Katakuri's own visions? This notion sent shivers down Katakuri's spine, for he had believed himself fully prepared, only to discover that Luo Ya had anticipated his every move. The only explanation for this bewildering encounter was clear. Luo Ya's observation Haki was superior to his own. The formidable Haki of Roya undoubtedly surpasses that of his opponent, however. The Roya from moments ago did not employ his Kinbunshika Haki. He understood that when confronting a master of observation Haki like Katakuri, the key to victory lay in outpacing him, denying him any opportunity to react. Katakuri. The two esteemed warriors, Cracker and Smoothie, shouted in unison as they charged towards Roya. Yet, the outcome was all too predictable. With a thunderous roar, the clash commenced. Roya unleashed a potent wave of Conqueror's Haki, effortlessly repelling both Krija and Smoothie, while simultaneously instilling profound trepidation in the other members of the Big Mom pirates who contemplated confronting him. Ahahaha. Roya, my affection for you grows ever stronger. Big Mom exclaimed exuberantly. I am convinced that the children we nurture together will undoubtedly surpass Whitebeard. No, Whitebeard pales in comparison. They shall surely exceed my former captain. Her laughter echoed, invoking the name of Whitebeard and even alluding to her previous captain, Rox, without explicitly uttering his name. The presence of formidable figures such as Garp, Sengoku, Kaido, and even Blackbeard Teach visibly reacted, a testament to the terrifying prowess that Rox once wielded. It is evident that such a formidable force could instill awe in the mightiest of warriors. After all, if Rox lacked any substantial strength, how could he have commanded the loyalty of three formidable Yonko like Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard? Nonetheless, this matter has become irrelevant, for Rox has been deceased for countless years. Yet, what vexed Roya was the insufferable presence of Big Mom, that wretched old hag. Just as she concluded her exasperating tirade, she charged directly at Roya. Had he not evaded with remarkable agility, he would have undoubtedly found himself ensnared in her grasp. Contemplating the sheer weight of Big Mom, were she to seize him, the ramifications would be dire for his reputation. Big Mom, you insufferable old crone, would you kindly silence yourself? Resorting to brute force when gentleness fails, is it? Roya, with a tone of irritation, confronted Big Mom, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Indeed, Roya, you would do well to submit to me without resistance. Otherwise, even if I were to pursue you to the ends of the earth, I shall find a way to make you my man. Big Mom boldly declared her vow, indicating that if Roya did not take the opportunity to teach her a lesson, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from this formidable matriarch day after day. Very well, you insufferable old hag. In that case, I shall deal with you properly today. Luo Ya's gaze sharpened instantly, and he became utterly earnest. In the next moment, Luo Ya firmly established his stance, his fists clenched tightly as he struck a distinctive pose, a hint of contempt for the elderly Big Mom curling at the corners of his mouth. Wait, this gesture, could it be that he also, Marco, was acutely sensitive to this movement? First, Blackbeard Teach adopted such a stance, and now Luo Ya has mimicked it? Indeed, This gesture is the signature move that triggers the tremor powers of the Gura Gura no Mi. Chapter 125. Let me give you a taste of this ability. What a joke. Could that fellow also possess the powers of the Gura Gura no Mi? Blackbeard Teach was quick to notice Luo Ya's stance. After all, as a fellow user of the Gura Gura no Mi, he understood the significance of this iconic gesture. Unless one also possessed the powers of the Gura Gura no Mi, who would casually adopt such a pose? The astonishment was not limited to Blackbeard Teach and Marco. Many others cast bewildered glances in their direction, including Garp and Sengoku. Luo, what does he intend to do? Sengoku furrowed his brow tightly. My. Luo, do you also possess the Gura Gura no Mi? Do not jest. Even Big Mom burst into laughter, believing that Luo's gesture was merely a jest. Is that so? You fat hag. Do you think I am someone who makes jokes? A bewitching smile of confidence flashed across Roya's face, captivating the moment. To everyone's astonishment and disbelief, a transparent dome materialized atop Roya's fist. A manifestation of the powers bestowed by the Gura Gura no Mi. Roya swung his fist directly towards the position of Big Mom, accompanied by a whistling sound of the wind. However, it did not directly strike Big Mom. Instead, it halted just before her, as though he had struck a pane of glass. With a crack, the air shattered like glass. Subsequently, Big Mom's body began to distort, and the ground around her started to fracture. This was the power of the Tremor fruit. No, it cannot be. Why does he possess the same Tremor fruit ability as my father? No, that cannot be right. My father's power was taken by that scoundrel Teach. How could this Roya also possess it? What on earth has transpired? Marco wore a bewildered expression, utterly at a loss. What? How could he also wield the power of the Tremor fruit? Impossible. Whitebeard's power was seized by me. How could he have it? Is he somehow like me? No. No, absolutely not. No one can be like me. Blackbeard Teach, too, seemed to ponder deeply about the matter of seizing Whitebeard's fruit abilities. It was not merely the dark fruit's influence, but was closely tied to his own physical constitution. Teach held absolute confidence in his own body's structure. Earlier, he had observed Roya using the Thunder fruit against Katakuri for just a fleeting moment, yet he had seen it clearly. Thus, as Roya unleashed the power of the Tremor fruit once more, regardless of how he had obtained it, it served to imply that both he and Blackbeard Teach possessed the ability to wield dual devil fruit powers. Even Sengoku and Garp were taken aback. Garp, are you aware of this young man's abilities? Sengoku inquired, given that Garp could be considered Roya's mentor. I do not know, Garp solemnly shook his head. I have only just learned of this young man's capabilities. At this moment, Kaido also paused his battle with Blackbeard Teach, glaring furiously at Roya, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. Moreover, Akainu, who had always held a deep-seated disdain for Roya, was eager to unleash his magma powers. Roya? Not only were they astonished, but all the warlords of the sea, as well as Jinbe and Ivankov, were equally taken aback. What on earth was happening? Why did he also possess the Tremor fruit? This individual was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Even Luffy, who typically had a singular focus, was shocked by the power displayed by Roya. In this world, everyone knew that it was impossible to consume two devil fruits simultaneously, as it would lead to one's demise. However, the existence of Blackbeard Teach as an exception was one thing. To find that Roya was the same was astounding enough to astonish everyone in Marineford. No, more precisely, it had shocked the entire world. After all, this battle was still being broadcast live to the global audience, and Roya's current situation was well known to the viewers. He truly possesses the power of the Tremor fruit. How could this be? Big Mom was equally bewildered by Roya's mastery of the Tremor fruit. Yet she was acutely aware that this was no illusion, as she was enduring the tremendous force unleashed by the Tremor ability. However, Roya had only just acquired the Tremor fruit. Despite having initiated automatic cultivation, he had merely reached a rudimentary level. Although the power of the Tremor fruit was indeed formidable, it was nearly impossible to subdue the Emperor Big Mom with such a nascent level of ability. As expected, after Big Mom's furious roar, a powerful force erupted from within her, directly dispersing the Tremor power that Roya had unleashed, and the intensity of Big Mom's strength even forced Roya to stagger back. Indeed, as expected of the strongest old hag among the four emperors, it seems that the Tremor fruit cannot contend with you. In that case, how about you try this ability? Luo Ya revealed a confident smile. Subsequently, Roya immediately unleashed a multitude of purple venom from within himself. Indeed, it was the power of the poison fruit. Given that his fruit abilities were already public knowledge, Roya was more than willing to astonish these individuals once more. The Giant of Poison. The purple venom he released swiftly transformed into a humanoid soldier, distinct from Magellan's creations. This Giant of Poison wielded a colossal blade reminiscent of Whitebeard's and charged towards Big Mom with overwhelming force. Chapter 126. The Display of Three Abilities Clang. Big Mom reacted instantly, raising her Napoleon to confront the Giant of Poison conjured by Roya. What kind of power is this? How utterly bizarre. Although Big Mom successfully blocked the Giant's attack, numerous droplets of venom splattered onto her. Nevertheless, she managed to defend against it using her Haki. Having never directly contended against Magellan within Impel down, the formidable matriarch found herself somewhat flustered by the capabilities of Roya's poison fruit. However, while Big Mom failed to recognize the nature of this power, others did, especially Sengoku, Garp, and Kaido, even Blackbeard teach. Aside from the seasoned Navy veterans Sengoku and Garp, Kaido and Blackbeard were well aware of the potency of Magellan's poison fruit from their experiences in Impel down. Indeed, had it not been for Shiryu of the Rain providing timely antidotes, Blackbeard and his crew might have faced total annihilation within those walls. Furthermore, Jinbe, Ivankov, Crocodile, and Fire Fist Ace immediately recognized that the abilities Roya was demonstrating were unmistakably those of Magellan's poison fruit. Of course, while others might not fully grasp the intricacies of the poison fruit's capabilities, they certainly understood that the power Roya wielded was undeniably that of a devil fruit. From the outset, Roya had showcased the Thunder fruit, followed by the Quake fruit, and now, astonishingly, the poison fruit. This revelation meant that they all realized that Roya possessed three distinct devil fruit abilities. How could this be? How could he possibly hold three devil fruit powers simultaneously? If one were to argue that Teach possessed two devil fruit abilities due to his unique physiology, as mentioned by their father, what of Roya? Did his physique surpass even that of Teach's uniqueness? The first to be astounded was Marco, for as a fellow devil fruit user, he was acutely aware that the existence of someone harboring two devil fruit powers was nearly impossible. Yet here stood both Blackbeard and Roya, defying all odds. But now, the very existence of Loya is already deemed a miracle, yet he astonishingly revealed a third type of devil fruit ability. However, in reality, Loya possesses an astonishing four abilities. Of course, the power of the dark fruit need not be demonstrated any further, otherwise, he might truly worry that all present could suffer from a heart attack due to his overwhelming presence. Indeed, it is entirely possible that someone might even be scared to death. With his formidable three forms of Haki, coupled with four devil fruit abilities, and the means to defeat the beast Kaido, it is remarkable that anyone would not be utterly terrified. How could he have acquired the same poison fruit as Magellan? Shiryu. Was Magellan already deceased when we departed? Blackbeard Teach's brows furrowed deeply, reflecting his intense anxiety as he confirmed with Shiryu of the Rain. No, at that time, although Magellan was gravely injured, he was certainly not dead, Shiryu asserted with conviction. He too was taken aback by Loya's manifestation of the poison fruit's powers. Loya, are you truly a monster? No, you must join me. With your addition, the conquest of the entire world is undoubtedly achievable. Kaido, the beast, exclaimed excitedly, sharing the same desire as Big Mom to enlist Loya. Naturally, Kaido did not harbor the extreme intentions of Big Mom, who absurdly wished for Loya to bear her children. Nevertheless, the underlying sentiment remained the same. They coveted Loya's strength, hoping to harness it to fulfill their ambitions of world domination. This included Blackbeard as well. His meticulous plans were merely a means to realize his own aspirations of global conquest. Initially, he believed that with the dark fruit's capabilities, combined with his unique attributes and the power of the Tremor fruit, he could become an invincible force given time. Yet, who could have foreseen the emergence of Loya? Not only did he share the Tremor fruit's abilities, but he also wielded the poison fruit and a formidable natural type thunder fruit, which appeared equally impressive. Moreover, Blackbeard had personally witnessed Loya's incredible technique to defeat Kaido. It seemed that Blackbeard's ambitions were increasingly at risk of being shattered by Loya. Who knows? If Loya were to unleash the dark fruit's powers again, would Blackbeard Teach be even more astonished? Kapu, are you truly unaware of Loya's abilities? Sengoku could no longer restrain himself from questioning Kapu. Deep within Sengoku's heart, a profound regret had taken root. Especially since Loya had once served as the Navy's 4th Admiral, an extraordinary force for the Marines. However, with Loya now declaring his intention to leave the Navy, It meant that such strength would no longer be theirs to command. Sengoku lamented not having intervened more forcefully to aid Loya during their time at Sabaody Archipelago, opting instead to imprison him and Impel down. Had he acted differently, events would have certainly unfolded more favorably. Sengoku, to be frank, I am utterly ignorant of this lad's powers. After all, I merely instructed him in the use of Haki. Who would have thought this little rascal could conceal such depth? Truly, he is worthy of being my disciple. Kapu laughed heartily. For him, Loya's departure from the Navy stemmed from the foolish actions of the world government. Yet, as Loya's mentor, Kapu felt a swell of pride, for his disciple had achieved such formidable strength. Regardless of what lay ahead, Kapu believed that Loya would steadfastly uphold his own sense of justice, filling Kapu's heart with joy for him. Chapter 127, Loya vs. Big Mom. Across the globe, the screens were alive with chatter, and countless reporters were in a frenzy. For them, it was a day of explosive news, the gathering of 3 emperors at Marineford, the death of Whitebeard, and now Loya simultaneously manifesting 3 devil fruit powers. The sheer volume of sensational headlines was overwhelming. What is happening? Have you heard of anyone possessing 3 devil fruit abilities at once? How is that even possible? Blackbeard having 2 was already a freak of nature. Indeed. And now Loya possesses 3 devil fruits? The world was rife with curiosity and skepticism. Meanwhile, Sabaody Archipelago was bustling with excitement. Beyond the doubts surrounding Loya's powers, many began to affirm the words of the Dark King, Rayleigh, who had previously stated, Loya's strength is capable of altering the very fabric of the world. The Navy's loss of such a power is undoubtedly the greatest in its history, a substantial loss for the so-called world government. Rayleigh's words had resonated with many, though some remained skeptical. Yet now, witnessing Loya's undeniable might, even the doubters found themselves convinced by Rayleigh's analysis. Questions began to surface. Mr. Rayleigh, having traveled the world with Pirate King Roger, have you ever encountered anyone like Loya, who could wield 3 devil fruit powers? Never. I have never seen such a thing. Rayleigh replied earnestly, his demeanor serious. Upon hearing Rayleigh's response, the crowd was once again struck by astonishment. If even the Dark King had never witnessed such power, it was evident that others had even less chance. Thus, their surprise was entirely warranted. Loya, what manner of person are you? What influence do you intend to wield over this world? The Dark King Rayleigh, with a stern expression, gazed indifferently at the figure of Roya on the grand screen. Pondering aloud, he believed that it would not be long before Roya's existence could indeed alter the very fabric of this world. On the battlefield of Marineford, after Roya unleashed the powers of the toxic fruit, he managed to momentarily suppress Big Mom. However, it did not take long for Big Mom to devise a countermeasure. After all, being one of the strongest of the 4 emperors, it was improbable that such a simple tactic could completely dominate her. As a result, Big Mom found herself thoroughly provoked by Roya. It could be said that Big Mom was both enraged and delighted. Her anger stemmed from Roya's actions, which undeniably irked her, while her delight arose from the awe inspired by Roya's displayed prowess. Ultimately, for Big Mom, it was inevitable that she would claim Roya as her own, which naturally brought her joy. Roya, you truly evoke feelings of both love and hatred within me. However, since you refuse to submit willingly, I shall ensure you face some hardships. Fear not, even if you're injured, once I bring you back to Tato land, I shall provide you with the finest care. Big Mom, with an unshakable confidence, genuinely believed she could inflict harm upon Roya. Yet, as one of the 4 emperors, she undoubtedly possessed deeper strategies. Observing the situation, it was clear that Big Mom was determined to engage in a fierce struggle with Roya until the end. Old hag, let us see if you possess the capability. Roya smiled and said, perfect. In that case, I shall test the extent of my awakened poison fruit abilities against Big Mom. In an instant, Roya took the initiative, erupting from within with countless streams of purple venom that spread across the ground. With the awakened power of his devil fruit, the originally purple venom transformed into a hue reminiscent of blood red, evoking an essence akin to the magma released by a kainu. As thick smoke continuously billowed from the noxious liquid, creating an intensely unsettling atmosphere. Surprisingly, it was not Big Mom who first suffered harm, but rather her children, as she had recently commanded them to capture Roya alive, placing them perilously close to him. Consequently, when Roya unleashed this venom, it was inevitable that some had already made contact. The potency of this awakened devil fruit's venom far surpassed that of an ordinary poison, possessing a toxicity several times more formidable. Even the application of Haki could not wholly shield against its corrosive effects. This This is unbearable. Everyone, retreat. Do not let yourselves be eroded by this venom. As numerous members of the Big Mom pirates cried out in distress, some began to issue commands. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming strength of the awakened venom, it was still unable to breach the defenses of the formidable Big Mom. After all, as one of the 4 emperors, her robust physique and mastery of Haki placed her in a league of her own. Roya, I never expected your powers to awaken. Quite interesting. Big Mom exclaimed with a hearty laugh, raising her hands to direct Prometheus and Zeus. Yes, Mama. Upon receiving Big Mom's command, Prometheus transformed into a blazing inferno, while Zeus morphed into a fearsome thundercloud, both charging towards Roya with overwhelming ferocity. Roya merely smiled with an alluring charm, directly employing the powers of the poison fruit to conjure a barrier that thwarted their assault. However, in the next instant, Big Mom brandished her Napoleon and launched a fierce offensive against Roya. Thus, the confrontation unfolded. Roya engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Big Mom, enveloping the scene in an atmosphere of chaos and despair. Chapter 128. Ace is finally rescued. 1. Simultaneously, it was due to Big Mom's assault on Roya that the 2 admirals, Sakazuki and Kazan, who had been previously occupied, were now free to act. Roya, I truly wish to erase your existence with my own hands. Sakazuki's eyes burned with a fierce jealousy directed at Roya. Perhaps, given the chance, he would seize the moment to strike against him. However, Kazan, standing beside him, issued a stern warning. Sakazuki, do not forget our objective today. Look over there. Fire Fist Ace is about to be rescued by Straw Hat Luffy. Indeed. The Navy's primary purpose in this battle was to eliminate Whitebeard and to execute Fire Fist Ace, the son of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Yet, the situation spiraled out of their control, with the interference of both Big Mom and Kaido, alongside Roya's monumental decision, creating a significant upheaval for the Navy. Despite the randomness of these events, as admirals, they could not lose sight of their true mission. With Whitebeard fallen, their focus shifted entirely to capturing Ace. The state of affairs at Navy headquarters had become dire, with the eyes of the world upon them. Should Straw Hat Luffy successfully rescue Ace, the Navy would lose all credibility, and their words would no longer hold any weight. Furthermore, such an event, coupled with Whitebeard's impassioned last words, would undoubtedly incite a surge of new pirates, compounding the Navy's challenges. Inevitably, the higher-ups in the world government would hold the Navy accountable for this failure, and as admirals, both Sakazuki and Kazan would not escape the repercussions. Thus, upon hearing Kazan's warning, Sakazuki's jealousy towards Roya began to dissipate. Indeed, there is also Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. One is the bloodline of a pirate king, and the other, the descendant of the revolutionary dragon. They are both notorious criminals and must be eradicated. Sakazuki's gaze shifted towards Ace and Luffy, reigniting his fury. However, despite the weight of these considerations, they were not enough to shake Sakazuki's resolve. He realized that Roya's displayed power was outrageously formidable, far beyond what even Big Mom could contend with, let alone someone who could suppress the 4 emperors like Roya. Thus, upon regaining his clarity, Sakazuki understood that eliminating Ace and Luffy would solidify his position as an admiral and help restore the Navy's tarnished reputation. And Kazan, do not speak to me in that commanding tone. Sakazuki glared menacingly at Kazan. Subsequently, he transformed his body into magma and charged towards Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Kazan, unperturbed, also elementalized and raced towards Luffy. Meanwhile, with no obstacles in his path, Luffy was already unlocking Ace's handcuffs, oblivious to the imminent danger. Trouble. It's Akainu. The first to sense the approaching threat were Marco and the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Initially, they intended to assist, but upon seeing Sakazuki and Kazan closing in, Kazari strengthened his own powers. Ahoy, you remnants of Whitebeard. Do not dare interfere with them. Your opponent is me. Kazari taunted, his augmented strength imposing an immense pressure on Marco and the others. They were struggling to contend with Kizaru alone, let alone provide support. Ace, hurry. Get your brother out of there. Marco yelled, realizing the danger was drawing near. Hearing Marco's shout, Ace immediately became alert. Having entered the new world and risen to the position of the 2nd Division commander, he was well versed in observation and armament Haki. Although his mastery was not yet formidable, it sufficed for the moment. With Marco's warning and Ace's keen perception, he sensed the looming threat of the 2 admirals. Luffy, hurry. Unlock these sea stone cuffs. Ace urged with urgency. Okay, right away. Luffy, flustered by Ace's insistence, responded quickly. Fire Fist Ace. Straw Hat Luffy, Prepare to meet your end. Sakazuki closed in on them, his molten magma coalescing into a colossal fist, ready to strike. Watch out. The Straw Hat Boy is in danger. Ivankov, the Okama King, immediately recognized the peril. Luffy, Ace. Even Jinbei shared the urgency, but it seemed too late to halt Sakazuki's assault. However, amidst the chaos, one figure watched with a growing fury, their grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. Curse you, Sakazuki. Chapter 129. Ace is finally rescued too. Kapu tightly clenched his fists, clearly eager to intervene. Given his formidable strength, he could easily assist Luffy and Ace in fending off Sakazuki's assault. However, Sengoku, noticing Kapu's intent, calmly admonished him, "Kapu, please be mindful of your position." This remark quelled Kapu's eagerness, leaving him to grit his teeth in frustration, his eyes bloodshot with rage as his body trembled uncontrollably. In an instant, Sakazuki's magma-infused fist surged toward Ace and Luffy. Ace. Luffy. Everyone shouted in panic. Yet, at that very moment, a searing burst of flames erupted, engulfing Sakazuki's molten strike within its fiery embrace. What is happening? Sakazuki himself appeared taken aback. Almost immediately, a pathway opened within the intense flames. And before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, a towering column of fire shot forth, aimed directly at Sakazuki. However, as an admiral of the Navy and possessing the powers of the magma fruit, Sakazuki effortlessly evaded the fiery onslaught by transforming into his elemental form, sustaining no damage. Nonetheless, he was compelled to retreat several steps as the flames continued to expand, prompting him to assess the situation cautiously. From within the fiery vortex, a confident voice emerged. Luffy, you reckless fool, you never listened to me. It was Ace, chastising his disobedient younger brother. Just moments before, in that perilous instant, Luffy had managed to unlock Ace's sea-stone handcuffs, allowing Ace to unleash his powers in time to counter Sakazuki's magma attack. Had Ace been unable to act swiftly, both brothers would have faced severe injuries, or worse. Ace. Luffy disregarded Ace's reprimands, filled with joy at his brother's liberation. Subsequently, Ace hurled Luffy out of the fiery passage, and together they emerged, standing firmly beneath the execution platform. Damn it. Fire Fist Ace has been freed. Many Navy soldiers gritted their teeth in anger. Ace. This is wonderful, Ace is saved. Well done, Straw Hat. Countless remnants of the Whitebeard pirates rejoiced at the sight, some even moved to tears, as this moment fulfilled a fragment of Whitebeard's dying wish. However, this was not the time for celebration. Father wants us to make our escape to the sea, Marco urged. So, Ace, everyone, we must retreat at all costs and get every available ship moving. While Marco was elated at Ace's rescue, reason dictated that the situation remained perilous. The battlefield was chaotic, and the three admirals, previously occupied, had now turned their attention back to them, complicating their escape. Given Sakazuki's lethal intent, it was clear that the Navy would not allow Ace and Luffy, nor the entire Whitebeard crew, to escape easily. Thus, any celebration would have to wait until they reached the coastline and boarded a ship. Only then could they truly honor Whitebeard's legacy. Indeed, let us heed Marco's words. Ace, you two, flee with your brother. Many of Whitebeard's remnants agreed with Marco's command, recognizing that the situation in Marineford was decidedly unfriendly. Besides the Navy, they also had to contend with Blackbeard and his crew. Though the other two emperors might not focus on them due to Law's interference, the threats posed by the Navy and Blackbeard were more than sufficient to warrant concern. Given the formidable presence of the admirals, Sengoku and Kapu, coupled with Blackbeard's ominous abilities, revenge would remain elusive for the time being. Thus, the best course of action was to fulfill Whitebeard's dying wish, to ensure the survival of the remaining crew members along with Ace. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, still engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido, glanced over. Haha, Ace, I never expected you'd be freed. But it matters not. My goals have already been achieved. His malevolent gaze fixated on the liberated Ace, a sneer plastered across his face. Yet, Kaido swiftly retaliated. Blackbeard, I will kill you today. Kaido roared with unrelenting fury, his singular focus aimed at vanquishing Blackbeard. Chapter 130. Ace vs. Kazanes for Roya. Despite facing Big Mom's onslaught, he maintained his composure, observing the unfolding chaos. He refrained from uttering a word, fully aware that Ace's rescue was a rightful endeavor. However, with Sakazuki and his cohorts now targeting them, the timeline indicated that Ace was undoubtedly doomed. While the timeline could potentially be altered, the ultimate outcome seemed immutable. After all, it mirrored the situation when Luffy arrived at the Navy headquarters. Even if Roya's actions had entirely transformed the timeline, fate would eventually prevail. Thus, the final outcome might remain unchanged, though one could never rule out the possibility of a miracle. Nevertheless, the Navy soldiers were not inclined to allow Ace and Luffy to escape with such ease. Navy, forward! We cannot let Fire Fist Ace and the Straw Hat Kid leave here. Countless soldiers surged forward, ready for confrontation. I never imagined I would have a day where you saved me. Thank you, Luffy. Ace smiled at Luffy, but soon adopted a serious demeanor. Luffy, we must not slacken. We split into 2 groups and charge out. Unfazed by the encircling Navy forces, Ace, now liberated, merely cautioned his reckless younger brother. Got it, Ace. Luffy replied. Having conserved his strength and promptly entered his Gear 3rd mode, launching a colossal fist towards the obstructing Navy soldiers. Flame Ring, Fire Pillar. Simultaneously, Ace unleashed a technique derived from the powers of his Flame Fruit. A massive pillar of fire descended, colliding with the ground alongside Luffy's giant fist, toppling the approaching Navy soldiers in an awe-inspiring display. Despite their formidable assault, an unrelenting wave of Navy soldiers continued to close in on them. Don't think you've escaped. This is your execution ground. Fire! Attack! Shouted a commanding Navy soldier. Gunfire erupted, countless bullets hurtling toward the 2 brothers. Despite knowing they were up against Devil Fruit users, the Navy soldiers failed to employ Haki. Ace, a user of a Logia-type fruit, was impervious to the bullets, while Luffy, utilizing his rubber abilities, absorbed several shots, only to rebound them back at the assailants. Instantly, a barrage of bullets struck down numerous Navy soldiers. They are both Devil Fruit users. Haki is essential. Someone shouted amidst the chaos. At that moment, 2 sword-wielding Navy soldiers attempted a surprise attack on Luffy. However, Ace appeared above Luffy, effortlessly dodging their strikes with his elemental intangibility. He's my brother. I advise you not to lay a hand on him, Ace said with a grin, then leaped into action. Fire Fist. A searing blow erupted from his hand, striking down the attacking soldiers and those nearby. Let's hurry, Luffy. We need to escape, Ace urged confidently. Absolutely, Luffy agreed. But the Navy soldiers remained relentless in their pursuit. With the side effects of Gear 3rd subsiding, Luffy transitioned to Gear 2nd, launching a vigorous assault ahead. Seeing his brother's bravery inspired Ace, who matched his efforts, unleashing the full extent of his Flame Fruit abilities. Their synergy, honed from years of training together, was nothing short of flawless as they overwhelmed the advancing Navy soldiers. As the